Man, we got breaking news right now, ladies and gentlemen. Good God Almighty, we got breaking news. James Borrego, JB, my man, he's fired, ladies and gentlemen. Freedom at last for Lamelo Ball. Freedom at last. Good God Almighty, freedom at last. Lamelo Ball, he's home, man. I'm telling you, and we all knew this was coming. We all knew this man wasn't gonna last forever, ladies and gentlemen. Man, I'm just so happy that James Borrego has been fired. It's over. It's over, ladies and gentlemen. James Borrego is gone. I'm just here to break this news to the people right now. This shit, the news just broke. This shit is crazy. I don't know to celebrate or what. Man, this is crazy. JB, who the hell would have seen this shit coming? I'm telling you. Good God, man. I'm just fucking around with y'all. Who the hell didn't see this coming? Man, I'm telling you, people are celebrating right now in the city of Charlotte, all around the world right now. Everybody knew that Borrego was going to be fired. All season long, we've been letting just beating down the fucking horse, letting people know, what was going on with James Borrego. He had to go. The man had to go. Finally, they did something. Finally, how many people are excited? How many people are happy, man? I definitely want to get everybody thoughts, man. Right now, it's Flight Sports TV. I ain't gonna waste a whole lot of time for the people, man. But this is breaking news. Lamelo Ball will have a new coach in Charlotte. I wonder who it's gonna be. But James Borrego definitely deserved to get fired. You seeing all of these great top-notch coaches. I think the emergence of Willie Green. You seeing all of this shit going on out in New Orleans. I think it's time, man. It's time. It was no way that James Borrego was going to last through all of this. A lot of people were trying to let people know that Borrego was not going to last, but it's over now. I want to get everybody thoughts, man. We're gonna break all this shit down tonight, man. It's Flight Sports TV. We just getting started, but this is crazy, man. James Borrego, who saw this one coming? I got to make sure that I even got this month. This guy. This shit is crazy right now, man. I'm sitting here trying to gather some of the news. I got the news coming out right now. I'm trying to get as much details as possible, on this situation because I'm trying to figure out what was the deciding factor. A lot of people were heard the rumblings was going on with Mitch Kupchak. I don't think that's any coincidence when you got the situation going on with Mitch Kupchak possibly being on the hot seat, and then now you see James Borrego has been fired. I think all of this coincides with each other. It's all connected. You know, I'm just here to let you know that. So none of this shit is surprising to me. Um, I hope that I might have to correct some spelling right now. My man James Borrego name. We was moving extra fast right now. It's Flight Sports TV. Somebody said stream about to be lit. I tell you what, a lot of people anticipating this happening, man. James Borrego. But like I said before, freedom at last for Lamelo Ball. Freedom at last. Good God Almighty, freedom at last. I'm gonna continue to echo those remarks. James Borrego finally got his day. There's numerous reasons, man. The overcoaching. James Borrego does deserve to have a job in the NBA. My bad, y'all. I had some connection issues in the audio. Yeah, my fault. Like I said, I'm moving and grooving on the outskirts. We're gonna keep bringing the connection to the people. But I'm gonna, like I said, as much details as this story comes out, I will be bringing it to you. But it's Flight Sports TV, man. We got breaking news in the NBA right now. James Borrego has been fired. I'm trying to get as much details on this right now that I can read to y'all because this shit is crazy. What's all has just transpired. Things are happening. You know, it's beneficial. This happened literally like 10 minutes ago. Charlotte dismisses his head coach after 4 seasons with the team and is fired. They didn't say they mutually parted ways. I look into all the key wordings. You understand? That's something that I look up into is the wordings. You know, he got fired. They basically relieved this man of his duties. You understand? And that's the wording I think we all wanted to see. You know, I think if they mutually agreed to part ways, I think you kind of giving him a lifeline. You know, I don't think it's no lifeline that needs to be given. You know, it says Hornets head coach reportedly fired after losing to Hawks in the playing round. The Hornets made the decision to fire head coach James Borrego on Friday. Adrian Wojnarowski reports Borrego spent 4 seasons as head coach for the Hornets, going 138 and 163 with no playoff appearances. Charlotte lost in the uh, postseason playing tournament in each of the past 2 seasons, including a defeat to the hands of the Atlanta Hawks in this year's tournament. So that definitely led. I'm just reading every little bit of inkling of details that I can get out to you guys. But this is wild. Coaches getting fired, motherfuckers getting sent up out of here, people getting uprooted out here, man. It's going down. It's Flight Sports TV. You know, this is wild, man. Borrego, where's Borrego going? I think he's gonna be sitting on somebody's bench. I can see him headed back out there to San Antonio. Who knows what Popovich got planned or what he want to do? You know, Popovich looked like he could be on. He's on the outskirts. It's wild. It's crazy right now. J&J says I just heard if I just heard fire if it's about fucking time. Now that's a fact. Slim says Coach Pop needs to be relieved for his duties in San Antonio. Hey man, I can see that happening. I can see all of that transpiring. You know, all of this shit is in the woodworks. You understand? That could possibly be happening. But this is the beginning of something. I'm just interested to see the coach that James Borrego. I mean, who's going to replace James Borrego out there in Charlotte? Who are they going to bring in? I think that's going to be interesting to see who the hell are they bringing in as the head coach in Charlotte now to replace him because the deck is cleared now. You didn't have a competent. Sometimes you have a situation where you got a top-notch assistant who could just fill right in, but they don't have that in Charlotte. There's no top-flight assistant coach ready to just sit in the woodwank and just fuck around and just take over for this team. Pardon me. There's no top-notch assistant, so they're gonna have to go out here and start showering, around to figure out who's gonna be the coach of this team. Um, they won't have. It's gonna be a lot of people flocking to coach Lamelo Ball. This team got a lot of upside. This team is gonna be moving in another direction. I think I can even see a situation with Kupchak getting relieved too. This is the beginning. This is the beginning of something. This ain't. That's all I'm gonna let you know. This is truly the beginning. Um, it's gonna be head coaches running around this bitch, um, calling for this job for a while. I'm telling you, Lamelo Ball and the Hornets will have no shortage of people trying to flock for this job. That's all I'm gonna let the people know. It's Flight Sports, man. Salute to the chat. I know everybody was waiting for this. It says we appreciate the breaking news, Flight. Definitely. I might even spell my man's name wrong. That's one thing too. Yeah, I think I put it with a U. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm moving super duper fast. I gotta correct my man James Borrego name. Is what? Oh, my fault. My fault, y'all. But let me know y'all thoughts initially when y'all got this news. Did y'all think that he was gonna be the guy? Because it's so crazy. Because a lot of people thought that we were picking on this guy. We gotta understand something, y'all. People thought we were picking on him. Like this community, a lot of people that rock with the Ball family, is that it's almost like we was attacking their head coach. You know, a lot of people thought like, what the hell? What's wrong with these people? You know, that's how they was coming at people like us and people that really know Lamelo Ball and the Charlotte Hornets. They were attacking us like, what the hell is wrong with us? They didn't know. So shout out to my man Keith Don on the $10 super chat. He said Charlotte needs change bad. Salute to y'all, man. For everybody that is supporting the channel, man. We appreciate you. It says no flight. Ain't nobody surprised. Who the hell surprised about this? This shit ain't motherfuckers are not surprised. This some funny ass shit right here though. He's getting uprooted out this motherfucker. Motherfuckers getting sent out with the boot. Like I said, that was some good wording. We appreciate everybody. Salute to J&J. Salute to everybody that's Lamelo Ball, MB1 Hornets. You know, we all knew this was coming, y'all. This is hilarious to me, in my personal opinion. You know, that James Borrego got fired. You know, what took so long? You know, it looked like they was really bouncing the ball with this one. You know, trying to figure out what direction they needed to head in. But I know a lot of people gonna be celebrating today, you know, in terms of this news with James Borrego, you know, but I think the door is open now for a top-notch coach. Michael Jordan, he's kind of a bit fucking around. When you look at some of the previous coaches, even before LaMelo was there, you know, the Steve Cliffords, it was some names that I ain't never even heard of. He was just getting some people that you ain't never heard of, you know, like somebody says like Walton, Alvin. I hope they don't bring up none of those names. You know, I think LaMelo Ball definitely got to be in the process of this, you know, in terms of finding this next head coach. You know, you cannot allow Michael Jordan just handpick another idiot. You understand? Somebody's got to definitely evaluate this next decision because this next decision is going to be pivotal. This is going to be the deciding factor. Melo was 2 years in. Rookie deals don't last forever, ladies and gentlemen. You understand? So this is gonna be a must situation. This is a must cash in situation right now, y'all. You know the Hornets is money time. You know, ain't no more time to play around. Y'all been playing around for years. It's time to get serious. You know, LaMelo Ball, you know, he warrants seriousness. You know, and the Hornets, they got to just take heed. You know, I know it's unfortunate. Borrego probably got his feet kicked up there, but he had to know when you got a guy like LaMelo, they're accelerating the process. They're knocking on the door. What's next? What was it going to be? A second, another fuck around? They was going to, pardon me, they was going to have another fuck around and get out on the first round. Not pardon me. What's going to happen? Next year, they're going to go to the play-in and fuck around and lose or not even get far at all. I mean, at some point, man, you got to pull the plug on this shit. And I'm happy that these guys pulled the plug on it because they had to. They had to. Borrego had to be stopped. You understand? Because I mean, damn, how could you imagine next year we see another situation where you got Borrego trotting down the sideline, and it's bigger than just LaMelo Ball. You know, you had situations with the young guys on this roster. You know, that was not getting the proper situation. You got first round picks coming in playing like little to no minutes. You got guys looking like they don't even belong in the NBA. You ain't never seen first round picks get sent to the G League as much as this was going on. You know, this is a large part to do with coaching. Borrego, it seemed to be he had a situation with his rotations. It was no consistency. He was just in a fucked up situation. You know, I think this is not only beneficial for LaMelo, it benefits the whole team because a lot of times we just sit up here and we're talking about how it's going to be beneficial for Melo. This coaching change that they're about to implement, hopefully they hit gold because this is going to be the key. Because if they come back and they hire Stan Van Gundy, now there's going to be a whole nother conversation. But I think you got to go get somebody real. You know, you got to get some. I'll say a former player. You know, I don't know. I mean, Mark Jackson name keeps coming up. I know that that's a guy that probably won't ever get a job. Doc Rivers. Let's see what happens. It's going to be a lot of you. I would just hold out to see who's going to get relieved because Doc Rivers may not be the head coach for Philadelphia. Let me tell you something. If Philly don't get to the finals or the conference finals, he's going to be fired. They waiting on Mike D'Antoni. That's like the worst kept secret in the NBA. Mike D'Antoni will take over Philly when they fire Doc Rivers. I say you hold out and wait for somebody like that. Somebody to take Charlotte to a new height. You understand? Not just the eighth seed. Because what's now? Are we gonna be satisfied with they made it to the playoffs? They made it to the playoffs and they being sick at the first seed and they about to get swept or a gentleman's sweep at the very least. The only way they're gonna get a gentleman's sweep is unless Lamelo just go crazy. I mean, we got to get a coach that's gonna maximize everyone. So when it gets to money time, Lamelo Ball could cash in for real and do what he's supposed to do what we know he can do. You understand? This is the beginner. James Borrego was fired, ladies and gentlemen. This is a celebration. Freedom at last. Freedom at last. Good God Almighty. LaMelo Ball, freedom at last. What's my man's name? Booknight. Freedom at last for James Booknight. Freedom at last. This dude, James Booknight, was about to lay the smackdown on this dude. Y'all don't remember what happened? I'm just telling you. This shit was just boiling over. And LaMelo Ball and I think Bridges and all of them, they just being professional. They wasn't going to come up there and shit on him. I think that it just went overboard with Booknight because he's a rookie. Those other guys, they've been around the block a while. They're not going to put their feelings out on the street like that. But that was crazy how when my man Booknight was about to whoop his ass like that. That was foul. But I don't blame him. This guy got left out of everything. He wasn't a part of no rookie nothing. And Booknight had a lot of promise. Coming out of the fucking college, and he had a good summer league. He wasn't supposed to just die out there. Somebody talking about Frank Vogel. I mean, that's not horrible. I would like a little something better. That's a significant upgrade over Borrego. Because you gotta look at Vogel. Because I'm just saying. Vogel is not a shitty pick. I'm pretty sure people want something better than Vogel, but that's not horrible. I ain't gonna say that. I don't want to hear any of those names I've seen before that people was talking about Van Gundy and Gentry and Walton. No, hell no. I say you wait for Doc Rivers. Doc Rivers, he coached a lot of good point guards, man. And like I said, you roll with him. You had Rondo, you had Chris Paul, why not? Why not here? This situation with LaMelo Ball, I'm just saying. You got to think about that. The shit that he did with point guards. I'm just saying. I like Doc Rivers, the coach Charlotte. I like that. I'm trying to figure out who else. My pick is Doc Rivers, and I haven't even thought. Just to sat down. It's just an early prediction. Somebody saying Mark Jackson. They always flirt Mark Jackson name around every fucking year. They have no intentions on hiring Mark Jackson. It's just they flirt with Mark Jackson. They say his name and they have no intent to hire Mark Jackson. They need to stop playing around with Mark Jackson because Mark Jackson has smoked all these coaches, and this dude don't even get an interview. Seriously. That's fine. Somebody said Kyle Jones. That's why I said it's a list of young players that if they were on any other roster, they were. Somebody said Mike D'Antoni. I like D'Antoni. I think D'Antoni is a shoe-in for Philly. Like I said, I think what's going on is if Doc don't get to the conference, listen, let me tell you something. They more than likely they looking good. They're gonna be in for an uphill battle against Miami. Their next series against Miami will be the favorite. So let's say they lose the 6 games to Miami, Doc Rivers is getting fired. You understand? Unfortunately, but it's a lot of years where Doc fucked up in the playoffs. So his welcome is getting worn out there in Philly. But that don't mean that he's a horrible coach. It's just he just didn't get it done in Philly. So and they got new management now. When you get new management, they want to get that guy. So let's see what happens. Like I said, this shit is just now happening. You understand with this Borrego shit? We don't know yet if they're gonna fire the fucking what's the name too. If they fire Kupchak, that means the new GM and everybody, they're gonna hire their own guy. And if that's the case, if they're gonna hire
Free
their
Melo,
own
man.
guy, what's good,
Free Melo,
Juju?
man.
Flight
Let's
Sports
get it,
TV,
Flight.
man.
Let's
Freedom at
go,
last.
man.
Freedom at
Let's get it,
last.
Flight. Yes, sir,
Freedom
man.
at last.
That's what we do, Jordan. About time you woke up, man. You taking all that melatonin, playing too much golf, bruh. About time you woke up, bruh. About time you hopped on this Melo train, dude. Let's go, man. Wake up, chat. Y'all hit that like button, bruh. This is what needed to happen, bruh. James Borrego can finally go to China and win a couple of championships over there because being on the Charlotte Hornets coaching staff is just not it, bruh. It's about time my guy Jordan has woke up. Get rid of Mitch Kupchak. Borrego is out of there. Now we need to get the rightful coach that is going to put his trust in Lamelo Ball and give him the keys to rightfully be as successful as he should be. Because it is no way Lamelo Ball is a number 3 overall pick. Last year played 27 minutes. I don't even think that was top 5 for a top 3 pick in minutes per game. Are you kidding me, James Borrego? Come on, man. This is awful, man. Finally, he is out of here. He has relinquished the curse. He has released the genjutsu. We are finally out of it, ladies and gentlemen. Next year is our year. Thank you, man. Y'all, we got to give a round of applause for my guy, Michael Jordan. Great job, man.
Yes, give a round of applause. He finally did something right. I mean, this was a major play, man. What was your thoughts when you got the news? I was in the middle of a nap. I'm sitting here just in the
You
car. I
breaking
was
it to
sitting here.
me?
Yeah,
You breaking it to
I
me,
was sitting here.
fool?
My phone just started going off. I'm like, what the hell is going on? I'm like 10 people, literally 10. I got 10 calls. I got 6 calls, 10 messages. I'm like, hold on. There's something going on with Lonzo or something? I'm like, and then I'm hearing, Borrego. I was like, I'm like, it's crazy. I'm just happy that I was able to bring the news to the people, man. In some form of fashion. But it's wild, man. It's Friday. They always do shit like this on Friday.
Yep.
So all weekend, this shit can marinate.
Yep.
This is cool. I mean, but when you heard it, I know you happy. This shit got you happy, don't it?
Bro, you don't even understand the happiness that I'm feeling in my soul right now, bro. I just ordered some Chick-fil-A too, so I'm finna eat
Uh-oh.
and I'm finna work on something different too. Man, it is over, bro. Now we need to bring in the right coach, and we need to get Gordon Hayward off this roster. We need to get Terry Rozier off
Oh,
this roster because
it's
we're not going
cleanup
to be.
time.
We're not. Yeah, it's cleanup time. We need to get the maids in here. We need. Hey, be real, bro. Hey, we need cleaning service in here, bro. It's time to get all the roaches and all the ants up out of here, bro. All the bugs. Let's get this place clean because we have a superstar in the building, and so Gordon Hayward has to go. Terry Rozier has to go because we're not better than Milwaukee. We're not better than Miami. We're not better than Chicago. We're not better than Cleveland. We're not better than Brooklyn. We're not better than Boston. We're not better than Atlanta. We're not better than all these teams in the Eastern Conference with this team currently constructed the way it is. It's just no way. So we have to move some of these pieces, get a third star, and this third star has to buy into the new coach's system. Don't come in with that BS, bro. If you're coming in with that BS, you got to get removed because no toxicity in this experiment that we're trying to conduct, right? So get a good coach, make moves on the roster, get a third star with Lamelo, Miles Bridges, and boom, we're where we're supposed to be. You know what I'm saying?
Facts. So I'm sitting here. My first pick right now, just off the top of my head, I didn't sit down and think, but I said Doc Rivers. I think the worst kept secret is Doc Rivers will be fired unless they get to the conference finals. And I think, unfortunately, I know Philly is on the high right now. They got a date with Miami. I think Miami put a ceasefire to their ass in the second round. And I think that's where things going to get problematic for Philly. And I think Doc Rivers, his exit in Philly is inevitable. D'Antoni is there. They got a new, what's my man name out there in I forgot his name. Houston, Maury done took over there. He giving Doc Rivers a year. We all know when you get a new GM, they want their own guy. Listen, D'Antoni is inevitably going to get that job. I'd like Doc Rivers. What about you? What coach comes to mind this early? I know it's early because we ain't really. I know I haven't thought yet. What's your early thought of the next coach?
You mentioned Doc Rivers. I like Doc Rivers. I just don't know what he can do with. Well, I like Doc Rivers. That's a decent choice. I like D'Antoni as well.
Rondo, Chris Paul. You remember he didn't get a championship with them. Well, he did one with Rondo. Rondo was more of the big three, but I mean
Right.
Chris Paul. They did reach some situations. I think if Lamelo was in them positions, he would have seized that moment.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
And then
Chris Paul pissed away
great
a
point.
lot. It wasn't all Doc Rivers out there in LA. They made some idiotic plays. That
Right.
sometimes coaching ain't have shit to do with these stupid things they was doing.
Right. And that's the thing with a young team because young team are gonna make those similar type of mistakes. So I don't know how he'll react to that. But you brought up a good point with the Clippers because it was one year where the Clippers had that young team. I believe they had Shai Gilgeous, and they actually were pretty, they were making some noise in the playoffs. I think they took the KD Warriors to 6 games or whatever. So he can do some things with a young team. And the fact that he's coached really good point guards like a LaMelo Ball, extremely talented, and the things that he said in the media about LaMelo Ball, I think he could certainly buy in So Doc Rivers could do some things. I just don't know how far he would be able to take us. But that's an excellent choice. I like that. And then D'Antoni would be on that list too as well. And I'm
Nah,
looking at
that's
other
facts.
coaches too. I'm trying to look at
Yeah,
other coaches
and
here.
that's why I said
Alvin
I would have to.
Gentry.
Somebody said
Eh,
fire Nash, or Nash ain't getting fired. They need to think about firing him though. Somebody talking about Vogel.
Vogel,
I'll
Frank
pass on
Vogel.
Vogel. I don't
I
know.
like
I mean, that's
Vogel.
I said it's not a horrible pick, but it's
No, that's a
just
good
it
pick. He
is what
won
it
the
is.
championship. He got a championship under his belt. He knows how to win. He knows how to coach good teams, young teams as well. I like Frank Vogel. It's
Yeah,
a
me
lot of good
too.
coaches out. Willie Green.
Nah,
Oh, that would be perfect, man. Sheesh. Yeah, y'all
who
keep dropping
you?
some recommendations about coaching about the Hornets, who they should get as their next coach. I'm trying to think of some people. Mike Brown. That's a decent one.
Yeah, Mike. That's one. We got another guy in the chat. Who's Hugo? Stack. What's good? Can you hear me?
You said who?
Yep. Yo,
You got
Oh,
a new guy. It's a
yeah,
new
what's
guy.
good?
First time you ever joined. What's good, bro?
yo, man. I've been following your website, your YouTube channel for a hot minute. Just wanted to, chime in from Brooklyn.
I appreciate you, man. Salute you. Where you calling from, dog?
Brooklyn,
Oh, shout out to BK. You already know what it
Shout out to
is.
Brooklyn, man.
that's
You
good.
already know. What up?
So
What's
basically, good news that Borrego got, canned. You know what I'm saying?
That's facts.
Because let me tell you real quick. So what happens was he said that he's been holding back Lamelo, right? And Lamelo, yeah, you want a structured system, but you want Lamelo to be able to, freelance and go on the fly on certain things and certain occasions. And I think now that they might have a new coach now, he'll be able to be more of himself and not be in this rigid system. What do you think?
I agree with that, and
Uh,
that's been the biggest
yeah,
thing
I
about
agree.
Lamelo Ball. Lamelo Ball needs to be in a system that promotes him to be in a free type of environment. You can't have the chains on him like he's in prison or in the county jail, bruh. You got to let this man be who he is. He's a horse in the wild that's running free, and you have to let him do so. And that's the thing with James Borrego. You're handicapping Lamelo Ball, and you're handicapping your team in term as well. So if we need to bring in a coach that's going to obviously just buy into Lamelo Ball, I completely agree with that.
Cool, cool. Also, did you hear that Lamelo definitely is going back to the number one jersey, right? So he's hype about that, right? But you know what? Did you hear that that what's the name? This college coach, what's his name from Villanova? That he
Oh, Jay
retired,
Wright.
Jay Wright. So you think that's a possibility that they might take a look at him?
I would honestly, I would hate that just because I don't really want to do this little experience or this experiment with bringing in like a college guy. And I don't know if Jay Wright has any NBA experience. Like if Doc Rivers is on the market, bro, or like a Mike D'Antoni, like these are coaches that's competed for championships or won championships. Those would be the first guys on my list, and then he would be maybe the last possible suggestion. But I wouldn't hate that. It wouldn't be my first choice.
All right.
But that's not a bad idea.
All right, so here's the thing. I know everyone is excited about Doc Rivers, right? But here's the problem, right? Do we really know how well Doc Rivers does well with young players as opposed to established veterans that we've come accustomed to know him doing fairly well with? Because you have to understand, right? I'm not, structure is good, right? But you have to understand, you have to reflect the personality of your star player, which is Lamelo Ball, and he's like more of a free spirit. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, he can take coaching, but do we really want somebody who's very rigid and hard nosed like Doc Rivers to be, leading Lamelo?
Well, that's the thing, because when you say hard, rigid, and hard nosed, that reminds me of another particular guy that raised LaMelo Ball and also coached him the same way, which is LeVar Ball. So I think LaMelo Ball in that type of environment wouldn't falter. And I think if Doc Rivers was the coach, I do think he would be able to acclimate to that system and vice versa. I think Doc Rivers would understand and acknowledge the talent known as LaMelo Ball that we all know who he is, right? So, and just look at the things that Doc Rivers has said about him in post games and things of that nature. Like, this dude's a star in the making. I think he's going to treat LaMelo Ball well and vice versa. And I think the Doc Rivers and LaMelo Ball connection could work. So yeah.
Okay, okay. I agree with that. Also, I think this is would be the like. What do you think about the roster? Now, I was looking at the chat a little bit, but the roster. I think the only two people that should be safe from being either traded or what have you, right? It should be my personal opinion. I think your core player should be Lamelo and Bridges, and that's it. Everybody else is expandable. And what do you think about that?
I completely agree. And it's funny that you actually made that, remark because I've been saying this since the season started. Miles Bridges is an MIP candidate. LaMelo Ball was an all-star. Those were my predictions. The Hornets weren't where they were supposed to be. I thought they were going to be a fourth or fifth seed, but play in. Now they're sitting at the couch, you know what I'm saying, smoking on a hookah pack or whatever, bruh. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, the Hornets didn't do what they were supposed to do, but completely agree. LaMelo Ball, Miles Bridges are the core of this team. If you're going to build in the right successful way, you need those two guys. The way they play on the court, their connection is literally like putting my iPhone cord into my iPhone plug, plugging into the wall, then I plug it into my phone, then it's charging. You know what I'm saying? It's easy and simple like that. Their connection is too rare, and you need those two players on this roster next year, and you need to build around them accordingly, get the right coach. I completely agree with that, my friend.
You know, it's so funny that you say that. So, what Miles, they dub them Airbnb, right? What that reminds me of, and that's something that you don't want to mess up, is Lonzo and Zion, right? Lonzo and Zion were like a match made in heaven, but the Pelicans organization, they don't know what the hell they're doing, right? And then they have this little playoff run, this whole fool's goal thing that's going on right now. People all hype about, but that's neither here nor there. But they remind me of those tandem. So, like I said, I mean, we both agree that if you build around LaMelo and Bridges, right, and then you get yourself like a competent center, you know what I'm saying? Like, like a Aiton or like, what's the dude from
Miles Turner?
Say again?
Rudy Gobert?
Rudy Gobert, or what's from the Pacers? What's his face?
Miles Turner.
Y'all
Miles
stay
Turner.
tuned. Hey, I'm glad you brought that up. Y'all stay tuned, chat. This is my prediction. I'm looking at the crystal ball. Rudy Gobert is in a situation where this offseason, he's not going to be where he wants to be. And Gordon Hayward has been in Utah before. Don't be surprised if the Hornets look to make a move getting Rudy Gobert. Because they're losing to the Mavericks right now. If they lose to the Mavericks first round without Luka, with Jalen Brunson getting 40 a game, no, it's out. Rudy Gobert's out. We're getting Rudy Gobert. Don't be surprised for that, chat.
You know who the Charlotte Hornets can really get is from the Jazz is Quinn Snyder as a head coach.
I like that.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, the coach is very important for this moving forward, because once they get the right coach, you understand what I'm saying? That like I said, you mentioned the whole rigidness of the coach. I agree to a certain extent. Yes, you want a rigid coach, but you also have to give LaMelo room to fail so he can learn. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
You have to give him like a long leash so that, he could figure it out on his own to a certain extent. If he's doing like too bad or whatever, you can sit him down, but you have to give room for growth. And some coaches, overcoach. You know what I'm saying? So that's my only concern.
Right.
Yeah, he don't need a LeVar Ball anymore. He's an adult.
I wouldn't say that. Like a LeVar Ball wouldn't be bad for him because, like I said,
how did LeVar come into this equation?
No. We're just saying because they're trying to say a hard and rigid coach, and then I made the analogy with LeVar Ball and how LaMelo Ball grew up in that type of environment. LeVar coaching him a certain way and coaching him pretty hard in a certain type of way.
Because that's his son. You know what I'm saying? Just like
I understand.
If you was to have your son, if you ever coach any of your kids, you might be a little harder than a coach will, because you expect certain expectation out of them. And then you're preparing them for whatever harshness they might enter into the world. So, but
that's similar to a coaching ability, though, when it comes to winning a championship, because you have to coach. If you want to be a championship team and you want your players to be championship material, You have to coach them the way you want them to be coached. And to do that, sometimes you might have to have a structure. You might have to be a little rigid. That's why Greg Popovich is as successful as he was. That's how Phil Jackson was as successful as he was. So that's my point that I'm trying to make with LaMelo Ball. He can thrive in a system like that.
But Phil Jackson was not rigid. He was not a rigid coach. Phil Jackson,
when it came to his system, yes, he was.
Jason Kidd is rigid.
But
so guys, not to cut anyone off, let's not confuse rigidness with structure. Phil Jackson is structured. He wasn't rigid. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean by rigid then? What do you define as rigid then?
So rigid means like hard ass. There you go. Structure is organized. You know what I'm saying? Be here, be there.
Phil Jackson was a hard ass when he was on, bro. When he coached other teams,
he was laid back, bro. Nah, he was laid back more than anything else. He just had a system, and he expected you to do what you did.
That's my point though. That's
Jordan was a hard ass on
just listen to
that's what I'm saying, guys.
No, but you got to listen to my argument though. My argument isn't that he's not a hard ass. I'm just saying when it comes to implementing his system and wanting his players to go accordingly to his system, he's a hard ass to that, because we've seen in other moments when players don't acclimate to a system, he starts bitching out. That's obvious. That's happened before.
Yeah.
So that's
I
my
would
argument.
say he's rigid in that aspect, far as keeping everything within the boundaries. You follow what I'm saying? But not rigid, far as just getting on you for any little thing. Phil Jackson will give you enough rope to hang yourself. But at the same time,
I agree on that. He's cool when it comes to that. He's a cool guy.
Borrego is an example of a rigid coach. And that did not work with LaMelo. So at this point,
didn't work with nobody.
No, because the system is ass.
Punch him in the face. So
good point.
I think
a good point, guys.
What Dex said was very key. LeVar Ball raised him since he was a little boy under a very strict, rigid system. But at this point, and this goes for anybody, no matter how you were raised, you have to want it for yourself. You have to be disciplined for yourself, and you got to let them kind of fall on that sword and live by it. That's how they're going to learn. I mean, either you're going to do it or you're not going to do it. It doesn't matter how much I tell you to want it. And so I don't think they need a coach that's going to be super, super hard. I think LaMelo has the swag, the personality, but also the discipline to be great. To learn from his mistakes.
That's the thing, man. I disagree with that because this team is young. Like, I understand, yes, LaMelo has all the principles to be a leader of a championship team right now. I completely agree with that. But you have to bring in a coach that provides some type of structure so the other players can get in line. Because if we have a situation where LaMelo Ball is in a confrontation on the court, right, when it comes to just playing basketball with another player, because they're not passing the basketball or they're shooting too many times, or they're playing selfishly, and you have a coach that's laid back and isn't going to say anything, it's going to be a problem. Because that's also the problem with James. Like, you can say he's rigid, but he's also laid back in a way because he does not confront players when they are playing in a certain way that's contradictory to this team's success. So, like, you can say he's rigid, but he's also like laid back
the rookies and the young players then.
Right,
the veterans, he kind of like let them be free willing.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's all about leadership. Leadership is the best way to be a leader is to be flexible. So when you talk about flexibility as a leader, and I'm probably getting a little off topic, but the coach has to be able to identify who he's dealing with, different personality types, and then work with that. LaMelo Ball has shown, even when, remember the Hornets, they got in that brawl? What did LaMelo do? You didn't see LaMelo getting in people's face. What did he do? He go pull his player off. He talk to him, tell him, hey, look at the scoreboard. We're winning. He's a different type of player. He's disciplined at 20 years old. So I don't think LaMelo needs a rigid coach like James Borrego, but a coach that, like you said, provides structure, knows when to step in, but also is flexible enough to have that schedule, knowing when to be rigid, knowing when to step back and let things, flow. And I think Charlotte Hornets are going to be dominant for a long time.
Whoa, you said dominant?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about dominant.
I think if they put the right roster together, they put the right coach together under LaMelo Ball, they can be dominant. But it's all up to these decisions in this offseason. What are they going to do? Mitch Kupchak is still there. I'm happy they got rid of the coach, but cut Mitch.
Good
Mitch is
point.
still there, and he
Good
was the
point.
one on record saying we're going to make sure Lamelo Ball, you know, is moved along very slowly. So I guess it just depends on them. But I do think this is a good start, and we can see him. When I say dominant, I don't mean winning the finals next year or dynasty or anything like that, but
For
making the
third, fourth
playoffs
seed.
every year could be in their future.
What you got to say about that, Hugo?
So I definitely agree with the fact that the decisions made now will determine how the season will unfold. But one thing that I wanna say is that also what's very important is the play style. So you can't have a franchise player, right? And often too many times, right, this season with the Hornets, you know, like I don't want to like get on him, but like guys like Terry Rozier, you know what I'm saying? Like they they need to like defer to Lamelo, let him make the floor decisions. You understand what I'm saying? Oftentimes, I think that there was like almost like a competition, really. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Of whose team it was, and that to me doesn't make any sense. That's why I said earlier that it's just Bridges and Lamelo that need to be the core of what the team is. But also, I think, and I just want to get your guys' input on this. The style of play, honestly, which is so ironic, right? I think, right, that if Lamelo was in the Warriors system right now, he would thrive so much. And I feel that like whether it be a motion offense or what have the ball moving around like that, where Lamelo could orchestrate most of the offense, I think that would do wonders. The fast break, right? But if the fast break is not working, the ball's zipping and moving and cutting or whatever, where it could showcase Lamelo's floor vision and court vision. What do you think?
Good point. Juju.
Say again?
I was saying Juju. Are you there, Juju? Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna drop back out and join back.
Okay. Yeah, I agree exactly what you said. Far as if he's in a motion type offense, Lamelo Ball would definitely swell, and he would thrive, and he would apply pressure, no pun intended, to the opponent. And this would be something so unique because we never seen a player like that with so much fluidity and gift with the ball in his hand being unleashed on other teams. So that would be something to see. I don't know how sonic and symbiotic it would have been with the Warriors, but if you can get that with Lamelo Ball being the chiefian, orchestrating that like a maestro, and wouldn't have interference with any superstar veteran that could pose an impediment on his thriving. I just think it would be such a fantastic thing for the NBA, and it'd be awesome to watch whatever team that Lamelo be on if that was to occur. But the Charlotte Hornets have dropped one domino in the path of Lamelo greatness. Now we have to see what they're going to do with other aspects of their front office and see if Jordan is all in with this sensational second year sophomore all-star player and Lamelo Ball. What do you think about that?
Something I just thought about something with Terry Rozier. We're talking about them deferring. I don't know if it's possible. I think we trade Terry Rozier. If we can't, and if not, maybe ask him to change his role. I think he would be a killer six man. You know what I mean? Because of that scoring punch that he provides. He's not a great defender. Imagine him coming off the bench as a six man. But I don't know if they would be willing to make that adjustment. I don't know if he would be willing to make that adjustment. And I think that would just be we could fix that issue right there. Because I
That's
still like Terry Rozier.
That's pie in the sky. He's not going to take no six man role. Too much ego, man. He thinks he's as good as or better than Lamelo Ball as it is right now. So I don't think that's why I think I don't have a issue with him and his play. I just think they might be buddy and all that kind of stuff, but I think he just has to go for the betterment of the team and the trajectory of where I know the Hornets with Miles Bridges, with some few veteran pieces, skilled veteran pieces, and a competent center. I think they could be like 6 through 8 seed next year if they get that right with the right coach.
Oh yeah, I agree. The only question I have is for Miles Bridges. You know, the first year they played together, the Airbnb thing was like prevalent. Like it was crazy, right? This year, I didn't see that much.
So
And I felt like Miles Bridges also contributed to a lot of like uh like the flow of the offense. Like he contributed to like stopping the flow of the offense quite often. And I think the speculation was, is he playing for his contract?
that's what it was. That's it.
Point.
That's nah. It's the contract. Go ahead. It's just the
That's
contract.
a good point in a better observation. Yes, sir. Contract.
So is he
Bag was
going to
at
get
stake.
back to what we saw that first year, or is he going to continue to, like you said earlier, when we talk about competition, it seemed too competitive for me. Like it wasn't the same as the first year, and I didn't really enjoy watching Charlotte play like I did last year. It just didn't flow.
You know what? Like I said, the bag got in the way, and that's basically due to management. Because if you allow that B&B, the Airbnb, to continue and to be thriving within the offense, that generated such a sensation. A lot of eyes look towards the Charlotte Hornets, and they became one of the number one league pass team to watch outside
Yeah,
of the Lakers, outside of the Pelicans, outside of Golden State Warriors. If you can remember, there was like a top five league pass team to watch in Melo's rookie season. And
they were number
then,
one.
no, I think they came number one this year. But last year, I think it was the Lakers, Golden State, Pelicans, and I think then it was Charlotte, because Charlotte was grooming into the sensation that Lamelo Ball and Miles Bridges and Scary Terry, you follow what I'm saying, was congruent into being that team that was going to take the next leap the following year. But unfortunately, we see that didn't happen. The same thing that failed them this year failed them last year in an early exit in a play-in situation. But yeah, they was becoming that squad. They was going to surpass everybody if they could have kept that Airbnb going. And the only thing they would have to contend with was with if the Lonzo would stay with the Pelicans and Zion would have stayed healthy. The only thing the Hornets would have to compete with the Airbnb was with Zoe and Zai. You follow what I'm saying? As far as sensationalism on that basketball court. And unfortunately, neither happened. Borrego's gone. Lonzo gone. Zion is in recovery mode. So a lot of things didn't fall like it should have, as far as the sensation for us as fans to watch and view night in and night out, for as the NBA concerned. But listen, I have a question. Bryce Garnett had asked, who should the Hornets' new coach be?
I think Quinn Snyder's a option depending on what happens this offseason. Somebody threw out Mark Jackson and a few other names. I don't really know.
I think a good coach would be. I'm trying to think who's available right now, but so we definitely like maybe a former point guard. You know, that's a good question, because this is like getting the right coach is like paramount of moving forward of how this whole thing's going to turn out. Um, that's a good question. Who would be the best coach?
Hold on. I'm sorry to butt in, man. Shout out to the panel, Flight Sports TV. It's the Fresh Prince of Belize here. Man, I just scrolled on YouTube and seen that. What? They really fired Borrego? This is legit? This is happening?
You're
Oh my god.
big time.
It wouldn't be on Flight Sports TV if it wasn't.
I mean, I knew that. I know that. I was just like, yo, man, I was just wow,
We
bro.
get the breaking news, Flight Sports TV exclusive.
Y'all always do, man. Y'all always do, man. That's why I always could count on Flight Sports, bro. Man,
We got that
man,
inside intel.
this is good, bro. This is so great for Lamelo. This is great for the organization.
But before you go, hold on one second. Before you
My
go,
fault,
please,
yeah.
let's give a shout out to Marvin Perspective. He's a diligent Bulls fan. And Marvin Perspective, me and him had a discussion with this, and Marvin Perspective got it dead right. He was dead on with this situation right here. Shout out to Marvin Perspective for being spot on for saying Borrego will be fired if if the Hornets didn't win that first play-in game against the Atlanta Hawks. And I said that I think they might give him a little more cushion because of a lot of things did happen within the organization. And Gordon Hayward being down, so they considered him the best player. And why would you fire a coach whose best player wasn't available in that run? So if Borrego is fired, it's a chance that Gordon Hayward could be shipped out. He might be the second domino to fall in this catastrophe that's befalling the Charlotte Hornets right now. So shout out to Marvin Perspective. I want to put that out there. You was dead on, brother, and I can't wait to hear from you later on today. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Marvin for that. He always bring that heat. And I would say though that was really deserved. I mean, it was kind of questioned that he had got the extension, and that was all like, it was kind of, did he really deserve it? But firing him, that made so much sense, and I'm not one to say, somebody lose their job, but it was clear that he didn't have control of the team, like especially with Lamelo comments after. It's like, how do you go back to that? Like, you kind of had to fire him to, like, you know what I mean, to keep face and trying to just move the team in a new direction. It's time for them to have a new sound. But to answer the question, I think the best 1-2 punch that will probably help them will be a Mark Jackson. I think Mark Jackson coaching skills will really help them really much. Like I said too, in that playing game, Mark Jackson called that game, and he was talking really highly of Lamelo, like on how he's playing and everything. And I didn't, I got from him that he was kind of leaking, like, yo, if I was coaching him, like he was even doing the comparison to Stephen Curry and stuff like that, So, and I think like he could bring that out of him, especially if they bring up Jello. That could be that 1-2 that he had right there in Golden State.
The real Splash Brothers.
Yeah, and that's my take. I really feel like Mark Jackson.
That's a good take.
And I feel like he will also up that defense. He would know how to play with Bridges. He could really communicate with them younger crowd. And on top of that, he's a New Yorker, so he know what it's like to, like, under that pressure, like, and yeah, man, he deserve it, bro. He really deserve it.
Okay, do you think they should bring in a former NBA player as a coach, or should they draw somebody from college, or should they just have an analytic guy? What type of coach would be best fit for the Charlotte Hornets and LaMelo Ball moving forward?
I would say even try to go for D'Antoni. Mike D'Antoni might really be another good coach too. But if to bring a player coach, if anyone's that, for me personally, that come to mind off the head tap will be Sam Cassell. Sam Cassell to me would be a great one to bring in, because he's been around Doc long enough. He have a lot of experience as an assistant coach, and he does need that starting role. And he won a championship in Houston. He knows how to run a point guard.
2 championships.
Yeah, 2 champions, of course. Yeah. He knows how to run that point guard role, and that would be someone that LaMelo would listen to confidently. I could see him getting along with Jordan, and I could see that working well.
That's a damn good take. Anybody else?
Yeah, he killed it, bro. He's spitting straight facts.
Yeah, that was a damn good take there.
The only other name I didn't hear him say was Quinn Snyder. I don't know what y'all think about Quinn after this season.
Well, you know what? To be honest with you, Quinn Snyder is the type of coach that I think Lamelo Ball would be congruent with, because when he spotted the talent of a Donovan Mitchell, which a lot of people
Yeah.
didn't, especially coming out of college, because Donovan Mitchell was definitely not the Donovan Mitchell that we're witnessing now in the NBA. It seemed like his talent was being suppressed over
Even
there with
Gobert.
Patino. Well, not necessarily Gobert, because he's 7 foot. You know what I'm saying? So you're already damn near taller than everybody. But Donovan Mitchell,
Yeah, yeah.
that was something special to see him come up out of the college, out of Louisville, right? He
Right.
was okay. He wasn't nothing real spectacular. He was kind of flying under the radar. Then come to the Utah Jazz, a team like the
And turn
Utah
him
Jazz
around.
who needed, you understand what I'm saying? After the
Mhm.
Gordon Hayward fiasco, who
Right.
needed a spark. And that young brother, man, took it by storm. Should have been rookie of the year. I gotta admit, he should have been rookie of the year. It should not have been no Ben Simmons, because Ben Simmons
Right.
had a year to acclimate himself to the
Yeah, that was
NBA and
disgusting.
through the
That was the Blake
thrones.
Griffin effect. That was the Blake Griffin effect.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was the
that's
same
right.
thing.
Good
And you know what's
historical
crazy
note.
too?
Yes.
And you know what's crazy with that? My fault to cut you off on that, right? My thing with that too, I felt like that's what killed Markel Fultz's career too, because you see, if the Markel Fultz played that year, right, that would have messed up Ben Simmons on becoming Rookie of the Year, because then he would have been battling his own teammate for Rookie of the Year. You know what I'm trying to say?
Mm,
So they benched
yes.
him to let Ben Simmons play, and then that's my take on that.
Right. But go back to the Quinn Snyder dynamic.
I
Is
feel
that
like yeah, I don't think I don't think he will. I mean, he of course he's a good coach, but I don't think with the Hornets right now they need something totally different. They need something fresh, in my opinion, fresh. So
right?
like,
But
yeah,
let's just stay with Quinn Snyder for a second. We're going to go
okay,
back to Sam Cassell, because I think that was spot on right there. But now with the Quinn Snyder situation, what I love about him, that he recognized what needed to be done, and he recognized what player was going to be able to do it, and
that's
Donovan
fair.
Mitchell. And he
That's
and
fair.
he and listen, he this was somewhat of an aberration, because Quinn Snyder in college, right? He was mostly dealing with the upperclassmen. He wasn't really
Hmm.
fucking too much with the lower
With the
classmen.
younger
They had to
cats,
wait.
okay.
Right, they had to wait their turn. That was his mentality. Give the upperclassmen their opportunity, and then go forward. And he became, he was a good coach, of course, in college. But at the same time, when he got to the NBA, it switched. He
Mm.
saw Donovan Mitchell surging, ascending, and he put him into the forefront immediately. He did not waste no time. He didn't play no games. He put his job on the line. He put his reputation on the line. He put that young man out there, and that young man proved him right. And that's what a coach. Melo needs a coach similar to that mindset, if not that mindset in totality. A coach that recognized the talent and know that this talent is going to take us to a next dimension. You follow what I'm saying?
I
And then
understand that.
let him go
What
and
about what
check
about the coach
everybody else
from
around him.
Villanova? The coach that just retired from Villanova.
Uh huh.
Do you see him actually taking a leap into the NBA at that
Well, I
position?
don't know if he have a relationship with Michael Jordan or not. You got to have a
Yeah,
relationship
yeah,
with
yeah,
Michael Jordan,
yeah.
and
Of
I'm quite
course.
sure Quinn Snyder have a relationship with Michael Jordan.
So
So
yeah, yeah.
I'm quite sure Sam Cassell, like you said, have a relationship with Michael Jordan. But let's go back to the Sam Cassell thing. Let's revisit that. Can anybody talk about Sam Cassell even as a player or as an assistant throughout the years in NBA? He did pay his dues, right?
Yeah, I
Oh
mean, and
yeah.
he's a go ahead, go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you good.
Well, yeah, I feel like he played his dues and he definitely deserved it, man. And I feel like I don't want to be one of those analytics to go on there. I know I'm not even probably qualified enough to even say I'm an analytic yet, but to say and go in there and be like, there's not enough black coaches and stuff like that and make that argument. But we talking about a guy, Sam Cassell, who won 2 championships, who learned how to play with a big, who had a big that was dominant, who played with a big, who played with shooters in Kenny Smith, Robert Horry, if you want to add him to that munch too. Like, and he set his team up. And I mean, and then he rode, like, not to say rod the coattail, but he's sitting side by side next to Doc Rivers for all of these years. And we just seen Tyronn Lue get anointed to be a head coach. You know what I mean? And he did what he had to do, and he showed that he was good. So with Sam Cassell, I don't see why. I mean, his pick and roll game was real. And even if you see what he was doing with Kevin Garnett, with young Kevin Garnett, I mean, he mentored Stephen Marbury when he got there. I mean, this guy, I think he deserved a role, at least a shot. And then, of course, like my argument in the beginning was Mark Jackson, but I feel like if anyone deserve it, I believe it's Sam Cassell, man.
Hugo?
Yeah. Keeps popping up in my mind. I don't know what you guys may think of this, but what do you guys think of he's if I'm not mistaken, he's an assistant coach on the Nets right now, Jacques Vaughn.
That's my homeboy, Zach Vaughn. That is my homeboy.
Okay.
I think he's a point guard. He's a hard nose. He's a cut from the cloth of Popovich.
Correct.
He's from that tree, and most of the Popovich coaches, except for James Borrego, has been fairly successful in the NBA, and especially being leaders of men. I believe Jacques Vaughn is definitely a leader of men, and I believe Jacques Vaughn, he come from a blue blood college in Kansas. He went to John Muir High School in Pasadena, California. McDonald All-American.
Nice.
Took Kansas into the tournament. He didn't win a championship, but he had deep runs in the tournament with Kansas. He coached at Orlando. He coached at Brooklyn. He was a part of that Brooklyn team that went into the playoffs. So we have some playoff experience coaching, but I believe Jacques Vaughn might be second tier to a Sam Cassell, even though that's my homeboy. I wrote an article on him before, for a Pasadena article, and it was very successful. And I just believe Sam Cassell might be edging him out as of right now.
Okay. But yeah, I think the point guard, whether it be Mark Jackson, Sam Cassell, a Jacques Vaughn, I think that would be perfect for LaMelo Ball, because they could, their experience, they played the game, they could, help craft and help progress LaMelo's stance on the floor, and mitigate and cut down some of the sophomore, turnovers and things of that nature, and help groom him to be the superstar point guard that I know, we all know that LaMelo will and can be.
Another one that jumps out to me, but I don't see it happening, will be a Jason Kidd, man. Jason Kidd would have been so ideal to coach LaMelo, man. Like, man, those that would be like free game for him. You know what I mean? Even if, like, man, but I don't see him. I don't see Dallas getting rid of him. I think he's comfortable there. But D'Antoni, I believe in D'Antoni too, man. D'Antoni, man, if they could get D'Antoni, Mike D'Antoni, man, he could run that club pretty well too, man.
But with D'Antoni, the only thing I got with D'Antoni, I believe him and Borrego have similar traits as far as dealing with, young black men who have somewhat of an ego, who have somewhat of celebrity. And can he relate? Can he honestly relate to these younger players that's coming up, who's coming up with not much accolades, but coming up with a whole lot of fanfare? Can D'Antoni deal with a young budding team?
No.
Yeah. Nah, you're right. That's what killed him in the Knicks, to be honest with you, because he hated that. He hated that. Jeremy Lin came up and just was like, whoa.
The generation gap is too wide for a D'Antoni or somebody of his status,
Caliber.
whatever.
Right.
Yeah. I have a question for the panel. What is your guys' opinion of, for me, like, I'm going to say this, it's more of like a statement, then you guys can chime in. And this is not because, it's all the Ball family and all this kind of stuff, right? History has shown that when LaMelo and Jello play together, right, they're like a tandem like no other. Do you think it's imperative that Michael Jordan stop all these games and this whole prove yourself nonsense. I know it's part of the deal where you got to pay your dues and all that kind of stuff. I understand that, but your franchise player would excel if his brother, who's a sharp shooter, right, spreads the floor. If they need to sign Jello, or else this can't work, because I could see if they don't sign Leangelo, Jello ain't staying. That's what I know. What do you guys think?
Well,
I
you remember?
okay.
Did you remember in his? I don't know if it was the exit interview or it was one of his last interviews of the season. Lamelo had said they keep promising things and it ain't happening. Like that came out of his mouth. So I don't know if they promise to bring Jello up and give him a shot. But if that's one of the things they promised and they deliver on, just the same thing as his jersey number, because he said specifically about a jersey. He didn't say everything that they promised, but he said the jersey number was one of the things that he wasn't going to tolerate anymore. So I see a couple things happening. Either they're going to bring Jello up and give him a chance, or they're not going to, and they risk losing LaMelo Ball, and all this will be for naught. So
And
they need to bring him up, man.
I want to piggyback on what you said too, right? So you said you was talking about the last interview, right? So I got an interview that we could also go back to watch, right? Interview that happened 6 months ago, where Lamelo, where he was first talking. This was going into the summer camp, and it was talking about him getting the jersey number and how he posted it on Instagram, and they because they felt the way, and he had to take it down. He had to remove the post, and they asked him in that same interview, would Jello come up into the he didn't make the training camp roster. That's what it was, the training camp roster. And they asked him how he felt about that, and it
Oh
was
yeah.
like, well, it's still time. He just got to keep going, and you know what I mean. So I say all that to say that those was things that I feel like they did promise him in the beginning of the season, and
Mhm.
and for whatever reason, I feel like they just didn't deliver because I don't feel like they wanted to give him like that full authority yet. They wanted to keeping a foot on his neck as long as they can. And I really believe it was a money thing. I believe that they was like, you know what, we could keep Jello in the G League, get our G League popping, get money there, and yeah, we give Melo his jersey now, he gonna have everything he wants. So we won't really have nothing to negotiate with him later. And that's what I really believe happened because if you even look at it, like Jello, when they did the auction for the Swarm jerseys, Jello jersey was the most selling jersey. Like even with
Yeah.
the drop, like you know what I'm saying. So it's like, yeah, y'all can't be serious. Y'all know this is real. Y'all know these numbers is real. It's business, bro. So I feel like this was the last effect. They got to put it in play now. They have to, because if not, like you said, it's no return
Yeah, the G League was using Jello as the face.
on every
You know?
game.
Yeah,
Every they use him on the away games. Like it's crazy.
you know what I think it also might have been, and this is just speculation, but somebody probably told Lamelo, yeah, this is going to happen, and then somebody else in a position of authority was like, nah, So I think there was a lack of communication, and that led to some of the confusion that happened this season. Just a lack of
And you know
communication.
what else too? And I also want to go into say, right, that with this firing, because we're gonna bring it back home, right, to Borrego being fired. I also feel like Mitch Kupchak got to get fired too, because they can't put all that blame on Borrego. Because again, if we go
Yep.
back to the footage when they interviewed Borrego on Jello, he was like, "Oh, I call him Jello. Like I don't even he didn't even know him by Leangelo. He knew him by Jello. He was like, yeah, they played great. So he's seen that as a coach. Like you
They
can't
practiced
tell me
together.
he didn't see that they could play together and bro, this could be something. He had
Yeah.
to see that. So as a
Yeah.
coach, there's no way you saying, yo, bro, like don't put him on my team. Like, there's no way. You know what I'm trying to say? Is no way he's not saying that, not put Jello on the team to make the team better. So for whatever
Hmm.
reason, it was above him why Jello was not played. And then even if you go into the minutes, Like, why isn't he getting minutes in the G League? It's the G League. He don't get no minutes. It just
Yeah,
don't make sense, bro.
zero.
Like, it's
And
above. It's above it. It's
and
above
to
there,
add
bro.
more ammo to what you're saying, Jello was there before everybody else because Lamelo brought him to Charlotte. Remember?
Right.
So they had an early look at him.
Before they even picked who they was gonna pick in the draft.
Exactly. And
Like,
then
so you could
also,
have been built around. Oh, come on, bro.
this is how I know it was a miscommunication. And somebody was probably trying to stun Lamelo, like you said. I don't know if it was the coach. Hopefully that was the case. I don't know if it was Kupchak. But remember, during the draft, they what did they do? They released Jello from the G League team so nobody else could get to him. You remember that?
Yeah.
And then everybody was freaking out, like, "Oh, how did he get released?" And then they signed him,
Yeah.
so that he couldn't go to another team.
And then after that, they had to put him in the lottery pick, and he still was pick number 14 in the G League draft.
Right.
Bro.
So it seemed like the intentions were there, like to bring him up.
They were
At
doing
least as a
whatever it
Hornet.
took. Like this how I look at what's happening. Because I feel like during the summer, it was a bargain going on where he could have possibly ended up in Chicago with Zoe. And Charlotte was not trying to make that happen. So they was trying to like do everything to finagle their way to keep Jello over there. Because see, Zoe was a free agent. So Zoe had that power like J.R. Smith had, where he could have brought in his brother to any team that wanted to sign him. Like, he had that. And I know he could have pulled that off if that's what, you know what I mean? Chicago would have signed Jello. No ifs, ands, or buts. I believe that. But I feel like Jello loyalty to Melo and to the Hornets beforehand, because Zoe came to the Bulls after the fact. So he already was playing with the Hornets already. So he was trying to just keep the loyalty to them. He didn't want to burn that bridge. And they end up burning him. That's how I looked at it.
Yeah, I guarantee there was talks that were had beforehand and some promises were made by somebody, and it's eventually something dropped the ball. I don't know if Borrego was like, "Nah, I don't want Jello here."
Nah, I won't blame Borrego for that, because Borrego went on footage and was saying how he believed in it. In the tapes, he was saying that he liked the play. So it can't be him.
What's good? What's good?
Hold up. Stop the presses. We got a Charlotte insider in the building. We have a Charlotte insider in the building. Stop the presses. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to Sam Dracula, Charlotte insider. He's going to give us the goods. Let's go, brother. We can't wait. You got to turn your mic on, Sam. Your mic is muted, Sam.
We can't hear you, bro.
Can y'all hear Sam?
Check.
No. I can't hear him.
Nope.
Check.
They trying to silence the man.
Exactly.
Oh man. All right.
The mic is low. You got to turn the volume up.
Oh, you can hear me a little bit. Or I'm talking about.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
There you go.
Oh yeah. You coming in clear now, man.
All right, cool. All right. What's up, y'all? How's everybody doing?
Good.
All right.
We good. We anticipating now because Dex gave you that intro.
Yeah, it was a big ass intro, man. I don't know about all that. I'm not an insider. I'm just a Hornets fan. That's it. Listen, it had to happen. There's only real outcome after what happened in the playing game again. You could talk about the regular season success, and I think that's fair. You should, but this team plateaued and showed up. Showed up's a loose term. They were there. They're present for that play-in. They fought hard to have to have the score differential be 8 points, and then the second half started, and they were still in the locker room. And that's the player's fault. It's the coach's fault. And I think it starts with the coach. That's the easiest change to make. It's the simplest change to make. Kupchak's not gonna fire himself, So you gotta make the change where you can. I think I think Borrego's gonna land on his feet someplace else. I think he is a good coach. I just think he's took him as far as he can go.
I disagree with you on the Borrego's a good coach part, but I feel you. Because I really feel like, honestly, if he was coaching the team a little better earlier in the season, they would have not even been in the play-in. Like, it was a lot of games where he like really dropped the ball that would have gave them 1, 2, 3 games that they would have needed to be in a better seeding.
Oh, for sure. You look at the overtime losses alone, but they've had some massive wins against Philadelphia, Brooklyn, Milwaukee that you can't take those away either. Like that's why this is a 500 team. Fortunately, they finished just above that mark and had a winning record. But again, the regular season success I think is important. It should be acknowledged, and that's why he is a good coach. Look at the development of some of these guys during the last 4 years he's been in Charlotte. But the issue is, and my assumption of why he got fired is that we had the exact same result as last year, and the whole point of the regular season is to put yourself in the best position to succeed in the postseason.
Right. So
and they failed again.
I want to call you on one thing that you just said. You said that he developed players within the 4 years of him being there. Which player he developed, in your opinion?
Miles, Jalen, Cody, PJ, Melo. Melo's tough because it's been 2 years. But you look at the body work, at least from PJ back, those guys are better players than they were when they joined. Even Terry, to a certain degree. Terry went from a role player to a...
trash. I feel like all of them are trash. And I feel like they probably would have been better under different coaching, in my opinion.
Okay.
In my opinion.
All right. Fair.
I appreciate it, though.
Well, Sam, this is Hugo Staccato, right? So, hope all's well, brother. I got a few points. Tell me what you think about this, right? Mm-hmm. So, you said that, Borrego is a good coach. So, if you're a good coach, right, I don't know if it's the coaching or management, right? We all know what Lamelo can do, right? You see how what they did in Dallas with Luka gave him the keys to the team, and he flourished. Why is it 2 years in a row your superstar does not have the keys to the team? And when he did have the keys to the team, maybe several games, it was like, this is Lamelo, this is the Lamelo Ball. We know his ability and the superstar that he is. Why didn't his play of having the keys to the team continued throughout the season?
No, I don't know. Like that's one reason Reagan's out here, man. I don't know. Listen, who has the keys now? Who would you say has the keys right now?
To what?
They fighting over the keys, bro. That was the issue.
That's my question about the term itself. Like, Miles says he's the leader of the team. Lamelo's the all-star of the team.
And then Terry's
a veteran. Yeah, Terry's a veteran. He's been the most clutch guy on the team last 2 years.
Hayward's supposed to be the best player.
Hayward's the most paid player on the team.
So is it the coaching? Is it the coaching or is it management? Because it's dysfunction. You can't have dysfunction and then.
Well, so they're screwed, man. It's a problem because after the bubble year, we had a shortened off season. Lamelo was drafted in November, and the season started in December, right? And they had free agency right then and there. The next weekend, like the draft was like on Wednesday, free agency started Friday. It was boom, boom, right?
Yeah.
They clearly didn't think it was time or fair to have Lamelo have the keys off rip. That's why they gave Hayward 120 million over 4 years, right? With the idea of let Melo learn, cook, develop, and when Hayward cycles out, then you have your guy. But the issue is Lamelo showed up, I think, way better than a lot of people expected, and Hayward got hurt. It just really threw off the whole balance and like the ecosystem of the team. So just from a team, and this is the nature of the salary cap, right? This is from like a team building point of view. It got thrown in the mix, like it got mixed, shaken up off rip, and now they're in a weird position where I saw someone had a comment about trading Hayward. I don't know how you can trade Hayward. A, because of his injury issues, and because of his cap number. I don't think he's tradable at all. Terry is about to enter first year of his new deal. He's not going anywhere. I really doubt he goes anywhere. So you got Miles coming on. I think Miles is going to get paid. He's not. I don't think he's not getting the max from anybody. But they're in a weird spot where you can't push all the chips in for Melo yet because of a quarter of the cap is going to Hayward.
So Sam, just to interject real quick, okay? So you touched on year one. Okay, let's give you year one, okay? Year two, though. What about we're talking about we can talk about the roster and all that kind of stuff. We're talking about year two, year one, everyone, okay, he's better than what we thought. Not
can I
get
one thing on year one before you get to year two?
Okay.
One question, right? So would you say it was in fairness bad scouting? Because all right, you say the draft happened so quickly, right? But also in context, COVID happened, right? So that we already kind of knew who was the players that were going into the draft already. So you kind of in my case, you had a longer draft. I mean, a longer extent to scout out the draft and who you reported to draft, right? In my opinion, because it was longer. It was usually drafting happens in June, right? This one happened in November, like you said, right? So and then for them not to still start Lamelo and start Deontay Graham. So do you think it was probably the scouting is bad for and management then, if that's the case? Because then we kind of all knew Lamelo deserved the starting role, and he could have probably been paired with Hayward or Rozier in the starting role, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, so they had more time, but still, I think less opportunity to see guys play. Like, look at Wiseman. Like, you played 3 games, and then the pandemic hit. So. I know, but like, just things weren't open. Like, with the playoffs going on, Jordan Poole was talking about how he wanted to get better, couldn't find an open gym during that like post global year. Like it was hard to get looks at guys. The Hornets were like meeting over Zoom when the season started. Like
I remember that.
It was hard. So I don't want to. I mean, they nailed the pick. So like the scouting is there. I think the whole league.
No, sorry. I have to interject. They did not nail the draft because let's not fool ourselves now. LaMelo Ball was not the Hornets' first pick. They fell in their lap. Right. That's why the problems are happening. What it is. Here's the thing. It was supposed to be what's his face, Wiseman, right? They wanted Wiseman, right? The Warriors didn't pick Lamelo like they said, right? They picked Wiseman. The Hornets wanted Wiseman. Then they took Lamelo. They just took him because that was the biggest name that was left, right? And they took a gamble. They didn't feel, right, that he was going to be the player that he is now. And we knew what player he was, but Jordan is into this whole old school mentality, big man, build the draft your team around a big man, right? They didn't get him, so they settled with LaMelo Ball. And I think there's a slight resentment that they didn't get their guy, and they worked with what they got. And LaMelo is proving everyone wrong within the organization that he is that guy, and I don't think they were prepared to deal with that reality. What do you think?
I mean, I don't know that surely. I don't know who they wanted draft day. I don't know that.
I've heard them say that they
said they wanted Wiseman.
Yes.
And they said that they didn't even think LaMelo would have been panned out the way he panned out.
Well, progressive fast. But nobody did. Though.
Yeah, he's an all-star in the second year. Like I don't know.
That's not true.
That's not true.
Come on, guys. Come on, man.
Well, it's not. It's not all. It's never all. All right. So like, yeah. People who were clowning his jumper coming into the league didn't think he'd be an all-star second year in the league. That's like
I thought he was an all-star his first year.
Guys, all right. I'll let you guys go, but come on. So you guys don't understand the reason why, and this is a big key part of why LaMelo is so good so fast, is when he went to Australia. That was the turnaround. That was the key thing that happened. Even though it was for a short stint, right? Being around the professionalism of that league, right, it prepared him for the NBA. So,
I would say the turning point was actually when he went to Spire. Spire, for me, was the turning point, and that's when he met Jermaine Jackson. That's where I thought he got it in. Obviously him going to Illawarra and playing out there, and, with the rookie of the year. peak form. But yeah, overall, I think Spider was actually turnaround. But it was such an unconventional way to get to the NBA that there was a lot of questions in there. Even though he was rookie of the year, and
Bro, your mic is not clear.
Even though he had a pretty good season, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
It sounds like you're underwater a little bit. Like it's like muffled.
Well, get your mic clear. We'll be right back with you, Apply. Hold on one second, Apply. Okay, Sam, brother Sam. I know you're trying to be modest and slide yourself a little away from being closer to the Hornets than you're portraying right now. You have been podcasts with some of the Hornet great and some of Hornets players that played with the Hornets in the past and things of that nature. And chatter goes in that circle because that's a fraternity. The players is a separate fraternity from the coaches, right? And the owners and general managers and all that situation. So players talk. They know what basically is going on. Did you hear any chatter that this was going to be James Borrego demise? Anytime during the second half of the season that James Borrego is potentially will lose his job?
I mean, I hadn't heard it from anybody. I didn't hear like the opposite either, that he'd be back next year 100%, but I haven't heard anyone say that he'd be out. And it's like, I was like, if last week wasn't Easter, would he have been fired then? Like, did they do him a solid there? You know, like I'm curious about the timing of it as well.
Hey, I had a question. So we went with Mark Jackson and Sam Cassell as the next head coaches. What's your take on that?
Good question.
I recorded a video earlier and I said two names. One of them was Sam Cassell. Wow. I would love Sam Cassell. He's been an assistant coach since 2009. He's won three rings as a player. He's a former point guard. Hasn't had a shot at a head coaching position. I think he'd be gettable in a sense.
I like that.
He's a badass dude. He'll have the whole team doing the big balls dance. Like, I love Sam Cassell's attitude, and you know, he's learned from Doc Rivers last, like, I don't know, 5 or 6 years. I think it's time he gets a head coaching job, whether it's here or someplace else anyway. Why not here? You know, you can groom our young point guard here. Who better for Lamelo to learn from than a guy who's played in the league and won in the league at the same position? So I think Sam Cassell is a top choice for me. And then for me, the best defensive-minded head coach available, and that's the key there, defensive-minded head coach, is Frank Vogel. But I don't think that's realistic. I would love it, but I don't think he comes here. So that's why I'm more aiming towards Sam Cassell. Mark Jackson's been out of the game too long for me to feel comfortable with. I would rather have a guy, if we're bringing somebody in who's been a coach, who hasn't been out of the coaching world for as long as Mark Jackson.
Now, Sam, why we holding on to Sam Cassell? Do you think Sam Cassell, two-time champion, that mindset, playing with an Elijah Wan, playing with a Clyde Drexler, playing with a hard-nosed doggy type players like Otis Thorpe, Vernon Maxwell, you think Kevin that kind of?
He's played with played with and against a lot of people. Like, he spanned
but
like
you know what I'm
three
saying?
different generations.
Having that close to him, close to him, those different type of mindset. Because Robert Horry, even though he was a killer, but Robert Horry was like one of those silent killers. He'd smile, be jovial with you, and then he hit that game-winning shot. So all these different mindset that Sam Cassell surrounded himself with now is coagulated into one cohesive unit as a human being, with him being an assistant coach. Do you think that would be so fitting for this Charlotte Hornets team that seems like they're discombobulated and even frantic at times when they're out there on that court?
Yo, man, can you imagine? I sit here, I have a tough time imagining Kelly Oubre going for 1 from 9 from 3 with Sam Cassell as head coach. Like, there's no way Sam Cassell, like a guy like that, would let that happen. That's why I want, like, when I do my live streams during games for like the Hornets need more dogs. That's why people were so gassed about the Harrell signing. You know, guys who mix it up, who step it up when things seem dead. And Cassell's one of them dudes, and I think that'll trickle down to the rest of the squad to have that like really killer mentality, but also have the resume to back it up. He's done it all. He's played against Jordan, Kobe, and LeBron. Like, he spans three generations as a player, and he's been a coach, assistant coach for a long time. He's been an all-star.
So
he's been a champion. Like he has the makeup, and I think it's time. Whether it's Charlotte or not, he deserves an opportunity at being a head coach.
I just want to take.
If he wants to, I don't know if he wants to do it. He may be totally content with being an assistant coach as well. I don't know him.
Well, I want to ask on Mark Jackson. You said he was out the league for a while, but with him being sidelined though, still calling games, he still is still in the league to say where I believe he could still be a good coach. And what he did with Klay Thompson and Stephen Curry in the backcourt, I feel like that would be a blessing for him with Lamelo and Jello. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, Mark has done a lot when he was a coach with Golden State, but if I'm him, he has like one of the best jobs in sports. I don't know why he would leave that. What happened? I don't follow the NFL, but like John Gruden, right? He had a great job in the booth for years, left to go to Vegas, right? How'd that work out for him? Like, I feel like he's in a great spot on ABC. Like, if I'm advising him, I was like, keep your job, because you could do that until you're 80 years old if you wanted to. There's a very short coaching lifespan for head coaches in the league, but it'd be fine. I wouldn't be too excited about it. I'd want either a guy who's like I mentioned, a former player who has a first coaching opportunity, or a guy who's coming off a decent run, that's more current, right? Still has those coaching legs on him.
I feel you. I just think you oversleep.
I get the Mark Jackson.
Mark Jackson defense, where Mark Jackson brought defensively to the Golden State Warriors.
That's
the fact that he brought the Golden State Warriors to the playoffs for the first time. All of those acclimates, and then of course we've seen what Steve Kerr did after, of course. But hey, that's my opinion. Though I feel like he would be one of the best coaches for Lamelo.
Okay.
Sam, this is Sakato here. I got a question for you. Say they get either Mark Jackson or Sam Cassell as a coach. What is your perspective on the style of play they must, not you think you want, like they must play or institute for them to be successful moving forward?
They need to add, so like the pace is unparalleled in the league. Like, we know this team can score. The assist number is off the charts this year for the squad. When they can't run, things slow down. Like they need to be able to score at a more methodical point of view. Obviously, defense across the board needs to be fixed, but from an offensive point of view, like they need. I'm not saying they need to like play like Zebo style, like throw it in the post and back people in. And, like, they don't need to do that. But in the half court, they need more creativity and they need more structure, I guess. Because like when they can't run and when they can't get in the transition bag, this team struggles, and especially when the jumpers aren't falling. And they need to find a better way to get easier buckets.
I got a question for you, Sam, and also big fan of your show. Shout out to the show.
Appreciate it.
Question for you. As far as basically the 2 picks that you have in the draft this year, because I was actually watching your channel when you talked about how that 1 pick can range in between, I think, like 11 and probably 15. You got 1 pick that was locked at 16. Where do you think the Charlotte Hornets go with those picks? As far as, do they pick up another center in the draft, or they take those picks and shop them to try to bring in a all-star level type of center or big man to be able to assist Lamelo?
So let's pretend like they have the 13th, I think, best odds at the first pick, which are very low, 1% chance of getting the first pick. So that's not happening. Like a 4.8% chance of getting in the top 4. That's not happening. So let's pretend they have the third. So pretend the lottery happened already. They got 13 and 15, right? If that's the case, I'm trying to shop those picks to bring in a guy that can help out right now, a center specifically, a defensive-minded center that can help out right now. The issue is I don't know how desirable those picks are with this specific draft class. You can find gems at that point in the first round, and we see it all the time, no matter how good or bad the draft class is. Like, there's always somebody in the middle of the draft that's a standout. You're like, oh my God, how did this guy fall down so low? Hornets could potentially, with 2 cracks at it, be beneficiaries of that, right? if there's no trade possibility there, I'd want them to go center. Just cover the bases, take the two best centers available, and see which one sticks. You can flip one later if need be. You got 4 years on the rookie deal to make something happen, figure it out. But if you can't flip it for someone that can, for a center that can help out right now, I say you take the two best centers available at that time. Whether it's Williams from Duke or Walker Kessler, the dude from Auburn, whatever. Durant's still there, or Durant's still there. Take him, like whoever. Go center with 13, 15, and see what happens. Because I think you can supplement the roster in other positions, which are mid-level. The team won't have any cap space, so we're gonna have to be creative in the trade market and on draft day in general, or hope someone steps up, like from internally to improve the roster overall. But yeah, if it's me, I'm trying to trade the picks as soon as I can. After the lottery, seeing how things shake out, and if I can't do it, I'm going center on draft day.
Do you,
Yeah, it would help
give
if the young guys
Jello?
had some minutes.
Do you give Jello a spot this year coming up? With you saying if your motto is going center, do you say, all right, I'm gonna do what I got with my G League and my bench and try to build from there?
I don't know. I don't know if there's room for Jello. Like, how many guys are gonna touch the floor in a night, right? And I assume Bouknight's gonna get more run now. I don't think Terry goes anywhere. Joe's not a point guard unless I'm mistaken. You know, Melo, maybe they bring IT back and bring in a different veteran point guard. Like, the backcourt's pretty filled up, right? And I don't know if it makes sense for Joe to even be in the organization where there's no like clear room for him to grow or to make it to the
So
roster.
you would bring IT back before bringing Jello up?
Oh yeah, for sure. IT's been great for what he is as a backup point guard. Yeah, is Jello a point guard? Can Jello do what IT was doing in the play-in and in the last stretch of the playoffs?
And then some.
That's what I mean. Just a veteran point guard, specific point guard that can come in, who's better than Brad Wanamaker, who's better than Nick Smith. You know what I mean? Like a guy who can handle it when the Melo's out and can get himself going when he doesn't play every night. Like these veteran point guards. IT is
not the type of backup point guard you need for Lamelo. Lamelo is 6'8", 6'7". Like, so as a backup point guard, you need another point guard with height and length to keep what y'all got going in the starting lineup. Like, why are you going small? Like, did you not, like, when they played against the Hawks, you've seen what Lamelo was, IT was a liability on the court.
Hold on, Sam. Before you answer that question, hold on 1 second, Sam. Before you answer that question, shout out to Flight Sports TV. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to everybody that's rocking with us, viewing the live stream. We have up here exclusive Flight TV breaking news: the firing of James Borrego, head coach of the Charlotte Hornets, and we have someone close to the organization, have a tremendous podcast. He's up here live rocking with us, giving us some beautiful insight, and that's our wonderful brother and fam, Sam Dracula. But he got more coming. Just hold on 1 second. We'll be right back.
Sorry for hacking in, but my awesome host here has given me permission to zip in and give you guys an awesome offer to have a dope intro for your channel. If you're doing YouTube, if you're doing streams or a podcast and you want a dope intro, go ahead, because my awesome host here has provided a link to this exact video down in the comment section. Just click that link and go to this video on my YouTube page, right? Type in the name of this channel, okay? So I know who referred you, and I will contact you about getting your own dope intro. So do that, and do me a favor while you're there, like the video and subscribe to the channel. It helps keep things going. All right? Talk to you guys soon. Peace and blessings. You can have him back now.
Yes, sir, Sam.
Hey, so
thanks, Dex. What's up, Sam? How you doing?
Hey, not bad. How are you?
Good. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. I'm sorry. I'm not a Borrego fan. I'm not even trying to front like I'm a Borrego fan. Flight called this a couple weeks ago when he was talking about the fact that Mitch might be fired, and I'm so glad that they finally made this huge move in Charlotte. And I just had to come on and say it. Thanks, Dex, for sending me the link.
Oh,
Did someone just get cut off?
yeah, that's me.
Okay.
I got a question for you, Sam.
Yep.
Them firing him, does that make the team better or worse?
Well, so it creates an opportunity for them to get better because I think they leveled out, like they hit the ceiling with the team as is. You know, they could bring somebody else in, it could suck. You know, like there's always that possibility things get worse. But I think without a doubt, this will shake things up. It's a much needed change for Borrego and the team in general because I think they've leveled out. And if this team wants to make the next step and be in the upper tier, not the upper tier, a higher tier. I'm not talking like 1 to 4 seed. I'm talking that the meaty part of the Eastern Conference outside of the play-in. If they want to enter that area of the standings, they had to do this because I think they've reached their full potential as the squad with the squad as is. Sorry for punching the mic.
Me personally, Sam, I don't think it was the coach, but I believe the truck is moving in the right direction. From
You breaking up pretty
breaking
bad.
up a little bit. Okay, it's not just me. Okay.
I see. You could see. I like the direction they moving in with firing him because they don't respect him. You need a coach that they're gonna respect, which they don't respect him. But if the upper management don't get things together, you got the same team no matter what coach you put there.
Yeah. Yeah, this can't be it. They can't just bring in a new coach.
They got to make some moves.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And we've been saying that on there. Like they need a center. Plumlee is not gonna cut it. Sorry. And just like you said, if they can't make a move with them 2 picks, I agree with you. They need to take and go young and see which one of them work. Plumlee, he's not a threat. Like everybody know when he out there, he's not a threat. So every time they run it up and down the court, it's 4-on-5. No matter what team they play.
Just foul Plumlee. Just foul Plumlee.
If he has the ball at the top of the key, you just back off him because you know he's not going to shoot it. So you can just double team whatever you want. Like it's an issue. It's 2 years of this with Zeller and Biz and them. Like it's this team's in the half court defending us 5-on-4. It's a problem.
Shout out to Flight Sports. Shout out to everybody on the panel. Shout out to you, Sam. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that they're going to get rid of Mitch?
I don't think so. I know there was a report earlier about his contract kind of being in line with Borrego. I don't know. I don't think Mitch goes anywhere. Let me rephrase this. I don't think Mitch gets fired. He may step away. I could see that scenario where it's he's done a lot in this league. Yeah, or just taking like a higher up like advisory role in the organization. He's like 67 years old, right?
Right.
Like he's done enough. Like this Hornets thing, it just reeks of. Personal story. My dad retired, right? And when he retired, he got a new job because he didn't want to be doing nothing. This Hornets situation feels like this for Mitch. He retired, like he left the Lakers, and he's just doing the Hornets thing for fun. I think he's done a good job here, but he doesn't need this. He doesn't need to do this. Right. So when he's not having fun, if there's opportunity for him to, chill, play golf, and advise every once in a while, I think he could take it. I don't think that UNC connection is way too strong. I don't think he would get fired, but I think if
anything, he'd probably just step away.
Yeah, step away. Yeah, versus being like going someplace else.
Oh, Sam, you think they should get off Terry Rozier or Miles?
Well, like trade Terry and let Miles go. What do you mean?
Trade either one of them.
Oh, trade them.
No, I'm saying keep one and trade one.
Oh,
they would probably keep Terry.
Are y'all okay with that?
Contract.
Are y'all okay with them trading one of them? Not saying both of them got to get traded, but if one of them have to lead the team, are y'all okay with that? To bring in a big man.
Yeah, I mean, so initially, I'm not okay with them trading Miles Bridges, like initially, right? But if they get something better in return that fits the team better, then it's fine. Like it's all about the deal. I think everybody's on the table except Lamelo. Miles has 1 foot in, 1 foot out for me, like in like the untouchable category. He kind of borders that line for me. Like I need an all-star back if I'm trading Miles Bridges, because I think losing him, I think, would send the wrong message to this fan base. If losing him for nothing or something lesser would send the wrong message to this fan base. And I think
what's acceptable when you say all-star, I need you to put in what type of player is acceptable for a Miles Bridges?
So I mean, man, I don't want to. I'm gonna say this name. I don't feel good about it because I don't think
it
makes
right
sense.
Or wrong. It's no right or wrong. It's the
DeAndre Ayton.
Player.
Like if I'm gonna throw a name, DeAndre Ayton, right? Like a center who's young, who is defensive minded, that could play next to PJ, because that would be the team, right? If you send Miles out, frees up a spot for PJ, which I think really works defensively, and let's say DeAndre Ayton comes in, right? Phoenix they don't seem like they're in a rush to pay him. I doubt he goes anywhere at all. There's no way he goes anywhere or make this deal. But if your Hornets are going to make a big move in the summer, it would be like an assignment trade with Bridges. If they really wanted to make a big splash, because I think Bridges has way more trade value than Terry. So it just depends on like how big of a splash they want to make. And again, it could be I don't see anyone trading for Terry Rozier in the first year of a 4-year, $90-something million contract. Like,
how you feel about picking up Ricky Rubio to play backup for Lamelo?
Oh, I'm here for it. I like Ricky Rubio. I would love that. I would love that.
Sam, you know what's crazy, Sam? That sound, even though you say you don't think it'll happen, but that sound like it can't happen.
I mean, we got him and
play him. They feel like Phoenix feel like they could develop another center. When they got Chris Paul, that's possible, because they don't want to pay him. Because if they wanted to pay him, they would have paid him.
And they were trying to win a title too. So Bridges would help.
That's a good point, Sky.
They would have two. They would have two Bridges over there. And then we have two guys from the Bahamas here.
And the only reason I say that, because now that Booker out, this is going to determine if they pay him or not. Yeah. You know that, right?
Yeah. Step up time or not.
Shout out to the panel. Yes.
I say so. In that case, you would trade a first, one of your first round picks, where you would say you would be getting a big, projectably, with a Miles Bridges for Ayton to the Suns.
I would do another wing. Yeah, I'd probably do another wing in there. So like some combination of. I think they have to move Oubre. I think they got it. I think that's honestly, if I'm in charge, I'm trying to move Oubre as soon as I can. That's the first, like, if I'm calling up teams, starting with Oubre, one of my picks. What we saying? What else we need to do to sweeten that up? Because we have too many. I think Jim McDaniels and Cody Martin, Kelly Oubre, JT Thor. There's a lot of redundancies there in this current set, and if you expect Hayward to be back fully healthy, it's even more redundancy there in the same position. I think Oubre's cap number is doable in a trade. It's also partially guaranteed if the team wanted to bring him in and cut him and get something back in return, like a younger piece. I think Oubre is primed to be put in a deal if they want to go down that route. If not, I think he can help out. I think Oubre's alright. Like, he could help out a team. There still has some intrinsic value with him. But I would do, if we're talking Ayton, then Bridges, take your pick between Oubre, Jalen, Cody, any of those wings. Maybe pick two of them, I don't know. And then one or both picks for Ayton, and just to get it done. Then the Hornets will still have their mid-level available to them. They can still supplement. Talking about Ricky Rubio. That makes this Hornets situation more attractive for free agents, because like Rubio's one of those dudes who's kind of a little too good for us still, who may want to chase a ring, and I don't see him coming, like those types of guys that can still. I know he's coming off an injury, but coming off like trying to win something, taking less money to come here. That's why I think Harold's out here too, by the way, for that very reason. I think he's pissed. I think he was very pissed about how he was used in Charlotte with inconsistency in his play time. So I think he's gone. Or maybe not. Maybe not Borrego's gone. Maybe he will come back. I don't know. But yeah, I push the chips in for Ayton. I would. He's one of those dudes who I think will complement this team very well. And then the 1 and 5 will be set for the next 10 years, and then you can fill in the gaps as needed.
Hold on one second, Sky. Hold on one second, Sky. Hold on, guys. That was a beautiful question for Sky. Thank you, Sam Jack, for bringing up a lot of crucial points and feeding our curiosity about the Charlotte Hornets. So those who checked in late or just now coming up to the stream, it's breaking news. James Borrego has been fired from the Charlotte Hornets. Now the Hornets are in the coaching carousel to find a new coach. Our beloved brother and fam, Sam Dracula, is up here feeding our curiosity, answering questions. So if you have anything in the chat on the panel, please feel free to ask Sam Dracula. We're trying to get him to open up even more. We know he's kind of reserved, but listen, put his ass on the hot seat.
Well, yo, so, I'm not Borrego, man. Don't do that.
You mentioned the redundancies at the small forward position.
Yeah.
Why not just get rid of one of them guys and put Jello up there? There's two ways to put it low.
That's another thing, yeah. So you think we got to open up space. Where we have 3 of the 4 or 5 guys that touch the floor off the bench or play the same position. Like that's not team building, you know. So whether it's no matter who leaves, I think 1 or 2 of those guys have to go to strengthen other areas of the floor, which would then create more opportunity for the younger guys, Jello included. But you're also talking JT Thor. You're also talking Kai Jones, because I think at this stage of his career, he's a perimeter player. I don't think he's a post player yet. You're talking the second round picks, the Kabokas, the Scotty Lewises of the world, just the kids in general. Because those guys, they're hitting a ceiling right now. They hit a ceiling. There's no room for them anywhere. And I think they gotta like relieve some of the backlog, some of the backup in the small forward spot or the perimeter spot, and not specific to small forward, the perimeter spot.
Not to mention they definitely need to focus on that center position. That's been like
100%.
a nail in their coffin like forever, you know,
Yep.
and they keep dancing around it. It's like, stop dealing with all these other positions and beefing up these other positions and get somebody in that. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, no, they've been putting a Band-Aid over the center spot for the last like 2-3 off seasons. During this like
one
set.
this week right there would be so much to them.
Yeah, I'm back.
Can I chime in a second here for a second, guys?
Yeah,
okay. You got it, Marv.
What's going on, panel? How y'all guys doing?
Marvin, let me introduce you properly, Marvin. Let me introduce Marvin properly. Okay, here we go. Me and Marvin, well, Marvin and I, to be more formal, Marvin and I had this debate about James Borrego coaching and his staying power with the Charlotte Hornets. Marvin been touting for the longest, Sam, James Borrego should be relieved of his duties because of the inaccuracies of his coaching, and the Charlotte Hornets are not really showing improvement in areas that they can propel themselves to go further into the playoffs. And I tried to debunk that, and I felt that James Borrego deserved to stay because of the absence and the non-availability of a Gordon Hayward in the times, you know, where the Charlottes needed him most. And that gave James Borrego an out. But unfortunately, I was dead wrong. Marvin was spot on. And Marvin perspective, once again, become victorious in another debate. Go ahead, Marvin. Do your thing.
No, that's not what I do. You know that, man. Why you want to tout me in such a way? All I say is this, guys. All I say is this, guys. I mean, everything that happens in the NBA is a videotape of what's already happened. Successful organizations start, in which in the case, the only one that I have here in the recent years seen didn't actually happen was New York this year. If Thibodeau was not who he was, he would have been fired this year also. But in Borrego's case, with the turmoil and everything that's going on with the ball situation, somebody has to go. Now, mind you guys, the Charlotte Hornets has a lot of contracts that they can move. Mm-hmm. This is not a blown situation. You have to start somewhere. And I say again, Dex, there's never been a point that I spoke with you and I felt that my take was better than yours. If you look at the history of the NBA and you look at how organizations are run, it's a known fact. usually the coach's head. Just in same thing just happened in LA. I mean, there's nothing really said about LA, and nobody's really blaming it. But I said it from the start. He didn't deserve the firing. It wasn't his fault. But in Charlotte, you start off by just trying to build a team. First of all, you have to be realistic about what you need. And just like I heard one of the panel members just say, they've been needing a big man for the longest. It's not a question of what you need; it's when you get it. And then for Lamelo Ball to show him that you're trying to build the same thing. And I'm not trying to get off the subject. I'm a Bulls fan. The Bulls build around Zach LaVine. They gave him promise that they were trying to win. Any team, any player would love that when you build around them. Joel Embiid was excited when he gets James Harden. I mean, think about it, guys. The more superstars you have on the team, the more chance you have to win. We all know. But in Charlotte's case, I'm looking at the contracts, guys. I'm not saying that it's a loss for these guys. You got plenty of moves you can make here. How many pieces are you missing? You know, if you keep the core, you know, everybody's talking about Gordon Hayward. When
What's
he's
your
on
question
the floor,
for Sam, Marvin?
I'm sorry?
What's your question for Sam?
The question for him. Yeah, I mean, what the difference is what I'm asking is this, Sam. If you move these contracts, do you want to get something back in return that's going to be the same value? Remember, Gordon Hayward is a key cog in that offense. You get rid of Terry Rozier. You're getting rid of points. Can you replace him? And can you replace him in the proper positions to make sure your team is on the upright? That's the question.
So, yeah, like Hayward's absence the last 2 seasons needs to be acknowledged, right? Like he's a key piece of the puzzle. He's a big part of what they had planned for this team. I know they didn't expect this when they signed him 2 years ago. Terry, he's a key veteran, man. He has a great rapport with Melo and Miles. He's gonna be hard to replace, but I think from a basketball point of view, if like I don't know, I'll take a guy who like pardon like the video game terms here, but like let's say Terry and Hayward are 80 overall, right? And then there's an opportunity to get a center who is a 75 overall. Like he's a worse like rating, but he fits a need. I do that because the need is then fixed or helped, right? We have to shift things over. If we lose a deal but get a center, like lose a trade but get a center that can run like basically if we get like a 6'10" version of Harold that can play good defense, give me that. Like let's do that. If it means giving up Terry, that's kind of my thing on it.
And if I could step in for 1 second, I just want to say this. I see 2 movable contracts on you guys' roster, which is Harold and one. Now, these contracts are not exactly what I would want, but they are movable. You got 1-year deal with Harold at 9.7 and a 2-year deal with Plumlee at 9.2. Now, that Plumlee deal at 9.2, I don't see that production there, and I think you guys should try to move that one and the Harold. Now, here's the deal. The reason I'm expressing this is this. If you move those 2 contracts, you bring up $18 million. Now you're getting a chance now to look for a big-time center to replace those 2. Do you think it would be proper to try to move those 2 to acquire a more dominant one-player dominant center?
And so Harold can walk this summer. His deal's up. Plumlee's deal is partially guaranteed. I'm not sure to what extent, but they can cut him and get that cap money back, you know? But with the Bridges, with signing Bridges, that cap freedom is going to go quickly, you know? He's going from a rookie deal to making like 20-something next year. So it's going to go fast. I don't imagine the Hornets having much of any cap space unless a madness happens from a Hayward or Terry point of view. There's 2 locked in.
Last question.
But they can get involved with the sign and trade market. To your point, they have a lot of pieces that could move and get involved in the trade market. That's in play. That's very much in play. But straight up signing dudes as unrestricted free agents, I don't think that's happening.
Okay, and last question. I'll let the panel continue. Do you think it should be a fact of them signing Bridges? Do you think Bridges is a part of this future of this organization?
Yes. Yeah. I think he has to. He's the longest tenured guy on the team. He's the leader of the team. His words. And him and Melo complement each other very well. And Bridges is determined to get better every year. I don't mind betting or locking into Miles Bridges because it feels like a good investment. We've seen the incremental growth year over year with him, and he seems like one of those guys who wants to get better every summer. So and I'm gonna knock on everything here made out of wood. All right, he's been remarkably healthy his career as well. It's like he doesn't have that Hayward oh my God, what if he gets hurt type of thing about him. So I wouldn't mind paying paying Miles Bridges. I wouldn't be worried about that at all.
I would say if you invest in Miles Bridges at this point and don't give Lamelo his jersey number, I feel like that's just a real disrespect. And
I think he gets the number.
Together, they you know what I mean? They're together. So at this point, I feel like you give Lamelo his jersey number 1, and you pay Miles Bridges, and you move forward with the team, and you definitely try to get a big.
Do you believe this firing of Borrego is a step in the right direction?
I do, yeah. I think it had to happen. It had to. If this team wants to go to the next level, I think they had to do it. And I think that's kind of the. We've heard it. We've heard Kupchak say they want to be a playoff team for 2 years now, and they haven't. Right. Go ahead.
You know what I think? Eating something good, but the player like that's the better.
Oh, sorry. I didn't say Drummond.
Yeah, Andre Drummond. All they need them for is defense and rebounds, because most of these shots go in. So if they ever catch fire, oh man, over. Any could play. They missing a player a center like Drummond. They don't need no more points. They don't need no more.
You don't think they need any points from the center position, Sky? Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is Drummond get points. He get clean up points.
He get easy points too. But
easy points, clean up points.
You keep him in Marcus Trell.
You don't want no focal point as a center.
Man, why you need points if you got Terry Rozier giving you points? You got Lamelo Ball giving you points, and you got Miles Bridges gonna get 2 points. They don't have nobody to get them second chance points. Problem.
Yeah, that's key.
But the reason being in that state, guys, is because you want points from everywhere. I'm not saying that you want to pick a player that's not going to give you 0 points.
But I
know you're not saying that either.
But the point I'm getting at is, you saw how bad they shot that game that sent them home. Andre Drummond getting some of those boards. Plumlee not getting none of those boards.
But can he move with the Lamelo ran offense?
Could he move with it? That's where look, and that's where this is what I'm trying to say. That's where the coach.
He's running right now with Brooklyn. He's running right with Brooklyn.
Brooklyn's not a fast break team, guys.
They're not fast paced.
But this is what I'm saying. That's where the coaching come in. That's their problem. They always running. It's a time when you get the lead, you slow the game up.
Because if they want to run, they can put PJ at the 5, right? And they can switch. They can go there, or they can with the guy like Drummond. They can switch it up. They have that option. We saw a little bit with Harrell, and they played Plumlee and Harrell at the same time. Like, oh my God, we can go big for once. We haven't been able to do this
exactly
in like
not
2 years.
Just that. If you watch that Minnesota game, they literally let them people run them back in the game. You know that, right? Them people was up by 26. You got to know that was coaching. You got to know when to slow the game up and when not. You think them people wasn't gonna catch fire? And you crazy.
Well, in that case, guy, that was just a bum decision by the coach. He let 21 points in a row go past before he called a timeout. That is unheard of.
But
I mean, that's just only on him. And for him to even say that he thought his team would get it together means he didn't get it together.
Man, that team, listen what I'm telling you. That team, Charlotte, good, bro. They just had a bad game. When they have bad games, if they have a center that can get them second chance shots, they're not going to get off. The whole game not going to be bad for them. They're going to catch fire. All they got to do is have a center to keep them in the game. That's it. That's it. That's all I'm saying. If Drummond could get them 10 points and just keep them in the game, it's all right. But what we all see from that last play-in game, when they off, they get blowed out because they depend on their shooting.
But Sky, in their case, they're looking for something even higher than that. Now they can, yes, I'm not disputing for them getting Drummond, but for the pieces they're thinking about moving, and the cap that they would have, they thinking even higher than that. I mean, think about it now. Truthfully enough, Drummond would be great, but I wouldn't say for the starting set. I mean, in their case, they're looking for a nice center that's going to come in and give them some. There's nothing wrong if you got the money. There's nothing wrong with getting a better player, and to get a better player would be better for the Hornets. And I believe they will have enough cap room, money, and space and maneuverability to probably get something even in a higher sense than that. Maybe I don't know if you guys. Here's a question I got for you. I know this really because I'm just off the top of my head. Miles Turner does not sound good with you guys.
I love Miles
too
Turner.
short, man.
I've been saying Miles Turner for years. But see, anybody would be better than what they're doing right now, Sky. Right. Anybody.
I agree with what you're saying, but we talking about a need. We talking about a need what they need, right? And I'm just being honest. This not being a Charlotte fan. This me. This what I'm saying. This me being a NBA fan, looking at teams and teams because I bet on all the teams, so I watch the game. I'm telling you, Charlotte needs someone that can get them a second chance options. And what I mean by that is, this is what I'm saying. And what I mean by that is, all we trying to do, all y'all talking about is getting 5 people that can score for them. So who gonna do all the other work? Y'all don't have no role players. Y'all saying this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Y'all saying go get Miles, right?
And Drummond.
It's just one ball. So everybody gonna shoot the ball. It's just one ball.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm stating, Scott. I'm stating I'm not just counting Drummond. He's a minimum salary player. You can get them both.
Nah, they can't get both of them. They can't get both of them.
Scott, he's making 1 point.
Okay, hold on one second, guys. Guys, hold on one second. Now, Sam, put on your GM hat, Sam. Sam, put on your GM hat. You got to turn this thing around. You got to turn this thing around fast. Who stays? Who goes?
Who stays? So I think. All right. Well, if I'm doing it or am I predicting it?
Damn, you're a Charlotte fan. It shouldn't take you that
long.
I'm
doing it.
Just predict it, Sam. Don't do it. Predict it.
Predict it. I think Harold's out. I think Harold goes someplace else. I think he wants to play on a better team. I think Oubre has a new home, whether he's waived or traded. I think PJ's not. I don't think PJ goes anywhere. I think obviously Melo stays. I'm just going down the roster right now. Melo's gonna be around next year. I think they're running back with him. I really do. I think Cody's back. I think Book Knight stays and has a bigger role. I think Oubre's out someplace else. I think Oubre plays basketball someplace else next year. I think Jalen returns, JT returns, PJ returns, Hayward returns. We'll see what happens with that though. I don't know what to think about Plumlee. I don't know what. I would imagine they
get rid of Plumlee.
Well, I would. I'm trying to think
how you feel, man.
I'm trying to think what they would do.
That's what I'm saying. You the GM. Don't look at what they're.
You the GM.
You the GM.
I'm trying to get cap space, man. Like, I'm okay. What I'm doing is talking to Nick Richards. I'm like, Nick Richards, can you give me what Mason Plumlee gives you? Can you give me? Do you guys think he can do 80% of what Plumlee does?
Yes.
Then I think you give him the room to do it. You cut Plumlee, get out of that part. Get out of the deal. If you can put him in a deal to make a trade work, fair play. Either way, you move on from him, create that. Say again.
You don't have to cut him. Somebody.
No, you don't. You don't have to cut him. But if you need the cap space, that's an option. Or you can put him in a deal to make a trade work. Either way, I find him a new home and see what we have with Nick Richards, and then open up the front court space for Kai Jones next season. We have to know what we have with that. We saw nothing from him this year, which is fine. He's a big old project, but I want to know how far along he is. We have no idea. We all know he's going to take time. We have no idea what he is right now. So where he can go, where his true gaps are, playing in like real NBA minutes, we haven't seen it. So I run a front court with a center to be named later, whoever that is, Nick Richards, PJ, Miles, and Kai Jones. And then the guards are the guards. I don't think that changes. Book Knight, but Melo, Rozier, and whoever the new veteran point guard is, whether it's IT someplace else or somebody else. I think Oubre's out of here as well.
Shout out to you, Sam, Dex, Sky, Marvin, Flight, everybody on the panel. It's been a pleasure, as usual. Peace and blessings, everybody.
All right.
Peace.
Shout out J&J.
I got a kind of question for you, Sam.
Sure.
What is your liking with Gordon Hayward?
I like I like Gordon Hayward. I like Gordon Hayward, the player. The injuries, I don't know, man. He's even stepping on people's feet for 2 years. Like, I don't know what to say about it. When he's on the floor, he's a key piece to what they're doing. You know, this team isn't good enough to succeed without Hayward, and they need him. What do you mean?
The reason I'm asking is, I mean, essentially, I can tell how much you really want him. And I would think, I'm going back in his history here to see how I mean, you know, how much he meant for the team. Now I know stability and everything, and I know he means a lot to the team. I'm not trying to discredit that. I'm just saying, what his contract?
The contract's awful. The contract's awful.
See, and that's what, in my eyes, that's what I consider even more, because in the sense of who he is, what he's contributing to the team, and the contract and the longevity of it at this present time. So, and then what you trying to think to build with Melo, I don't know if it's in the way, but I'm just trying to think, why would you be kind of still with him if he's able to be moved?
I just don't think he's able to be moved. Like, if he was healthy, I don't think he'd be able to be moved.
Like, you package something else to get there with him, you can move.
You can call Oklahoma City and send a bunch of picks with him to them. You could do that, but then you're like, unless you're confident about what you could do with that new like empty cap space, then it's not a move worth doing. You're better off banking on him being healthy, or betting on him being healthy for one of, if not both, the final 2 years of his contract, and then I think that's better than just offloading him for a chance at signing by somebody else. Because also, I don't know if let's pretend that because there's that Russell Westbrook stuff, right? Let's pretend they do that. Send Hayward to LA. Russ comes in.
No, sir.
So like they waive Russ, and then they have cap space, right? Do you have confidence the team will spend that money wisely? Like, who's to say they just won't get into another bad contract situation again? So it's kind of like.
I got confidence they'll do the right thing at this point. I feel like they'll start to listen a little bit to the fans.
And the only reason that I would be addressing this is because of his age, because of the contract, and then thinking down the road, is he something that you want in your future? Is he that veteran that's gonna? I mean, because you got Melo on the team now. You know, you need a steady and calming force. I know that, but is it Hayward? I mean, the contract is the only thing that's really bothering.
Yeah, Hayward checks all the boxes outside the contract and the health, which are the two. Like, those are two big ass boxes, though.
Why would you think the Lakers will want him? They already have an injury.
Nah, they don't want him.
They don't want him. They don't want him. I never believed that.
So, you know what's interesting? So the record without Hayward last year was 9-15. And this year their record was 17-15. They're getting used to playing without Hayward. I don't think Hayward has that much of an impact.
I mean, the players talk about Hayward a lot. Like, Bridges talks about how important he is, how important Hayward was to his development last 2 years. Like, Hayward matters. And especially when the team is like having those rough stretches where they can't hit a shot, Hayward has a skill and veteran presence to slow things down and get compose everybody, because he's been there. He's been through those situations more times than a lot of players on the team currently. So Hayward means a lot to the squad. It's just we haven't seen it.
But Sam, Hayward is not the Sam. I'm sorry, Sam. I'm sorry. I can't let you come with that preponderance of the Hayward BS. He's not the only player in the NBA that can do that now. He's not a superhero, and that's not a special skill set possessed by Hayward. Hayward is not available when they need him. That's key. That's crucial. Every time they come down the stretch for a playoff or play-in run, he's Ghost. He's Casper. They need somebody that's going to be a fixture. They need somebody who's going to be a steadfast and be available for them if they're going to pay somebody at that astronomical amount, especially a Charlotte Hornets team.
And I
agree with you. I agree with that. It's just I don't think they can do anything about it. Like they're married to Hayward right now. Short of sending a bunch of picks to Oklahoma City with him, I don't think they can get rid of Hayward.
But this season, the Indiana Pacers said we're clearing house. And the Hornets were like, the rumors were, Miles Turner, Gordon Hayward, he looked like he was happy in Indiana. Looked like that would pique his interest. And then the trade in Sacramento happened. And they clear house. They don't get rid of Miles Turner, obviously, but they got rid of some key pieces and send them over to Sacramento. Why did the Hornets not trade? Is it just because inside the locker room, the guys feel like, he's key to development, or he's kind of that portable man?
So, were you saying why didn't they trade Hayward for Turner or something like that, or make a deal with the Pacers?
What was the breakdown there?
Well, I'm just wondering. I don't know. I wonder if they just had a better offer. I'd rather have Tyrese Halliburton than Gordon Hayward. You know what I mean? Like, I think they found a better deal with Sacramento than they would with Charlotte. Honestly, the Pacers. So that's when they made that deal. That took, in my opinion, that took Turner and Richaun Holmes off the table, because both those teams are trying to do something now. Like the Kings at that point were trying to make the play-in. That's one of the negatives of the play-in. More teams think they have a chance to do something, so there are fewer sellers, which makes the teams that are selling have a higher price for their assets. So when it comes to like who the Hornets trade for or whatever, it makes it really difficult. You look at the standings or whatever, right? You got Orlando, Detroit are definitely, I can today, April 22nd, 2022, say Detroit and Orlando definitely not going to be in the mix next year. I can't say that definitely about Indiana, the Wizards, the Knicks, or like in the Western Conference. I know the Thunder and the Rockets aren't going to do anything, but maybe the Blazers, Kings, and Lakers might. So it makes the trade situation really difficult, just because different expectations of these different squads or these different franchises. Unless one of these teams that are in the play-in/playoffs are trying to blow something up, you gotta get real creative. Being a GM today can't be easy.
I can say one thing, that the New Orleans Pelicans is justifying this play-in situation, because with the breaking news of Devin Booker being out 3 to 4 weeks, there's a possibility that the Pelicans roll over the Phoenix Suns and advance to the second round.
Dex, we was gonna do that anyway with him.
Nah.
Alvarado, my guy. Let's go.
Nah.
But I can hang out for like another few minutes here. Otherwise, I gotta take off.
Okay, let me give you something to ponder. Gordon Hayward, right? Why he don't want to go home? He's an Indiana boy, okay? I mean, we see Indiana running through his blood so deep. Why he just won't go home?
Man, that's garbage Hayward, man. Garbage Hayward. You talking about garbage Hayward?
I can't say that with Sam, but just go home, Gordon. Please go home, man.
MJ paid him too much money, man. He don't go home.
Man, yeah, because he can get. But hold on, Scott. He can get that still. Indiana still will probably pay him. You know what I mean? But I'm saying, why you won't go home? Because it seemed like he's doing this on purpose. Why you being an impediment to Lamelo Ball? Go home. Why you being an impediment to Miles Bridges? Go home, Gordon Hayward. Please just go home. Listen, they will welcome you there, okay? They will welcome you in Indiana. Larry Bird all over again. Go home, go home, go home.
I agree with him too, because he ain't never there when they need him, and he a veteran presence.
Mm-hmm.
And he need to go home.
And before you go, Sam, I did want to ask you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying, because I know you know you too. Now, his average is 15 points, 15.9, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists. He's been with you guys 2 years. He's averaged 19.6 and 15.9 this year. Is he that important for you to keep him with the contract that he currently has?
Is he important to keep? So, with the contract, like,
that's why I put the contract at the end of that.
If we can trade him, I trade him. I don't think he's tradable. You know, that's the issue with the health and the contract. I don't think he's tradable. But from just a pure basketball point of view, yeah, he's an important piece to what they have going on here. I do believe. But the issue with the health and the contract are just too heavy of a burden to ignore, like to not put into the mix, right? They brought him in to be the veteran on the squad, according to Mitch, to be the best player on the team, right? When
the only reason I'm asking,
when the finals, yeah.
I'm sorry. The only reason I'm asking is because you kind of wanted to keep it, and with that contract, does that hamper the further development of the Charlotte Hornets?
Yeah, it's crippling, really, because it's like a quarter, if not more, of the salary cap going to him.
Yeah.
So if it's dead space because he's not playing. So he might as well. It's like Nick Batum, right? Paying him $9 million next year. He plays for somebody else. It's that on steroids if he's not going to be healthy, you know. So it's watch Hayward be like completely healthy his final year of his contract and get a new one. That's kind of my low key expectation is for him to play all 82 games in 2 years and get a fat new contract.
Okay.
Man, this is what I want to know, Sam. That dude Borrego here, A-Rab?
Say, damn, Scott.
Whoa.
No, he's Hispanic. He's Hispanic. He's Mexican American.
He's Latino.
I know they don't respect him, though. I can see that, though. I'm talking about the whole
Can you tell by his name, Borrego? That's not an Arab name.
And I don't know, man. They came to America and migrated to people, and you know how them people is. They gotta let A-Rab and around this killer.
Sam, in closing, would you do this straight up?
Mm-hmm.
Russell Westbrook for Gordon Hayward trade.
Wow.
Can we cut Russ afterwards? Can we buy Russ out?
No, just a straight up trade, you know, for Hayward.
Honestly,
would you do it if you were in charge,
yeah.
GM? Would you do it?
If the money worked on that, like straight up?
Yeah.
I'd do it.
The money won't work.
Because you have to put something else in it to make it work.
Yeah,
let's pretend the money's equal, right?
Yeah.
Then yeah, I'd do it. Because if it didn't work, you just cut loose at the end of the year anyway. And I think Russ is a better player than Hayward, right? I think Hayward positionally is a better fit, but Hayward hasn't been around with him at the most. And at the very least, what you can guarantee, the only like assurance of it is that Russ's deal is 1 year shorter than Hayward, and then you can go from there, you know. So I'd do that straight up.
Okay.
But I wouldn't put any picks in it for sure. Definitely wouldn't do that. No picks, no young players. But straight up, I'd do it.
Book night.
No, listen. Watch Book Night go off next year once it starts playing. I have high hopes for Book Night.
Man, Book Night. Sam, Book Night legs got CTE, man. He just be running, man. He will lay up.
Hey, well, we'll see what happens. It depends on the new coach, man. That's the beauty of it. We'll see what happens. But I gotta go. Appreciate y'all as always.
All right.
Okay, shout out your channel. Shout out what you got going on, and give the people what's available for the future.
Yeah, YouTube.com/Sam Dracula. Live streams will return when the season comes back. I'll be live streaming in the draft and lottery, all that stuff. Videos throughout the videos throughout the off season and regular season. I do a podcast with Raymond Felton. Taking a little break. I've been doing that. I did 70 straight weeks of that podcast, so I'm taking a month off. We'll be back in May to talk Hornets stuff every week from that point on. But yeah, Believe in Hornets is the name of that podcast with Felton and myself. Spotify, Apple Podcasts, all that good stuff. And then that's it, man. Twitter.
Well, who's your co-host?
Raymond Felton, UNC.
So who is that?
He's a former Bobcat, fifth overall pick in 2005.
Former NBA player. Okay, let's go.
Yeah,
Come on, don't be too modest now.
14-year NBA vet.
Yeah, he did. He was selling that kind of short, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was selling that short. Yeah. Okay, everybody, you know what I'm saying? Tune in to Sam Dracula. Like I said, he got the podcast. He be having the inside scoop. He got that locker room information. So shout out to Sam Dracula. He's our brother. He's our family. And he's definitely a diligent Charlotte Hornets fan. He want to see the best from Charlotte Hornets. I understand that he's still attached to Gordon Hayward, but, got to break it from that.
Hey, I want a parade. Listen, I live right next to Uptown. I want a parade. It's going to take forever, but I want a parade. I want that.
Oh, Dex, till you stay healthy, his name no longer Gordon Hayward. It's Garbage Hayward.
All right, brother Sam. Peace.
All right, appreciate y'all. Peace.
Great chatting with you, guys.
Take care.
Yes, sir. Sky, go ahead.
Yeah, I say until he stay healthy and not letting his team down, we got to call him Garbage Hayward.
Right, yeah. But I'm just saying, with Sam, you got to be a little more PC because his brand is connected to the Charlotte Hornets. So he can't be out there with that. You know what I'm saying? You got to get these guys on his podcast, get his interviews. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I ain't know
the
that.
Flight, with us at Flight, we gutter, we can be gutter with it. You feel what I'm saying? We be in the trenches.
That's why I ask them questions. I ain't disrespecting. I ask them questions.
Yeah. Scott, that's why quietly we was trying to say, "Oh, Scott, you crazy," instead of saying, "Scott, don't ask him that kind of shit."
Oh, I ain't asking nothing crazy. I ain't asking nothing crazy.
No, you did.
Because I want to see him. To be honest with you, this might sound kind of foul of you, Dex, but I want to see everybody do better than all the big markets. I don't care. That's just me. I want to see all the small markets do better than the big markets.
Yeah, because that grows in the community.
Here's the catch. Like, say, for instance, Marvin Perspective. That's a real beautiful name for a podcast or YouTube content, right? And then they got a bunch of more out there, like that Murgot and everybody else that's out there, right? But check this out, though. What they're doing, they're basically trying to saturate the YouTube market with former players in that Perspective Sports. So if you want to do a podcast on hockey, you just an everyday Joe Blow, they're going to bring a Mario Lemieux in to smother you. You follow what I'm saying? Yeah. If you want to do basketball, they bring in JJ Redick and bring in all these retired NBA players, Matt Barnes and all these people to smother you. Then if you want to do football, they bringing in those guys to smother you. You know what I'm saying? The boogers of the world to smother you. And I don't think it's fair. You're already on TV, right? You're already on national TV. Give this to the small guys. But that ain't how big money thinks. Big money's want everything. It's just greed.
Well, but in that sense too, though, Dex, they have allowed so many young broadcasters to join to see how it would work. The United States these countries work in various ways, and they check stuff to see how it is. Then they put little nuances in to try to change it. But one thing they haven't, and they never will be able to get back, is they have given a chance to a word to be heard. And each one of these small podcasts, including like what we're going through now, that is growing, they are giving people a chance to have a voice. Just like me and you guys, like me, you, Dex, and all of us. They're giving us a chance because you wouldn't believe how many people just strolling through the internet might run up on the stream and hear some of our comments. And it goes a long way with just finally giving a chance to have a word to be said. Because the announcers on ESPN, as everybody say about all of the guys, we don't want to hear all that old crazy ass shit. We have our own takes on our team. And it's good to be able to spit that literature. I believe that.
Exactly. It's not like having barbershop talk on an international media platform like Flight Sports TV and all the others that's out there. And what separates Flight Sports TV, what keeps me coming every single day, no matter what time of day it is that it's free. What I mean free, I'm talking about free thinking, free vibes, no robots, no sheeps. You understand what I'm saying? Listen, moderators argue and debate with moderators. Where do you find that at? Moderators time out moderators. I mean,
Yeah,
come on,
raw,
man. The
uncut.
panel, time out the panel, mute mics and all kind of stuff. It's so freaking wild. Shout out to
Yeah,
Flight
man.
Sports TV for his ingenuity of coming up with such a platform to give us low lives an opportunity to have something to say on these various topics.
That's right.
Omar,
And to accept positive criticism is a
Marvin,
major step in everybody's life. And I'm gonna let you go. And I'm gonna
Marvin,
end here. Go
Marvin, the
ahead,
Bulls
go ahead.
play tonight. I just need to know the Bulls play tonight.
From far as I know, I think they do.
Oh, I'm just asking. I ain't look at the schedule today.
All right, wait a minute. Are the Pelicans playing tonight?
Yeah, they play tonight.
Yeah, they
Bulls play
So
play.
that means
Friday.
that
Bulls
mean
play
you looked at
Friday.
the damn schedule then. That mean you looked at the damn schedule.
No,
Don't
I
tell me that
follow.
you did.
No. Let me tell you why I say that. I didn't look at the Bulls. I know our schedule by heart.
But if you bring up the NBA schedule, it usually show all the games.
Man, I know they play Friday because they had to get their 3 days off. But it's not like that
Yeah,
with the
we
Bulls.
play tonight. Yeah, we play tonight. Yeah.
You know that I didn't know if they had their 3 days off, but they must have got their 3 days early. You know, we
We
played.
got ours the first. You remember you
Yeah,
guys
see,
played 2 games before we did.
that's
And
what
you
I'm
was
saying.
already
That's why I was trying to figure out. I didn't know how they split it up. Like,
yeah.
how they did it.
Now we're on the
So
same
y'all,
schedule. But I believe you guys will get a 3-day rest coming up. And
we
we'll have
got. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We just coming off the 3 days. The last time we played was what?
Well, the reason ours is not considered 3 days is because we played the day after you guys.
That's
It
what
was
I'm
a 2-day
saying.
rest for us.
But I know that's how it go though.
Okay,
That's
because I remember Jessica stating early before you guys' series started that damn, they putting y'all right in the mix and y'all ain't had no rest. And
Yeah.
I came back to her and I told her it's playoff time and there ain't no time for no rest right now. You don't get it, but you do get that 3-day break which you guys just had.
Yeah,
and now you guys it's
and
down
now we're
straight.
playing the first game in New Orleans. That's what I'm saying.
All right, hold on one second, guys. Let's get Hugo take on the Pelicans. Hugo, what is your take on the Pelicans and the Suns matchup?
I was about to ask Sky about that, but here's my take. Right now, the Pelicans are. I'm not surprised what the Pelicans are doing right now. Actually, after the McCollum trade, I'm like, these guys have a chance to make it the play-in and win. Right now, I have to ask Sky this: if the Pelicans do not win the series, right, would you consider the season or this series a failure, or what would be your, I wouldn't say excuse or point of view of why they didn't get it finished? Because you have Booker injured, right? Yes, you're going against a team that's been to the finals. They came up short. They have veterans there. But this is the prime example, right, for the Pelicans to right the wrongs of the past and make it into the second round. If they don't get it done, what do you say?
Well,
Great question.
like I was telling everybody, if they don't get it done, they surpass their goals to me. So even if they don't get it done,
Expectations.
yeah, you get what I'm saying. They goals for me, for my goals for them.
Oh, okay.
Expectations anyway. But to me, they win. The expectations don't start for me, and this happened until next year. And what I mean by that is, if y'all made it to the first round, now we should be looking at least second round of a Western Conference final. Anything under that is a letdown.
Progress,
you got to understand. Right now they playing off of, how would I say it? Heart. It's hard. They getting the experience. You gonna win with the experience. You may lose. You got to understand. The first game they lost, that was a lack of experience. They showed that. It's just that they got the coaching they got good coaching that was able to adjust. Because if they come in game 2 and play like that, they lose again too.
Do they get it done though? That's my question to you. Are they going to get it done? So there's 2 questions. Do you think they're going to get it done? And are they going to get it done?
Do I think? Well, me being a fan,
yes.
Yeah, I think they're going to get it done.
Okay.
Me watching them play, I think they're going to get it done. But are they going to get it done?
Okay, so if they don't get it done, what do you think would be the reasoning behind them not getting done? Just the lack of experience?
A lack of experience. I told you that. A lack of experience. Like they are. I'm gonna put it to you like this: like the Phoenix Suns, right? The Phoenix Suns been down this road before, so they know what they have to do. So it's more of, you know how last game we had to adjust to Chris Paul, right?
Right.
Now, even though we won that second game, you still got to look at it from this point. We got to adjust to them now, though. Devin Booker not there, so the adjustments that they make are the adjustments on adjustments good enough? Because you got to understand, they adjusted around on Chris Paul that first game, that second game. So now it's no more Booker. So what adjustments? What the Phoenix Suns gonna run? They got to figure that out.
But you do know, Sky, that a wounded dog is the most dangerous dog.
I understand all that, but we've been wounded. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why we beat them. That's why we made it where we at. We wounded already.
I mean,
dog, this what you don't understand, bro. We was in the casket, man. We was on the respirator, man.
Yeah, but you guys rallied around. I'm not taking anything away from your team. I'm just, trying to give a perspective here. You guys rallied around Zion not being there the whole season, so you guys got acclimated to that and acclimated to the trade, right? What I'm saying is that the Phoenix Suns they're going to rally around one of their fallen soldiers. So they're going to play with a little bit more desperation, and they're going to play with more fight. So I'm just letting you know. So don't be surprised, that, the Pelicans come out, okay, we're up, and feel good about themselves and get punched in the mouth tonight. I'm not saying that they're going to lose, but I could see something similar happening to what happened to the Timberwolves last night to the Pelicans.
And you know what? I was just about to bring up that, and I'm glad you said that. That's the reason why I believe it's not going to happen. Now, if we play first, I believe that would have happened. So now we have an example what can happen. You don't think them dudes watch that game?
I see your point.
That's my point. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I believe that would have happened if we played yesterday. That could have happened. But by it happening before, I don't think it's going to happen.
I got you. They got the blueprint. They saw the blueprint of one.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
That's where I was telling you about the coaching. You think the coach ain't sit down? Willie Green ain't sit down and tell him, see, this is what happened if you come out there with all that energy and then you stop playing. You don't think that's what I mean? That's where coaching plays a part. That's why I like Charlotte got rid of the coaching, because if they don't respect the coach, and that's what I think it is, the team more respect the coach. That's why we winning. It's not that they just talented; they listen to him.
Sky, can I say something here? I really appreciate your passion for your team, first of all, and I really accept that. I really do. But I want you to understand one thing, and I'm not degrading your team at all. One thing I don't do, and that you do quite often, is that you boast about your team before the games are played. I really don't do that. You hadn't heard me say about what this game 3 mean to the Bulls, or the Bulls, or what they're going to do, or this or that. Not one time. I'm not saying you should stop doing it for your team, but I was going to tell you this. The difference in this game and the last game that kind of is a little help for the Suns is they get a chance to game plan without Booker. The last game, it was a sudden, it was just a spur of the moment thing. Now, let me finish. I'm not disputing. I'm not saying they're going to win. All I'm saying is this. Be prepared that they are prepared, because they get a chance to game plan a whole day in advance to play this game. You have to put all variables in play here, meaning this. I know you guys are crunk. We crunk. This our home game. It's 1-1. Y'all home game, 1-1. But you have to be ready for any and everything. And sometimes, in the same sense with Milwaukee, with them losing Middleton, they got a whole day to prepare with against the Bulls without it. So if any Bulls fans think this is going to be easy, they got another thing coming. So all I want to stress to you is that it's not exactly so lopsided that they don't have it. Yes, you know they would want it, but you know they're going to try to game plan without it and try to come up with a plan. And to be confident about your team, that's cool. But to predict, and you haven't said win or loss, numbers or nothing, but it's about on the tip of your tongue.
This is the point I'm getting at. Exactly. If we let Chris Paul beat us, we deserve to be beat.
Do you
If
believe
we
that?
listen what I'm saying, I believe that. If we let Chris Paul beat us, we deserve to be beat.
You know how many teams Chris Paul didn't beat?
That's what I'm saying. You ain't hearing
All
what
right.
I'm saying. We talking
Yes,
about
I am.
playoff ball.
You talking about
If
Chris
we
Paul
let,
though?
but listen what I'm saying. If,
All right.
the point I'm getting at is, if one player beat us, we deserve to be beat.
Listen, if Paul
Y'all don't
beat
look at it. Y'all don't look at it from the point where I'm getting at. So we
all
all
right,
know, that when you go in there and you game plan, right? If everybody else get off, they supposed to get off. But you know, when you look at that roster, Chris Paul ain't supposed to get off. So if they allow Chris Paul to do the same thing he did in game one, man, we deserve to lose. That means y'all ain't even watching film and y'all ain't even care. So we deserve to lose. Y'all lost that game. That's all I'm
Scott.
saying.
All right, well, let me say this, Scott. Can you hear me? Because my phone is back. Can you hear me? All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you when you say Chris Paul, obviously you know that don't mean Chris Paul alone. He might score 20, but he have 15 assists. That's 30 more points. But here's what I'm saying when you say, don't never say let Chris Paul beat you alone, because Chris Paul don't never beat anybody alone. He's a hell of a playmaker. He's a facilitator. He runs the offense. He runs tempo. There's so many things that he contributes to in the game. So when you say Chris Paul, you know nobody's saying alone. He don't beat you alone when Booker is. What I'm saying is Chris Paul is able to keep a game in control. If anybody can keep a game close, then it makes the other team dangerous because they got a chance. If it's a 1 point game, anybody can win. It's not the point, and I'm not saying Chris Paul is going to do this. All I'm saying is you know Chris Paul is not the only person on that team. You know that already.
See, what you ain't getting out of it, what I'm saying is, I'm not just talking about points. I'm talking about assists. When I say get off, points, assists, rebounds, I'm talking about all that. What you do is, if you could, I guarantee if they hold Chris Paul to 5 assists, 6, 7, they gonna lose.
Just 6, 5 or 6, 7. What you talking about assists?
5, 6 assists. Yeah, they gonna
Well,
lose.
that's rare, but that's rare, man. You look at his
That's
stats. He's
what I'm
not.
saying. So if you game planning around Chris Paul. You won't look. They did everything I said the last time. Y'all always say I'm capping. Who I say you want to shoot the ball? Crowder, right? Who they been letting shoot the ball? Crowder. Look at Crowder's stats the first 2 games. I mean the second game. Look at his stats. We
Well,
already know. We already know who the shooters is. The dude off the bench with his name um from
Cam,
LSU.
Cam
Cam,
Johnson.
we know him. He gonna get off. We know Mikael Bridges gonna get off. We know who else? That's just about it.
wait
That's
a
just
minute. Wait a
about
minute.
it.
Wait a minute, Sky. Wait a minute, Sky. Let me correct you.
McGee good for lives. What
Wait a
else they
minute, Sky.
have? Eight,
Hold on,
Aiden,
Sky.
Aiden could get off for 20. Aiden could get 20, but Aiden got two, 3 big monsters. We throwing in people on him.
Sky, can I correct you 1 second? I'm not trying to debunk you. I want you to hear something. The Pelicans lost game 1.
We know that.
All right, let me finish. Game 2, you were losing by 10
Here you
when
go with
Booker
the
went out. Wait, let me finish. Let me finish. You were losing by 10 when Booker went out. You won the game.
Wait,
Remember that.
hold on. That's not true. We was losing. We was up by 5 when he went out.
You was down by 10. He went out at
Oh
half.
man, this dude here crazy, man. We was
Went out
up
at
when he
half.
went out.
He went
Yeah,
out
We
at
was
half.
up.
yeah, he was. They were up. They were
Man,
up.
we was up, man. How you gonna tell me, man?
You got to watch the games. You got to watch the games. They were up.
I'm watching the game. I'm looking at it now.
They were up.
I'm not gonna capture you, man. We was up when they went out. When he went out.
He had
Now,
31 points in the first half. What was the score at the half?
All
The
right,
dude,
I'm not a Pelicans fan. I'm not I'm not on anybody's side. But what Sky's saying, he's right because we got to look at it from I'm looking at this from an objective point of view.
When did Booker go out? That's the question.
Not
what your perspective is when did Booker go out? I said they were up. You said they weren't.
So towards the end of the third, if I don't, I could. But if I'm not mistaken, I was watching the game when he went out. When he was like, "Oh, he will not return." Well, no, when he went out, I think the
you know when
Pelicans
he
were
went
up.
out, he played like I'm gonna tell you when he went out. If you want fast forward it, when Jackson Hayes got the dunk and he on the fast break and he threw the ball up the
You
court
mean
and he tried
rewind,
to
not
block
fast
it,
forward.
huh?
What's that?
You mean
No,
rewind? You said fast forward. You mean
no, he said
rewind?
he watching the game, so I'm quite sure he ain't in the third, fourth quarter, so you're gonna have to
Oh, you
fast
telling
forward.
Marvin to fast forward?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I thought you talking about the situation.
Nah. But
He
when
played
Jackson Hayes went
25
for the
minutes.
dunk,
He
huh?
played 25 minutes last game.
You know what? I got a DVR. I'm gonna look it up right now. All right, you guys talk. I'll be right back.
And here's the
I'm
deal. And what I'm saying is this, Scott. Look, you saying just double. I mean, take Paul out of the game. You know they got more players than Paul. You know that.
I'm saying they got more players than I'm not knocking that. They a good team. You the one who said they wouldn't be the number one team in the NBA if they didn't have a good team. The point I'm getting at is Booker is the only one that could create his own shot. So if you take Chris Paul out, we good. They get their shots off. Man, this is what I'm saying. They get their shots off assists. That's why his assists be so high. He the only one could. Name somebody else could hit that jump back feed on their team like Booker did.
Bridges.
Name them.
Bridges.
Are you serious?
Cam Johnson. Bridges.
You know Cam Johnson get all his points from the 3-point line just about. You know that, right? You see what he's shooting? You see what he's shooting from the 3-point line?
I don't believe
from open shots.
Moving the
See, you don't watch, bro. You don't watch basketball. I bet on them dudes, so I watch all the games.
Who don't watch basketball?
I say you watch certain teams. I say I watch all the games because I bet on them.
All the teams. Bridges was 7 out of 11. None of those was turnaround shots. All of them was 3.
Man, that was layups, man, and some threes, man. He don't create his own shot. He get his. Man, he get hands on like screen and rolls, man, going to the bucket. We talking about all right. We talking about when the clock went. Marv, when the Marv, you know what I mean by creating your own shot? Like DeRozan, he create his own shot. Like Zach LaVine, they create their own shots, bro. Who else do that on their team besides Booker and Chris Paul? Who else?
Booker runs off of more pick and rolls off of screens than creating his own shot, actually.
Man, you saw when the man was shooting in them 31 points, like you saw the 31 points, so you know he created his own shot, Maul.
I mean, listen,
he was going ISO.
Wait a minute, hold on, listen. Their offense creates their shot, Sky. Pick and rolls, kick outs. It's not the point of.
He don't get what I'm saying. Dex, you might could explain it to him.
Shout out to Zen.
Dex, you might could explain it to him better what I mean by that.
Listen to this, guy. Listen to this. What is their defensive? I mean, their offensive rating in offense on offense?
I don't know.
What are they in the top 5? Just to let you know, that's not just because of Booker. That's because of the way their offense is ranked. They move the ball. They hit the open man.
We talking about creating your own shots. We talking about creating your own shots.
That ain't what their offense is based on, Sky.
So that now you approving. Now you see what I'm saying when I say shut CP3 down. They need him to move the ball to him to get open shots.
He wasn't even a factor.
Well, he was a factor. He had 17.
What's up, y'all? I'm just messing around.
Exactly.
Hey, I took the rest of the day off because I'm sick as a dog, y'all. My stomach is fucking with me, so I'm going to be in and out. I just wanted to jump on cam real quick, but I'm going to cut this cam and stay with y'all. But don't mind me if I'm not here when you talk to me. I'm back and from the bathroom all day today. That's just what's going on around here.
Told you leave
that's
that
a lot of
Chinese
information.
food alone. Leave that Chinese food alone, bro.
His whole backside is breaking down.
I'm telling you, it's one of them days, man. If you lactose intolerant, you know what I'm talking about, man. This shit is awful.
Man, you going in that,
Biological function.
going in that,
Let me just tell
better
you
stay
this.
out them
Better out
Chinese
than in,
joints.
brother. Better out than in. That's all you want to make sure of, Piper.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and keep my water cup full today and flush this shit out, man. Pause. But you know what I'm
Go
saying?
grab a pizza. Go grab a
I
cheese
think
pizza.
that's what did it to me. Honestly, that's what did it to
that'll
me.
clog you.
Yeah. So I'm gonna chill with all that. Today is
All right.
carrots.
For sure.
Let me kill this can.
So Marvin, do you think Pelicans win tonight?
Wow. Now why would you ask that? They on the road. Phoenix is on the road without Booker. I don't know.
Man, he jumping on the train, dog. Just come out and say it, bro. You jumping on
I
the
ain't
train.
on no train. I'm an NBA fan.
Marv.
back
What
with
I mean by that is you could come over here, Marv. I'm not gonna get mad, bro. I understand. Come over here, man. It's all right, man. You
There's
my
room on the
partner.
bandwagon, Sky.
I just pick the games as they go. It's like I picked Memphis yesterday to win.
Plenty room on the bandwagon, Sky.
I don't like Minnesota.
You might as well.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. Man, I don't want to pick that game. They on the road.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be fair with y'all. This is what I believe gonna happen though. We gonna win tonight and probably slip up the next game. It's going 7 though. It's
I
going
believe
7.
totally opposite. I believe totally opposite, Scott. I think you guys and us might slip tonight and win the next game.
Nah,
the pressure that's on this game. Because the pressure.
You know,
listen, let me say this. This game to me, for us and y'all, is the most important game of the series. Reason being, this lets the road team be in Phoenix and Milwaukee. If they win this game tonight, then they know they all right. They feel they okay with having the last game, 7 game at home. But if the Bulls and the Pelicans win tonight, the next game for Phoenix and Milwaukee is a must win. If not, both of us would go up 3-1. So tonight's game is the most important game of this series in both cases. That's why I don't want to pick it.
Only why I said that though, because we all saw what happened to Minnesota yesterday. So I think they gonna be motivated for that not to happen.
Well, here's the deal with Minnesota. They already had their key card. They had won one on the road, just like us.
Man, Minnesota is the one that though. They was up 26.
To win the series, including like what Minnesota did last night, the key game is tonight. Tonight's game. Because if the Bulls and the Pelicans win, all the pressure in the world goes on Milwaukee and Phoenix.
I agree with that.
No, not necessarily though. Not necessarily. No, because listen. Okay, hold on one second.
They underdogs.
Okay, but hold on one second, Zan and Marvin. Hold on one second, Zan and Marvin. If the Bulls and the Pelicans win tonight, it doesn't have to reap DEFCON 5. You follow what I'm saying? They still at DEFCON 3. And the reason why, because you have 2 games, right? You got 2 games in Chicago, 2 games in New Orleans. If the higher seed lose tonight, if the higher seed lose the next game, it doesn't reap that much of emergency or urgency because they still have another game.
That's what I'm
They have 2 games to win 1. That's it. 2 games to win 1.
Same way like it take the Pelicans 1 game to win out the first 2.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's what it's reversed.
You're talking about a 2-7 seed. A 2 seed should never trail a 7 seed, and if they do, then there's a psychological disadvantage. You ain't better than them if you trailing them. As a 2 seed, you got to know that.
But then what I'm saying is this right here. If Milwaukee and Phoenix loses the next game, which is game 3, it doesn't reap for them to go into all panic mode because they still have another opportunity to win another game On the road. That's
I
what I'm
disagree,
saying.
Dex. I
You have
disagree,
2
Dex,
games to
because
win one to get home court advantage.
you got high seeds versus low seeds. You should not be at a
That doesn't
disadvantage
matter.
at any point. You need to be in DEFCON 5. I disagree with
Well,
that.
but it's basketball. You can't just say that. It's basketball. I mean,
This is
only
just my
one
opinion,
team. Hold
Dex.
on. Just
Just
listen
my
to this
opinion.
real quick. Right. But just listen to this one. Only one team's in the annal history of basketball, maybe one or two. I think the Bulls did it too. But maybe have won all the games going into the playoffs except one. I know for certainly the Lakers done it. I think the Bulls lost 2 on their road, if I'm not mistaken. But the Lakers won every game except one, and that was the first game of the finals. So if that's an aberration, then you don't expect the higher seed to win every single game in every single series. You know what I'm
But I
saying?
don't expect them. You shouldn't expect to be trailing as the higher seed, especially when you're a 1 or a 2 seed. You should be beating motherfuckers to death.
I agree with that. You shouldn't expect to be trailing, but anything can happen, like we see. Injuries.
So if you are, you
some
need to
players
get your
get
shit
thrown.
together.
Remember,
quick.
Joker got thrown out. You follow what I'm saying? You had Luka not able to play the first 2 games. You feel me? So things can happen.
I don't think you can afford to be casual in the game 4 after that, Dex.
Man, we got to give credit too, man. The team's more balanced out in the conference too. It ain't just that. Just because you at the lower seed don't mean you a bad team. It's showing this year.
Yeah, you got awful, right?
Yeah, it's showing this year. You going
it doesn't mean you're a bad team, but look at Phoenix all year.
That if they lose tonight, then the following game, if they go down and lose that one, and it's on the road, they would be down 3-1. The next game would be a must. I didn't say this game was a must. I said the next game.
Oh yeah, the next game is a must. Yeah, you're right on that one.
I said the next game, and you on the road.
Right. That game 4.
I didn't say this game. No, I said the next game. That's why I said it's so critical for me. That's why I didn't want to make a bet.
In this situation, Marvin, you was 100% correct. Game 4 is a must for the team that's down. Now, normally they always say this. Normally in playoffs, 7-game series, they say game 5 is a pivotal game.
Yes.
But in this case scenario, Marvin is right. Game 4 is important because now it's a must-win for the team who's down 2-1. It's a must-win for them to even.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
But that's game 4 though, Zen. Not
That's
game
what
3.
I said. If they lose game 3, then game 4 is critical. They better go into DEFCON 5.
My bad. Did I misunderstood what you guys were saying? I thought you said if they lose game 3.
It's all good. You still my nigga.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, if they lose game 3, it's not a dire strait. But game 4 is definitely a must for the team that's down 2-1. Yeah, okay.
Especially as the higher seed.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Because game 3 is not pivotal because you got 2 chances to win 1 game on the road. Just like Pelicans had 2 chances to win 1 game on the road. Bulls had 2 chances to win 1 game on the road, and they did. And that favors the underseed.
It just changed. It just changed who could close first. That's all it do.
And the reason I brought it up in this way, Dex, is because you asked me who wins.
And psychologically, as a 1 or a 2 seed, Dex, could you add Hugo Staccato into the chat, into the panel, please?
Yeah, I just tried to, but he went out.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there we go. He's back.
But again, psychologically, as a 1 or a 2 seed, if you can't go out there and dominate a New Orleans, who's a 9 seed, really a 9 seed, you got to question yourself.
But they're not a 9 seed with CJ though. That's the thing about it. That team is not a 9 seed.
I agree. Just like Brooklyn's not really a 7 seed. I agree with that.
Right. Well, then I agree with you. Just going to the playoffs, you're playing to win, regardless. You don't really organize.
Somebody, Mike is killing.
You don't really organize your team to the rate of playoffs.
I think you got to get closer to the
Marvin,
mic, Marvin.
Marvin, you got to talk up some because I know you're probably getting dressed, you're getting fly, but you got to get closer to the mic.
Salute to Ugo.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And I was just saying, because you have to, the thing that I was bringing it up for is because we were discussing if you guys wanted me to bet on the game, to pick on the game between the Pelicans and the Phoenix Suns. And that's why I said I didn't want to, because this game is so vitally important to the series. It's not that I'm. No, don't get me wrong. I'm not running away from it. I really don't know who's gonna win this game. I really don't, because I know they know how vital this game is, including Milwaukee. And I wouldn't even bet on the Bulls. I wouldn't pick on the Bulls game tonight, because if they know what I know, tonight's game is the most important game of both of these series. And
There's
that's
gonna be
why I
some
brought up the
wars
fact that
tonight.
game 4 was won. Game 4
Thank
would
you,
be a must
Murdoch.
win for Milwaukee. And if the Pelicans won, game 4 would be a must win for Phoenix.
Man,
So
It's
I
gonna
don't
be
want
some
to.
blood. It's gonna be blood tonight, Marvin. What you
man, it's
think
gonna
Man,
be
about all that, Ugo?
Well, my position. I just want to say this. I had went out to check because there was a little a little spat or disagreement of Devin Booker, were they up or were they down. So Devin Booker got injured at 3:44 in the third quarter, and the Pelicans were up by 3 points at that point. I just want to say
told you.
that.
I
All
told
right.
you that.
All right. So next, so tonight, right? So tonight is going to be a very interesting night. Okay. So my prediction of what's going to happen, right, is that I think the Pelicans are going to come out hot. They're going to have a double-digit lead, right? Well, at the half, they're going to be up double digits, and then the second half is going to get really tight. And I think the experience of the Phoenix Suns, they're going to edge them by maybe 5 points. That's just my prediction for this game. For the Bulls, right? For the Bulls are going to come out flat. Milwaukee's going to be up, right? And it's going to be opposite. The Bulls are going to catch them late at the end. So I have Bulls winning tonight, and I have the Phoenix Suns winning tonight. That's my prediction.
You can't have that prediction when Sky is on the panel. He's gonna lose his damn mind.
Well, it's not about. I'm just
That's
speaking
not
objectively. That's all it is.
that's not true. That man entitled to his opinion. You ain't hear me say nothing. I'm just
I'm
gonna
just
come.
joking.
Yeah, it's
I
just
just come
opinion.
in.
It's not factual. It's just my point of view.
Like I said,
Yeah,
I'm not
I-
even picking the games.
I'm
I
gonna
don't.
come
I
in
don't
here
want
and
to pick.
kill him. Make sure you get on the panel after the game over. That's all I do.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
I
you're
mean,
right.
Yeah, that's all I do. I'm not. That's his thoughts on it.
now I could be dead wrong because, like I said, I believe the
Nah,
Pelicans should
man,
win
you ain't
tonight.
wrong, man. Stand on that, man. You
No,
gotta
I am
stand
standing
that.
on, but I'm
All
giving you
right.
analytics here. I think the Pelicans just matchup wise now, the Pelicans should overmatch the Phoenix Suns. It's just my only issue of why I picked the Suns tonight is experience. Like we were speaking earlier, Sky, it comes down to the lack of experience of the Pelicans. They've never been thrust into this position. I think talent-wise, just with Booker being injured now, they should win. But I just think the inexperience is going to creep up, and the Suns is going to edge them. But that's just my perspective.
You know
Ugo,
where
I
I
think
see.
it's a 50-50 game, and I think Cameron Johnson and Cameron Payne could make up for D Book, but I still think it's a 50-50 game.
Okay.
And not
What you
just
gonna
that.
say,
This
Scott?
where I said. This what I was trying to get at. That's where our coaching come in at. I'm not saying we already know they fish in the water. We already know that. Like if we ain't have good coaching, a lot of those games we would have lost. And how we been losing game. I mean, how we been winning games is basically how we've been losing games during the season.
Right.
That's what y'all don't understand. We all the games we lost during the season, it's the same way we winning them. They fixed their mistakes.
I agree. I agree with Sky. The execution is much better now.
They fixed their mistakes, man. That pass Brandon Ingram made for that open three, the killer game. If he wasn't making those, he was trying to shoot it. Like they trust each other now. And I'm not saying that.
Thanks, LL.
I'm not saying that, hey, you wrong, because you can be right. If you watched the Minnesota game last night, that showed you. They was up by 26. I stopped watching that game. I'm like, man, Memphis dropping the ball.
No cap. I knew Memphis was gonna come back and win that game. I'm not even capping on you.
But the point I'm getting, no,
the inexperience. That's what it is.
But the point I'm getting at is, they literally let them people beat them in the paint, bro. Them people came back in the paint, bro. They still, then that's back to what you were saying with the inexperience. Y'all still shooting jumpers up 26 and playing fast.
Yeah, that's
Man, come on,
low
man.
low
So you,
basketball IQ right there. And the coach didn't even call,
exactly.
and the
So
coach
you
didn't even
sitting up
call
here
a timeout. And when they went on a 20-0 run, that didn't even
exactly,
make any sense, man.
exactly. So you think Willie Green that's stupid?
Nah. Will Green is a good coach,
That's
man.
what I mean with
Great
the
coach,
coaching
actually.
part. That's what I mean with the coaching part.
You're right.
Now,
You're right. You're right.
yeah. Let me put you guys back up to speed. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the hottest shit in the streets. Flight Sports TV, the machine. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to our distinguished guest that pulled up, Sam Dracula, giving us that insight on the
Hit them
Hornets
likes.
and how the dynamic surrounding the firing of James Borrego. Yes, we talked about James Borrego for about the first 2 to 3 hours of the stream. The satisfaction of the Meloholics and all the Ball family fans and Patreons. Shout out to J&J for pulling up. Shout out to Zen for pulling up. Shout out to Marvin, Sky, Hugo for pulling up. Shout out to Murga for pulling up. Shout out to Juju, most definitely Juju pulling up, because you know Juju gonna have some fantastic takes on the James Borrego situation.
And don't forget Flight
Due
Dex.
to due to well, we already shout out Flight. Due to the fact that Juju have a despise and a disdain for James Borrego and his tactics towards his boy Lamelo Ball. So shout out to Juju for that. He might pull up later on tonight. If not, subscribe to his channel, like, and participate in the things that he got going on over there with Juju. Shout out to Ray for pulling up at work. Shout out to Music Mindset. Shout out to Carpenter. Shout out to Elsh. Most definitely shout out to Josh Jackson, our great moderator. Shout out to Slim. And shout out to Devastating. And shout out to Jessica. Shout out to Mo. Shout out to everybody that pulled up, whether I mentioned your name or didn't. You are in our deepest thoughts, and much prosperity and success to you. Carry on, Sky, with the Pelicans.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. And I think CJ gonna get off this game. You know, that's what we've been doing. We've been tag teaming him.
Salute to
CJ,
you too, Dax. I'm sorry, Sky. Keep going.
yeah, CJ gonna tear their ass up this game. That's how it been going, man. Brandon Ingram have a good night. CJ have a good night. Brandon Ingram have a good night. CJ have a good night. So when they focus on Ingram, CJ gonna tear him up.
You need them both to go at the same time. That reminds me of CJ and Dame a little too much.
Man, and all we need them to do is get 20, man. One of them to get 20 and the other one just go for 30 or whatever. That's how I've been going. Since we've been winning, that's how I've been going. Pay attention. Look at the stats. You'll see. Even the game we lost, game one, pay attention. Brandon Ingram had 17 and CJ killed him. So that means Brandon Ingram didn't pull his weight the first game.
Right.
And we lost by 11. Now pay attention to this game. The last game we won. Brandon Ingram had 37 and CJ had what, 21, 23? That's the way it been going.
Right.
And
that's
all
both of them firing at the same time.
Exactly. Both of them can't get 30. That means the bench ain't doing nothing. That means the role players ain't doing nothing. But if we could get that balance, 50 points between them two, we good.
I agree.
Good.
CJ gonna have a big night tonight. And then Ingram is going to play the supporting role. That's
what I'm trying to tell him. That's how I've been going. So and how I know this, like I said, I be betting on the cards. So I pay attention. So I pay attention because I take them on points and don't take them on points. So I pay attention like, damn, all right, he had a bad game. He gonna get Ingram warmed up. All right. And I notice, damn, when Ingram have a good game, CJ always the second leading scorer.
Yeah, it's a pattern. There's a pattern.
It's a pattern. Exactly.
Yeah.
The thing about a series is they get to learn each other.
I'm sorry, guys. Hugo had a question for you. Who is your NBA team?
Brooklyn Nets.
Oh, you like Brooklyn?
Yeah, I'm in Brooklyn.
Are you from New York?
Yeah.
Hold up, guys. Don't beat him up. Let me get him first.
First of all,
sharks in the water.
Right,
sharks in the water.
I support the Ball family, you know what I'm saying? But I am a Nets fan through and through.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
All right, we appreciate you supporting the Ball family. I'm finna get on them Nets.
Okay.
Listen, what's going on with your boys?
I can tell you what's going on. It's very easy. right? You remember when early in the season, right? Kyrie said, "We don't need a coach."
Yeah.
Well, they they need a coach now, because what's happening is Steve Nash is being exposed of not being a good coach at all. So let me
They don't run
explain,
any
right?
sets.
So there's no sets. They're not running any plays. They're running off of a pair sheer talent, right? And the street ball thing, and what people underestimate is that Celtics defense is no joke. It's the real deal. It's ironclad, clamped down defense every possession, right? Now, if you go an ISO ball, you're playing into the Celtics' hands. It's easy to set up your defense if the ball's not moving, right? What they're doing wrong is, one set is they'll have Drummond at the 3-point line, right? And they run either screen or pick and roll with Drummond. You can't do that because Drummond is not a threat. You understand what I'm saying? If they sag off the screen, what they need to do is run play a pick and roll between Kyrie and Durant. So all Durant is doing catch and shoot off the pick and roll, or one dribble off the pick and roll. What's happening is too much one-on-one, too much dribbling, and that's why they're turning over the ball. So Steve Nash is not making those adjustments because he don't know what the hell he's doing. That's my take right now.
That's a fact. He should be fired.
He should be fired. Yeah, for sure. No, as a Net fan, he needs to go because he's not making the in-game adjustments, and that's why it's not so much like the Celtics is that much better. I'll give them credit. Their defense is great, but if you watch game 1 and game 2, right? The game 1, right? The Nets should have won that game because they were down big and they clawed their way back playing like ass, and they still almost won the game. You got Jason Tatum with that spin buzzer beater layup, right? And then you had the Nets up 17 points. 17 points in the second game, right? You would think, okay, you're up 17, right? Let's take care of the ball and stuff like that. No in-game adjustments, right? The hero ball one-on-one, right? Let them come back, running the same plays. No plays. Celtics defense is crazy. They fall into the defense hands, turnover. Celtics win the game. So if they don't change it in the game 3, where they're running, this is the fix. It's an easy fix. Easy fix is you spread out the floor, right? You run a pick and roll between Kyrie and Durant. Either one, if they switch, it's more of a pick and roll shoot, or move the ball around and shoot. Not this dribble, drive, dribble. It doesn't work. It's more catch and shoot possessions, and that will solve the issue. But I don't know.
Ugo, you could expect Ime to counter that. So what would you expect Ime to do to counter that?
Well, here the only thing I would do is they would before they'll know they're going to run the pick and roll, right? So the only thing I would do is, once again, if they want to put the ball in, I would do this, right? Spread the floor, right? They're gonna try to trap Kyrie, right? So what I would do is take Drummond off the floor, right? Because he's a liability. He can't shoot, he can't score, and either I would insert, if he's not injured, I would insert what's his name?
Claxton?
No, Aldridge, right? As you stretch center, so that if they do double team, they could bring out who's there? Alfred Horford out and let Aldridge stretch the floor, so that if Kevin Durant or Kyrie is doubled, they can stretch the floor with Aldridge. Aldridge can shoot the mid range or the 3. That's what I would do.
Okay,
this man knows basketball. Welcome to the family, Hugo.
No problem.
Hold on right there, because I don't agree with all that. Hold on right there.
I don't agree with it.
NBA. Give us the name. Who the hell is Ime? Would you please? Let people know and who the hell is that?
Ime Udoka is probably going to be head coach of the year this year. That's the Boston Celtics head coach.
He's a Spurs disciple. He's a Spurs what's his name? Popovich disciple.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes.
From Portland, played for the Blazers, he played for the Blazers and a few other teams in the NBA.
And the Spurs as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Spurs as well.
Yeah, he played for the Spurs. He was the player coach, actually.
And he's basically Nia Long's husband.
This what I don't understand. This what I don't understand. I agree with what he's saying, but how they got Drummond and don't even give him the ball? Them people don't have no center.
Well,
that's a good point.
Do you want me to respond
like
to
all
that?
that sound? Look, listen what I'm saying. All that sound fine, what you said, right? But you know, Harford be checking Drummond. All you got to do is put Harford in foul trouble. Not the points. Put him in foul trouble.
So can I counter that? That sounds good, but Drummond's not a back to the basket type of player. He's a putback, run rim type of center. So that's not going to work.
How you going to be that when they don't even play like that? I didn't watch this dude catch Alice. He didn't have some good games. They don't try it. It's just all right.
You know what? I agree with Sky because it seemed like Drummond is reverted back to being a Laker. That's what it seemed like to me.
Yeah, they don't even try it. It's more of Kyrie shoot, Kevin Durant shoot.
They don't have confidence. They don't have confidence, and they just don't want to. Claxton's more suited for the alley oops type of thing because he's more agile, more
But
athletic.
Check this out, though. I agree with that. But check this out. When they put Claxton in, don't get me wrong. I think the dude been playing good. But you playing into the Celtics' hand when you put him in there. They want you to go small.
Okay,
they
now
don't
that I
have
think about
big. They know they don't have a big.
So I think the key for the Nets is to push more work towards Seth Curry. Get him more involved in the offense and three-point shooting because they're not a great three-point shooting team in general. But he is. So to take some of the offensive pressure, Patty Mills is too damn streaky off and on.
Yeah,
take some of the offensive pressure off of KD and Kyrie. It has to be Seth Curry stepping up.
It's got to be Steph Curry and Dragic. Patty Mills too. He's lost his confidence for some reason. I put more trust in Dragic and Steph Curry. But the only way that's gonna work, like I said, if you put Aldridge and you do the back to the basket, that will work because then they will double team him because they know that he can do the turnaround or that 20-foot mid range. If they double, then they can play from inside out with Seth Curry and those 3-point shooters. That's the only way that's going to work.
But then
versus the zone.
I'm about to tell you this, but then you got to worry about Margaret Aldridge on defense because they're gonna run the shit out of him.
Yeah,
They didn't did it. He's slow. That's what I'm saying. He's slower than Drummond, and Drummond bigger than him.
I understand that he's slow, but at least they can counter with his lack of defense on offense. So that will force Celtics' hand to double down. So it's a wash on that. Yes, he can't play defense, but he can rebound, alter little shots here and there. It's a little bit slow, but they would have to pay attention to him on the offensive end. So that's the trade-off with him.
Only reason I don't agree with what you're saying because why would you have to pay? That's anybody. Why would you have to pay attention to him and they don't even pass Drummond the ball? You got to play as a team. They don't play as a team.
Aldridge is more skilled. Aldridge is more skilled than Drummond, though. That's the point.
I understand that, but they still got to give him the ball. They don't even give nobody else the ball but them.
So here's the thing.
I think the Nets got to make this a 3-point contest. I think
the Nets got to
probably win a 3-point contest, but not down low at all.
That's
and
what
if
I'm
you're going to bring in
to
LaMarcus Aldridge, then the focus is even greater on the perimeter. And the Nets have the capability to win from the perimeter. They don't have the capability to win from the paint.
But the thing about it, Boston not trying to win from the perimeter.
They can win from the paint, I think. I think that's incorrect. I think they can. They just have to switch it up.
There?
And that's why
Claxton and Drummond.
What I said, the paint.
What about,
they don't have no big man.
What about if you put Claxton and Drummond?
Listen.
Exactly.
Here's the deal, guys. What he was trying to stress, what he was trying to stress is Aldridge playing. He hadn't played yet. If Aldridge is in his lineup, if he's in his lineup, it changes everything, guys. That's what you need to sort out this team. Aldridge, this will be his first game. Is he ever?
Yes, they need Aldridge. They need Aldridge.
I don't think so. Through my observation,
they need him terribly. You just heard what Sky was saying. Wait a minute, listen. You just heard what Sky was saying about no offense from Drummond. Well, you get that from Aldridge.
I never said that.
No, he didn't say no offense from Drummond. They don't give him the ball.
Well, you say don't give him the ball.
You know, Drummond can get 30 and 12. He get
Hold
against
up.
Boston. Drummond
I
can get
Okay,
30
now.
and 12.
Wait a minute.
Okay,
Hold
now.
on. I
Okay,
understand
now.
what
Hold
Sky
on,
is
hold
saying
on. Let me throw
about
this hand
not
grenade
giving him
real
the
quick.
ball.
Let me throw this hand grenade real quick. There's a possibility that Ben Simmons will be back tomorrow night.
I know.
He's
Right.
slated to come back on Monday. Let's say he comes back tomorrow instead because of the pressure. First of all, do you think he's going to come back because of the pressure early? And second of all, do you think it's going to make
I
an
don't think
impact
it's
on the game?
early. I think he's been ready. I don't think it's
I
early.
Yeah,
think
he
I think
should
it's
have
a
been here.
mistake bringing him back. I want him to come back, but I think it's too deep into the series, the pace and all that. Him getting acclimated. I
Oh
know
no,
they
no.
just need him. Well, hold on, they just need him to rebound and play defense. I understand that, right? But this is play like he hasn't played basketball in a damn year, and we're talking about playoff basketball. We're not talking about regular season basketball. So what are we
It
talking
doesn't
about?
matter. A body
Okay.
is a body in the playoffs. If he can take up minutes and he can rebound the ball and play some defense, he's welcome. The
Or
whole
if
key with
he's
that situation is, listen, you cannot discredit if he comes back. There's no way in hell that the Nets wouldn't play him if he was ready to come back. If he was ready, they would play him now. And I'm like the last guy who just said he might play Friday. I mean, when is it? When are the next game? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
tomorrow.
He might play tomorrow, and it
Like
won't be
what's
no
In what
ifs, ands, and buts
capacity?
about him
In what
what's
playing
tomorrow
tomorrow.
capacity?
versus Monday? What's the difference between tomorrow versus Monday? 48 hours? Play tomorrow.
Okay,
Okay.
in
No,
what
a
capacity
win
though?
or a loss, a win or a loss, a
Okay.
win or a
Let me
loss. That's the difference.
let me take it back. Let me take it back, if you guys don't mind. Let me take it back to Hugo's GM, or well, no, coaching ability, where I disagree.
Okay.
Now, the reason why I'm saying Aldridge is really not should be the focal point, and I think Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving as well as Steve Nash understand this, is because he operates in the same field of area of Kevin Durant. So what you need is someone to operate in an area that's not going to be interfering with Durant and Kyrie, right?
Can I,
The
can I counter that?
perimeters.
Can I
Yeah,
counter
hold
that?
on. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
As soon as I
Okay.
finish,
Okay.
from the perimeter in those aspects, right? Because you got Kevin Durant out there, you got Kyrie Irving out there. They're going to dominate the perimeter. What you need to establish is a dominance in the paint area, right? In that small region, in that inner arc over there
Exactly.
by the basket, where that Drummond and Klassen can do their thing. If you recall that first game, Brown and Claxton had a real tremendous chemistry in their pick and roll, where I think Claxton scored like 12 points and he scored like 6, like real quick, like, you know what I'm saying? It was like effortlessly. I think they're going away from that. I don't know why. I'm not going to blame Kyrie and Durant. I'm not going to blame them because I do like those players. I don't know if it's an ego thing or not, because Boston should be down 0-2.
It's coaching. It's
It's
coaching.
obvious
That's
they
the
should be down
problem.
0-2.
It's the coaching.
And so let me finish so you can go ahead and rebuttal.
I don't know how
So
it's obvious, Dex.
so
Boston been beating teams all year. Like, I mean, yeah, they blew leads to them, but Boston's a good team. I don't know why
but
that should be
let me share
obvious.
what I'm talking about.
They had your boy Williams at the center though. They don't have that no more.
Okay, hold on,
No,
hold on, guys. Don't jump
not
me.
for a
Don't
couple
jump me
more
real quick.
weeks.
Hold on, don't jump me real quick. Let me just share this right here. If you can go ahead and get Claxton and Drummond to dominate that paint, where Claxton pick and roll, Drummond just brute force. You don't need no pick and roll with Drummond, just brute force. You know what I'm saying? Whether he makes the shot or misses the shot, you have to establish his presence down low. Right now, the Brooklyn Nets has abandoned that kind of basketball, and it's surprising with the IQ of Kyrie and Kevin Durant that they wouldn't switch over and play more brute basketball down low, and then all this finesse shit they trying to play from, all the way through this series, and it might cost.
They playing like the mall. Just put it like that. They playing like the mall. And that's just being honest. They playing like the mall.
Coaching.
Okay, Hugo, you go ahead.
All right. So
I
here's
blame
my
the coaching.
okay. So the coaching is Steve Nash doesn't have the authority to do anything on this team. That's the problem. That's one. Moving on. So I do understand that in a perfect world, and what you're seeing, that they should dump the ball down low to Aldridge, let him do his thing, right? So, but here's the thing. What I've noticed is that for whatever reason, right, the defense of Boston, right, if it's even a pick and roll or throw it down the middle, it's like it seems like Drummond's not. They're setting 2 or 3 people, and he's not like comfortable. And if he does get double teamed, he panics, right, and tries to throw it to God knows who, and that's a turnover. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is that Aldridge is a very skilled. You think why I'm harping on Aldridge, right? You can also play Drummond and Aldridge or Claxton and Aldridge in some sort of a lineup. You know what I'm saying? Maybe when Brown is out or something like that, right? Because Brown is actually very vital to this team, or else they would have been getting blown out. But that's neither here nor there. So I'm not just saying just Aldridge by himself, but if you could do a combination of Claxton and Aldridge, Drummond and Aldridge, but what does Aldridge does? He's a dual threat offensive player. He can put his back to the basket in the key, or he can stretch the floor. You just want to have options, right, to the offense. That's all I'm saying. And
so what you're saying is that you're not putting Aldridge and KD in at the same time. You're going to stagger their minutes.
Exactly. That's the thing. Because like you said, with that area being clogged, you don't want that. But depending on the lineup, what you can do to alleviate or just give a different look, which they haven't, is that have Aldridge, right, to the back of the basket, right? If they double team, he can throw it out to the shooters, or you can run a pick and roll, even with Durant, because Durant, even though I think Durant's handling the ball too much, the defense is overwhelming. He should be coming off curls, or you know what I'm saying, or like put him in the post and he could do his turnaround.
But you know why he's not doing that, right?
Go ahead.
The reason why I believe Durant is not doing it, based on my observation, is because he's trying to babysit his Achilles. He don't want to bring too much thrust and force off of it with these quick bursts of coming off screens and pushing people, and you know what I'm saying? He just want to get the ball in the open space and then shoot.
I agree with you, because this series, right? This series was I've been watching the games. I'm like, he's babysitting his Achilles, because he's not as explosive, and he's not. What's the word I'm looking for? It's not that he's injured or whatever.
Step.
It's just his step is a little bit off. Yeah.
Loathing.
He's almost 34 years old and he's losing his
you
step.
Can see it
happens
like
to everybody.
This series is letting you know that, like, you know, he's lost maybe like 5%, you know, of his step. You know what I'm saying? And you're right about that. So to your point, like I said, I know everyone's saying.
Matter of fact, pause. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
okay,
we just saw Jason Tatum block this guy twice.
Right, and I've never seen Durant's shot be blocked like that. That's wild, ever.
Right.
So that's when you know, like, it's the injury. You know what I'm saying? He's lost some of his thrust, his lift, all that kind of stuff. But here's the thing, right? That being said, everybody keeps telling me, you know, throw it down low to Drummond, right? But that's not the Drummond of the past 2 years. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he can do it, but has been his game for the past 2 years, and maybe he doesn't feel comfortable doing it. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying
no. He wants the ball. Remember when he was with the Lakers, he was like, "Well, tell the coach, tell Vogel to give me the ball." Remember
that's funny.
They were saying the same thing about. Okay.
That's funny. I was going to say the Nets feel a lot like the Lakers right now,
but they're not running so. But they haven't run that the whole season. So, you know, you can't ask somebody to do something that they haven't been doing, you know, or
Blake
they feel
Griffin,
comfortable doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Aldridge neither one of them have played in months.
But I understand that. But my thing is, if Aldridge doesn't even play the game 3 at all, just to see a different look, to see what he can give you, maybe, you know, he don't got it, but they have to do that at least. You know what I'm saying? To give Boston a different look, because let's be real, and I'll let you guys go. Right?
Sure.
Let's be real here. The Nets have played like ass, and they could have won both games. You know what I'm saying? So let's not jump off the horse here.
Yeah.
But let me give you an interesting fact. The Nets in the last game, they played 6 players off the bench. That bench scored 26 points. The Celtics played 3 players off the bench. They scored 30.
Yeah.
The Nets lack depth. They're top heavy. They are the Lakers 2.0.
I don't know if they lack depth. I can't say that, because just look at the bench. Look at the people on the bench: Curry, Claxton,
Curry
Brown.
starts. Curry starts.
Oh, he starts now.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
a
I didn't know
starter.
that.
Yeah, he's a starter.
Brown starts too.
Brown starts too.
The problem is the
It's a
rotation.
bench. There's no depth. He's right. There's no whoever said that. There's no
Oh,
depth. Let's call
yeah,
it
that
what
was
it is.
NBA.
Yeah,
Wow,
there's
Nah,
no.
man.
I didn't know
The
those
ro-
guys was inserted in the starting lineup.
Yeah,
Normally people play just 8 people off the bench anywhere in the playoff. The problem is the rotations. That's the problem. The rotations, and I see that. You starting the
What?
game. You
But
starting the game with
I'm
Kyrie Irving.
confused. Yeah,
You starting the game with Kyrie Irving won't shoot. You starting the game with Kevin
yep.
Durant. He won't shoot. Like,
Steph want to shoot.
and Steph won't shoot. So you starting with all shooters.
but guys, that's not the problem. You know what
That's
the
the
problem is?
problem,
But
man.
no. You know what the
They want to
problem
shoot
And you
in
is,
got
Golden
look. I'm
State
gonna
too,
tell
but
you
it
this.
works.
bro.
I'm about to tell you this. Look, check this out. You could bring
Golden State
Kyrie
is
Irving.
motion.
Yeah,
That's
but you could bring Kyrie Irving off the bench if it's for the team. I'm not
that's
saying
not gonna happen. Come on,
that's what
man.
I'm saying. It's not. I'm saying he's not a bench player, but if you know that's what you lack, and that's what I'm saying. You could bring him off the bench, or you could bring Kevin Durant off the bench. The point I'm getting at is when the dudes playing down there the whole game, the whole team.
No,
So
I think
even when they up, people come back on them. I didn't watch it happen.
So Zen
Yep.
Master.
Yep.
Who's on the bench now?
Patty
For
Mills.
right.
Patty
LaMarcus
Mills. It's
Aldridge,
Aldridge. There's
Blake Griffin,
Blake Griffin who hasn't
Joe
played.
Johnson.
The rookie Kessler.
No, James Johnson got released.
He got released.
Johnson
He's not
got
there.
released. Wow,
Yeah.
I'm surprised by that.
Yeah. The rookie Kessler, Cam Johnson. They don't. There's not much. There's not much depth there. Yeah.
So what happened? I mean, because when Steph Curry came over there, him and Drummond, wasn't it coming off the bench?
Yeah. Who was starting? It was
Harden left, so that's freed
yeah.
up the 2 guard spot.
Patty Mills had a greater role, but then he fell off a little bit. I think they should start Patty Mill game 3 and have Seth Curry come off the bench so they have some more bench scoring. That's just my personal opinion. But I don't know if they're going to do that.
I agree with that.
Harris.
I agree
Harris
with
has
that.
been out a long time, guys, and it's
Yeah.
really hurt. They're missing Harris real bad.
Not really,
Yeah,
because last
that's a
year
fact.
Harris was trash. So
He
they're
was
not.
trash in the
Yeah,
playoffs.
but you missing the body. You missing the body. Yeah, I think you'd rather have it.
Yeah.
Harris ain't
And you
trash.
gotta think he'd do better year over year. You gotta think
That's right.
he'd do better. So
So guys, here's the problem. You know what the problem is? Everyone's focused on the offensive side. That's not the problem. You know what the problem is?
Well,
the problem is you have Seth Curry. You have Seth Curry, Kyrie Irving, right? Who are they guarding? They're not there's not enough size. You got Jaylen Brown, 6'6", and then Tatum 6'7", 6'8". That's why they're having a field day, because there's no one to guard these guys on the perimeter or
not
down
just
low.
that, you know who's shooting
Shout out
the
to
ball.
Josh Jackson for highlighting the Nets need defense.
So that's
Yeah, they
I'm
got
just
the
saying
worst
they
strength
can't play
Yeah, they do.
defense because of those 2 players right there.
Man,
Seth Curry's guarding nobody, and Kyrie Irving's not guarding anybody.
when you look at the Nets, you know who's shooting the ball.
Yeah,
It's
Kyrie
5
and Durant.
against 2.
Yeah,
That's every game.
and that's a
5
problem.
against 2. That's 5. And not just that, it's playoff 5 against 2. You know it's bad.
But they need to
what
swing.
happened to David
they
Duke
need,
Jr.?
Is he?
Whatever happened to David Duke Jr.? Is he on IR?
I'm not sure if he's on the playoff roster.
Because he was balling at one point. He's on the team roster currently, but that doesn't mean the playoff roster. So.
Right, and he plays good defense. The problem is Kyrie, and Curry cannot hold Brown and Tatum, and that's the problem. You need stops, right? And we know Nets are not known for their defense. You understand what I'm saying? And another thing is this, right? And this is and I'll let you guys go, right? If for sure, if Nets don't come out of this series, Nash is gone. That's a fact. He's out of here. And I think even if they do get out, he should be out of here, because you have superstars. They've won championships or whatever, but you need in-game tactics and changes. I've yet to see any in-game changes in game 1 or game 2. So that's where I'm at with it.
Agree with that. I'm just looking at the ages of the Nets right now. Goran Dragic is
34,
35.
35.
Marcus Aldridge is 36. Blake Griffin is 33. Patty Mills is getting up there in age too. How old is he?
34,
33.
33.
Yeah, they're an older team.
Yeah, they don't have any depth. That's the problem, man. There's no depth. And like I said, the size, like Boston, like their defense, what I can respect them, the first half of the season, Boston, and the second half of the season, Boston are two different teams for sure. And Udoka has gotten them buying into play. I've never seen defense like that in a very long time since like who should I equate it to? Detroit Pistons with Chauncey Billups and those guys, Rip Hamilton, and I would say yeah, pretty much them. Like their defense is legit. Their defense is ironclad defense, and they commit to it. So, and I think the Nets and Durant, they weren't prepared for that. I think because look at the turnovers that Durant's having. I just think it's the reason why is that he has the ball too much in his hands.
Too
And
much. Yeah.
my thing is, why not run? I don't see any plays like off screens or curls. You know what I'm saying? Where he excels. You know what I'm saying? They just want to like shot clocks running down, hero ball type stuff. That's not going
This
to
is the
work.
problem when you have a scorer first point guard. This is always the problem.
Right.
When you have a scorer first point guard.
I agree.
It is. You want your point guard to be able to attack,
Facilitator.
to be able to score, but that shouldn't be the primary thing. The primary thing should be how is the offense running, and if we're at a timeout and I see certain things aren't working, I'm the second coach, and I'm going to say, hey, when this happens, do this. I see this out there, and this is what's going on with the offense and why we can't make it happen. That should be what the point guard is doing, and yes, if he's open. Yes, if he sees the ability to drive, he sees a lane or whatever, he should be able to convert just like any other player on the court. But when your point guard is score first, like Damian Lillard is, like, well, I'm not going to put Steph Curry in that category because he's not. But let's just take Damian Lillard for example. It's the exact same thing as Kyrie. The rest of the team ends up watching, standing around and watching,
Right.
And there's no motion, there's no cutting to the basket. There's no off-ball activity to keep the defenders from even getting cool and resting themselves on defense. You can pretty much rest when they got the ball because Kyrie or KD is going to shoot it most of the time.
Yeah, they're making it easy for Boston because it's like they're playing into their wheelhouse because, like you said before, and I've been noticing myself, the ball's not moving around the court, right? It's easy for the defense to set up. It's like you said, it's easy to defend. Defenders are resting because they don't have to work, and that's why, like, not to get off topic, but that's why Golden State is like damn near impossible to beat because you have to work. You have to defend them. You have to guard them on offense, right? And they tire you out. That's why teams can't keep up, and that's why I like their motion offense. Now, if the Nets could, like, as a coach like Nash, this is what's surprising me. This guy played point guard. Like he was one of the top 20 point guards of, I could say 15 point guards of all time. What have you? Even 10. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
To not have the common sense to say, okay, the ball's sticking too much. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And
but
it's no justice.
You know how it goes. You know how it goes with superstars and
ego and all that.
He should know better because he was a superstar. He should be able to communicate on that level. But Kyrie is Kyrie, and this is part of what you get when it comes to Kyrie. He puts on a lot of pious fronts, but Kyrie's ego is as big as anybody else, if not probably the biggest in the room. And that's why he does put on so much piety because he needs the attention. And when you're dealing with somebody like that, you have to more or less cater to them or he's going to pull out. And in this situation, we know what happens if he withdraws. So I think, Steve Nash is not the personality, obviously, at this point to deal with Kyrie Irving. I think they need to bring in a stronger personality, somebody that he will respect as a leader and not as a peer. He looks at Nash as a peer. And you didn't have the skill that I have, so how can you tell me?
Right.
So I think that's part of the problem with Kyrie. The other part of the problem with Kyrie is he just has to get over himself a little bit and stop commanding and demanding so much attention when he's not playing ball or taking up every cause on the earth. I mean, it just you could say the same thing for a lot of activists, and I don't want to downplay his activism, but it seems like he's down for every cause on earth. And there's always an excuse to not go to work, and he takes too many excuses to not go to work, and that shit shows up in the playoffs
Yeah,
when
man.
you ain't been pushing all season. You've been taking basketball casually. You can't just flip a switch. Yeah, you're supremely skilled. You don't play defense.
And that's the problem, man. There's no defense. There's no defense, and that's why that's why when I heard the trade with Ben Simmons, like, yeah, let's go, but like we haven't seen him, and we don't know what type of shape he's in and stuff like that. But like if Ben Simmons had gotten acclimated before the playoffs started, I mean, that would be some fearsome like trio. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
Especially like
yeah.
Ben Simmons anchoring the defense and facilitating, which they desperately need right now. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? So
He's the perfect addition to that team. They just didn't get him back in time. And I agree. I totally agree. They would be probably favored over everyone if he was at high working order. The rest of the pieces I think would fall into place better because you'd have a dominant defender and you'd have a facilitator, and those two could just be scorers, which is what they want to do. Neither one
right,
of them wants to facilitate.
yeah. But with all that being said, we've said a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Really, Brooklyn should be up 2-0. If we're being honest, I'm not taking anything away from what the Celtics have done,
Yeah.
but if we really look at it, both of those games, Brooklyn beat themselves. You understand? And like I said, it's do or die. It's do or die tomorrow. But I'm just worried that the adjustments, like, where are the adjustments? It's just mind boggling. It's just it's it's
I
it's it's crazy.
I credit Boston and I credit game plan. They're letting these two punch themselves out basically in quarters 1 through 3, playing a little rope a dope. Let them punch themselves out. Kyrie and KD are exhausted in the third and fourth because nobody else is trying to score. That's when the Celtics turn up, and it's like I think it's the strategy and what you said about that zone. This is the first time we've seen a zone defense be effective in a very long time, and it's going to be a test in particular against, let's say they match up against Golden State. Can a modern zone ever compete against a 3-point offense like Golden State? That's going to be incredibly important to see. Looks like everyone else is out on the panel. So, Flight, I'm going to take off. It was a great show. Everybody, thanks for tuning in. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, hit the notification bell on your way out. And everyone have a great day. We'll see you tonight on Flight Sports TV.
Anybody home? Anybody home? Can anybody hear me? If you can hear me, give me some kind of emoji. Well, the only thing I can say is we had a lovely stream. It was wonderful. Shout out to everybody that came through and chimed in with us. We appreciate you rocking with us here at Flight Sports TV, the hottest shit in the streets. Flight Sports TV is a machine that is evident. There's no such thing as impossibility when it comes to this YouTube universe and landscape, spreading out wonderful, contagious content. Shout out to our chat. Shout out to our wonderful moderators. Shout out to our panel and everybody that's on the get down with Flight Sports TV. We can't thank you enough for showing your appreciation and showing your love and your true devotion to Flight Sports TV. This is not a Mickey Mouse club. We don't do all that secret society type shit. That's not what we do. There's no robots. There's no sheep. There's free thinking, free content, agree, disagree. You just got to take the consequences, whether you agree or disagree. The consequences, the risk of disagreeing, agreeing is on you. We don't hold nobody. So, hey, we're coming off of the exclusive of James Borrego being fired and the Charlotte Hornets moving on from his coaching strategies, trying to get them into a different dimension or elevate them to a higher atmosphere, whether it's the stratosphere or the ionosphere. The Charlotte Hornets need to ascend. Being a play-in team and losing the first play-in game year in and year out is not going to cut it for the Charlotte Hornets. LaMelo Ball needs more. LaMelo Ball needs better. And all the LaMelo-holics that's out there that's proud to be a LaMelo-holic and associate themselves with the success and the diligence of LaMelo Ball playing in the NBA, big ups to you. Shout out to you for your continuous support of this young man as you witness his ascension into the higher realms of NBA competition. It was only befitting that a change, of the guard in the Charlotte Hornets realm was inevitable. And listen, big ups to Michael Jordan for making that move, or Mitch Kupchak, one or the two. Whoever pulled the strings on that one, big ups to them for the courageousness of moving on from the first Latino heritage coach in the NBA. I'm quite sure there's more to come in the future, but James Borrego, he just wasn't it. I'm just going to tell you guys, he just wasn't it. He wasn't the perfect fit for a young budding Charlotte Hornets team that have shown exponential expectations in their first 2 years, as Lamelo Ball being the subject in conversation of a franchise player. It's not easy just to fire a coach from a small franchise, a small market franchise, when the dollars are not there. It's been a struggle to maintain relevancy in the NBA. You're not the laughing stock as an owner. People calling you the worst owner ever in professional sports franchise history. They're calling you a worse owner than George Steinbrenner. Well, at least George Steinbrenner won plenty of championships as a Yankee. You know what I'm saying? Donald Sterling. So you don't want to be mixed in that group of assholes with money. And Michael Jordan, this is the first step of many in a prolonged journey, in a contractual NBA. I mean, well, they want to expand, but they haven't expanded thus far. But as a team that's been around for some years, you want to show that you can become a relevant entity within the realms of competition in the NBA. You don't want to be the laughing stock of the board of governors when you're going to the NBA meetings of the board of governors and the executives that's running that professional entity. They look at you as a laughing stock. They look at you as, here you have one of the most premier young players in the league, and you tying him to a chair. That's just unbelievable. It's unfathomable for an NBA owner to receive such a prize and do not open the box. You got a gift. It was laid in on your lap. Loosen the ribbons. Open up the box. Look at your prize. Look at your gift. And then parade it to the world. Because LaMelo Ball, one thing we can say for certain, and two things for sure, that he's an all-star. And he's an all-star in his second year. That don't happen often. You know what I'm saying? A lottery pick being an all-star in the second year. And especially rare for a first-year lottery pick all-star. So you got a second-year sophomore all-star in your midst, and you're playing around with it. You over here shuckling and jiving and not even giving it the worth that it deserves. So shame on you from the past, and big ups to you for the present, and salute to you for the future, because you have taken the first step of many in making a change in Buzz City. Buzz City needs to buzz again. And right now, your new coach is going to come in and hopefully make Buzz City buzz again. So shout out to everybody that's rocking with Flight Sports TV. And Danny C, shout out to you, my brother. He says, Dex, I want a cash giveaway for tonight's Pelicans game and Bulls game. We could pick scores or player stat or something. Well, hey, I'm not opposed to none of that, but listen, right now, I would be willing to give a Cash App giveaway for the Chicago Bulls if they're on the brink of advancing to the next round. That game, I would not mind giving a Cash App giveaway. But for the games that they are currently playing right now, there's not an emergency game. I don't think it's befitting coming out of my pocket to give a Cash App giveaway. But if the Bulls put themselves in a game where they one game away from advancing to the next round, I welcome a Cash App giveaway. I have no problem with it. we could figure out some how to incorporate it into the stream somehow, some way, and hopefully that will bring Lonzo Ball closer to coming back to be a full-on member of the Chicago Bulls in a Chicago Bulls uniform on this parquet floor in either in the United Center or in some other gym playing meaningful minutes in a playoff game. That would be wonderful in itself. And that definitely warrant a Cash App giveaway. But until then, I basically reserve the right to serve Flight Sports TV in the capacity of production manager. If that's the case, if Chicago Bulls ever get themselves into a situation where they can advance and move on, I will welcome the idea of a Cash App giveaway. Sorry, folks, I just lost a brief connection right there, but I'm back. Shit, my phone is dying. But yeah, that would be wonderful. But listen, let's get some feedback from the chat, okay? Um, we had some distinguished people on the panel today. We had some wonderful takes. Shout out to the newest around Flight Sports TV, Hugo. Shout out to Fresh Belize. Fresh Prince of Belize. Shout out to him and his wonderful takes as he chimed in for a few minutes, and everybody else that came through. Hopefully tonight we get some more interesting panel members, and the takes will be, mixed, and some of the takes will be kind of mundane because we basically know who's who and what's what. But anytime we get a fresh voice on Flight Sports TV, it's always a delight, and we always want to welcome that. And Hugo was very articulate in how he espoused his feelings about the Brooklyn Nets. He was very detailed in how he would shuffle things around. Those are the type of individuals that we love to welcome on Flight Sports TV, who gives us a great analysis and insight of their team and can break it down from various angles where a baby can understand. That's how you know that that individual is a diligent fan of that said team, when they can do such breakdowns, put on the GM hat, then turn around, put on the coach's hat, then turn around and put on the player's hat, and give us wonderful insight in their beloved team. Yeah, so shout out to everybody out there that dwells amongst the fandom of the NBA and have their particular team that they dig into, and they can come and share a take or two and be very detail oriented, succinct, and not overly talkative, where they can share the panel and share their takes that everybody can bite in at it, whether they agree or disagree, and don't decompose right before our eyes. So Brother Hugo was very composed, and he took his share of lumps from Sky, from myself, from Marvin, from Zen, and he held up. You know what I'm saying? He stood firm in the sand. He didn't waver. He was very good at what he does, and I appreciate him. So if you have a channel, y'all shout out his channel, man, and go check this brother out, because it seems like he's on the rise. As you all know, we have a lot of people come in and out of Flight Sports TV. Flight Sports and Flight himself give us an open content for us to share our trauma, share our views, share our content, shout out our movements, expose our brands and merch and whatever things that we have available to share to the world. And he gives us this platform via YouTube as a media means to thrust our ideas, our dreams, our business ventures, in all our endeavors out here into this vastness of infinity YouTube space. And not too many people will give you that opportunity, especially if they don't know you. I know this for a fact because I was in Hollywood, so I know how this Hollywood thing goes. You know what I'm saying? Scratch my back, I scratch yours. But hell, you better have a bigger back scratcher than mine. And then, so that is a wonderful thing about the young man of Flight Sports TV, that he gives us the opportunity to share. He lets the chat be open, and the chat is very vulnerable at times. We have our moderators who gives us statistics and facts, and I just think we should, the moderators, once we up here talking, and Josh is very good at this. So big ups to Josh. My hats go off to you, Josh, young man, because a lot of times you be in a chat, and you be in full engaged with somebody in the chat, and then you hear something on the panel, and you go and dig for it, and then you go ahead and put the actual statistics in the chat, and that is very wonderful for the panel members, because we can look over there at the chat and get the information dead on the spot. And that's what they do at all of the big mega medias. Those guys have teleprompters, and they have what you call their producers. We call them moderators, but they have their producers. When they start talking, those producers, they shoot them stats in their teleprompter, and that's how they dead on with their stats. A lot of those guys don't remember those type of stats. There was one guy I remember on ESPN. I can't remember his name, but I think it was called Stop the Stumper or something like that. Stump the Stumper. And this dude was dangerous. I mean, it was so difficult to stump this guy. He was like a walking sports almanac. And it was very rare that somebody got on there and stomped him and won money for that. And I thought that was a very interesting show, because I watched it often, and the way that he spewed and regurgitated and popped up and came up with stats in statistical forms when people were asking difficult questions and difficult eras of sports, and it went across all genre of sports. It wasn't just one particular sport. It went across all genre of sports, and this dude was amazing at not being stumped. So shout out to the moderators who keeps us abreast of the current stats, because we know those stats move around a lot, because we can look at something one day and get a printed version of that statistic, and then when we come on Flight Sports TV, maybe days after, and that situation or topic comes up, and we spew those stats, and we spewing the stats from when we last seen it. Not that we were wrong, but we was just wrong with the timing. You follow what I'm saying? The timing was off, because stats do change day in and day out. But at the time you might have saw that particular stat, it was correct. And then when you say it, maybe days later, or maybe even weeks later, those stats have changed. And our moderators keeps us up to date on a lot of that, those statistical stats and things of that nature. So hold on one second. We got some people knocking at the door. Up. Knock, knock. Who is it? Hugo. Hello, Hugo. Welcome to Flight Sports TV. Knock, knock. Who is it? Marvin. Marvin, welcome to Flight Sports TV. We open up the door, take the shoes off, go, walk across the red carpet, have your nice seat in our Italian leather vintage furniture, and let's chop it up, brothers.
Yeah, I'm already chilling.
Welcome back. Thank you for the kind words, Dex. I'm a big sports fan. Also, when I take my takes, I try to look at it from an objective point of view. Yeah, I might be biased to my Brooklyn Nets team or whoever I support, but I try to come from a intellectual perspective, and try to be somewhat grounded in what I'm trying to say. More mind than passion. And yeah, love sports, love others' take and points of views, and that's how we learn, that's how we grow, and that's how we go.
Now, brother, we know Brooklyn Nets is your favorite team and things of that nature. Is any other sport that you enjoy watching?
Give me 1 second. 1 second. Yeah, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yes. So basically a little, backstory. I've always always was into sports. I'm a big soccer fan, or we, call it football, but soccer fan. I love basketball. I watch the NFL. I watch practically almost any sport. NFL. I said tennis. I used to when I was younger. I used to watch hockey. I like the competitive aspect of sports, and so yeah, I watch the games when I can, and yeah, I like the Nets. I'm really a big Lonzo Ball fan, even though I'm a Brooklyn Nets fan. But I appreciate Lonzo Ball's skill set, even though I still think it's not being used correctly. But yeah, so yeah, any questions or like points of view of anything? It doesn't have to necessarily be sports, even though this is a sports channel. I know I could chime in and give a proper perspective. So yeah.
How old are you?
I am 38 years old.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I don't seem like yeah. So I don't look 38 and I don't sound 38. I don't act 38. I am mature. I am responsible. I have a job. I have an apartment, all that kind of stuff. But I'm like a young spirit, so I don't come off
I
as
can tell. Definitely.
yeah. So full of life, love learning, love points of views, even though I may not agree with them. So that's the type of person I am. I would view myself as spiritual, intellectual, and like I said, I'm always willing to learn. I don't think I know everything, so that's why I like to listen to other opinions, so that I might learn something every day or something like that. So that's the type of mindset I have.
Now, do you have a channel?
I do not have a sports channel. I do not have a channel, but I am working on a project right now. It's in its infancy, so maybe when that is more at a later stage, I'll share with that. But no, I don't have a channel. I just like to talk sports and hear what other people have to say. I did recently. I know sports betting came to New York. I'm not an avid gambler or what have you, but I find the like betting very interesting, and I dabble here and there in it, but I'm not an avid fan. But one thing that I do realize, and maybe Dex, you could confirm, or maybe I'm crazy about this or something, but is it possible that, and I don't want to start a conspiracy or anything like that, but betting affects.
We love conspiracies here at Flight Sports TV.
Betting affects outcomes of games.
Most definitely.
So okay, I know I wasn't just the only one, because it seems to me that it does. But I just wanted to throw that out there. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, most definitely it does. I bet a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I made some good money over the years betting on sports, as well as I play poker. I used to be a poker head, but I kind of slowed down on that. I don't play slot machines really, but yeah, okay. Table games. Yeah, I'm blackjack, poker. Yeah, I'm pretty good at it. But nevertheless, Marvin Perspective is in here. Yo, Marvin, what you want to talk about, bro?
Well, I was just sitting back listening. I'm doing my little research until the games come on and getting ready to get ready. Just checking out some stats and looking at this and that about the Bulls, and listening to some takes from a lot of different places in Chicago and how they feel the Bulls gonna do tonight, and just getting eager and ready for the game. Basically, my thing is, I know this is the most important game of the year, of the series for the Bulls to me, and I'm pretty sure they realize that. And I was listening to some of the post-game comments from both teams, and nobody wanted to really give in to the other. So they're basically saying it wasn't their fault, it was our fault, and we can do better. Let's see who does the right necessary adjustments and see how this pans out. Because I'm not looking at this no different since Middleton is not there. They didn't beat us before without him. That's not a problem. We need to just execute. We need to execute like we know how, like we did last game. We hit our shots, play good defense, and play to the game that's in front of us. Because it is ironic that if the Bulls win all of their home games from now, they win the series 4-2.
Yes, they definitely advance. That's a good perspective, Marvin perspective. Well, Flight is on deck, and Flight, we haven't really heard from you today. So, Flight, what you think about all the events?
Right now, I'm moving and grooving, but I got y'all. I talked for the first half hour when I set this live off. But like I said, the shit has been crazy. I spoke a few things, but the panel was not lit up like how it was. But I tell you, man, this news was retarded. Hopefully my phone don't die. I'm on 10%. I'm pulling into my neighborhood right now. The shit has been crazy, man. We knew this shit was coming, so it's not like this was a shocker. I wasn't fucking stone cold shocked, but I tell you what, I did lay a name out there. I would like to see Doc Rivers take over this job. I don't know if y'all wrote up some names yet. I see that we had a hell of a show. Sam Dracula was in the building. The shit was crazy. I don't know if y'all got into some candidates, but my early candidate, I haven't really sat down and thought like really in depth. I probably have some more knowledge on it tonight. But as early as right now, I think I would like Doc Rivers to take over this job. Let's just be real. Doc Rivers, if he don't get to the conference finals or the finals, he's gonna get fired. D'Antoni is waiting in the balance. And another thing, I think they're gonna run into some smoke when they face Miami next series. So I expect Philadelphia to get eliminated next series and Doc Rivers to be fired right after that, and opening up the door for Doc Rivers to take over. He's done a lot of good things with point guards like Rajon Rondo, Chris Paul. I see FYF in the building. He thinks something's funny. I don't know what's so amusing, but I would love Doc Rivers to take over this job. I heard a lot of names, but listen, it's inevitable. We knew this was coming. I'm not shocked at all, but it's just crazy that this shit happened late this Friday. It's wild. They always pull this shit right before the weekend. What y'all think, man? We have breaking news today, man. What's your thoughts, Marv? Talk to
Flight,
me,
did you drop the link?
Yeah, the link is dropped. So FYF is good. The shit is pinned too in the chat. So it's like pinned. So yeah, I pinned it. So anybody, I dropped it. I pinned it. The chat is open. So let's go. FYF, I got the grill ready. I don't work tomorrow. I'm off all weekend. The grill is hot and ready for you, boy.
FYF, I would love to hear your take on Jay Wright from Villanova. We know he's a champion in college. Will it be as similar to a Billy Donovan? You know what I'm saying? Because Jay Wright, Billy Donovan is basically cut from the same cloth. Could we get your take on that? If you have a few moments of your time.
Right. I know it's early. I know a lot of people, moving and grooving. I was just happy that I was in a position that I could have jump started this live, for everybody to come in and speak what they needed to speak. Because when the news broke, I was literally in my car sleeping. And then my phone just started going off. I just ran in the car to take a quick cat nap. I was fucking exhausted, from last night. And then all that shit just pop off like that. So I'm just happy that we was able to deliver this news to you. It's wild. This is good news, though. A lot of people seen this coming, man. It's not like it's bad news. This is almost like a celebration moment. I see the community is rejoicing. We know it was coming. It's kind of funny because I didn't hear what Sam. I want to replay what Sam had to say because Sam comes from a Hornets perspective. But
yes,
I know
big
that
time.
Deep down, I know deep down he knew that this was coming, and sometimes he comes on the show and we've been giving it to Borrego all year, so sometimes people might feel like we just picking on him, but it was where smoke, it was fire. And sometimes when you're a big time fan of a team, sometimes you kind of overlook some of that. As a Knicks fan, I go ahead. And when I was a Knicks fan, I was up here trying to figure out how I could make it seem like fucking what was these guys? I forgot her name. Let Rambis. Kurt. I'm trying to figure out how Kurt Rambis doing a good job when he took over. So when you're a fan of a team, you start to think crazy. It's just like I said. It was time. I think it's more things gonna happen in Charlotte, but this is the beginning of something special. This is the only way you're gonna grow. So this had to happen. It's unfortunate, but it had to happen. So
Yeah, and I just
this
wanted to
next
chime
move
in and
better be the
say,
best move, because this is gonna be the
yeah,
pivotal play right here. This next coaching pick. This is gonna
yeah,
be for all the marbles. This either
yeah, and
can
I
make
just
or
wanted to
break.
chime in and say,
Go
I
ahead,
had
Marv.
mentioned this earlier. I had mentioned this earlier in the season about the firing of him, and it wasn't due to his performance, guy, because he brought the team up to more wins this year. But I just knew that who was there and what they were going through and the movement they were making and the progress in the playoffs. Somebody's head had to roll, and I knew it would probably be. I figured it would probably be him. But I just wanted to
Yeah, he was
address.
on.
I was
Go
reading in the chat. Music Mindset says, I want to ask you guys this. Roy Williams will be a great coach. What you guys think about that?
Well, Roy Williams have
Wait and see.
attended a few games. He have attended a few
Oh,
games by the behest of Michael Jordan invitation. So you just never
shit.
know. He's kind of old though.
Let me tell you something. You're gonna have college coaches flocking to Coach Melo, because they missed out on him. They missed out on Melo in the NCAA. So I'm telling you, I didn't think about that. That's why I said I need to sit down and think. I haven't thought. Now y'all got
Yeah.
my mind
So is
percolating.
this
I didn't
Roy
think about that.
Williams? Is this Roy Williams? Could that be a good fit?
No, I don't think so.
No.
He's too
That's a
old.
good
I hadn't
choice
watched
right
him. I
there.
don't
I
know
didn't think of that.
his coaching philosophy. So I'm not going to say because I hadn't been watching his coaching. I don't know how he feels, what kind of offenses he's running. So I'm not going to, I mean, I had nobody in mind right now.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean, it
why I
was
said it's
shocking.
kind of hard to find somebody off the top of my head.
Yeah.
FYF just trying to build it. What's good, FYF?
What up, y'all?
It's good.
I mean, there's
So
some
we got
decent
breaking
coaches
news
out
in the
there.
NBA today. FYF, Coach James Borrego fired. You understand, Vince McMahon style. What's your thoughts, FYF? We need to hear your thoughts today, man. It's Flight Sports.
He's a fall guy. Somebody
So
has to take
somebody
the
got to
blame.
take it.
Somebody got to take
I
the
mean, but
blame.
who do they replace? Who do they replace him with, though? That's the key.
But hold on, when you
It don't
say he the
matter.
fall guy, oh God, I don't want to interrupt you. Keep cooking. My fault.
No, I'm saying it don't matter. It's the roster is flawed. I don't care. You can put Phil
You're
Jackson
right.
in there. It's going to be flawed roster. I don't care. I mean, if you don't got the personnel to win, you can bring Jesus Christ on the sideline. There ain't no play in the world going to make them better. So, I mean, it's a flawed roster. You got to get the right. First, you got to figure out what you're going to do with Gordon Hayward. He's not healthy. Miles Bridges, how do you do with him? I mean, obviously, I like the pairing. I mean, you got holes at the center spot that you ain't been able to figure out. You need a backup point guard really bad. I mean, are you gonna go with Isaiah Thomas next year? I mean, they got holes all over the goddamn place. And I don't care what coach in the world you bring in, it's the same roster, same problems gonna be there next year. So
Got a
I
super
like Jay
chat.
Wright because Jay Wright has a track record of getting guys to play better than what they actually are. And he did that with a whole bunch of 3-stars at Villanova. Roy Williams ain't really never had to coach 2 and 3 stars and get them to championships. Jay Wright
Wow.
has always been looked at as an NBA mind, an NBA guy. He runs NBA sets already. He runs an NBA style defense already. So I mean, everything
Good
he
take.
has is gonna translate over anyway.
Could you give us some players in recent years that Jay Wright had under his development that thrived pretty well or was serviceable in the
Mikal
NBA?
Bridges, Jalen Brunson, 2 of them
Josh
right there.
Josh Hart.
Josh Hart.
Josh Hart. I mean, look, these guys is all 3 stars. None of them came in as 5 stars. They in the NBA now. I mean,
Coffee saying super chat, Dex.
Yes, I shouted him out. Shout out to Coffee for the super chat. Yes.
So yeah, like they got a host of guys. I mean, even Eric Pascal. I mean, these are all guys that came in 2 stars, 3 stars. Nobody knew about them until they got to Jay Wright's system. He didn't just get them nice in college. He got these boys to the league.
Yes.
And they winning chips on the way. So he's respected. He has an NBA system already. He makes players better over time. He knows how to develop players. It's going to be about who can he bring in as a staff. Hopefully he can bring in a strong staff to support him. But I feel bad for any coach that really gets that job with so many question marks on the roster.
I think they're going to be some major.
Yeah, go ahead, Marvin.
No, I was saying I think they're going to do have some major changes. And major, I mean they're going to cut and then add. So, I mean, I don't know exactly. I don't really follow them that close, but I just see a couple of contracts on there, including Gordon Hayward's, that probably need to be moved if you want to try to build a successful squad around Melo. I mean, I know he could be a piece, but is that contract friendly? I don't think so. That's what the fall is on that. And just trying to put something together, just like he was saying. You got point guard issues, you got center issues, you got financial issues, you got a lot of things. But you have to start somewhere. And he was the fall guy. And like I said earlier this year, I knew it if they lost early in that play-in.
You definitely said that, Marvin.
They were going to have to do it, I mean, I wasn't predicting it. It's not that I dislike them, but it's a business. And that happens.
Now, FYF, I'm gonna ask you something. You brought up Jay Wright. I think Hugo also brought up Jay Wright. Somebody else brought up Villanova coach. But what about NBA caliber players taking up that job? Do you have anybody in mind that will fit?
Because they need a coach that's used to dealing with young guys. Like young guys. This is a young team we talking about. They super into social media and all that stuff. So a college guy is going to be more kind of in tune with this roster, the young guys, and he going to be more relatable. Because I don't care, like if you're not relatable to Lamelo on some level, he ain't going to mess with you. Like he ain't never going to work. And I feel like Borrego never. Like Melo it seemed like to me he looked at Borrego like he was kind of corny. Like Jay Wright already got the swag. Like this man is known for wearing Versace suits on the sideline. Jay Wright is, he got that, he just has that little, just that look. He has the swag, he has the cachet, and he's respected everywhere by all young players coming into the league. So that's where I think he's going to win the locker room right there, right out the gate. And then hopefully if you can win their minds over, then you can get them to fall in line and listen to your philosophies and get that on the court.
But is he conducive to Jordan?
Well, I think Villanova was a Jordan school. I can't remember.
Was it what?
You talking about Mike?
I thought Villanova was a Jordan school, but I can't remember.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think they is Team Jordan. Come to think about it. Yeah, I think so. I think you're right.
I mean, it's very odd that Jay Wright randomly retires from college basketball, and very randomly surprised everybody, and then Borrego was fired. It might not happen, but it's odd.
It is odd.
That's a good observation.
I'm back at the crib, Dex. FYF, you absolutely right on that, man. But I want to just get to the point because I got lost connection. You had stated something where Borrego being the fall guy. I want to know, could you elaborate on that? Do you think that he wasn't deserving to be fired? I mean, I'm just a little confused.
No, it was nothing he could do. Like, I don't care. Like, that's what I'm saying. There's nothing X's and O's wise that he could do to make them win. Like the problems that they were having on the court wasn't really X's and O's or substitutions. They lacked the personnel. So if you look down that bench, I mean, really, like who you really subbing in? Like when things go wrong, you look down that bench, you looking at G League guys like, damn, I got to put this dude in to try to keep the run going. Like, so you don't got many options. You have a lot of holes in the roster. You got Gordon Hayward always hurt. Terry Rozier, so one day he making everything, the next day he missing everything. You got all types of weird stuff going on, and I think he kind of checked out. To me, it kind of looked like he started to check out because towards the end of the season.
So he saw the writing on the wall.
Yeah,
I think he checked out on the team. I mean, sometimes your voice, he was there 4 years. And with this young team, your voice can just get shut off. I think they
But what
feel
about
like they stopped listening to him.
that was a good point, Dex. But what about Melo? You don't think he accelerated this process with the firing? I mean, because it's time for change, don't you think?
No, Melo probably liked it because I just think Melo thought he was corny. I don't think Melo liked him. I mean, I don't think Melo didn't
true.
like him. I think Melo just thought like
He didn't care
everything he
for
does is corny. He does corny stuff, like with the benching and stuff. Like for Melo, that's petty. Like you benching him over petty stuff. Like with a guy like Lamelo, I had a player on my team this year, similar, like not as nice, but similar roles, similar styles of play. And one of my mentor, my director of club basketball, he came to me. He said, because I would bench him every time he made a mistake. He was like, "That's the best player you got." He said, "You got to leave him out there, make or miss mistakes or not." He said, "You ain't got no shot to win if you taking him out. Leave him out there. Let him do his thing. Live with everything." And so I think that's what they got to start doing with Melo. Like I think he was being too petty with LaMelo.
No, good facts, FYI. Great point. Salute to the whole chat going on right now. This is wild though. So give me some candidates. I said my man. What did I say? I said my man Doc Rivers. Even though he's still employed right now, I want him to be the head coach. I guess it's an early prediction. He brought up somebody. He brought up UNC's head coach. You know, I would have to sit and think about it. I think tonight I'm gonna have more candidates. This early on, initially, since the news are broken, who do you see is best suited? You know, to take over Charlotte, LaMelo Ball and the crew. Talk to me, FYI.
Hey, if I'm Jordan, I'm only looking at two names. I'm looking at Mark Jackson or I'm looking at Jay Wright. I need developers. I need people with a proven track record of developing lesser players, turning them into diamonds.
Right.
And Mark Jackson has it. Jay Wright has it. Roy Williams don't have that. Roy Williams be destroying players. He's too much of a disciplinarian. He like another Borrego. He needs all the control. That ain't gonna work in the NBA.
Yeah, we can't.
Who else? Like you look at D'Antoni. D'Antoni's cool, but we know his track record. They gonna score 140 points.
Get the job done.
Nah, he's not. I'm trying to think. Like I'm only looking at a couple names.
What about Sam Cassell?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what his track record is. Like, what's the real track record there?
Willie Green didn't have a track record.
Never been a head coach. He had never been a head coach.
No, Willie Green. He had a nice little record out here in Phoenix. I mean, there was a lot of people that was really vouching for him.
What about Sam?
And Willie Green got an endorsement from the what's his name? The owner of the Suns, he used to
Nah, he's a hell of a
The Coangelos really put their name behind Willie Green, and they really made that happen behind the scenes.
Nah, Willie Green is the truth. I think
the Coangelos really did that.
He's the coach of the year, in my opinion.
Monty Williams. I got to get it to Monty.
I know Monty gonna win it, but I mean, I got him. He should be in the thing. You know, when they bring up the three top coaches, he need to be involved. You understand? He need to be a nominee. You know, the fact that he's not a nominee, he stole somebody's spot.
But here's the thing, like whoever they hire for head coach, they got to have confidence in this coach being able to draw talent also. So do you do the hiring of the coach before you break the team down? Obviously you do. And then do you have in mind the coach that you hired? Who are you going to bring in as far as making your changing of the team? I mean, if you think about it, and then I did want to ask a question, is Mark Jackson ever coming back? Wasn't he banned from the NBA?
You know, I wanted to get to that.
He just interviewed for the Kings job. He actively looking for jobs.
You know what they do with Mark? They flirt with Mark Jackson.
They flirt with Mark Jackson. I'm saying this correctly. Isn't Mark Jackson under some kind of something going on with the NBA, Dex?
No.
Well, I mean, not like overtly.
Politically.
You know what I'm saying? Not overtly.
Well, he had a problem with Golden State with his religion.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Not overtly. They can't say he can't get a job in the NBA. They can't say that because he could sue him. You know what I'm saying? For blackballing or whiteballing, whatever the term they use.
This might be the first year where he's actively interviewing. He hasn't really interviewed the past years. He already interviewed with the Kings. He's active. He's active this year and looking for a job. Other years he wasn't active. So.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you,
Is he
FYF.
the fit? Is he the fit for Charlotte?
Yeah, because your roster ain't getting no better no time soon. So you need to bring somebody in that can convince these dudes that they better than what they are.
I just don't like what they're doing right
Oh,
now.
FYF, you cold. You cold, man.
I don't.
FYF is cold. Did you just hear what he just said?
Yeah.
That's
So they have
hold
to.
on,
You're
but
not too many pieces away. I don't think you're too many pieces away.
yeah, but
I mean,
nobody
what are you,
going to
2 pieces
Charlotte. No,
away?
nobody be like, in free agency, I want to go to Charlotte.
Melo could change it a little bit.
Yeah, I can change that.
No,
Somebody
nobody.
gonna
Have
want
you
more
been to
than him.
Charlotte,
And
man?
that coach can change it. And that
Nah,
coach can
Charlotte
change
is a tough city. It's
No, it's
better than
not,
some
bro.
of these other cities.
I was bored to death down there, man. That's a
No, I ain't gonna lie. Charlotte
Okay.
is kind of born. Charlotte is North
Okay.
Carolina is trash. You got to
Yo,
know
Flight.
people. What's
Yo,
up?
Flight. Okay, let's clear these waters real quick for
All right.
FYF. Let's get them on
Okay.
the hot seat a little bit.
Let's do it.
Okay, FYF. We know your coaching. We know your coaching background. We know your playing background. Now, put your GM hat on, right?
Yeah.
You're putting your GM hat on. You just took over for Mitch Kupchak. You inherited a mess in Charlotte Hornets. Give me 3 stages on how you would turn this around, and also give me some personnel.
First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reach out to the Houston Rockets. I'm gonna see what they talking about with Christian Woods and John Wall. Maybe I can pull something off, get rid of. And maybe I can get Wall in there as the backup or potential if he agrees to it as a secondary point guard playmaker with Lamelo, because you can play them two together. Maybe snag Christian Wood, more of an offensive force. You can combine him with Bridges as your power forward center. You might be a little small, but coach him up on defense. Maybe you can get something done. That would be my first order of business. You got to find a way to shake Gordon Hayward's money. And other than that, and you got to talk with the youngsters. I'm gonna give the youngsters more of a role in the roster because you got to start building them up. So I like the draft pick that they had.
Oh, wait, hold on. When you say youngsters, we wanted you to be a little more specific.
Oh boy, the point guard that they drafted, the guard that they drafted, James Bouknight. Find a way to get him in the rotation. He still got a little promise. Outside of that, I don't think they had any other young players that I would really throw in the rotation. Vernon Carey is a scrub. I'm trying, he's a G League for life type of guy.
He's gone. He's gone already.
Yeah.
He's with
Okay. So
Washington
yeah,
Wizards.
like I said, some of I don't know. They got to get somebody before the draft too. So they got to figure out how they're going to draft, who they're going to draft, what position they're
Shout
going to
out to
draft at.
Coffee.
So I don't know, man. They got too many problems. They need a center. They're not going to be able to get one in this free agency because there aren't any. They're going to have to find a way to shake Gordon Hayward's contract. So they're going to have to decide if they're willing to give up a first round pick along with Gordon Hayward's contract to get him out of there. Do they want to sacrifice the future? I mean, they got a whole bunch of headaches. The only thing that they can really trade with realistically is the Lakers and take in Russ and maybe snatch them 2 first round draft picks from the Lakers.
Well, I heard you say John Wall. Why there?
No.
And you want that
I'm
contract?
saying John Wall and Christian Wood, because I know the Rockets are trying to get rid of both those guys. Maybe you can go deal with the Pacers, and maybe you can try to get a Miles Turner and Malcolm Brogdon. I know the Pacers are trying to shake them 2 guys as well. So I mean, Gordon Hayward wants to be in Indiana. He originally wanted to be there in the first place, so Indiana might be a good trade partner. That works for everybody involved. But you got to financially, before you even consider winning, you have to bring in a coach who understands we got to get this roster and financials in order first. That even if it takes a year of losing.
That's what I was going to say. I believe you got to start with the coach, and you got to, whoever you choose as coach, you got to make sure those players are, kind of the players like he can work with. So it's a process. You talking about a hell of a. You talking about almost of a. You got some building blocks there, but where do you start? I guess you start with the coach and you go from there.
I'm gonna tell you where you started. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to Flight. Shout out to Dex. Modern Perspective, FYL. Shout out to the chat, Music Mindset, Rap God. All the players as always be involved. But let's not edit this shit, man. Let's cut to the chase and get right to it. Starting with Michael Jordan being head ass. You know, everything come from up top. We talk about JB and Mitch. They supposed to have been fired last year. As soon as they put Melo through that bullshit, they supposed to have been fired last year. This man is a superstar. They didn't give him the keys in the beginning. If Luka Doncic would have been over there in his first year, they'd have did Luka Doncic the same way. Because Michael Jordan under that rule, like under that North Carolina Dean Smith rule, don't play the first year type business. He did Book Night like that this year. He did Melo like that last year. And obstacles after obstacles after obstacles. It got to start at the top. Michael Jordan petty. I don't watch this man do petty shit in Chicago, in the damn summer leagues, in the night gym with Tim Hardaway and Mike Finley. I don't watch this man do all type of petty shit. And he's doing the same thing still, along with the NBA. They're along with it. Michael Jordan, the only black owner in the league. And you don't got to be proven as a coach in terms of like that. They always talk about these white coaches. Get this. No, I don't need no white coach. Get a black coach. Get a black man coach in there that's going to relate to the players like Earl Watson, Sam Cassell, Juwan Howard. Willie Green wasn't proven. They said Willie Green had different people behind him. Colangelo, he still had to get a start. Everybody needed a chance and opportunity. Earl Watson proven. If y'all heard Devin Booker said, Earl Watson is the one who gave me my confidence. Earl Watson believed in me. And you see D Book, he a killer. You see what I'm saying? Sam Cassell, another killer. You got black coaches out here that's killers. We gotta give black coaches opportunity. We gotta stop listening to Stephen A. Goofy and everybody else to say this business that's corrupt. The way you saw the problem with Charlotte, you sit down with Melo, you be the fuck quiet, and you ask Melo, who do you want to be your next coach? Melo, who do you want to be the 5-man, the 4-man, the 3-man, the 2-man? You got Montrezl Harrell over there. He a gangster. You don't never put him on the bench. That stuff come from up top. All this, proving that. Everybody said coach this and a coach that, but only one motherfucker win a championship every year. So what's with all the other coaches? I mean, they ain't no shit. So let's stop doing all this seniority, this, that, and other. Put the color man up in there. Put the black man in there. If people don't like to talk about it, it's an uncomfortable conversation. Racism exists, not only in the NBA, but across the world. We got to talk about this. Stop BSing. Michael Jordan sat down with the NBA. They had it in for LeVar and his family and his boys, and it's evident. You don't have no jello in the damn fucking G League, and this man killing. He shot the 22 points the first game. He don't get back in the games at all. Come on, man. That's conspiracy. That's don't cut to the chase. Let's stop sweetening this shit up. Let's not make this shit sound sweet and cute. Borrego supposed to have been out there, but it ain't just Borrego. And Borrego, he did good this season. The stats and the analytics say is this. Fuck that. It was Melo, all that travesty they put that man through, all the adversity, all the obstacles, and he still prevailed and won Rookie of the Year last year. Then they try to pull it again this year. And then they try to pull it again. Let me say this. He should have been an all-star last year. A man with 10 million followers, and you mean to tell me just off his followers alone, he's supposed to make the all-star? So, man, let's get to it, man. Let's get to it for real. Let's stop sugaring this shit up. Ain't all this sweet shit.
Okay, Coffee, let me ask you this. Hold on one second, Marvin, because I'm gonna let FYF let some of that get in so he can speak on it. But Coffee, if you have a coach, give me one coach. Don't give me 7. Give me one coach that you think, because you said so much that you in tune with Charlotte Hornets. So give me one coach that would be perfect for that regime.
The perfect coach for that regime, starting with, and I'm gonna make Mark Jackson the GM. Everybody always want to be a coach. Make Mark Jackson the GM. The perfect coach for that regime is Earl Watson. He spent time with the family. He know the whole family. All 3 boys love him. He coached Melo in the summer when he came back from Australia. Before he even went to Charlotte, he coached D Book, and he's a proven coach. NBA coach. Most importantly, he had chemistry with Melo. Y'all can throw all these names in the hat and say all these records and analytics, but if they ain't got no fucking chemistry with Melo, it ain't gonna be nothing. Ask Melo, who do you want to coach? Ask Melo, who do you want to be the 5-man, the 4-man, the 3-man? Ask Melo, and that's your next coach.
Okay, go ahead, FYL.
That's again,
Mr. 10, 6, and 6.
the problem. Look, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. So the problem is, you can't bring in a coach with the mentality of win now, because they're not going to win now. They just too trash of a roster.
Oh
Like,
my
I don't
God.
care. Hold on. I don't care if Borrego, like the guy was saying, Borrego should have gave Melo the keys. Maybe he should have, like I said earlier, maybe he should have not been so petty with him. Even if he gives Melo the keys, they still not making the playoffs. They still a trash team. I don't care if Melo goes out there and scores 30 a game because he can't do it by himself. It's a team game. So you need a coach that understands I can't just come in with a mindset of making Melo happy. I need to figure out how can I make this team gel and work as a unit and then get this team right financially for the long term. That's what they have to figure out. Does Rozier fit into our long-term plans? Does Gordon Hayward's contract just coming in? I can't just worry about Melo can't just pick his own five. Why? Because they're financially handicapped because of so many contracts. He ain't going to be able to pick nothing. It's more likely that they're going to have to come back with the same goddamn team, especially if they can't shake Gordon Hayward's contract. So it's not about hand picking. It's about understanding where you are as an organization. Jordan ain't going nowhere. He's the goddamn owner. So you can't get him out.
I got a question.
It's about bringing in somebody who can see the long term, not the 1 year. Just they're not going to be. They might be an 8 seed next year.
FYF, I got a question.
That's not the goal.
Who is their coach? Who is their coach?
FYF, I got a question to you. You seem to be a pretty smart dude. So you know your financials on the books before you even signed Terry Rozier to $90 million and all them other old goof-ass contracts. They just signed Terry Rozier last year, right?
Yeah.
You know what situation you was in. So we go just 1 year later and we hear all this, oh, you got to get your books in order. You got to get dude off the books because he got 120 million. You got Terry Rozier, he got 90 million. You got this. Well, that was just a year ago. What kind of mindset is you having? And let me say this, FYL. All that BS about, it ain't just Melo. It got to be just Melo. Just like it was every other player that came in the league that came in there with the keys, like John Morant, Luka Doncic, and it got to be just Melo because ain't nobody in that organization that is more successful than Melo but Michael Jordan. Now you name somebody that's more successful than Melo. Did all the shit he done did.
So
good question.
With the contracts, they had to sign Rozier. One, you have to understand what franchise you are. We're the Charlotte Hornets. Free agents don't come knocking on our door. When we get decent players, whether they really fit into the system or not, we got to sign them. And even if it's maybe slightly more money than what they're worth, and potentially if the contract doesn't work out, at least we have some years on them where we can trade them and move them for something else, if it's draft assets or for another bodies that we think fit better. But the one thing you can't do if you're the Charlotte Hornets is just let guys just walk out the door and you don't get nothing in return. That's what they can't afford to do. They're not big name franchises where guys want to come sign every year. So they have to lock up any talent that they have and try to retain it and use it as assets to trade or to bring in other pieces. So that was a smart signing with Terry Rozier because if they see that it's
FYM, because you said some real potent. You said whatever talent they have, since they can't aggregate talent like that, that they should lock it up. Well, Melo is the best talent they had in decades.
Life, in history, ever in the history
no,
of the Charlotte Hornets.
I'm just talking about contractually. Melo is not up for a contract right now. So I'm saying contractually.
But you would play mind games?
No, what I'm saying contractually. They couldn't afford to just say, Terry Rozier, we don't think you're good enough. You can walk away in free agency and we get nothing for you. They have to re-sign him, keep him as an asset, and if it doesn't work out, then they can move him. But they can't afford to let guys walk out the door.
Hold on, let me get FYF real quick. FYF, Terry Rozier was signed last year. You know how many free agents was out there last year that probably can give you the same production that Terry did this year? Like Buddy Hield, Lonzo Ball. I mean, should we go on?
A lot.
Explain
but
that,
here's
please.
the question. How many free agents actively went and pursued the Charlotte Hornets?
Shout out to AB the Hero.
Everybody want to pursue the Charlotte Hornets when you got a Melo Ball. Everybody want to play with a Melo Ball. Let me ask you this. Who's more effective with the chemistry that you done seen thus far with Melo, Rozier or Isaiah Thomas that just came in there?
It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is, I'm going to answer the question. But when free agency comes around this year, when free agency came around last year, there were no free agents except Montrezl Harrell, who they offered a contract to. And even Montrezl Harrell turned the Charlotte Hornets down just to stay in L.A. closer to his family. And they offered him a ton of money. So even when they throw money at guys, like they originally did with Montrezl Harrell, guys are turning them down. They had to overpay Gordon Hayward just to get him into Charlotte. That's the only reason why he's there.
No, that's not true. No, that's not true.
That is exactly what happened.
No, that's not true. If Montreal turned it down, he wouldn't be there right now. If you turn it down
I ain't
one
talking
time,
about Montreal. I'm talking about Gordon Hayward.
I'm talking about what he just said with Montreal. You turn it down one time, you're gonna turn it down 2 times. You turn it down 2 times, you're gonna turn it down 3 times. How in the hell they got him over there? That's one.
They traded for him.
They traded.
That was a trade.
Look, if he didn't want to come, he wouldn't be there. Just like Zion
They
ain't playing
traded
ball.
for him.
It don't matter what they trade, he wouldn't be playing. He wouldn't be playing at all. He want to be
Players
there.
get traded to teams they don't want to be in all the time.
He want to play with Melo. And two, see, that's what I'm saying.
Traded all the time, B.
We got really say
you
what
get traded
it is.
all the time.
FYF, we got to really say what it is and stop sugarcoating this shit. See, if they never played games in the beginning and Melo's rookie year, they wouldn't be in this predicament, wouldn't be in this bullshit. Melo be a superstar, just like John Morant, and they would have everybody flocking to the Charlotte. But hold up, FYF. Because they play them petty ass games, them mindset games, them pussy ass games, now they got to pay for it. And that's what Jordan get. You got
look, Melo, I don't know. Melo is a superstar caliber player to me. I don't know why we keep acting like he's not. Like, a coach can't take away a player's shine. Melo was going to shine regardless of who the coach was. The problem is that the 5 guys that you have around him on the floor is not what you need to win. That's not what's going to cut it. You know, Miles Bridges is great, but to be honest, Miles Bridges should be a 6 on a championship team.
You said Melo made Miles Bridges. You wouldn't hear about Miles Bridges like that until you're Melo. He did some nice shit before Melo got there, but that was just regular shit. He did some great shit when Melo got there. But go back. You said Melo was going to shine anyway because he's a superstar. He's like that type of player, right? That's what you said, right?
But it's not about one player.
No. That's what you said, right? You
it's
said
about building
anyway,
a winning team.
No, I'm saying you just said
you don't build a winning team.
Let's go back to what you said.
Focusing on a player that you already know is a superstar.
Okay. Let's get it under control.
You said he was gonna shine anyway, right? No matter who the coach, right?
Yeah, but he was that good.
All right, he is. I agree with that part. What's happening is the shit that Borrego and Jordan are doing. The fact that Melo shined because testament of his father, he's headstrong. His mindset is in order. Anybody else would have been broken. Case in point, look at Brook Knight.
Good point, Coffee.
I agree with Coffee, but hold on. But you're talking about Melo shining. I'm talking about how the Charlotte Hornets can turn into a winning franchise. Melo's going to shine whether they're winning or losing.
No, I'm hearing what you said when you said no matter who the coach was, you got to be real about that shit, dog. Because it do matter. If that man wasn't strong enough, he would have been fucked up. He'd have got broken like Brook Knight. He'd have snapped in the game. They did all type of shit.
No, Brook Knight was a flawed player coming in. He was good, but he's a shot chucker.
No, stop that shit.
And he can't defend.
Come on, dog.
He was a G League player. He needed the year to develop in the G League.
I respect your intellect too much for you to say that.
Brook Knight wasn't NBA ready when he came in. Y'all saw it in the start of the season when he was playing summer league. He was just out there chucking shots.
No. He was getting down now. He saw me summer league. He was getting down. He was doing well until they put that
chucking shots against below average players in summer league.
Did you see him in the summer league?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Brook Knight wasn't ready.
Right, but he was getting down. He was doing his thing.
No, doing your thing against summer league players. Doing your thing against summer league players and doing it against NBA players is two different things.
If you know basketball like I know basketball, we've been playing with pros before the fucking NBA. We played pros in the summer in the pro-am. Come on now, FYL. Come on now, bro.
Doing it in an NBA game is different from doing it in an empty gym.
Do you agree before they get to the league, they play with professionals?
Brook Knight's mindset was not ready for the NBA yet. He was a shot chucker.
Answer the question, my brother. Do you believe
a lot of people are shot chuckers?
With the
I know,
NBA?
and then they have to change that mindset to be good in the league.
Exactly, that's what I said. Now look, do you believe that they played with NBA players before they get to the league?
They all play with NBA players.
Exactly. So it ain't
hold on, John. Hold on, Coffee. If you've ever been to these NBA runs, the only thing that's happening is a whole bunch of ISO play, and it's not very good basketball, if you're being honest. It's not NBA level basketball as we see it. It's not NBA defense that's constructed around you trying to stop you. They're just doing all ISO plays, and everybody's working on their one-on-one game.
Absolutely.
And nobody cares who wins or loses.
Now let me give you let me give you
ISO. Hold on, Coffee. Let AB get a little chime up in here.
Shout out AB. Let me ask this. Let me say this to FYL real quick. Shout out to AB to the FYL. I've been to the ultimate NBA run with Kobe Bryant in the building, and Kobe Bryant told everybody as he was cooking, lighting motherfuckers' ass up, he told everybody, don't listen to these coaches. He said they fucked with him over his rookie year, and they kept on yanking him out, and they kept on not believing in him. He said, whatever you got in your mind, do that shit. Fuck what these coaches talking about. This comes from Kobe Bryant on Harrison in Chicago when all the players was there. Kobe fucking everybody up.
And no matter what, and you are right about Kobe, but Kobe still don't win no chips if they don't surround him with a championship contending team.
Right. And so, but look, they didn't jag him over like they did as much. Let me say that as much. They jagged him over a little bit, but not as much as they did Melo.
But you can't compare the Laker organization to the Charlotte Hornets.
Melo, no, FYL, you do agree Melo came into some bullshit. You saw that. Ain't nobody in history went through all that type of shit that Melo went through his rookie year. Not even Jordan.
Look,
come on now.
Players can't control where you get drafted to.
Yeah, besides Zoe. Zoe went through some bullshit, no doubt. All the Ball brothers, all because petty-ass Jordan, when LeBron said he could beat him one-on-one, petty-ass Jordan took that shit to heart and started playing games. And that's what he did with that brother, and he still won Rookie of the Year. He would have hurt Rich.
Jordan, if Jordan had that much of an issue with him, he wouldn't even have drafted him.
No, he didn't draft him.
Let's end it there. Hold on,
guys. He didn't draft him. It fell into his lap. He wasn't even supposed to get him.
Jordan didn't even care about that stuff. He just trying to win games.
Well, he wasn't supposed to get him, dog. The number one pick, Minnesota supposed to got him. He came down as number 3rd.
I mean, Minnesota always wanted Anthony Edwards. There was no, they always wanted.
He didn't want Melo.
Coffee. Come on now. FYF, hold on 1 second. We're going to be right back. FYF Sports Debate is in the building. Pay homage. AB the Heroes in the building. Pay homage. We got Coffee. We got Marvin. We got Hugo, Flight, myself. We got NBA Zen Master. We will be right back after these messages because right now FYF is flaming.
What up, y'all? It's your man, Freeway Ricky Ross, and you looking at Flight Sports TV. Don't turn that channel.
FYF, we got AB and the Hero. AB and the Hero, how you doing, brother? Is AB in?
FYF getting cooked.
No, AB's not here. I was about to say, what AB on the way?
No, FYF.
Yeah, he was on the stream.
Let me continue to cook FYF. Let me continue to cook FYF. FYF getting cooked. Y'all want to say it. Y'all better say this shit. Anytime you sugarcoat shit, you're going to always get cooked. We can't predict a team that's going to win the championship. Don't nobody know. I don't care if you got 25 years or 30 years of coaching experience, all that seniority. Don't nobody know. Remember that team?
That's not true.
No. Remember that team that the Portland Trail Blazers had with Scottie Pippen and all them players they had over there, all that talent they had over there? And they lost.
Hey,
so that don't matter.
As soon as the Warriors got Durant, I knew they was winning the chip.
Come on now. Look. Before they had Durant, they won the fucking chip. Come on, FYL.
I'm just saying. You said you can't predict it.
Look. Stop that. That's about the biggest Dr. Seuss book shit I ever heard you say. Come on, bro.
Rock your feelings.
It already happened in real life.
Come on, bro. You know, before they got KD, they won the championship. Come on, bro.
I said, you said we can never predict NBA championships. And I said, yes, I did. I predicted the Warriors was going to win it all when they got KD. Everybody and their mama knew.
Did you predict Milwaukee was going to win the championship last year?
No, I picked Phoenix.
Okay, my man. I'm glad you was honest with that shit. I thought you were about to say you predict that shit too.
Nor did he predict the Toronto Raptors beating the Golden State Warriors. Nobody thought Toronto Raptors was going to be in the championship.
Nor did he predict.
Nobody predicted the Warriors would lose KD and Clay in the same series.
There you go.
Nor did he predict.
I got you, FYI.
It took one of the most luckiest falls in NBA history for them to get that.
Nor did he predict.
But Coffee, we got to share the mic now because
I'm about to let it go right now. I just want to say, nor did he predict Coffee was going to cook his ass today. But go ahead.
Okay,
I guess if you want to go.
Anybody else got anything for FYF? Zen, Hugo?
Yeah, Zen, what's good?
Hey, what's up, Flight? I don't know what happened earlier, man, but I'm glad to be back. FYF, salute to you. Great job, panel, all around.
Yeah, you got FYF. You at work?
Nah, man, I got the bubble guts today, Flight, so I took the day off, man. I'm just
that's too much information.
In the studio. Yeah, I keep it like that.
So you got anything for FYF while he's here?
Nah, man, I'm just enjoying the conversation. I just want to again pay homage and salute the brother. That's all.
Right.
Okay, Hugo, you got anything for FYF while he's here? If not, I'm gonna unleash coffee. Y'all better get in while you
got
can.
something for you. I know Coffee could go. FYF, what's up with Cup Check? Is he next?
Nah, that's George's guy.
Okay. So he gonna hire the next coach.
And they just needed, like I said, man, from what I saw, they just need a culture change because they're not going to be able to get new players.
You're right. You know what's so crazy, FYF? I don't mean to cut you off because it's crazy. I was just thinking about that because it'll be almost like they're moving backwards. Let's say they go ahead and hire a coach and then fire Cup Check. I mean, does that make sense?
Yeah, but you can't do that right before the draft. Like if they was going to fire Cup Check,
you want to move on and then bring in your own guys.
See, if they was going to fire Cup Check, they would have needed to do it weeks ago because it's getting too close to the draft now. So now we too close. Like when teams fired a GM right before the draft, they looked at as trash franchises. Remember when the Sacramento Kings did that goofiness right before the draft? They didn't know who the hell they was going to draft, how they was going to draft, what team they was going to have. Like you can't just get to like if they was going to fire Kupchak, it would have been done long time ago, well before the draft.
I disagree. You remember Jerry Krause from Chicago Bulls? He did that last draft, then they fired his ass in the summer. Remember that? Come on,
remember that. That was
on your shit.
I'm talking about recently. I'm talking about recent. I'm talking about within the last.
No, you said
5 to 10 years. I'm not trying to go back 30 years.
Okay,
I'm talking about within the last 10 years in this NBA circle, teams that fire their GM right before the draft are not looked at as very respectable franchises because that tells me right there you completely unorganized. That means you're not prepared for the draft because your GM in that office right there generally is the ones that's looking at who they're drafting. Remember, the GMs are directly connected to the scouts. So if the GM gets fired, your whole scouting team is going to. So they all connected with that staff right there. So the thing is, when you fire the GM, you're not just firing one person. You firing the scouts, the advanced scouts, the college scouts. They all going too.
Absolutely. Notice you said the last 10 to 15 years. Had not said what you said, you would have kept on going with that bullshit you said.
What I said was the Sacramento Kings. Hold on. Y'all tell me the state of the Sacramento Kings right now.
They fucked up.
Yeah,
thank you. So that proof positive right there.
But you didn't say nothing about the Bulls when Jerry Krause got fired that summer.
I'm just talking about. I'm just giving y'all something more recently.
So give a time to. So always give a timetable when you put out to add to your facts that you consider your facts because I consider the opinion.
Either way, we going at the same thing. The same point is being made is that if you don't fire your GM, it's not common to fire your GM right before the draft. It's a horrible move to make as an organization, especially when you already got so many holes in your roster.
I agree with that part of it, but we got to keep it. We got to keep it 100 and say there has been teams that fired.
I said it's not common.
Okay. Let's keep it. Let's put it out there so the people know.
I already said it's not common. It's not. It's not something that.
Understand what's not
it's not
common,
something that legitimate franchises will do.
A lot of people have to understand what's not common. They don't understand that part of it.
I can tell right now. FYF and Coffee have a real serious entanglement that's going on. It's like a pit bull locking up on a barbed wire fence. Neither one of them wants to let go. But I'm going to have to come
I'm
and
trying to move on past that. I don't know why we were stuck on that.
Like Will Smith and Jada Pinkett entanglement. As long as it ain't like that.
Yes, sir. I got to say this right here to you both distinguished gentlemen is FYF put up something controversial recently on his community page. You talked about Russell Westbrook and you attached executive speaking negative about his situation. Could you kind of highlight that now while you're on Flight Sports TV?
Hold on, before you go into that, Dex, let me say this. Mitch must go too, because if Mitch don't go, if you fire Borrego and don't fire Mitch, that means Borrego is the fall guy. You gotta let Mitch go out of there too. You just can't you gotta get rid of both of them. He been having the bullshit. He Michael Jordan puppet, and then Michael Jordan got to look himself in the mirror and take accountability of what he did. Get off that petty shit, Michael Jordan, and hire the right people and let them boys play. Sit back. This is a new millennial. Sit back. Let the millennials play and let Melo do his thing. This man is already, he know the game. Sit back, let him do his thing. Go ahead,
Well, hold on. What did you say about Russell?
Want me to reiterate that?
Yeah,
you put up on your community tab a situation dealing with Russell Westbrook with the Lakers and executives speaking negative on that. I'm a Laker head. I'm a Laker fan. I've been a Laker fan since 77, I believe, when my boy Michael Cooper got there. Give us your opinion on what's really going on with Westbrook and why you put that on your community tab.
Now, from what I heard, his personality was starting to become destructive to the locker room. You know, so for example, when Vogel basically was saying, "Look, whenever we get the rebound, anybody can push the ball up. We just need to get up the court and play fast. You know, we're trying to play fast." And Russ was like, "Fuck that! I'm the point guard. Make sure y'all give me the ball." Like just directly combating what the coach is saying, and you know, being able to have all five guys push up the ball is a very, very good strategy in the game of basketball the way it's played today. And Russ was really killing that type of momentum just by being out there. So he's now looked at as a locker room cancer. And so this is why a team like Charlotte, who would have been a good trade partner to get rid of Gordon Hayward's contract, can't afford to bring Russell Westbrook in. You cannot afford to bring toxicity to that locker room with all them young guys. You can't afford it.
Agree.
So that's why executives are like, why do we want to bring in the headache and risk destroying our locker room to bring in a guy like that, unless you want to buy him out and he don't play a game for you? So that's why execs don't want to touch him. It's too much money, too much of a headache. He's going to want to start. He's going to want to do everything his way. And he's going to be a Laker next year in my eyes.
Now, you know I got to debunk that, right? You already know what's coming. See, everything, the information that we get from white media.
I got this from coaches and GMs.
Okay, that's where you got it from?
I don't get it. I don't get it from no white media. I get it from real people, real sources.
Okay, so check me out. I got inside coaches, inside NBA players currently today, and inside GMs, and they say a whole different story.
Yeah, but I can actually say the names of the people I know.
Let me say this allegedly, because I ain't gonna call no name. I ain't gonna name drops. Only name drop I'm gonna drop today is FYF. All right, because you on the panel.
I can name drop though.
No, I'm not gonna name drop because
it just makes you more credible.
No, that wouldn't be good because now you put the people in a position. If they saying that, you know, Westbrook is the head case and you name drop, you attaching the people's names to some shit. You see what I'm saying? You putting it out there now. Westbrook come at them.
These things, this is all common knowledge. It's not secrets. This is all common knowledge.
It ain't just Westbrook.
Okay, let's stick to the topic at hand.
Let's stick to the topic. You got LeBron. Let me address that shit though. You got LeBron James that Vogel don't tell him shit. Yeah, he's successful. Yeah, he LeBron, been in the league down there 20 years, all that. But we can't put all this fall on Westbrook. It ain't just Westbrook that's toxicity. Everybody toxicity. If you got Rondo, who's a cerebral player, smart as hell as a point guard, one of the smartest point guards that played in the NBA, and he left and went to Cleveland, that's because of LeBron. We just say no fucking
universe.
Westbrook.
Hey, can I save him some time? We've already given LeBron his ether for not being a good leader this year. Again, I just don't have time on this panel to dominate it and talk about everybody. He asked me about Russ. He didn't ask me about LeBron and AD and Vogel. They all deserve criticism, and we've given it to him. He asked me about the Russ post.
Right.
FYF, let's talk about the games tonight, FYF. How you feel about Chicago versus Milwaukee tonight?
Chicago got a chance to go up. Chicago got a chance to go up.
I apologize.
I agree right there.
I agree with that.
I agree with that.
I don't know.
And say
these
why.
These are games right here where this is like whenever Milwaukee gets like wounded and backed into a corner, that's sometimes when they play their best. So you got to be careful for Milwaukee because I feel like Giannis is going to come out and go ballistic, and the Bulls are going to be right in that path and could potentially get ugly for the Bulls if they don't lock in.
So you notice what the Bulls been doing, FYF, when Giannis come down with the ball, you notice what they've been in? What defensive set they've been in?
No, I think the biggest thing for the Bulls defensively is getting Patrick Williams back on that interior, having them lengthy bodies in there to kind of clog it up with Giannis. And, you know, he's really good if they can space the floor and he can use that Euro to get around guys, he's really lethal. But they've been doing a good job of packing the paint in a little bit.
Exactly. That's what I wait for you to say. They've been doing a great job with packing because when he come downhill, you notice he's doing a lot of charging. And they didn't give him a lot of calls because he was in Milwaukee. But he do that shit tonight. They're gonna call a lot of offensive fouls. And that's how he was able to contain them because when he came downhill, all them charges he was doing, he couldn't get that Euro off. He got 1 Euro step off. Everything else was a charge. Everything. That's what he like to do. He like to bulldoze you over and dominate you with that part. When he can't get close to that rim, outside that dotted, he in trouble. And now when they rotate, he ain't got his man to rotate to no more. And he the killer. He out. You know who his man is, right?
Yeah, Chris Middleton's out.
Yeah, he out of there. And that's going to make – so I don't see the Bulls letting up. I see the Bulls increasing. Actually, they should be down – they should be up 2-0, like for real. They get it. First game was difficult for them.
The Bulls have struggled in games that matter this year against big teams. So we'll see.
Struggle? Is that the euphemism you're going to use, struggle? I mean, come on, man.
No, we're talking about the
playoffs. It
playoffs.
might be worse than struggle.
Exactly, horrific.
We're talking about the playoffs. We're talking about the playoff, FYF. Did you see the first game? I'm trying to
be easy on them. I'm not trying not to kill them too bad. But yeah, they've been horrible.
Forget them.
FYF, you saw the first game, right?
Yeah, the Bulls so bad. The Bulls should have won the first game.
Oh, absolutely.
Milwaukee was basically saying, Bulls, we want y'all to win this game.
Absolutely.
And the Bulls was like, nah, we don't.
What spot you won?
Absolutely. And then what they did, they came back the second game and it respond even tougher. And I think they come back the third game and respond even tougher. And I'm going to also say this on the record. Alonzo Ball coming back. What you think about that?
FYF. There we go now. You're on the hot seat.
What you think about that? Now, I'm telling you what I know with my inside stuff.
Hey,
what your inside stuff telling you?
The Bulls need that 10-6-6.
Okay, so your inside stuff. So your inside
10-6-6 is coming back.
Hey, so your inside, so your inside told you some shit.
FYF,
watch out,
tread lightly. FYF, tread lightly.
Yeah, watch out, because less you got to take back.
Hey, look. And you notice I ain't taking shit back. I'm telling you, Zoe coming back. I done said that. I'm on a record for saying it, and I've been saying it. I even got some bets out there.
He might come back. I mean, I'm not.
You also said the Clippers would win the play-in. That's also on the record. You said the Clippers would win the play-in because Steve Ballmer had more money. You do have to answer for that. You don't think we was going to let you get away with that, right?
Time coming back since the Clippers lost.
Yeah, shout out to Willie Green. Shout out to Willie Green. Willie Green is a hell of a fucking coach. Griffin is a bum in GM, and Willie Green making them look good. He making them look real good. That's the best thing that Griffin ever did.
That's the best. FYF, chime on the Pelicans. Let's hear your take on the Pelicans.
Oh shit. The GOAT trade, getting CJ in a shifted and changed everything.
That was huge.
And CJ, what he did was he alleviated offensive pressure off of Ingram. So Ingram now has more space to operate. It's not so crowded. And somehow they didn't convince Ingram to play defense. And so Ingram's out there defending
you see
now.
that?
Right.
And so, now that they're defending, Jackson Hayes is out there defending. They're moving the ball.
That's facts. Come on.
I like what they're doing with the point guard, Alvarado. I think that's how you say his name.
Alvarado cold. He cold.
Alvarado, they just letting him do his thing. They're not telling him don't go for them steals. They letting them, just do what they do best. And Willie Green is just, like I said, Willie Green is not like, because remember, he wasn't here in Phoenix, so I knew him. I hooped with him, all types of stuff. He's not a X's and O's draw a play up type of guy. He's gonna get into you, try to motivate you. He's gonna got to get the best out of you every game. He's gonna allow his assistants to hit you with the X's and O's. He's gonna be that guy. He's gonna get with the players. He's gonna get into their head and get the most out of them. That's his strength. And that's all this team needed. These young guys, I'm telling y'all, these young guys don't need and ain't trying to hear no X's and O's drawing new play up type of shit.
I've been saying that. You got to be a free coach. Sit back. Remember Phil Jackson used to just blow whistles and shit, sit on the bench, none of that hyper shit. That's what you got to do now to today's players. You can't do all that X and O's. You can't do all that. They make a mistake, yank them out the game. Give them free will. I love the coach over there with Memphis, with Ja Morant. Ja Morant was making hell of mistakes when he first started. Look at this shit. And the coach didn't just yank him out. He let him play through his mistakes. And if you're a good coach or a great coach, you're going to let the player play through their mistakes. You ain't just yank them out every time. And that's what they did with Melo. You know what I'm saying? Yanked him out every time. So I'm loving Willie Green and what he did. This is the first time I saw B.I. really play defense. He ain't played no defense since he's been in the league. And he playing defense now. He really want it. Now, everybody in the league should be a two-way player.
But look, see what it took? Look, we've seen Brandon Ingram with multiple coaches. It just took one coach that the players can relate to. Who's a little bit
a black man. Go ahead.
And look, and I say him being black definitely helps. But I'm talking about his cachet, how he came in. He's talking to those players in their own language.
Facts.
And he being more relatable to them. And so, when teams and players see that, it's easier for them to communicate with him. He can communicate with them. And then when he does snap on them, they ain't taking it all personal. Because I'm sure there's times where he needs to snap on them and get into somebody else. But when he does, they know because they cool to a certain degree, it ain't coming from like a place of hate. Or
Well,
like,
as a player, FYL, as a player, you susceptible to listen if a coach snap on you and let you play through your mistakes rather than snap on you and sit your ass on the bench for the next 10 to 11 minutes. You see what I'm saying?
But see, even with my team now, I've had a lot of my players tell me I snapped on them, but it was like they understood because off the court we was cool to a certain degree.
Did you let them play?
We already had a bond. So the thing is, I don't know if Borrego's taking the time to build that bond and that friendship up with his players, get to know them and talk with them. So he's just out there snapping on them, and then he going home. He ain't got no repertoire with him.
Exactly.
He ain't communicating with him. He ain't doing nothing. So, he ain't joking with him or nothing. He ain't doing none of that. He just there. He just showing up and leaving. That's what it seemed like. So.
See, when you snapped on your players in the game, did you yank them out the game and sit them on the bench, or did you let them keep on playing?
Nah, my player. Who was we playing? I think we was playing Northern Arizona. I got into one of my players. I cussed him out. Said if you wasn't so, I said you too nice to be that lazy. I mean, I got into him bad. Left him on there. He dropped 48.
See what I'm saying? But look what you said, the key shit. I left him on there and he dropped 48. Same shit as Melo. Leave him on there and he'll give you 48 or 58. That's how the play is. And that's what I'm talking about with coaches. Free thinkers. That's why I love Willie Green. He's a free thinker and he let the players play. If he gonna snap on, he gonna snap, but he'll let you play right through that shit. When you see Alvarado, he's playing as a free man out there. Free. Not with no strain, not with no leech. You see what I'm saying? Any coach, you can let him play free. You know what I'm saying?
But it also helps that they got talent and bodies out there too.
Facts.
That little echo.
At the same time, you need that coach that's gonna let you play free.
I'm hearing music playing.
Somebody got the speakers on in the background.
And I gotta hear it.
I don't know what that was. All right, so at the same time, you got to communicate with your players, have the hard conversations, but let them play through their mistakes. Anybody. Like when Michael Jordan first came in the league. Orlando, look at the coach he had. Look what he was doing. You know what I'm saying?
Breaking news. As of 2 hours ago, per Adrian Wojnarowski, barring a setback, Boston Celtics center Robert Williams III intends to return in limited minutes for Game 3 versus Brooklyn on Saturday.
Oh shit, that's huge because he a monster. He a fucking
Time
monster.
Lord.
He a monster. That's
Time
big.
Lord.
That's big because all you gotta do is
you heard it here first.
A little rim protector and grab some rebounds. He a monster. But
hey, I gotta cut out, man. I gotta head out somewhere, man. I'm gonna catch you with y'all.
We gonna do it again. I'm glad I cooked your ass today, but come on back, get cooked again. Or you come to Chicago, we can play 1-on-1, and I cook you like that.
Hold up, FYF. Breaking news, guys. Joel Embiid has a torn ligament in his thumb, waiting to see if he's gonna have surgery.
His right thumb.
Are you serious?
Yep.
Yes, it just came out, guys.
Oh, what kind of shit is that?
I told y'all the Bulls will win the championship. I'm waiting for y'all to
23 minutes ago per Woj.
Joel Embiid, guys, again. Playoffs, he get hurt.
I told y'all.
I gotta check into that, man. That's crazy.
My brother, anytime you're in Chicago, get it so we play this 1-on-1.
Just announced it.
Hold on. I played my ball down there, so
Now look, you ever played in the Pro-Am?
Yeah, I played it. I played in there was one in Cal City that I was in.
Now what about the one at the IIT in Chicago where all of us was at?
Nah, I only played in one in Lincoln Park and one in Cal City.
Who was on your team in Cal City?
Actually there was one dude. He was an older guy. I'm gonna tell you his name. He's a legend in the city too. His name is on the tip of my tongue.
Who, Steve Coder?
No, Paul McPherson.
Paul McPherson, that's my man. He played for DePaul University. Matter of fact, I coached Paul McPherson. He jumped to the moon, don't he?
Yeah, he was older, but he was still balling out.
But jump out the gym. But look, he looked like a football player, don't he?
Yeah, he was balling out, I ain't gonna lie.
Now, he was on my team along with Stephon Marbury, along with Kevin Garnett. So you know what we did, right?
I don't know. Did you bench him when he was cutting up?
No. And Paul would cut up. He'll cut up too. You got to grab him, and you got to grab him early. But at the same time, he gonna go in there and get you fucking 15 to 20 rebounds and gonna dunk him like about 7 to 8 dunks.
Yeah, nah, Paul, he was a good dude, man. I liked him. I still got his contact. I haven't talked to him in a minute, but yeah, it was a good time.
He got kept up in Chicago. He working with the guys in Chicago downtown, right off downtown, and he doing a good job. Got about 75 to 100 kids in his camp. He doing real good.
So, hey, we might know a lot of people because I played out there, man. So
hey,
I know a lot of people.
Look, I'm gonna tell you who I trained. Tell me if you respect them. Will Bynum, Tony Allen. Must I keep going?
I know them. Yeah, I know Tony. He was just out here in Arizona.
Patrick Beverly, and you see what he doing. You know, but we teach defense and we teach two-side players thanks to Sonny Parker. Sonny Parker trained me.
I just got to teach them how to shoot jumpers, man. They struggle with the jump shot in Chicago.
You can't teach. Look, it's a lot of players. There's a lot of players in the league don't know how to shoot jumpers. Come on now, let's go back to the mechanics. We only got to select a few of them that really know how to shoot. And then since Steph done raised the bar for everybody, so now everybody yanking that shit from half. You know, and everybody can't do that.
It's nice out there. They got hoopers out there. I ain't gonna
Absolutely.
lie.
But I appreciate you, my brother.
All right, y'all.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Take care, brother.
All right,
Man. Fuck your feelings.
Who y'all got in the finals? Who y'all got in the finals?
Chicago Bulls and the Phoenix Suns.
Phoenix not getting out.
I know. Look, once they play, gonna give them a run for their money, no doubt. And even if Devin Book don't come back, you still got to deal with that fucking Chris Ball. Chris Ball be flopping and shit, getting on the refs, getting calls and all that type of shit. That dude, man, when you tell you play against Chris Paul, if you down there look at him wrong, he calling the foul. And the ref be going.
I don't see.
Yo, I got the Celtics versus the Warriors at this point.
Yeah, I don't see Phoenix getting Golden State. Here's why. Golden State's going. Draymond's gonna bother the shit out of AN, and then they don't have no low post, so he's gonna take out their low post option. Then Phoenix is gonna try to outshoot the Warriors, which they can't do. They can't outshoot the Warriors. Not with Poole, Clay, and stuff. Nah. Maybe if one of them was there, I'll see that happening. But the Warriors being healthy, nobody in the NBA can outshoot them. See, the only team I can see Warriors.
Yo, where you from? This your first time on the channel?
Yeah.
Where you from? New York?
Yeah.
What part?
Brooklyn.
Shout out to Brooklyn. This your first time or second time?
No, it's my first time. I was on a different
How long you been rocking with this channel?
I just found out today.
Oh, okay. I appreciate you. Yeah.
How you find out?
I was scrolling. I went on NBA Sports Debate and I popped up, so I pressed on it.
So let me challenge you. To tell all your friends and tell everybody about Flight Sports TV. Tell them come on over because you over here. All right.
Yeah.
Tell everybody. Tell them come over here because you over here. If they don't listen to them, don't make them be your friend no more. Say fuck them.
Right.
And as you can tell, it's high level conversation over here, bro. So
right.
Welcome.
And you from Brooklyn, I'm letting you know I'm from Long Island. So shout out to BK.
I'm a basketball junkie, bro. I feel like Donovan Mitchell gonna come to New York. If
you a Knicks fan?
No. I just like good basketball, bro. I'm a Nets fan.
So you love the Ball family, then you love Jello and Melo. I know.
I like Lamelo. I feel like he just I don't know. Some just weird about. I feel like he got to play better defense. He got to be a two-way, like his brother.
You see, Ja Morant don't play no defense. You see that?
Yeah, he was getting cooked by Pat.
Yeah. He don't play no. He one way. So Melo played better defense than people. That's underrated. Melo played a lot of good defense. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You got to really watch Melo, brother. He played a lot of good defense. What name you go by? Hugo?
You can Hugo, Staccato, Hugo, whatever you want to call.
Staccato, Hugo?
Yeah.
What's good for you? What you prefer?
You can go Staccato.
That's big as hell. I might fuck that up. I don't want to fuck you
Hugo.
Up.
Just go Hugo.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Hugo because I might call you, Goofy or some shit.
It's all good. Hugo's good.
That's gonna be smoke. So I'm gonna call you Hugo. But I'm telling you right now, watch out for that brother Zen. Watch out for that brother Zen. Zen be on some bullshit. Watch out for him.
Okay.
What I do?
So I'm another cat from Brooklyn.
Who that? What's your name?
Hugo. I'm from Brooklyn.
Oh, just like Hugo? Okay. What's the other brother name?
The K.
Kenwood.
Kenwood?
Okay.
Kenwood. Call me KD. Call me KD, bro.
I just call you
KD.
I'll call you KD. I'm about to call you Kardashian. I don't want to disrespect you, so.
Hey, let me give you guys an update on my update. Philadelphia 76ers star Joel Embiid is experiencing pain and discomfort
Uh-oh.
in his right thumb, but practice on Friday. And here in the last moments, they put out that he is expected to play in game 4. So he's going to get an MRI to determine if he has to have surgery, but he's going to try to play game 4, guys.
Yeah, and
So
B messed up his own championship, bro. He's holding himself back by getting injured all the time.
well, now is this the question to that, guys? Is Embiid going to try to play because he has been hurt constantly in the playoffs and end up messing up this damn thumb worse? Or do you guys think he's just playing because he's not really hurt?
He got to because last year, remember, his knee was messed up. He still played through it, so he got to play through the injury at this point, bro.
Yeah, no choice.
Got to, bro.
No
Got to.
choice.
I mean, is this jeopardizing his career, guys?
How? Because like he had worse injuries than this. A knee,
Well, if you
foot.
playing hurt, you always can get hurt worse.
Yeah. If you look at Harden have never been the same since that hamstring.
Hey guys, the Sacramento Kings are interviewing Mike D'Antoni and Mark Jackson.
I don't see Mike going. I don't see Mike going to Sac.
Breaking news.
I don't see Mike.
Mike D'Antonio and Mark Jackson being interviewed for the Sacramento job.
Man, Mark Jackson need to come to the Nets, bro. Oh my God! Now Mark Jackson need to go to a team where he could actually win a championship. Like, come on, man. They gonna you see?
Are they being interviewed?
Man, this one I like the NBA. The first time Mark Jackson get a job, he got to go to a shitty team, bro. What is this, bro? Put him on a good team.
Hey, it's just an interview, bro. It's the first one. Man. Chill out.
I know,
it's
but
just
like,
the first one.
I'm mad. I'm mad. It's not enough. No. This one I'm mad. It's not enough black coaches around the NBA, bro. It's not. And I'm seeing Steve Nash getting outcoached by a black coach, and he's not getting. And Udoka's not getting enough credit for that, bro. He's not.
Yeah, he is getting the credit. And Nash got to go. I think Udoka is getting the credit. I disagree with you there, and I think it's time for Nash to hit the exit.
Yeah, bro.
You got two superstars that you can't manage, and there's no indication that you will be able to manage.
Playing them 40 minutes. No, we know we can't. He's playing them 40 minutes. I'm a Nets fan. He's playing KD. He was playing KD 40 minutes a night in the regular season, and now he's playing 40 minutes in the playoffs. And this is why KD looks wearing out. KD looks wearing out. He look like he has no.
He said KD is gassed, huh?
Yeah, he like not under him, and then plus Boston is a young team, so they could play for a long period of time with KD and they could tire him out, and that's what they're doing, bro. They're tiring KD out.
And he ain't 27 no more.
Kyrie looks kind of tired too, because remember Kyrie's fasting, so Kyrie hasn't been eating, so.
True that.
And then Steve, he don't know what he's doing. He don't know how to manage the minutes, the rotations, none of that, bro. You're watching him get out coached in the biggest stage of the NBA, bro, the playoffs. You're watching it because I don't think people realize that he got away with it because KD is KD, bro, so he could get away with it for a certain amount of time, but he can't get away with it in the playoffs if he's facing a high level coach against him, bro. He's going get out coached and it's going to get exposed, bro.
Okay, I got a question for you.
But this is a first year coach, though.
Exactly. That's even worse. Worse. A first year coach out coach.
Second year coach.
Exactly.
Second year coach.
Yeah, he was his rookie year was last year.
Yeah, okay, I got a question for you, real quick.
Yeah.
I was on the panel earlier suggesting that Steve Nash doesn't know what the hell he's doing. But how about what you think as a Nets fan that they institute playing AD. I mean LA, LaMarcus Aldridge.
Yeah, I think Marcus bring a different dynamic to the team because he could post up and shoot the mid range and the three. Why don't fuck we got Drummond?
See, that's what I was saying, Dex.
He brings a different element to the game. He could post up and shoot. Drummond is clogging the paint because every time KD want to drive or Kyrie, the paint clogged, the shit clogged, and then Bruce on top of that can't shoot like that. Like they leave Bruce wide open. Granted, he hitting his threes, but he's not that much of a threat that they're gonna guard Bruce Brown, bro. That's why you need to bring in LA. LA could beat you. LA could beat you with his jump shots, bro.
Seth Curry got to step up.
Points off jump shots.
Hugo, I don't think none of the guys was debating your thoughts about that, Hugo. It was the fact that he wasn't available. This is his first game being available. They definitely gonna use him, and they definitely need him.
Wait, who?
LaMarcus Aldridge.
No, LaMarcus been available since the regular season.
No, he was hurt. He was hurt.
The hip
today. He's available in the next game.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, they definitely need to play LA, man.
I think the lineup should be LA and Claxton. They
I
haven't
agree.
tried that, so we don't even know if it will work or not. They should try different things in the series, bro. They should go. They didn't even go small ball. They also talk about small ball, small ball. They didn't even go KD at the 5, bro. They're not trying nothing. They're just doing the
It's
same shit
coaching. It's
over.
the lack. It's the lack of coaching. That's what
That's
Steve
what I'm
Nash don't know
saying,
what the
bro.
hell
They're
he's
not
doing.
trying nothing new. Like you doing the same shit. You see, we're getting cooked by the same shit over and over. You're not trying to new. Like make it make sense,
Well,
bro.
what that boils down to, guys, is the plays that he's calling, and that does
There's no
go back
plays.
to
No, there's
coaching.
No
no plays.
plays.
There's no
Goes
There's
plays.
no
back
There's
to
no
plays.
coaching.
plays.
What plays is he?
Because if
What
you're not
plays is he
running the
calling?
proper plays, if
The
you're
only
not running
play.
the proper plays, that allows the defense to set
What
up
plays
their
though?
defense the
There's
way
no
they want,
plays.
But
There's
what
no
plays? He's
plays.
including
not
double
running. There's
teams
no
and whatnot.
plays.
There's no
There's no
plays
Yeah,
plays that are
that's what
whatsoever.
being
I'm saying.
ran.
His play
Whatsoever.
selection.
You just see
Well,
Katie.
it's
You just
plenty
see
things.
Katie
I
trying to.
mean, it's plenty things we can even think ourselves, guys. Just like clear outs. That
That's fine. That's fine.
if you
That's fine.
clear
Not to
out,
cut you off,
if they
but
bring a double
but
team, you got
but
plenty of
what?
options. I'm just saying,
But what play? There's no play. I follow the Nets. There, I'm telling you, there's no plays,
No playbook.
Well, they got to have some plays now. They might
Bro,
bro.
not
I'm
I'm
look
telling you,
like
there's
telling you,
no plays. It's
there's no
ISO KD and
plays.
Kyrie. Steve relies
they're
too
not
much
my
on
team,
KD
so
and
I have to
Kyrie
say that.
greatness
But
instead of using the
I
whole
know they
team.
run some plays. There's no
No,
team in the
bro,
Okay,
I'm
NBA
then
telling
that
what are
you.
the
doesn't run
plays? What
some
are the
Steve,
plays are they running? I follow the Nets. Tell me what plays, because I don't see them.
Well, I didn't see him come off of plenty picks, and that was a ran play. Now I ain't gonna say it's a good one, but he didn't
That's not
came
a
off of
real. That's
plenty
not a real play. Pick
picks.
and roll.
I
Okay,
mean,
that's
but
an.
still, I mean that's a
everybody run
play.
pick and roll in the NBA, bro. Come
Everybody
on.
runs that. That's
Everybody runs the pick and
you
roll in
run
the NBA,
pick and
bro. That's
roll
not a
at
play.
the playground.
That's not a
That's not
play.
a
That's
I
play.
mean,
exactly. That's not a
I
play,
mean,
bro.
I understand you agree
Plays when
on
you
your
coming
coach,
off double
but you can't go
screens
so
or
far
you
to say
dribble
that
handoff,
he
dribble
doesn't run
handoff.
plays.
You
That's
kind
what
of like
you know he runs plays. Come
you
on
see what
now,
the Warriors are
it's
doing.
got to
That's
be.
plays, bro. That's plays what
They
the
may
Warriors are
not be
doing
to
with
your
Curry
liking,
and Clay
but
moving
he's
out the
running.
ball and shit. That's plays, bro.
Pick and roll is like an audible in football.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. That's
That's
not a
not a
play.
play, bro.
That's what
I
we
mean,
say.
you can go back and
Nash
watch.
Nash has
You
to
can go
go.
back and
They're
watch
not
every.
running any schemes or any in depth, like dribble, like brother said, dribble handoff, pin down
Yeah.
screens, curls. I don't see it. I've not seen it in game one. I've not seen it in game two.
Yo, as much as credit we want to give
Agreed.
Sean Marks, the Nets GM owner, for getting these players, he fucked up by getting Steve. I don't give a fuck what Kyrie or KD say about we don't need a coach. We do. The team, you see it. The team needs a coach, bro. The
Kyrie
team is
All right,
especially.
struggling.
question.
The team is
Question. How many?
struggling,
What's his
bro.
record? What is his record as a Brooklyn coach?
It's over 500, but that's regular season, including playoffs.
And that's KD and Durant, KD and Kyrie's ability. That has nothing to do with him.
Exactly.
Okay, now were these same things being said last year when he was coaching? Or
Yes,
is this just the heat of the moment?
yes. It was
yes.
no,
Or is
no.
this just the heat of the
This
moment,
is what
guys?
they were bringing up. They were bringing up how KD was playing 40 minutes against the Bucks, and he
Yep.
had no time to sit down on a bench.
Yep.
That was the first thing, but they didn't see all of this. Here's why he got away with it. James Harden. Remember, we got James Harden. Joe Harris was healthy. Also, Kyrie was healthy first, and they got injured. Like the greatness was taken over. The greatness wasn't his coaching was lacking. That coaching wasn't being shown because the greatness of KD,
Right.
Harden, and Kyrie was carrying the nigga. Like if you
It-
got good players, your players gonna make you look good.
you're right.
Obviously,
So
you're a coach.
it worked last year, but now he's being exposed fully. Like
Exactly.
they can see it
Because
clearly that.
talent's not overwhelming. Talent is not overwhelming, bro.
No, we follow the Nets, and I feel that brother over here, we thinking and seeing the same thing because we follow the Nets. Literally, I'm telling you, I've been watching game one and game two. I'm like, why are there no in-game adjustments? Why are they not running like real NBA plays? I'm like,
There were plays and there were adjustments.
What plays?
That's what I'm saying.
I'm watching.
Yeah,
I'm
I
watching
can, I
game
can
one
tell
and
you.
game
Hold
two.
on,
two.
I
Tell
already
me.
did.
Listen.
I already did the
As
breakdown, showcasing how the Celtics use immaculate defense to shut it down. So, what are the Nets popular for in the league? They run the best horns action that you ever seen. The best, because they got the best two
Okay.
off the dribble shooters in the league. They run horns. It only makes sense. So that's
And
their
that's an
system.
offense.
So out of
That's an
horns,
offense.
so hold on. See, I said they don't run a system. They do have a system. They use the horn
I
system,
know they
and
do.
they use the pistol system.
Okay.
So pistol in transition, horns out of the half court set, generally the same looks out of that, but out of the horns and the pistol sets, what you do is you now have reads. because you don't want to have plays in the NBA unless it's an ATO, because it's too easy to coach against plays where you can predict and know everything that's happening. So they give the players options and reads out of it.
Freedom out of it.
Yeah, so if a team ices a screen, if a team uses drop coverage, the player is on the players using NBA IQ to make the right reads out of that. And generally, KD and Kyrie make the right reads. Here's the problem with what the Celtics are doing. The Celtics have now made KD and Kyrie reverse roles. They've turned KD into the ISO at the top of the guy where he needs to dribble, blow by his man and go score, where Kyrie, they're crowding him, taking away his space to operate and dribble to get his dribble moves off. If you watch them try to run that horn set in the first half of last game, what were they do? They completely shaded everybody over to KD's elbow so he couldn't catch it in that sweet spot on the wing. And so they were making it so he couldn't catch the ball in that spot. Then as the shot clock started to expire, right, they would scramble around. He would probably get at the top of the key, but he's too far out. They used 3 big defenders on him, Horford, Jaylen Brown, and Jason Tatum. They're not even using their defensive player of the year on KD. They're using him on Kyrie, the smaller guy. They're throwing big bodies at him, so he has to put the ball on the ground, try to go around them, and try to score. And they're taking away his strongest hand. They're not letting him get to his sweet spots. They're doing – this is probably – this, again, if you talk about defensive execution at its finest, the Boston Celtics have locked into a defensive game plan. This is how Bruce Brown got the 9 points to start the game. They're so focused on taking away what KD does. Bruce Brown started the game off with 9 points.
Why? That's why.
And to think that they're not running plays, it's just would that be a product of the way you feel about their plan right now?
No, okay.
Let me finish. I'm gonna let you go, and let me say this. And to be so angry at the coach who last year took you to the semifinals, whose record was 48-24, and who's been a good coach for you guys, is a knee-jerk reaction right now, guys. They're not going to fire him, and he is not a bad coach, as you guys are saying right now. He's a bad coach in these last 2 games, and understandably so, because your team is down 2-0. But that's how we do as fans. We just blow up completely. Now, I say again, last year, he took you to the semifinals. His record was 48-24 for the season. Do you fire a coach because this year your record is not as good? And that's simply because Durant was out all them games. That's how you guys started losing. And now you down 2 games in a row against the Celtics. I don't think so. I say this, the same thing. But as far as not seeing plays being ran, I don't watch the Nets that well, but that, just like that. But I've always seen them run pretty decent plays. And for them to be 48-24, they damn sure was running some kind of plays. That's all I'm going to say.
No, they definitely run plays. They run the best horn set in the NBA.
Okay, so to counter that, right? Okay, so I'm gonna pull back a little bit of what I said and clarify when I say they don't. Obviously, right? They're not playing freestyle basketball, whatever. What I'm trying to say is this. Obviously, like you said, they the horn play, and also where they have Drummond on the top of the key, right, setting the screen and so on. That's a play. But what I'm trying to say is this, right? I'm not saying this solely because they're 0-2, right? What I'm trying to say is this. Okay, obviously the Celtics are playing tremendous defense. I've never seen defense like this since I said early in the panel, Detroit Piston defense, with Chauncey Billups and Ben Wallace and all of those guys, right? The defense is stifling. They're locked in. Kudos to them, right? So my suggestion is this, right? Since they're shutting down, what you say are their regular sets, right, that the Nets run. Yeah. What I feel that they need to do is 2 things, and I said this earlier, maybe you guys didn't hear it, is with the insertion of LaMarcus Aldridge, right? They can play inside out or outside in with him, which is a new look, right? That gives them a different dynamic. They spread the floor out a little bit more, or have KD come off curls, right? So that it's like a reaction so that he doesn't have to put the ball that much on the floor. That's just my 2 cents on what they need to do.
But if you see that's the problem with that is if you just say You want KD to come off curls. Well, you have to come up with a system that allows him to do it with space. So they switched it up. If you look at their offense, they completely switched their offense up in the second half of the last game, and they went to Gonzaga type of continuity offense where they're going 4 high. And what does that do? This allows them to pick out the mismatches and really kind of target guys. And they had a little bit more success in it, and it kind of confused Boston for a little bit. But then Boston righted the ship at the end of the game and still was able to come back and steal that win. So we saw the adjustment. They completely went away from horns, which was getting blown up. They went to continuity. It's a college-style Gonzaga type of offense. They made the adjustments. It gave KD a little bit more freedom. He knocked down a couple jumpers late, but it just wasn't enough. He was just out of rhythm. But I mean, you got to credit this defense, and they're never going to play inside out with this team because Al Horford and Robert Williams are too good defensively. They're too good defensively on the interior to try to put the ball in LaMarcus Aldridge's hand and say, we got to play through you to win this game. If they're going to lose, they're going to go losing through KD and Kyrie shooting the ball. That I'm not losing because of no LaMarcus Aldridge coming back from injury and he ain't played in like a month. And
I don't think he's addressing it like they're going to use him for the final piece. It's a piece to a puzzle, and it does make sense. It could free up things for both of the other players. But
that's what I'm saying. It doesn't free up nothing at all. It makes it easier to defend.
But we are arguing a case of a team that's down 0-2 with a total of a point differential of 8. They lost both games, and the total point differential is 8 points.
Yeah,
they lost the first one by 1 and the second one by 7. So there is a chance. And I'm not with neither one of them. But I don't want I say this to say us as fans, we get blown away. Now, just like in my case, I'm a Bulls fan. We lost game 1 to Milwaukee, but I actually felt good because we played well. And I felt we would have a chance to get us a game in that series or more. And I think you guys in Brooklyn should feel the same. First of all, you were on the road. Hold on. You were on the road against one of the best defending teams in the league. To play well, I'm not saying it's a consolation prize to play well and lose both games. What it is a learning process. Now, here's where Steve Nash does come in. If he don't make the necessary adjustments, then you question his coaching in the games at home. And I'm not even going to match that with what Minnesota did yesterday. That was just a total debacle. The coach just lost his
but adjustments are based on your personnel. They don't have much personnel to adjust with.
Yeah, but they haven't lost the games by 30 either, so they don't have.
No, they're not. But they've made adjustments defensively and offensively in both games. They lost both of them, and so when you look at the bench, when you got your bigs, none of your bigs can make free throws, so you really don't want them with the ball. You got guys like Goran Dragic who can't play more than 20 minutes a game because he's old as hell. He's close to 40, and even though he gives you good production, Bruce Brown is going to give you good defense. He's still a liability out there because he's small, and Jaylen Brown's just doing whatever he wants with him. They got holes everywhere. They got they just happen to have Kyrie and KD.
I understand what you're saying, and it's been tall tales in this chat and in this panel before when they were winning, and none of that was said. And let me say this, and you can go on.
I've always said that.
I can guarantee you they will come back in this series. Now, I'm not going to say they're going to win it, but now if they come back and it be 2-2, I want you and me to come back on this panel and you explain these same things to me.
Yeah, but you're talking on a big if.
Down 0-2.
Because Boston don't need to win both games. They just need to win one.
You're making it seem like they got a team that hasn't did anything. They have, and they have played well before.
Man, they haven't done anything.
Let me cook.
Okay. Well,
they haven't done anything.
I'm not a Brooklyn. That's not my team. But I know they can play well. And for them to play this close against Boston on the road, don't count them out playing well at home and winning both of their games.
They played well. They played well last game and lost.
Boston dominated.
And Simmons back in action on Monday.
I'm just letting you know. If you think they're gonna get swept, you're wrong.
No, I never said they were gonna get swept.
Well, if they can win one, they can win the second one.
Exactly.
Don't think one win won't propel you to the second win, just like Boston did.
And don't think 2 wins can't propel you to the third.
Just like Milwaukee did last season, right? They was down 0-2.
I'm just saying.
And then lose another game.
It sounds like he's counting out Brooklyn with the likes of KD and
Well, you got to understand FYF. You got listen. FYF is attached to LeBron James, and
No,
KD
I'm
is
not.
over there.
I'm not a
I mean,
LeBron fan.
What
who's
is
your
it,
team,
Michael
FYI?
Jordan? Who's it?
No, my
Who's the
team is the
FYF?
Blazers.
No, I know you, the Blazers. I know your team's the
Bird.
Blazers. But
That's my
you
squad too. I
Bird.
live in Portland.
Yeah, you didn't know that? You didn't know FYF was a Blazer fan?
Hell no. I be
What?
at the motor all the
As much as
time,
he talk
man.
about those
Yeah,
Blazers,
I was out there. I went to the Portland Golden State game, man. I got courtside. Man, it was nice. Yeah,
I was there too that night. A lot
that's
of Steph
crazy.
Curry jerseys in the house, right?
Yes, sir.
A whole lot of blue. I was there that night. That's crazy.
Wow.
Matter of fact, I chimed in to Flight Sports from the arena that night.
That's what's up.
sure did.
Did you?
Yeah, I love it out in Portland. It's my favorite city.
Going back to the Nets, I don't think the Nets are done yet. What
Yeah,
my only
them
concern
Blazers
is
is like
that
boo-boo.
they can't play defense with the length, because Kyrie ain't guarding nobody, Bruce Bowen ain't guarding nobody,
Bro,
Seth Curry ain't guarding nobody, and that's the
hold on,
problem, man.
hold on. This one I'm gonna disagree with you. What's hurting the Nets on defense is the offense, bro. The reason why Celtics is cooking us is because Celtics keep getting fast break points. As soon as Celtics get fast break points, then they start cooking in the half court because they see shots go in, bro. That's what's hurting us. Our turnovers, and KD's part of that, bro. He's turning the ball over, bro. He's
That's
doing
true.
offense,
That's
bro.
true. I'm talking about the final 4 minutes when you got to get it done. When they're in the half court set, nobody's guarding anybody because they don't got the size to do so.
Oh, you mean against your defense against their offense? That's what
How were we up 17? We was guarding them. Bruce Brown was playing.
No, don't get it. We were turning them over, but I'm talking about when the game is settled, right? When the game is settled and it's crunch time, it's you know what I'm saying, the final 4 minutes, 3 minutes, take it home. The game's a little bit different. You understand? The game slows down. So, and we can't stop anybody. That's the problem. We can get back into the game. You know what I'm saying? That's not an issue. Deflection, steals, what turn them over. But I'm saying, like, the final 3-4 minutes of the quarters, or the fourth quarter, that's where I'm concerned, because they bunker down, they run their plays, they got the height, they got Tatum, they got Jaylen Brown, and we don't have the personnel to stop that, and that's the issue. If you've been watching the game,
I'm watching it.
So what about Ben Simmons?
I'm looking at both teams, and both teams haven't played at the best. Nets haven't played the best, and Celtics
that's true.
the best.
Tatum hasn't even done anything. So
exactly, he ain't doing nothing crazy.
I mean, you guys.
So he's due.
This is what's going
So
on.
Tatum is due.
So then, if Tatum do, KD's due too.
Can we get an insertion
Kyrie's
of
the
Ben
only one that had a
Simmons?
big game, bro.
What Ben Simmons gonna do?
I'm a Nets fan. I just try to keep it real. I'm a little bit concerned about, Ben Simmons, right? That would be great, but he hasn't played. Like, I think it's I don't know, man.
In a year,
Robert Williams.
he hasn't played in a
Time
year.
Lord's coming back, so that's gonna mitigate Ben Simmons coming back.
Yeah, Robert's back, man.
This is a
He's
deadlock
back.
series,
What?
man. This is great.
Yeah.
Time Lord will be back tomorrow. Yeah, he's back.
Oh,
I thought he was out
no.
for the season.
He coming off the
Oh,
bench.
hell no.
Coming off the
Oh,
bench.
hell
Well,
no.
what the hell's going on with Lonzo Ball then?
Man,
Damn.
Lonzo had
What
a
the
setback.
fuck, yo? Everybody's coming back for
Same
Lonzo
injury.
and Kawhi.
Listen, Lonzo had 2 setbacks. He had 2 setbacks, and he had 2 different injuries he was dealing with. That's what happened.
Yeah, he had the meniscus and the bone bruise.
Yeah.
Well, the bone
he had a
bruise is
setback.
not an injury, guy. That's a regular thing. Yes, it's an
It's an
injury.
injury.
Yes, I know that, but it's not considered like the ligaments. But the bone bruise is going to be there. He's got to deal with that. He's got to learn to tolerate that, guys. And I'm like, Dex, come on, man. Everybody else coming back. What the hell going on? Shit.
I said, nah.
I got a hot take. I got a
Shades of
hot
Brandon
take.
Roy.
Quick
Hold up.
hot
I
take,
got a
man.
hot take.
If the Bulls get to the second round, Lonzo Ball will returns. At
Yeah,
some
I see.
point.
I
Book
also
it.
see Bulls being Bucks right now. I see. Here's why. People want to say I'm crazy, bro. But
No,
with
you're not
Middleton out,
crazy.
but with Middleton out and Bobby Porter's out, bro. Alex Caruso is gonna be the difference maker. I was listening to him mic'd up. I'm like, yo, he knows what the fuck he's doing, bro. He's literally coaching. He's coaching the Bulls, bro. He's doing better than
Wow. Breaking news. Alex Caruso, player coach.
Yeah, well, he's been doing that. When he's healthy, he can do that. But I'm not going to get here.
This is what I want to ask. What's up with Bobby Portis? Anybody have an update on Bobby Portis?
It was some shit with
He's
his eye.
playing.
I seen that
He's
nigga
playing
bleeding.
He's got a contusion.
I seen
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
His eye was that shit was fucked up. That shit was bad, bro. That shit was bad.
But he's scheduled to play. He's scheduled to play, though, guys.
Yeah, that
probably
Porter
gonna wear
shot is a
masks.
meme.
He's just gonna be out there looking like a pirate, right?
Yeah, he gonna wear a mask.
I mean,
Goggles.
but I don't want to put the wagon before the horse, guys. I say let's play this Bulls series out one game at a time.
Yeah.
I'm not predicting
Because
anything. All I say is this: tonight's game, to me, is the most important game of this series.
they got to take their
Because
home court. They got to take their home court. They
the
got to. They
Bulls
got to.
win,
They
it
got to.
forces Miami in Game 4 to have a must game, must win. So the Bulls need to win tonight. Period.
They got to take that. They at home, bro, and that's what Milwaukee dominated the season at their house. Nah, they got to win. They
What,
got to win at home.
Cameron? What's your keys for the Bulls tonight to win the game?
They got to do the same shit as last game, bro, but even better. Now they got to execute because what they did last game is they was playing physical and they was jumping up the game basically, bro, because Bucks didn't score over. I don't even know what's the score, but I know it was like a low scoring game, bro. As the game before, like the first game was a low scoring because the Bulls jumped up the game. They were fouling. They were also playing super fast. So they got to do the same thing, but now they got to execute. I got to see Patrick Williams get more involved. I got to see Levine be more aggressive and stop being tentative because I see him be tentative. Like he doesn't know as he should go. No, he needs to be aggressive.
See that
Demar,
too.
Demar need to be more of a playmaker. And we already know Caruso's gonna be Caruso, do the dirty things, rebound, take charges. We already know Caruso. They just gotta play as a team, which is why they beat the Bucks in the second game. They were playing as a team. They gotta use. Oh yeah, they gotta use Vucevic. Vucevic got use. This is what I'll say. Vucevic did. This is why y'all won. Vucevic was dominating Lopez. He gotta dominate his matchup on Lopez. He gotta dominate. He gotta hit his threes, and he gotta dominate in the paint with his post moves and whatever hook shots and dumb shit he be doing in the post, bro. He gotta dominate Lopez.
One thing I can say about the Bulls the last two games is that they've been playing on a string, guys.
Yeah,
Both games,
I like how
they
they
were
play.
both of the games they were back in tune like they were earlier in the year.
Yeah, like they're not
If you
scared.
notice,
Like
if,
I feel
if
like
you
I feel like they
notice,
played.
they played with no pressure, no fear, and they played free and easy.
And they were
One thing I can
assertive on
probably
defense.
remind all you guys, yeah, and one thing I can remind to all you guys, I know we hadn't seen it in a long time as Bulls fans, was that half court pass that Caruso threw for the layup on a fast break. That was Lonzo Ball back in the early season,
Yep.
guys. That's when the Bulls were winning. We were playing fast, and we didn't have to set up in the half court because we were running. The Bulls were one of the best running teams in the NBA early in the season. We got away from that. Now, the easier way to run is just the best way to run is not to get the ball out of the net, but it's to get a rebound. First, you got to start off with defense, and that's what they did. They played a good defensive game in the first game. They lost. They didn't pout. They didn't cry. They came back and asserted the same effort in game 2 and just hit their shots because they were wide open shots in game 1 also. When they hit their shots and play the defense like they played in the last 2 games, they can beat Milwaukee. And I'm not disputing the fact that Middleton is not there. I don't believe in that. Most teams get up when one of their players go down. So don't think this is going to be easier. It's probably going to be harder.
Yeah,
but
Phoenix get up too.
Stick to your guns, do what you do best, and I think we'll be okay.
Yep. I also seen reports that DeMar he went inside the Milwaukee gym and was practicing like while nobody was there. Like they let him inside, which I was shocked because usually teams don't do that in the playoffs. They don't let the opponent practice on the gym unless it's before game, like pregame, or they have like a practice for an hour or two. They let DeMar get shots. I think for 4 hours, something like that. He was
he paid for that. He rented the space.
Yeah, he got comfortable, bro, and that's why DeMar had a big game in game 2, which was done by Milwaukee. Why would you let him go get up shots in your own arena? Like that's dumb, bro.
Did you guys know that he scored 8 out of 9 times when Giannis was on him?
Yep, I was seeing that. I was watching that game. DeMar took over the game and became the best player on the court. He was the best player on the court. He was the best player on the court. He was the best player on the court.
But it wasn't just that. He was killing Giannis. 8 out of 9 shots he hit on Giannis.
He was killing, bro. He was the best player on the court at that. When he took over the game, when he was shooting over Giannis and in a row, over his head. I'm like, yeah, he's the best player on the court. Because Giannis could have come dominating him back on the other end. He wasn't matching him. Giannis matched him in the fourth quarter where it was too late. It was too late.
I got a question. I got a question for the panel. So for tonight, for the Bulls game, right? Do you want for the approach to start the game, right? Do you want DeMar to get other people involved
Yeah,
first, or
yeah,
you want him to score? I think he should get like Zach Levine involved and defer to him, and then
yeah.
let him get his confidence, and then take over at the end, towards the end. What do you think?
Nah. I think they need to get Vuce involved. Get Vuce involved. Get Lopez in foul trouble early. So
Okay.
then the paint is wide open now. Cause this is what people don't realize. Milwaukee center depth is not all that. Without Bobby and Brook, the center depth is not all that. So get Brook Lopez in foul trouble. Make Giannis play 5, and y'all could dominate Milwaukee like that. Cause
Guys,
then Giannis is gonna be forced to guard Levine and DeMar on the perimeter. And we know this, bro. And the NBA, when you're playing both sides of the ball, you're not gonna be able to do that for 48 minutes. It's get tiring, bro. So Giannis is not gonna be able to play how he wants to play on offense if y'all making him guard y'all too. That's another reason why y'all won. Y'all gotta make Giannis guard y'all, bro. Because when he's
well,
just
and
able to rest,
I was just going to say something about that. Quiet as it's kept, if anybody watched those 2 games, Giannis has really been used a lot. A lot of people said that no, he wasn't because of foul trouble. But when he's out there, he's exerting a lot of energy. Also, one thing the Bulls have done is, this is a quiet assassin that they had from the very tip of game 1. The Bulls have not been bright-eyed and overwhelmed by this moment. They have been playing with poise since the tip in game
Yeah,
1 to
they're
be
playing
so young.
loose. They're playing loose.
I'm telling you, it's like it's nothing to them. It's like, I
it's
swear,
nothing
it
to
seems
prove.
like,
They're
I don't know if
dangerous.
it. But I'm telling you, from the last game of the season to the first game of the playoffs, they look like a totally different defensive team.
I
They
noticed
look
that.
like the team when they first started again.
And that's
And they
Caruso.
playing with it. They're
You
not
gotta give
talking
Caruso
trash.
credit, bro.
They're not talking trash. They just got going out doing
And
their
playing
job.
basketball, playing
You
real
know,
basketball.
yeah. And then when, like I said earlier, playing on a string. They playing as one, guys. If one person gets beat, they, before you know it, somebody else is in front of them.
That's
So it's,
Caruso,
and when they
man.
play
Look
like
at the
this,
mic'd up on Caruso. Caruso was saying, "Have each other back." He was literally coaching the team. He was like, "Oh, have each other back.
yeah.
Oh, do this." He was explaining how they want to guard Giannis and what they want to do defensively and offensively too, bro. Caruso was literally coaching the team, bro. I was like, "Nah,
And as I
Caruso is their
said
leader."
last night to the Pelican fans also, the Bulls and the Pelicans have a chance to really do something to really, really escalate the organizations and this year's playoffs.
Yep.
If they both beat Phoenix and Milwaukee, the confidence that both of them teams will have right now will be immense. It will be, and then this news about Philly, and then, I mean, seriously, when you, first of all, the win on the road for the Bulls was the biggest win that they didn't had in 5 to 6 years, guys. As far as
That's a
confidence
fact.
and letting them know again that they can play with anybody. I mean, when you can beat the champs on the road, and I didn't like some of the comments from the Milwaukee fans because all they kept telling me was that Giannis wasn't trying. Giannis wasn't trying.
What?
Well,
Man,
I'm
it's
here
the
to tell
fucking
y'all,
playoffs.
everybody,
Nah,
that
nah. I don't want to
in
hear
the
that. It's the
playoffs, it
playoffs.
ain't a
Garbage.
second
It's
that
the
these guys
playoffs.
are not
Everybody is
trying.
trying. Giannis was
The
pissed.
world
Look
was
at Giannis in
calling
the
him
post game
Mr.
interview.
Tryhard.
Look at Giannis in the post game interview, and when they lost, he was slamming the ball. He was arguing with the ref. He was mad, bro. Look at him. He was
This is the
literally
guy who
arguing
gets
with the ref.
criticized for trying hard at the All-Star game. He gets criticized
For
for
real.
trying hard at the All-Star game.
Yeah,
So what do you think he's
right.
doing in the
That's a
playoffs?
fact.
The truth
Exactly. He
is,
was,
Come
the
on,
bro. They
truth
was
man.
is,
literally trying to
when
win
they
game
lost
one.
PJ Tucker, they lost a lot
Exactly.
in PJ Tucker, and
That's a
nobody
fact.
will deal with that. Look at Miami's defense. Look what they're doing to Atlanta right now, and
Yeah.
half of that is
Cooking them.
PJ Tucker.
PJ Tucker, Kyle
Facts.
Lowry, Bam, Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy.
They got a lot
Right.
of bodies they could throw at Trey, which is wearing him down.
Hero and Tyler
He done.
Hero, because Hero got some good defense too. His
Yeah.
defense kind of
Trey done.
underrated. Tyler Hero.
Oh yeah, who's that short dude? Oh yeah, he got good D too. For his size, he got good D.
But to be honest, and again, guys, this go back
Pause.
to what I've been telling y'all. Players who only play on one side of the ball will never be successful in the playoffs. They
Yep.
got to play both sides of the ball.
And that goes back to
And if you
coaching
don't,
too. Coaching and culture. Because if your coach is known for playing both sides, then you're gonna be a great coach and a great team. Like even on
Salute to
Miami,
Quez.
bro, yeah, huh?
Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, bro. Like Spoelstra, you seen his culture come in, bro, because he coaching the shit out of Miami, and he's, in my opinion, he's out coaching the Atlanta coach. He's out coaching him.
for he is
I
Eric
just want
Spoelstra has
running
Eric
circles
Spoelstra has
around
always
that
been a
nigga,
good
bro.
head
He's running
coach.
circles around him, bro. He's running circles around him, bro.
And
Because
you know
Trey
why
Young,
he's doing that?
yeah,
Because he knows that Trey Young is an offensive one player. And he knows that team is only offensive. It's a one-sided team because that team really don't play defense. And I say to say this,
especially without Clint, they don't have
it
Clint
really
to
should be the Hornets, right? It's
And
a
John
woulda, coulda, shoulda
Collins.
Oh yeah,
situation. It should have been a woulda, coulda, shoulda situation with the Hornets, which is why I'm happy James Borrego got fired today because clearly him and Mitch Kupchak haven't built a team around Lamelo because Lamelo with a better two-way team would beat the Hawks.
Well, let me say this, Marquez. Do you think he got
Go ahead.
enough clout in that organization to build a team? He's got to get consent from so many heads. He was a fall guy. Listen, they have risen in their wins and losses every year he's been there. I'm not
That's
saying
a
he's a great
fact.
coach. I'm not saying he's a great coach, but there had to be a change made. I'm sorry for the guy. I'm the one who actually one of the guys who said that he probably get fired. But
I'm one of the
the
guys that say he was
yeah.
going
organization
to get fired too.
It just
the
wasn't.
Right.
organization
It's not the
and
right
the way that they
situation.
were
Not the right
going
situation.
had
I'll say
set
that
it
right.
up like it was set up like that. It was going to be so hard. It wasn't much he could do with the
Yeah,
talent on the
yeah.
roster that he had. He took them
It,
about as far as they could go.
It's
It's not
about
the
the
right
Mind
locker
you,
room,
situation. It's not
Marvin.
the right situation for him.
It's about
Marvin,
the
huh?
it's
locker
not
room.
about the Zen. It's not about the locker room either. It's about the it's not about the locker room either, right, y'all? It's about it's about the fact that this is really the head office. This is the organization issue. This is a Mick
Yeah.
Cupcheck
I
issue.
agree.
This is not
Right, right.
a
Well,
coaching issue. It's a it's a
It's a Michael
Cupcheck issue.
Jordan mid-cut
I know it's
cupcake
not the
issue.
coach. I knew it
The
wasn't the
only reason
coach. I know
the
it's got
the
something
only
to do with
reason I say
upset.
the coach is because the coach needs to make sure the team is cohesive, and that doesn't
And
seem to be the
prepared.
case.
And prepared. Yeah, prepared.
Yeah, but you
Yeah.
can't do that well without the right personnel either. You can try, but if you ain't
Right.
got the
Right.
people, it ain't gonna work. You know?
So, guys,
Yeah.
can I say something real quick? So, you know, Borrego got fired today, right? But I think there's a bigger issue at hand here. So, from my point of view, what's going on here? I think as an organization, the Hornets are getting in their own way. Because here's my thing, right? As long as Michael
Right.
Jordan, right, is as long as Michael Jordan, right, is playing. So there's the thing that needs to be done, and then there's the way Michael Jordan wants it to be done, right? And that's where the problem
Okay.
is,
Right.
for my opinion. If they do what they need to do, they can turn this around. But
Yep.
but Mike Jordan has this way of like this old school mentality, like pay dues and do this and do that. When if you look at the success or semi-success of like the Memphis Grizzlies with the Morant or Dallas or what have you, they're saying I have the superstar, right? Let me Boston, let me just take this talent that I have, the superstar, which they might lose
Right.
if they don't get it straight, if they don't get it right, and get him a good coach, but let him be who he is and let him learn from his mistake and let him grow. And I just feel like the organization is going to get in the way of that for some reason.
Yeah. And it shows. Yeah, that's a great take. I mean, like I
That's a
said, I don't want
great
to come
take.
in.
Hey, bro, what's your name? What's your name, bro?
Hugo.
Yeah,
Hugo. That's
that's a
a
great take.
great take. And
Yeah, and
I don't want to cut
but if
Marvin
you
off.
know, Marquez, they had been speaking about that. The guys on this panel had been speaking in those. Me, because I
If
don't know
you
much
right,
about the organization, I couldn't really chime in on it. But that's a great take.
Marvin,
Yeah.
it wasn't really an organization. I'm gonna get you a little bit into what we was discussing last night. It's not an organization issue. It's an organization issue on small markets. And I say this to say this, Marvin. The only reason why nobody's giving the Hornets as much flack as they would give the Pelicans is because of who their owner is. It's Michael Jordan.
Yeah, but it's all right. It's like he's not even trying to be
And
a good or I mean a good.
He's
I
too
don't
busy with
understand
Bubba
that.
listen,
Wallace and NASCAR, and he's too busy hanging out with Tiger Woods on the golf course to worry about the
hey,
Charlotte
let's be real,
Hornets.
Mike. Listen, Michael Jordan. Let's be real. Michael Jordan is a petty individual, and with a person's petty like that, or have an ego as a very big ego like Michael Jordan, even though it's well deserved, He
why
don't
would
need
you
to be
hold his
having.
talent back?
Y'all,
I
y'all
don't
notice
understand.
how I'm
Why would
not.
you
Y'all
hold
notice
him?
how I'm not defending Jordan on none of that
Because
because
it's
it's
true,
And
I
true.
man.
that's
mean, I hate
that's a
to
fact.
even hear things like that.
Zen,
Hey, y'all be back in
Zen.
a little bit.
I don't know him, so
What's up,
I
Quest?
can't
What's
really
up,
speak on
Quest?
that.
I was just want to say before you leave, I wanted to say, you notice how we
Yo,
was
yo.
discussing. You notice I'm not talking about Jordan as the player, but as the owner,
Right,
he's a feeble, weak-minded owner.
right,
Hell,
right.
Wow.
But
James
what
Dolan's
I'm
a
just
better
trying to point out, I'm trying to point out
James
is that we
Dolan's a
got to be
better
objective.
owner. Facts. James owner is a better owner than freaking Michael Jordan,
Wait,
and
from
he
wait,
cut.
wait, wait,
Wow.
hold on. James
Come
Dolan from
on now. On that note, I'll
I'm
get back with
saying
y'all in a
it.
little bit.
All right, Zen.
that's a sorry ass Knicks town though.
Hey, Dolan is better than somebody. Shit, give him some props.
Dolan's better than half of
He
these.
better than
Y'all can
Donald
shit on him if you
Sterling.
want
Yeah.
to, but
Dolan's the reason why the
Dolan
Knicks are the
better.
Knicks, bro. Dolan's the reason why the Knicks are the Knicks. He's been
Okay,
holding them
question to
back.
you, Marquez. Question to you, Marquez. Give me some good
Absolutely.
moves. Give me some good moves or good things that Dolan done.
People gonna hate me for this, but Dolan was a big part of Carmelo
We're not
coming to
going to
New
ever get
York.
Michael Jordan on an interview on Flight Sports with that tape.
You hear me?
Go ahead
Hey,
again, Marquez.
I said that Dolan was the reason. Dolan was the reason that Amari Stoudemire and Carmelo Anthony wanted to be in New York. A lot of people don't know that. Dolan was one of the reasons that they hired Phil Jackson. And even though they didn't work out, he still hired Phil Jackson because of Phil Jackson's championship pedigree. You see what
He
I
was
mean?
trying.
It's
Yes.
it's Dolan is
On the
trying.
flip
He's not
side,
trying to
Dolan also
personally.
hired Isaiah Thomas too.
That's
What
a
about that?
fact. That's a fact.
Now wait a
I'm
minute.
not,
He's
I'm
not
just
pointing out he's not pointing out his flaws yet. He's just giving
What,
his
That is a
accolades.
flaw.
I'm
That's
just
a flaw. He hired Isaiah Thomas. Shit. See
Well,
what he cut the
he didn't
but
mention
organization through?
Isaiah. He
I
didn't
didn't
mention
mention
Isaiah.
Isaiah yet because he
Yeah,
told me
Isaiah
what
killed
were
that
the good
organization.
things I understand that, but he asked me what were the good things that James Dolan has done. If we're talking about his flaws, the man got so many flaws, I'm gonna have to have a whole notebook. That's not what the question was, Dex, but that's one of his
Man,
biggest
Isaiah was
flaws.
all up everybody's skirt in that organization.
Oh Lord, Dex,
That was
I
one
He
of
can't
the
couldn't
even
keep
answer
his
the
biggest
hands to
flaws.
question.
himself. Dolan
Okay,
was
one more
cashing out
question to
millions on
you.
top of millions.
One more question to you, Marquez. Do you
Go
think
ahead.
that incident with Charles Oakley has tarnished the New York Knicks?
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Because Oakley is like Bernard King in the Madison Square Garden. He's looked up to as a god. Him, Bernard King, and Spike Lee. The fact, do you not know how many people stopped watching Knicks games because Spike Lee said, and I quote, "I'm not watching no more games this year." That's how much power Charles Oakley got in this organization. It's the fact that they disrespected Charles Oakley is main of the reasons why you really can't get free agents there because a lot of people don't know how many players look up to Oak. A
It's not
lot of
only
people look
Charles
up to
Oakley
Oakley.
though.
What about hold on? What about Patrick too?
Patrick Ewing and Spike
Exactly.
Lee they disrespect.
This
How do you disrespect?
That's a
this is why
fact. That's
this
a
is why
fact.
nobody want to
But
come to
no,
New
I
York
didn't bring.
because they don't get
Listen, I didn't
treated.
bring up. I
They don't
didn't
get
bring up
treated.
Spike Lee. I didn't bring up Ewing and Spike Lee because Marvin brought up only Oakley.
Yeah,
But if we're
bro.
Well,
talking about everybody, yeah,
Wait,
I'm only answering.
hold on a second.
I was le-
How does Patrick Ewing's been an assistant coach for eternity and never really? I don't think they've even interviewed him for a damn fucking job. He's in Georgetown now, or what have you.
No,
Right?
no,
If I'm
no.
not
They
mistaken,
interviewed him. No, no, no. They
they interviewed
interviewed him
him.
for a job. They interviewed for him a
What
job, but he
happened?
still
What
took Georgetown. He still
Yeah,
took Georgetown.
I'm glad he did, bro. Fuck, bro. That bro, what
they
they did to him?
disrespected so long, man. He
Exactly,
should have a
bro.
statue outside the garden, man.
Exactly. Hold on.
you know, I'm
They had
happy we on
Jersey.
this subject, guys. I'm happy we on this subject because I did some research for you Knicks fans because I think that
Absolutely.
is you. Is that Belize on the panel right now?
No,
No,
that's I don't
that's
know who that
Hugo.
is.
Hugo.
I don't
That's
know which one of
Hugo.
the guys it was, but one of the New York fans have always been kind of irritated by the fact that Randall had Bernard King's number.
Oh, that ain't
Me.
me.
That
And
was me and Belize who was discussing that last night. I'm mad that they have Bernard's King number. If you ask me, if Randall wanted Bernard's King number, he should have went out and put them numbers up, and he should have had a deep playoff run to prove to even get that number. The
Oh, you
fact
should have
they
asked
gave up,
Bernard.
but
You
Well,
should have asked
Bernard King ain't won no championship.
Wait a
Bernard
minute.
King did win a championship.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
He ain't got no championship. Bernard King ain't got nothing.
Yes, he does have something.
Yes, he does.
Listen.
Wait
Okay,
a
you
minute.
want to
I'm
lose some
finna
money?
run him off to you, Dex. He's a
Hey,
four-time
then leave me
All-Star.
alone.
He's a four-time All-NBA player. He won a scoring title in 84 and 85, and he was a 78, 78, 77, 78 All-Rookie team also. And his average for his career was 22 points, 5 rebounds a game, 3 assists.
Show me his scoring title.
What is it?
How many championships
He won the scoring He won the scoring title in 84, 85.
No, Dex is right. Bernard King didn't win any. He didn't win any
Oh, he's a Hall of
championships.
Famer. And he's a Hall of Famer. He's a Hall of Famer.
But he's
He played
still
with
a Hall of
Magic and
Famer.
Bird. He played with Magic and Bird, and those are in Isaiah, and those are the only ones that won championships in the 90s.
That's a fact. They dominated the 80s. But Bernard King was still
he didn't win no
a
championship.
great
He was
player.
a scoring champ.
Yeah,
he didn't win no
He was a scoring champ. But he was, like I said, to say that.
They call him Bernard Bad Knees King.
I got a question.
Oh, boy.
I
He
got
was
a
wearing
question.
them knee pads on his knees, football knee pads.
I believe the Knicks are going to.
Hold on, I got a question
Go
for y'all
ahead.
Knicks fans. I got another question. Do y'all think the Knicks organization is smart enough to pull this move to bring Donovan Mitchell and AD to the Knicks this offseason? Do y'all think the Knicks are smart enough to do that?
No.
I
Are
think
they
so.
smart enough?
Yeah,
Are they smart
I think so.
enough?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think they are. I think they are.
And what's your name, K? You have a big K on your screen. I don't know what your name is.
KD.
Oh,
KD.
well,
KD, I
KD.
think they are. I think they're smart enough to do it. The deal is this.
KD, I think it's about
pieces
time,
that you
KD.
put in- the pieces that you put in formation or flow
Right.
for them to to receive these things back has to be received from the other team. That's where your problem comes.
Absolutely.
In other words, who's going to want the people you're trying to give away? Who you trying to give to them? So you have to you either going to have to throw something and you have to throw a little cherry on top, something, draft pick, something, considerations. If you want, listen, I'm going to say this. In New York, if New York wanted anybody, they have the money.
They could get him. We
They
could get him.
It's their own fault.
It's the players.
They didn't
It's the
have a decent
players.
squad
The money
this
is not
year
the issue.
because they didn't
It's the
held back so
players.
long, including not getting Alonzo Ball, not getting DeRozan last year. All of these things that now I think they have learned their lesson, and I think they will.
I think so too.
They will.
I think it's about time that the New York fans stop trashing.
They gotta get
Marvin.
They gotta get rid of Randall. They gotta get his money off of
Yeah, they have to
Marvin,
trade
think
him.
of this. The
Oh,
acquisition
okay.
the Bulls made, like the 3 core acquisitions with Lonzo, DeRozan, and Caruso, those could have been Knicks.
Yeah.
I know it. That's why I brought
Every
it
last
up.
one of them.
They had the money for all 3 guys and more.
Yeah, man.
So
But they chose stupidity. They woke
No,
up and
they
chose
chose-
stupidity.
They thought they
Evan
was
Fournier
smart, Nick.
and Kimber
And
Walker,
Kemba Walker.
Yeah.
re-signing New Orleans.
They
I
put
mean,
their
come
For
trust
on.
in
real.
Walker, and they thought Kimball's knees would hold up, and they thought that Fournier would be a steady clog, and which he has actually. He's averaged his numbers that
This
he
is
has.
what my
Yeah.
contention is. My contention is this to Leon Rose and company. If Boston,
Okay.
one of your arch nemesis, Boston and Chicago, your
Facts.
arch nemesis, right?
Yeah.
If your arch nemesis give up on a player, what the hell are you doing going fetching it?
Knicks.
They
Thank
sent
you.
that man away across America to the Midwest, and he was stuck in the red clay of Oklahoma.
Yeah, they should.
And New York went out there and grabbed this dude.
Knicks should have kept the same shit as the year before when they made the playoffs. They
Right.
kept everybody and kept it a defensive mindset and let Randall and
Well, the
boys-
key to that was Everett Payton.
oh yeah, him
Did you
too.
like him? Did
Yeah.
you like him?
No.
The defense was good. He would have a good defensive year.
Now be honest. Did you like Payton at your starting point guard?
No,
No.
he got offensive and capabilities, but his defense was making up for it.
Well, that was the start of the breakdown right there. And Bullock.
Bullock
Bullock wasn't bad. Yeah, Bullock wasn't bad.
Bullock wasn't
I'm
bad.
talking about that's how they got worse because they let him go. If they
Yeah,
Oh
he's a
yeah,
good-
yeah,
They
exactly.
let-
Right, yeah.
He was a
They let
3
him
and
go.
D. He was a 3 and D player.
Defense in the house.
Yeah. Bullock
Well,
was
they felt he
decent
was
for him.
expendable. They felt he was expendable.
Nope.
And sometimes that's just like right now. Picture this, guys. Picture if
Why
the
the New
Bulls
York?
decide.
I want to know
Picture
this
if the
though,
Bulls.
Marvin. Why
Huh?
the New York Knicks front office is not getting hammered right now? If that was any
Well,
other
they
team,
have.
even the Lakers are getting hammered.
No,
They
they
get
have.
by
They
Stephen.
have been. They have been. They
They
fans
blaming
can't stand that.
Randall.
Stephen
No,
A.
wait a minute,
Nah,
Six. They fans cannot stand that front office. They have been.
But the
They
fans,
fans do
Okay.
not like they moves. They don't like the stuff they've been doing. Now, the power that they
are we
have
still talking about the
overrules,
Knicks?
yeah.
Yes.
overrules all of that.
Okay.
The power that their front office has overrules all of everybody else's thoughts. Now, if they
But
do the right thing, that's to be seen. Here in the
now,
last couple of years, I mean, hold on. Here's the main thing. If you
right.
know 3 years ago you needed a point guard and you still don't have him, something's wrong.
Are you finished, Marvin? Because I don't want to cut you off.
I just wanted to put that point across. I think I'm through
Okay.
until I hear something else I want to chime in.
Um, to add on to Katie, to answer Katie's question, I think it's about time that that us as Knicks fans just go out on that leap of faith. I know we always been out there on that leap of faith. You know what I mean? Since because I'm pretty sure Hugo and Katie, you're Knicks fans, so you
No, I'm
understand.
I'm I'm
No.
I'm a
Nets
Nets,
fan.
Oh,
Nets fans.
but
oh,
we watch the Knicks. I pay
you're a
attention.
Nets fan.
I
But we
pay.
pay attention. We
Who-
live in New York, so you got to pay attention to
Yeah, you
what's
gotta
going on.
pay.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'm the only Knicks fan here, so
That's
I'm gonna
fine.
say I think that we can slowly turn this around, and I believe that we can get it done because we got the draft picks, we got the money. It's the fact that it's about instead of us waiting to develop these young players, we got to start doing what everybody else in the league is doing. It's going out and getting the players that we want.
Superstars, yeah.
Oh well, hold on,
If you
Marquez.
want to get
Marquez,
what you
hold on one
said,
second. You said
okay.
developing young players. Who are these young players are you referring to?
RJ Grimes, Mitchell.
Obi.
He
There's
asked me
only
the question.
there's only two players, RJ and
Right.
Toppin. That's it.
Hold up. He
Well,
did
Yo,
ask
I'm trying to be. He
Marquez a
said,
question.
you know
He
what I mean? Like
he
got a
asked me the
plethora of young
question.
players. Yeah, go ahead,
Hold on,
Marquez.
guys. He asked Marquez the question, guys. Go ahead, Marquez.
To answer your question, clearly the only two young guys we got that's really worth mentioning is Obi and RJ. And
What
I
about
can say
Cam?
Mitch. Cam's not playing. Cam's injured.
Okay.
You haven't seen what Cam can do. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yes.
No, and until Cam can show me, I can't say
Now,
that Cam
now I
is
want to
worth.
also follow this up, Marquez. Now you said
Okay.
RJ. You said RJ and Obi, right? Now I
RJ,
can understand.
Obi, Quickly, and Mitchell. I would say Quickly, and I
Oh,
would say
okay. Quickly
Mitchell as
Mitchell.
well.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Now that sounds much better because RJ is playing. He's a starter, so he's
Yeah.
he's getting his minutes.
RJ is proven. Obi is proven. After seeing Obi get actually seeing Obi play, Obi is proven. I actually
I
want to
want
see Obi can come off the bench and still put his numbers up. Obi is proven. Mitchell Robinson is proven.
Marquez, I want to say this to you. Don't
What?
keep your
I
head
mean,
down. Don't keep your head down, guy. Because if you look,
no, I'm
Bury
staying
your
positive.
head in a barrel of apples. Fuck with the
man,
New York
hold on,
Knicks.
man. Listen, Marquez.
Hey, I'm being
Just think of
positive.
the,
Nah,
wait a
he
minute,
can't
Marquez. Think
take
of
a
the
player.
possibilities.
That's positive,
Think
bro.
of the possibilities here, Marquez. If you get rid of Randall, if you guys get rid of Randall, you're gonna get something back decent for
And
him.
absolutely.
And if you can
He
move
was
Fournier,
he was the most
Kemba
improved player of
Walker,
the year. Come on.
I'm
Oh
just
yeah, we're
telling you,
definitely
if
getting
you
rid
can
of
And
move
All Star.
Fournier,
And All Star.
and
Kemba
also
Walker's
hold
not
on,
even on our
if you can
team.
move Fournier, if you can move Fournier and Kemba Walker, that's more money off the books.
Absolutely.
Now, the question that I'm getting to is this: if
Go
if
ahead.
your team can do that, meaning if you can get rid of Randall, get rid of Kemba Walker, get rid of Fournier, those three
Right.
players, with losing those players off of your books, who do you see coming, and who would you like in
To
New
be honest
York
with
to
you,
replace those three players?
all right, to replace those three players, we're gonna start with the Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker. Kemba Walker, he don't play, so that's not really something we can get kind of cut him and let him go. Evan Fournier, I probably if we got to trade pieces away, I probably still want to go after and get Donovan Mitchell in a package to trade away to give them Randall. Donovan Mitchell would be my first attempt at a superstar to go get.
Okay.
But you got to pair
and the
Donovan.
trade.
He's not going to come in by himself.
And be realistic about your trades too now, Marquez. Don't be just
Okay,
outlandish.
I'm being realistic. I'm wondering if I can finish my point.
Go ahead.
Donovan just don't want to be there by himself. So I'd probably say a realistic trade. Honestly, to be honest with you, I probably want to try to see if I can get realistically Donovan Mitchell and Aaron Gordon. Not Aaron Gordon, what's that boy name?
Davis?
Favors?
Anthony Davis.
Bone Highland?
Anthony Davis is not on the Jazz.
What team?
Oh,
you're talking Gobert.
No way.
No.
I don't think you're talking about him.
Ingles?
I'm not talking about Gobert.
Clarkson?
Forward?
Clarkson. I would want to get Clarkson and Donovan Mitchell. Now, if I have to give up Julius Randle, because this is a realistic trade. If I have to give up Julius Randle and maybe I'm gonna say Julius Randle and quickly
Marquise,
and maybe a first round pick to get maybe two second round picks to get Donovan Mitchell. Well, Donovan gonna give you me. I'm gonna have to give Donovan Mitchell a first. So I'm gonna have to give a first for Julius Randle, and quickly, and maybe a couple seconds to get Clarkson and
Donovan
Mitchell. That would be my first trade.
2 guards. So you want 2 guards to replace.
I want the 2 guards to replace Evan Fournier first and Kemba Walker, who don't play.
What about Dame?
But you using Julius Randle for that scenario, so you have to start over.
What about?
Let's start over. I'm confused with the question.
Unless, okay, hold on one second. It sounds good. Those pieces sound good. So basically, where you are, this is what I'm getting. It sounds like you're saying this. Correct me if I'm wrong. You're getting rid of Randle. You're getting rid of quickly, right? Plus 2 second-round picks because Randle is an all-star. You're getting an all-star for Donovan Mitchell, and then you're going to insert Obi Toppin in the starting lineup.
Absolutely.
And you run it with Donovan Mitchell. Now, is Clarkson coming off the bench or is he starting?
To be honest with you,
he got to come off the bench. That's right.
Clarkson got to come off the bench because of RJ.
Yeah, RJ Barrett. That's right. RJ Barrett. That's a good. No, that's good.
That's a very realistic trade.
Donovan Mitchell, Toppin, Obi Toppin, Mitchell Robinson, and who's the other guy?
Jordan Clarkson coming off the coming off the bench.
Name 4. So who's your other starter?
Quickly.
No, he's gone.
Oh,
yeah, you got rid of him with Randle.
Well, let me see. I don't know. Alec Burke, yeah.
Quentin Grimes, isn't it?
And Quentin Grimes. Oh yeah, Quentin Grimes.
Rose. Hold on, Derrick Rose.
Oh, so you're going to
Derrick Rose.
Derrick Rose is not going to be a starter though. He's always
Derrick Rose is going to come off the bench. I'm going to tell you what my bench would be. It would be Jordan Clarkson, Alex Burke, Quentin Grimes, right? And 2 other players we can put on the bench.
Norlings.
No, Nerlens Noel will be gone because I can get somebody better.
That's on the Toppin.
He can be gone.
You got to put Toppin.
No, he's starting.
Toppin can't. Toppin is going to start.
He's starting in place.
Why would I put Toppin on the bench? When I can have Toppin starting and have him get his numbers still and put. Because I hate to say this, Toppin plays better in the starting lineup than he does on the bench, and that was with Randle there. Toppin has proved he's a better player than Randle. He's proven it.
Well, with Randle gone, he has to start.
So he has to start. It's simple.
But, okay, who's your starting 5? Because I named 4. I couldn't name the 5th person.
Mitchell Robinson is who you're missing, Jackson.
You're missing Mitch.
I said Mitchell. Okay, listen. This is what I named.
Okay.
Mitchell, right?
Right.
Barrett. Right? Donovan Mitchell, Mitchell Robinson, Barrett, Obi Toppin.
Obi Toppin.
Who's the 5th person?
It's got to be Cam.
Why are you missing the point? I'm confused. See, this question
He's
is
going to get
confusing me.
starting lineup for you.
Starting
Yeah,
lineup.
that's 4. Who's the other 5? Who's the 5th person?
Well, then I guess we're missing the
Derrick
point
Rose.
guard. Then
Derrick
I
Rose.
It
didn't.
has to be Alec Burke. Alec Burke has to be a starter.
Nah, you got to put him off the bench.
That's
Put
why I
Derrick
said
Rose in.
Cam Reddish.
Have to
That's
be
why I said
But you
okay.
got
Then
Cam
put
Reddish.
you got
Alex as a
what's your name
starter.
coming off the bench? You got Jordan
That
Clarkson
shit don't
coming off
make
the bench.
sense. Right, we can put Alex Burke as the starter
Yeah, he's been
if
starting,
that's
right?
the case. Yeah, he's been starting. He's been putting up good numbers. I want to get to the next part of the question because
Okay, which
I'm
you gonna
kind
do
of
with Fournier?
all right now. Fournier. Now y'all know that. Okay, so we can do like we said: Burke, Mitchell, Barrett, Robinson, and Toppin. Right?
Yes.
No, you
That's
missing
the
Donovan
worst
Mitchell.
case. I said Mitchell. You're not
Okay,
listening.
all right, okay,
I
go
said
ahead.
Mitchell. I'm gonna repeat it again. Burke, Mitchell, Barrett, Toppin, and Robinson. That's the starting 5, Dex.
Okay,
That's the
all
starting
right.
5. That starting 5 is the worst case scenario if we can't get nobody else.
Right.
But see,
But shit,
here's
do we
how.
need anybody else?
Well, he still
Hey,
got Fournier
hey,
and
listen. I
Kimball
still got
on the bench.
Fournier and Kimball Walker's contract. I could flip and get 2 more
Yep,
players.
there you
So
go.
here's how.
Josh
Now
Hart. Y'all can go get Josh Hart.
Let him come
let
up
me
with it.
fin.
Come on with it,
I
Marquez.
come on, I gotta let me. I be forgetting my points. Like
Go ahead, Marquez. Go ahead.
okay. Now it's gonna be Evan Fournier just broken the single season 3 record. So he got some value that we could trade away.
That's not impressive coming from New York because they don't ever shoot threes no way.
Boy, you hell, Dick.
Fuck it, man.
Well, I
I
mean,
can't.
honestly, who their best 3-point shooter was
I
Allen Houston.
can't.
I mean, back in
Just
back in
break him
I
down
'93.
can't
too
with
early,
this.
Dick. Let him say his point,
I
Dick.
can't finish up. I can't make the point. If you're gonna shoot me down, can I at least make a point
All right,
first?
go ahead.
Please. Jesus Christ.
Damn, Dick.
I'm gonna mute my mic.
Damn.
Fuck it. I'm gonna mute myself.
Jesus
Me too.
Christ, Dex. All right. I got now I'm gonna ask Hugo and KD this question. I'm gonna have KD and Hugo. I'm gonna ask to see if these pieces make sense. Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker. We gonna have to get a trade, right? Now, there's a person that I like over there. I can say get Josh Hart, which is a good idea, getting Josh Hart. But there's another player that I would want to get, right, guys? And he's because we're gonna have a small forward back in Cam panel when Cam comes back, right? So realistically, I would like to get. He's a point guard that plays good defense. Let me look up his Let me look up his numbers real quick. I don't want to get his name confused. He's a point guard who plays great defense. Let me see.
And while you
Oh,
looking it up, I'm gonna ask the panel just a
go
quick
ahead.
yes or no answer, right quick. Guys, do you
Go
like this
ahead.
starting lineup that he's throwing out?
No,
Just knowing yes. No more
no,
comments. Just
No.
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 But they're Nets fans, so how can they?
Okay, but that's okay, Marquez. I was just asking them how much they
Okay,
agreed with the starting lineup.
okay. If you don't like the starting lineup, this is a very good question, Marvin. Because
I know it.
what
The
don't you
reason I
like,
wanted you to
guys?
answer
I
is
What
got the
don't you
because
Knicks.
like about
I
the
want
lineup?
you.
I got the
The
Knicks
reason.
fixed right now.
What you
Hold
guys?
on, hold on
What
one
do you
second.
guys?
Before you go, Hugo, let Marquez finish. And the reason why I
Right.
asked you this, Marquez, is because I want you
Absolutely.
to try to fix your team. I want you to try to
Right.
fix it.
So now I'm thinking about it like this. That was I brought up that first offensive lineup because that's the worst case scenario. If we can't
You
get
did say that.
nobody else and we can only get Mitchell, that's the lineup I want to go with. But if you're asking me if we're talking about big offseason moves, here's what I would do. All right. It's a possibility. See, the thing with Mitchell is we might not have to trade Mitchell because his contract is kind of almost over. Right, Marvin? So
Yes. All right.
you can kind of wait and see with Mitchell.
Well, you
But
sure about
Mitchell,
that? Somebody can just take him and you get nothing.
what'd you
Mitchell
say?
is on the board. Mitchell is on the board for you guys right now. If you let him hit free agency, he's gone. I'm telling you now.
I know. So we need to get Mitchell. We need to get Mitchell.
You got to get him signed.
We got to get
Or
Mitchell.
gone.
We have to find a way to get Mitchell and AD. That's what we got to find a way to get. But how can we get Mitchell and AD? I don't know
That's the question
how
I'm
to
going
form
to
it.
Well, wait a minute. Are you saying keep Mitchell and bring AD?
I'm saying get Mitchell and then get another superstar if we can flip it.
Wow. Okay.
Because there's a lot of teams that can do this. If the Knicks want to help the fan base and bring their fan base loyalty back, they need to make a big move.
And they do have the money. So I want everybody
And they
to
got the
understand
money.
what
We
he's
got the money
saying.
to do it.
It could work if the Knicks open a pocket. If you go over the luxury tax, you can almost buy a team. But realistically, Marquez is what I remember. I asked you that. So I didn't want you to
Hold on, y'all. No, it's okay. I'm gonna be right back, y'all. Anyway, because I gotta go get my
your
food.
last point. Your last point was trying to get rid of Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier, and I just wanted to hear your return realistically and who you think you could return for that.
Right.
The reason I say realistically, I'm sorry, one more thing. The reason I say realistically is because you know what Fournier's contract is. Now, who in the NBA do you think is going to accept him and Kemba Walker together?
The Lakers.
Unified is upstairs.
The Lakers.
The Lakers and Portland.
You think the Lakers will take him, guys?
Portland.
Yep.
Portland.
Yes.
Portland.
Yep.
Portland too.
Okay, now in that Laker trade, what are the Knicks getting back?
Russell Westbrook.
Yeah.
No. AD is the main target, bro.
Yep, that's it. That's the perfect shot for you right there, Marquez.
Wait, but as a Knicks fans, why would you want AD?
This is why you don't want Russ. Russ is gonna fuck up y'all money even more because he has
you want AD to fill out the roster. He's going to be the perfect fit as being truly your starting center.
But he's going to play 40 games.
No, you figure he's going to get hurt like everybody else. Okay, I understand.
He is.
No. Like save him throughout the regular season, and Mitchell gonna play the 5. That's good. You're gonna double big with Mitchell and AD, and that's gonna preserve AD because then AD not gonna get hurt as much.
Well, Marquez, I can tell you this: the guys tried to finish that up for you. They did a pretty damn good job at it too, because to get rid of Fournier and Kemba Walker for AD, shit, I'd take that any damn day of the week.
It's gonna have to be a 3-team deal though. It can't be just Lakers. The Lakers not gonna. I don't think they're gonna do it straight up. I think you're gonna have to include another team like Portland, because Portland rebuilding too. So you can include Portland and get like Josh Hart and Ben McLemore in that trade too.
Yeah, okay. I think we lost Marquez.
I think he had to get his food. But would you guys like me to give you my my point of view of what could fix the Knicks?
Yeah, because I was just gonna go around the table and ask. You can start off. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm not a Knicks fan, but objectively, this is what I would do. If I was like the general manager, right? So you're trying to get rid of Randall, right? So this is what I would do. I'm not sure if like the contracts line up too well, but I would trade Randall, right, for Miles Turner. Okay, I would trade him and get that in return. Straight up.
All right, so you haven't matched numbers.
No, I haven't. So we'd have to fix up the numbers because I know the numbers don't work out. Draft picks or what have you. But in return, this is what they need. I'll just tell you what they need versus what I would trade for. That would be better. What the Knicks needs is like a player like Miles Turner, right? They need for Randall, however you do that, and then this is what people are not talking about right now. So you have an issue that's happening in Cleveland right now, right? So Garland, because of the injury of Sexton, has emerged, right?
Yeah.
Now Sexton's coming off a knee injury, right? So why not try to package a deal? You need a point guard, right? And try to get Sexton as your point guard to match up with Miles Turner. That's just my thinking.
And that's just through Randall.
Randall, no, it's Randall. Randall. To get that, it would be Randall. You're trading Randall, right? Mm-hmm. You're also trading. You're trading. You're trading quickly for the for Sexton, because I mean Sexton is a 26 point. So they're gonna want younger assets for that. You wouldn't give up quickly for Sexton?
Oh yeah, I was just saying, if that, well, I already know that deal won't go through though. You know, you got to sweeten that deal.
Yeah, so they have Sexton. I would also give up the light skinned 3-point shooter on the Knicks off the bench.
Grimes?
Say again?
Who?
Grimes?
Oh, he must be talking about damn, Grimes.
Fournier.
No, not Fournier. The other, the young,
Grimes.
yeah,
Grimes.
they're gonna want him, and maybe
Grimes.
Fournier for Sexton. And Sexton will be your starting point guard to match up with Miles Turner. That's what I would do.
So obviously,
Fournier is going to be a good asset to either give away for something, or even if you on the other end to acquire. You follow what I'm saying? Because Fournier, like you say, he could stretch a defense. He's good on that arc, and he's not afraid to pull that trigger.
So what do you guys think about the Sexton Miles Turner pairing? If the Knicks could do that?
Oh, I see that. But the last question I was just going to ask you was, so in other words, you are keeping Mitchell Robinson, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
That would be a decent squad. Yes. Now, as far as you mean them meshing, Sexton and Miles Turner, I think that'll be real good.
Because the meshing gonna be on defense.
Yeah. Well, you just upgraded your team. Well, here's the thing, guys. A lot of people believe that Miles Turner is a hell of a defender. No, he isn't. He's just a shot blocker.
Yeah.
But look at his defensive rating at his position.
Yeah, he gets cooked on the perimeter.
He wasn't no more than 1 or 2 slots ahead of Vooch. So it's not his defense overall. It's his rim protection.
No, but you can't use that. You can't use that barometer, because on that metric right there, now you gotta use you gotta put it in context, because.
Well, I know what you mean by importance and the splash in the game. I understand what you're saying, Dex. But will he? Okay, but if they keep Mitch, they wouldn't need him for these things anyway. They're looking for him to be a stretch, and I think that sounds pretty good. Now, Sexton instead of Donovan Mitchell, does that make the Knicks better? But I guess if you add in the Miles Turner, it does. So yeah, and then you still got Obi. That would be a decent squad. I like that.
Because I think the reason why I go the Sexton route, even though they probably going to blow up the Mitchell in Utah, I think because Sexton's coming off an injury, he's still good. So that's like a little wiggle room where you can say, make an offer. Oh, he's coming off an injury, right? And then you have Garland, and does Sexton Garland work together now? Now that Garland has usurped Sexton, I think they could use that as to get Sexton much better than trying to get Mitchell. Supplant. I'm sorry. Supplant. My fault.
One thing you totally right about is the money saving issue. I mean, with Donovan's contract and then what Sexton it's not even the same area code. So, but Sexton. All right. Question to you guys: is Sexton looking for more than he probably deserves when he comes back out for his injury?
Well, he's coming off an injury, so how can his play before that was great, but so some teams will be like, okay, you're coming off an injury, are we gonna invest all that money into you? So that's where that leverage comes in.
All right, so here we go. You the GM, what would you offer
from the Knicks for Sexton?
Yeah. Now remember, you talking about the Knicks too now.
Okay, so does anyone know? He's on his rookie contract, right?
Yeah, I'm finna bring him up because I remember seeing it, but it's not high at all. He's under a real friendly contract right now. But just keep thinking. I'm gonna bring it up.
So like Dex said, Fournier, right? He can shoot the 3, right? He could be.
I'm talking about the contract he's ready to offer.
Contract, okay. Sexton. So like I think in return, Cleveland was gonna want some young players. So That's why I had said I know Quickly is very popular, but I just don't see Cleveland trading Sexton without somebody of worthy like that the Knicks value like a Quickly. The Knicks value Quickly very much. So that's why.
Right now, Sexton's under a 1-year deal for $6.4 million.
That's very friendly. That's doable. Do you know what Quickly's contract is?
Yeah, hang on 1 second. It is. He's under 3 years, 2.2.
So you gotta have to throw somebody in. So that's why I said that him, Quickly, and like I said, that 3-point shooter, the guard,
Quentin
Grimes,
and Grimes is under a 4-year, 2.1.
2.1 to 1.
Now we don't have to match the money because if they want to get that done, I know the Knicks can get it done.
But I think that would be an upgrade because, like I said, the Mitchell is a big splash, is the big name. But the fact is, does Mitchell has he stated that he wants to come to the Knicks in that dysfunction?
Yeah, I hate Marquez. We lost Marquez because I wanted to hear his takes on all of that. Because I mean, like I said, I'm just asking these questions. I'm going around the board here if Dex don't mind because the Lakers are up next. I want to get his takes on what he think he can do to fix the Lakers.
But my thing is, before you go, sorry to cut you off. If they could get it done, I honestly, a Mitchell, Turner, Sexton thing for the Knicks with the get that done. I think that would be a super upgrade.
Yeah, and I think that team would be a lot better. And you hadn't got to the fat meat of the situation because there will be more moves made,
right?
More different players there, including the ones that you just mentioned. So if anybody else got a take on the Knicks, we can have it now. If not, I want to pose a question to Dex. Dex, are you there? He didn't run off the damn panel. Dex. All right, who is that? K? Anybody else on the panel?
I mean, it's just me and you.
Hugo. Oh, damn. I thought everybody was gone. Okay, so Hugo.
Yeah.
All right. Now, Dex, are you there? You in and out, buddy. You must be in a bad spot wherever you are. Okay, until Dex returns. For you, Hugo. And I guess whatever question you want for me, I'll answer for you.
Okay.
All right. Right now, in your state, where your Brooklyn Nets are you satisfied? Do you think you have the pieces along with the coming of Ben Simmons? Do you think this team is close or championship ready or maybe 1 to 2 years ready? And if so, who and what will you move? And I ain't gonna even ask why. Some of the players will move around.
They're championship ready. They're championship ready.
Okay, so your choices wouldn't be very large.
With Ben Simmons, with a healthy Ben Simmons, they're championship ready.
No, I think we're close. I don't think we're ready. I think we need an elite coach to match could be elite team because if you look at it,
I'm just talking about the players, not the coach, just the players.
Oh, all right. I think but he asked what can make us if we're not ready. He said what can make us. I think
well, I didn't know you was on the panel. What's your name again, guy?
KD.
KD, that's right, yeah. Okay, to both of you guys. Both of you guys are Brooklyn fans, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll pose 2 questions, one to one and one to the other. So I'm gonna pose the first one to Hugo because he was here. And my question was, on this current team, do you think it's championship ready? And I ain't talking about the coach, I'm talking about the players. Do you think it's championship ready?
Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you now. Damn, because I wanted to get them Lakers. We'll get them last. Do you think the club is championship ready? And if not, and even if it is, do you think the upgrades, give me the upgrades that you would try, that you would want, and the pieces that you would move?
So I think we are championship ready with a healthy Ben Simmons. Now, let's say this season is a wash, and we got to get ready for next year. Obviously, we're a little bit old in the tooth, so I would keep Seth Curry, right? This is gonna sound unpopular, but it has to be said. I would trade Joe Harris.
Now, I don't know how popular that would be
But you
all
gotta
around,
get some
but
back. That's like worse.
let him do his take. You up next, KD?
I would trade Joe Harris to get another 3-point shooter. So what I've come to realize is Joe Harris is a regular season player. He's not a playoff type player. It's too many times, throughout the playoffs that he shrunk. So I would upgrade center wise. Obviously Drummond is gonna walk, right? Claxton is developing. I would get like trying to see what veteran center we could get. I'm trying to think here. Maybe I would pick up if he's available. If he leaves the Bulls, I would get Tristan Thompson, bring him over to the Nets, and keep Patty Mills. Yeah, I wouldn't tinker. That would be it. I wouldn't tinker too much with it, to be honest with you.
I believe the reason you're saying that is because you, at the beginning of your statement, you said you thought they were championship ready, and that's understanding. Now, KD, same question to you. Same question to you, KD. Do you think Brooklyn is championship ready? And if yes, would you change anything on the roster? And no, if you would change anything in rosters, and who would you bring in? And who would you let go?
Are you talking about team or team and coaching staff too?
Well, I'm not mentioning the coaching staff. I'm just talking about players, right?
All right.
I mean, because I understand you want to build your team around your coach, but that'll take the question a little bit too far. So I'm just going with players.
All right, players. First of all, we need a consistent center. So I'll look on the market. I'll get try to get like a Miles Turner who could shot block, rim protect. And then we also need wings because like we're small in a guard position. Like everybody right now playing the Celtics series is 6'5" and under at our guard. Cause Bruce is the tallest guard that plays for us. And we got freaking Patty playing small forward for us. So that's what I'll get too. I think we made a mistake. Even though we got James Harden, we made a mistake trading away all of our pieces. I think we should have kept some or got some back. Like trading away Torian Prince, even though I know he was struggling with us, he's still a forward, and he was one of our forwards on the team. That actually, even though Torian Prince struggled, he was still playing defense. So I think we need to go get forwards. Like I think we should try to get Ben McLemore, and then try to get like a player like Pat Connaughton. He's a free agent or something too. So we gotta go get some wings because our wing depth is really dry right now. Like Kessler is the only real wing on our team, 3-and-D, and that's it.
Okay. Now, at the beginning of the question, the first one I wanted to ask you because you didn't answer: are you championship ready?
I think we are.
Yeah, we're ready this year. It's just we have a lot of issues that we need to figure out, but yeah, we're ready.
Okay, Dex, you on the panel?
Let me answer that, Marvin.
Yeah, I was coming to you last. I was gonna get Dex next. Dex.
Yes, sir.
All right, he gone. Okay, question to you, Dex. Laker fan. I just want to ask you. Give me some reasons and some moves that you would like to see in LA and to fix your team. And tell me the people that you're going to let go and tell me who you want to bring in.
Definitely get rid of all the garbage except Anthony Davis, LeBron James, Malik Monk, and Austin Reeves. Everybody else can scudo, scabato, scaban. Okay?
Who you want?
Kick rocks. And I would take Josh Hart. I would try to bring Josh Hart back if that was possible. Also, I would try to bring in Damian Lillard because he wants to come down.
Whoa.
And let me see. One more. We need a wing. Who would I want on the wing? Christian Wood.
Remember, Dex, we was trying to be realistic about this. Now you left all those big time salaries on your
No, it's
team for
not.
now.
Westbrook not a no. Westbrook
Oh,
gone.
okay.
THT gone. Shit,
Oh,
get that
okay.
shit up out
All
of
right.
there.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
It's a lot. That's damn near 60 million. Damn near right there. Hell,
I'm sorry.
this
I
stuff,
didn't know you
this
said
stuff
Westbrook.
too.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, and Trevor Reeves is already gone, so got a little bit of something to work with. Yeah, so I would try to bring in Dame, Christian Woods, and Josh Hart.
There
Those are
you
three
go.
I would try to bring in to replace.
All right, Coffee. You know who I'm coming at. You know who, because you know me and you twins. With the
Absolutely.
Bulls. With
You
the
know exactly.
Bulls. With the Bulls. First of all, are they championship ready? It's two-part question. Are they championship ready? And if so or not, who would you like to bring in and who would you let go to make this ready for your real championship team?
They are absolutely championship ready. If you look at what Billy Donovan did, we discussed this and said he was going to switch it up when the playoffs started, right? You notice how DeMar and Zach is not on the ball like that? You see they got Caruso bringing that ball up now. They also collapsing in the middle when Giannis come in with all them bulldozing and charges he be coming in with. So during the whole regular season, he was letting DeMar and Zach bring the ball up, do all that. But he put the ball in Caruso's hand. Caruso make better decision maker. And he's facilitating the offense, and everybody's getting involved, and everybody rotating that ball. Also, DeMar and Zach is playing better defense. You notice that? See the defense they playing? This is the best defense I saw from DeMar and Zach in a minute. It's the playoffs. Playoffs are different, especially when you got egos. And people have been talking all, Milwaukee is better because of this, Milwaukee is better because of that. Well, them boys listen. And they went in home, they checked themselves in the mirror, and Billy checked himself. Now, what I would like to see, only thing I'd like to see, I want to keep Billy. I like Billy Donovan. Only thing I want to see Billy do is let Zoe run that whole show. I got Zoe right there at my 1. I got Caruso at my 2. Let Zoe run the whole show. The whole offense, 90%, 95%, he controlled everything. Everything else is good because when the ball got energy, when the ball is moving, you catch people out of position. Why the Warriors are more effective, because that ball has energy. It always moves. It never sticks. Zoe always move that ball. It never sticks. And everybody feed off Zoe. Zoe makes everybody better. I don't need Zoe to give me 25 points. I don't need him to give me 20 points. I need him to just give me 10 assists, 15 assists. Every assist is worth 2 points. That's a lot of points
And
right there.
your changes, if you had to make any, and who would they be?
Oh, shout out to Marquez. Shout out to Marquez in the chat. If I had to make any changes, I would probably say, give me that big boy. Oh, well, he about to be drafted. Big Coffee from Fighting the Line. Big Coffee gonna be a good addition. But as a backup center, if New York let the center go, give me that brother right there. If not,
Mr. Roberts.
Absolutely, the big center right there in New York. If they let Mitch go, give me Mitch. Other than that, just need a rim protector. That's all I need. Somebody get rebounds, protect the rim. Other than that, I got a great team. Green.
Now, this last question to you, Coffee. With that Mitch acquisition, let the fans know that what the Bulls will have to do with them being able and ready to open their pockets to the luxuries. Would they lose anybody, or could they add this player and continue on with the present team they have?
Actually, the Bulls did really well with their, and they don't mind if you got to pay a little bit over the luxury tax. That's okay, because to get a quality person and send it like Mitch, I don't mind paying a luxury tax. Like I love Mark Cuban for that, and Steve Ballmer for that, because they don't mind paying that luxury tax. They don't mind going over, to get what they're gonna get, And we got to be willing to do the same thing. Even New York don't mind going over the luxury tax. It's just that they stuck in their ways in terms of getting the right personnel in there. They got to let Thibodeau go. He's a defensive guy, but that's a whole other digression. That's their team. But the Bulls, we good, we great. And we don't even need Mitch. But if he happened to be on board, he happened to be free, and we could snag him up. Give me him, or just give me a rim protector. Somebody can grab some rebounds. Because with the team we got with Green and all them guys, man, everybody work as a cohesive team. Everybody contributing. That ball has energy, and we're gonna do a lot of things. Watch how they shock. They're gonna shock people tonight. But I've got the Bulls winning the championship. I know everybody's, oh my God, get the hell up out of here. But see, you got to be able to see it now.
So in your take, Coffee, what are you saying? What you're saying is this: you don't think the Bulls will let any of their players go? That's one of the other part question that I wanted to ask. You think they're gonna stand pat with everybody they got and just add? Now, they're gonna probably have to move one or two people.
With knowing the Bulls, they might move Derrick Jones. I hope they don't. But if it was me, I'd keep everybody. But knowing the Bulls, they can move Derrick because he got a nice salary. I think he's getting about what, $9 million or something like that.
Yeah.
And
Tony Bradley Jr. Tony Bradley Jr.
Tony Bradley Jr. Tony Brad. That's another. I mean, Tony would be good with repetition, but they didn't give him no rep. They didn't give him no reps. So people look at Tony like he's not a good addition because they don't see much as Tony. They think he's always on the bench, so they think he's not a quality player. So, but because of the moving parts, you got to make the contract, make the money fit, make it work. So hope they keep him, but I know they got to get rid of a couple of them. But I hope they keep him, guys. But you never know what the Bulls gonna do in that organization right there.
And last question to you, which is probably the toughest one you're gonna answer. Would you keep Javonte Green?
Javonte, who? Say it again. I didn't hear the question.
Would you keep Javonte Green, the small forward?
Are you kidding me? Hell yeah, absolutely. James
okay,
Evans.
I just wanted to ask.
The daddy from Good Times, James Evans. They better not give up. They better not give up Green, Marvin. Green is.
Well, I know they shouldn't. But everybody gonna come shooting for him, right?
Green that, right? Absolutely. Green come and play. He'll play center. He'll play 5. He'll play 4. Miami Hershey Hawkins without the shot. Hershey just had a heater. But Green gonna stick everybody. He's gonna do all the dirty work. You need a person that's gonna do the dirty work, and you need a person that's gonna also be the bully. And Green, he ain't backing down for nobody. It's like Tristan Thompson ain't backing down for nobody. You can't have no cute team.
Okay, I brought it up because I know that's one of the tough takes on the Bulls going down the stretch. And the last one, what we do with Kobe White?
I like Kobe too. It's not easy to replace a person who scored 20 points. You know what I'm saying? So if you're gonna get rid of Kobe for 20, you better bring somebody else who can score 20. You know what I'm saying? Kobe have an offense, and he works smooth with the system. Everything is a systematic theory. So you just can't bring people in because you like them or their names. You don't know how they're gonna fit with the other players. Kobe been there about what, 3 years? 4 years? So he know everybody. He know the system. He know his co-workers. He know the employees. He know the coaches. Everything runs smooth. And he had dropped 20 fucking points or more. He know. Yeah. It's hard to get rid of that.
I want to say appreciate to all of you guys. I think that was a great little segment on all of us how we feel about our own squads. Now I'm with Coffee because I'm a Bulls fan, and I agree with just about everything he's saying about our additions and where we are. Our standings right now. I didn't get a chance to ask Dex if he felt his Lakers were championship ready yet. So I would like to ask Dex. Do you think your
hell to the no? I said hell to the no.
So in other words, you got the most work to do, right?
Yeah, they got a lot of work to do, man. They got a lot of graves to dig up, overturn. They got to put some back up in them graves. But like I said, the Lakers will be a plus by subtraction. And once they get rid of the Russell Westbrooks of the world, the THT. Listen, THT gained 65 pounds since he got that contract. The man is up in Calabasas having the time of his life. He's a Chicago kid. What do you know about Calabasas, California, mountains and beaches and beachfront property? What do you know about that? The man is he lived down the street from the Kardashians. The man is having the time of his life. You know what, GHT, that's over with. You gave us a good rookie season. You flipped this for our money. It's time for you to go. I don't know where you're gonna go, but you gotta get the hell up out of here.
Yeah. I did want to ask Hugo and KD one more question. Question to both of you guys. Are you guys lifelong Brooklyn Nets fans? KD?
They gone. I think KD.
Hold on. I'm watching the NBA counter, and I'm hearing that the Hawks and Miami Heat game got delayed because some package was outside of the arena at the by next to the Domino.
Some what?
A package was outside the arena next to the Domino.
Oh shit!
Yeah, next to the Donald Wilkins statue.
What?
Yeah, bro, shit is crazy.
Come on, man. Don't start fucking with the games and shit.
Breaking news, Flight Sports TV, a package found outside of the arena next to the Dominique Wilkins statue.
What the hell?
Ooh, you out there?
Tell him again, Dex.
Who the hell is about a Dominique Wilkins statue?
He says a package was found and they delayed the game.
Oh, that gotta be a lie.
Well, somebody just said it on the panel.
Let me see what's going on.
Yeah, I'm searching for it now. I don't see nothing yet.
I don't see no shit right now. Oh yeah, I see it right here.
What is it?
This is Zach Klein. Game 3 might not start on time. There was a suspicious package discovered outside by arena security. They have called in APD bomb sniffing dogs to check out. Yeah, they just got delayed 30 minutes due to suspicious package.
Well, they got a bunch of breaking news. Nets, Simmons plans to play in Game 4. Sources, Celtics, Williams intends to play in Game 3. Well, I'll be damned. The Time Lord is back, y'all.
When we gonna hear breaking news, Lonzo Ball? Shit.
Yeah, I know, right?
Hey, Dex, I can't.
This is one of the most mysterious injuries ever, right?
Dex, me and my brother, you know what? I damn near was about to fight him. I wanted him to give me some answers just because he home and I'm not. Somebody got to tell me something. What the heck? Bad as we need him, Dex? Come on, man.
That's crazy. I mean, how a little bone bruise going to keep you out this long, man? I don't understand that part.
I mean, no. The hush on it, Dex, is the key.
That's even worse.
Yeah.
Okay, you get a bone bruise. Okay, you sit out of maybe a week. You know what I mean? You young. The guy's young. You don't take that long for a bone bruise to heal. I get bone bruise all the time. Shit. It heals in a couple of days.
And here I am reading highlights of Simmons coming back and Williams coming back.
I don't know. It's just something mysterious about that. But like I said, I was told he was all right. He was good to go. Shit. I was it.
Hey,
no more, no less.
You know what, Dex? You remember I told you early in the season how Billy Donovan don't tell everything?
I heard that stuff Coffee was talking about. I ain't really seen much different.
I mean, if he waiting on me to be surprised, I've been fucking surprised. Come on back. Shit. Boy, could we use him?
Yeah, I just think that's pretty weird though. You know what I'm saying? These other dudes had their leg all twisted up behind their back. They forearm looking like, you know what I'm saying? They back. A bone bruise?
Well, I think this is more concerned with the surgery and making sure that he don't pop nothing again, man. I really do. Because
listen, Marvin, how long it only listen, I looked at all the severities. You got level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4.
Okay.
He's level 4, right? 4 to 8 weeks, level 4 severity. Okay. 8 weeks, it's been over. It's been like 15 weeks. Shit.
I know. Okay, but let me say this. From a person who had the same injury that he has. It happened to me 30 years ago, and I still worry about it. That's how that injury does you. It actually makes you feel like your leg can be broken in half if it's not right. If you step wrong, it'll fold in on you and just like break in half. You
but
feel
then
like
retire then, shit, if that's the case.
Well, no. It's just, first of all, it's on him. It's just like what Zach is going through. Zach didn't almost put that pain behind him. He's playing free almost now, if you noticed. He's not really favoring it because he has more confidence in his body. If you don't have confidence in your body, if you don't believe in that knee, you are really finna be fucked up, especially playing ball. And as you can see with Zach LaVine, and there it is, here's another one. Zach LaVine was hurt, he playing. He's still playing. But, I mean, in Ball's case, I don't know where to pinpoint it, Dex, because I hope this ain't something that's going to be long-lasting or reoccurring all the time.
Right. Nagging.
Because I
Right.
love him. I love him. But if that happens in the business of the NBA, it's just not going to set well for long periods of time, man. It's not. You know that.
Like I said, I was told he was good. He's in a good space. Why his ass ain't on the court? Can't get no answers.
Yeah. And they just completely hush-hush. I mean, they won't even put out a report. And here we coming up on a vital, critical game 3 at home in Chicago. Are they going to announce his name to play tonight, Dex? Are you fucking over me? Are you jiving me around, brother?
All I'm saying is I wouldn't be surprised if he was in uniform tonight. Coach's decision.
Is that breaking news or is that just hopeful thinking?
It's hopeful thinking. I have no real pertinent information based on that. I did reach out. It was hush-hush.
Yeah. I mean, real hush-hush. As well as I know. I mean, I can't get the damn, the people who clean up the bathrooms won't even talk.
Yeah, that's weird, man. I just think that's weird for that type of an injury. You know what I mean? Okay, you had a meniscus. Okay, they got that done. Okay, you was cool. You moving around. You showing everybody you good. Then all of a sudden, they ramp up your activities. Then they tell you, okay, we're going to have to stop your rehab, and because you got a soreness in your knee. Found out it was a bone bruise.
Hold on. Breaking news. Coffee to the world mindset. Just wrote in the chat. ZO2 his knee injury is a cap. He's ready and he will be back. Period. From Coffee to the world. You got it here from Flight Sports. Knee injury is a cap. He's ready and he will be back. Period.
Yeah, and my conclusion. Yeah, they ramped up the thing. Okay, according to information come out of the Bulls camp, it didn't set well. It didn't fare well. So okay, they sat him down for 10 days. After 10 days, nothing.
Yeah. Well,
10 days and went by twice, right? That was 30 days ago. That 10 days is 30 days ago. That was in February.
But they did have a report. Remember, they came back 10 days later and said he still was experiencing soreness. And then they just said season.
Listen, man, I just find that so hard to believe. And listen, and it's not just me being a ZO2 fan. That injury could be. Listen, the man didn't crack his leg. He didn't break his femur or his tibula. He didn't break nothing. It was just something that got a little loose, maybe somewhat detached, and they sewed the motherfucker up. Now they gotta wait till the swelling go down. That ain't nothing but ibuprofen. Shit.
Well,
now all this extra stuff.
Just to reassert, I mean, let you know again. The only breaking news is Williams is coming back.
That's what I'm saying. And I thought he was out for the season. The man neck was all down his back. His neck, you know what I'm saying?
He's back already.
He's back already. Good gracious, all these players are just coming back. You know what I'm saying?
Which just makes it even worse for us. Like, why the hell?
The other guy got it. The other guy had his ankles. So his ankles fell apart. The man was walking on. The man was walking on his knees, and he back.
He already back.
All these miraculous healing, and you tell me a bone bruise can't get you on the court? Man, take a shot of that cortisone. It's a bone. It's not any tissue. It's not ligaments. It's a bone.
Man,
and the bone is not broken and it's not severed. Shoot that knee up. Let's go and win a championship.
Yeah, I wish he come back too, man. I mean, all I can know is what I see, and he ain't played. So
That's what I'm
hopefully he
saying. It
play
just
tonight.
to me is strange. I know football players play with a bone bruise. Football players, soccer
Yeah.
players. It just
Yeah.
I
I
don't know,
mean,
man.
the hush hush about it is what's really
I'm gonna
strange
put
to me.
my tinfoil hat on, and I'm gonna say that the NBA is not ready for what was gonna be unleashed if Lonzo Ball and Lamelo Ball both was in the playoffs at the same time. That's my tinfoil hat speaking now. I got a couple of antennas coming out the side of it. I'm waiting to hear. I'm waiting to hear a message, a telepathy message from what's Rotata Beculi or Rotata Riculi, whatever that region is in the star system. Orion somewhere. I'm waiting for
Yeah.
a signal. I'm waiting for the Pleiades to talk to me.
Well,
I'm waiting for the who's the other shapeshifters, the reptilians. I'm waiting for somebody, the Greys, the Ebens, whatever they
well,
call these
I can
aliens.
give you some news, and that news is sources say Ned Simmons plans to play in Game 4. Also, sources say Celtics Williams intends to play in Game 3. End of sources.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's crazy, man. These dudes' body was dismembered, and somehow they came back together and reassembled, and they out here
Hold on.
playing.
I'm making fun of my own fucking teammate, one of my players. I'm not making fun, but I swear I wish I could read. Lonzo Ball set to play tonight. I wish I could read that, but it's not here, and I can't make it up. Dex, I
Theta
can't.
Reticuli. I guess that's the region of the universe where the aliens supposed to be communicating. I'm trying to get that communication from them too. I'm tuning in my antenna. I'm not getting no signals from planet Naribu.
I don't think none's coming either, Dex.
Planet X. I'm not getting nothing from Planet X.
I don't think you're gonna get nothing, Dex.
The tall, what call them, the tall whites. Please
Okay, Dex.
communicate to me, tall whites, reptilians.
Dex, since we here, question: Heat Hawks in Atlanta, who wins
Heat Hawks in Atlanta
tonight?
Well, I know one thing. I will put my money. I would take my money to cover the spread with Atlanta. I think Atlanta could pull this one out. They definitely can cover.
They only got Miami favored by 2 points.
That's what I'm saying. They can definitely win this one. I think the Heat might not be as voracious on their attack, so Atlanta could sneak this one out. And hell, everybody know what's his name?
Trey?
Butler. Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero is hanging out at Magic City somewhere. If they ain't at Magic City, they at Onyx. If they ain't at Onyx, they at Blue Flames. I know they only get down.
You do know that Clint Capella is still out, right?
I don't mean nothing. Atlanta's at home. They don't put them dancing girls over there on the tour bus with Miami. And Miami just having a ball right now, thinking this gonna be an easy win. So I'm looking forward to Trey Young and Atlanta Hawks to pull this one out. And after tonight's game, the series will be 2-1. And that might be the only game they win.
You think so?
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Now, I'm gonna look at the two games they played and ask you a question, because I've been wanting to ask this question, because as you well know, more than anybody, who myself have been trying to get away from the whole season has been who, Dex? The Miami Heat, right?
Yep.
I mean, from the first time that I talked with you, you was like, Marvin, are you ducking Miami?
Well, it's funny how you said that.
You remember that?
Yes, sir.
You always ask me that. You trying to come up with a scenario so you don't have to play Miami. Well, I want to tell everybody who listening. Now you see why I didn't want to play them son of bitches? I don't want to play them son of bitches. Hell no. I want to have
And one thing
nothing.
about Miami, Marvin, that's a winning culture down there. Even when they had subpar players, they still managed to get into the playoffs, albeit they got swept. But I mean, they still got in. So it
Well, let
just
me tell you
shows you
this.
the type of culture that they
Yeah.
inhabit down there in Miami, as far
Well,
as
question.
just being the best
Who's
you could
running
be
that
at all times.
who's running that organization down there, Dex?
Pat Riley.
Well, that's all you got to say. And you know what?
Exactly.
And I'm happy you said that so loud. And the reason why I asked that is because I want everybody that's in the chat and the guys who are listening, former New York people, when they decided not to give Pat Riley a piece of that in New York, is one of the reasons why they haven't been successful as they probably would have been. If you
That's a good
remember,
historical note.
and I'm gonna tell you this from the honest truth. Think about this, Dex. Now that's a hell of a take. That's a hell of a thing to even consider. If you're an owner of an organization, that you want to allow somebody else to come in and get a little piece of it. But when you know the returns of it, well, when you can dream of the returns of it, and I guess you can look in Miami and dream of those returns that he have brought the organization. And if they would have kept him, every superstar in the league that got free agency would have considered New York City.
Yes, sir.
And if they didn't know that, sometimes you got to spend big money to get big money. Now, sometimes you can't be as greedy as you need to be also, because it's usually some help somewhere. Somebody's helping you along some kind of way, and you got to be trustworthy in that point. And the Knicks weren't, and almost understandably so, from all of the things that they were getting burned on, Dex. It was a hard take, But if you think back of it, that was one of the main reasons. Now, Miami, first game they give up 91 points, second game they give up 105. This is the playoffs. They are the best defensive team in the league. I don't care what the stats say about Phoenix. Miami is the best defensive team in the NBA. And then if Butler ever acts a fool like he did, they're unbeatable, damn near. So, myself, I say in this game with Atlanta, I'm like you, Dex. You come home fighting, scratching, clawing, biting, whatever the hell you can do to win this game. You're down 2-0. You got to win this game. So I think Atlanta might pull this out. Now, I'm not saying it's definitely. I'm not going with Atlanta. I'm not going with Miami either. But I wish Atlanta beat that ass. But I don't think it's going to happen. So I say Atlanta pull this one out. And I'm like you, Dex, too. I'm not going to say they won't win another one. Because if they win one, they might get some confidence in the next one. The next one is in Atlanta. They could win that one. I don't think they win the series. If anything, I think it's I'm not going to predict how many. But the next two games, I think, this game here, I think they'll win. I'm not even going to predict the next one. I think they win this one tonight.
Yeah, I feel you on that. I'm glad we were able to agree on something. So we're not the odd couple. So that's cool right there.
Hey, that might be that might be better TV. Totally disputing each other.
I know. But nevertheless, that's cool. Now, what about the next game?
All right. The next game on the tab. Let me bring it up because I was into the game numbers on Atlanta and Miami. And the next game is the Pelicans and because we're gonna do the Bulls last. The Pelicans and the Phoenix Suns. Currently sitting at 1-1.
The New Orleans Pigeons.
Going back to New Orleans without Devin Booker playing in this game. Question starting off is how long is he out? I'm just bringing my stuff up, so I don't know. So hang on a second.
3 to 4 weeks, I believe.
Well, I know. I guess I shouldn't have to look at that. I should be just concerned about the game tonight because he's not playing, period. So, preview of the game. All righty. New Orleans Friday at 9:30. Bottom line. The Phoenix Suns visit the New Orleans Pelicans for Game 3 of the Western Conference first round with the series tied at 1-1. The Pelicans defeated the Suns 125-114 in the last meeting. Brandon Ingram led the Pelicans with 37 points, and Devin Booker led the Suns with 31. The Pelicans are 25-27 in the conference games. New Orleans is 7th in the Western Conference with 25 assists per game, led by Devontae Graham, averaging 4.2. The Suns are 39-13 against the Western Conference opponents. Phoenix ranks 5th in the Western Conference with a 45.3 rebounds per game, led by DeAndre Ayton, averaging 10.2. Now, injuries. Here we go. Injuries. Pelicans. Kyra Lewis Jr. out for the season. Damn, I didn't know that. Zion Williamson out with a foot. Suns, wait a minute now. Dario Saric out, and Devin Booker is out with a hamstring. You first, Dex. Phoenix or Pelicans?
I'm going with the Pelicans tonight, down in the Bayou. I know tonight is Thursday, but it's going to be like Fat Tuesday. They're going to come out with their beads. Girls going to open up their blouses, and we're going to see TTs everywhere. And Pelicans going to enjoy being up 2-1.
And because this is a quick one, can you give me the reason why you're picking the Pelicans?
Because I feel the Pelicans are a stronger team, and they're showing that with Willie Green at the helm, leading this troop, they're more balanced. They understand their role. They do not have to reconfigure their offense nor their defense, because who they have tonight is who they had coming into the series. So this continuation of continuity will probably be the death of the Phoenix Suns, who lost their leading scorer, Devin Booker.
Great take. And in my case, go ahead.
I agree. I think Pelicans gonna win. It's gonna be a close game. It's gonna be competitive.
Who is that? Is that
KD?
KD?
Yeah.
Damn, would you just owning out, bro? We've been looking for you.
Oh, y'all was calling me. Oh, I thought y'all was having a conversation. I didn't want to interrupt.
Okay. So next to you, all right, boy. Before you get started, because you missed the other two. You missed the first one, didn't he, Dex?
Yeah, but it's all good.
Okay. All right, so we'll stick with that one. All right, tonight, Phoenix against the Pelicans. Give us your winner and tell us why.
All right, I got Pelicans by 8 to 10 points. I think Pelicans is gonna win a close uphill battle, but they're gonna close it out in the end. I think that the reason why Pelicans is gonna win is because I feel like Willie Green it hasn't been noticed, but Willie Green has been out coaching Monty a little bit, because I feel like if you're Monty, a game in game two is no way your team should still lose that game, and y'all have all that depth on the bench and stuff. You should be able to close out that game with the role players playing good at home and stuff. You should be able to close out that game. So I think the reason why Pelicans gonna win tonight is because Willie Green is gonna coach them another great game to another W.
Good answer. All right. So in my case, I'm going to have to go with you guys. And this is not me trying to be a homer. It's not me saying that I'm doing this for Sky and Jessica. This is me being from a basketball feelings. And it's real hard for me to actually pick them, but I have to go with them for these two reasons. For one, excitement in New Orleans for this playoff game, I think, will bring this team up to another high. I think if they ever can get on a run in this game, it's going to be a long run. It's going to be hard for Phoenix to deal with. I think this is a real good young up-and-coming team also. I think this right here can build a lot of confidence going forward for the Pelicans. And another reason why I believe it is simply because of the injury to Booker. And that's one of the reasons why I think Phoenix might falter in this game. If you can't get if you don't have, as they say, early warning system in some of your tragic things that happen on your team, sometimes it can be detrimental. for at least one game or maybe two. And I think the shock of losing him, I don't know if Phoenix has completely got over it quite yet. I don't know if they can adjust on the fly so quickly in a pressure game. And I know this probably doesn't seem like for Phoenix fans that this is a pressure game for them, but yes, it is. Pelicans fight. Listen, they playing for, as they say, with house money. Anything you get them, you give them a rope, they're gonna be a cowboy. I'm telling you right now, if you get the Bulls and the Pelicans any string right now, you playing with fire. Because when you give these teams that wasn't really touted to be the best, and they see they can play with you, it grows and grows and grows. So I think the Pelicans not necessarily even shocked the world by winning this one. It ain't too many probably that's just overwhelmingly going with Phoenix. I know Phoenix probably is favorite, but that's the odds. That's just how it's going to be. I think the momentum is with the Pelicans. I think they pull it out. I'm not going to predict how many points. I have no idea. Because Phoenix was ranked number 1, 2, or 3 in defense, and they didn't play much defense in the last game. And we don't know if that's an upsetting thing to the squad. In the same sense like Milwaukee. If you think Milwaukee's coming out today with their hands down, Bulls fans, get ready. That ain't happening. Milwaukee's coming out to fight tonight, as well as Phoenix. So I still go with the Pelicans as well as I went with the Bulls against. We hadn't did that series yet. That's right. But I'm going with the Pelicans. I'm not going to predict the points, but I think the Pelicans win tonight. Dex, you sleep?
No, I'm right here.
So, next game on the docket. We didn't do the. Oh, that's right. Bulls, Milwaukee. Tied 1-1. Going to Chicago. I'll go last. Any one of you guys. No, KD. You go first. Give me your winner and why.
For which game?
Bulls, Bucks.
I got Bulls. And the same way, I think the margin is gonna be 5 to 8 points. I think Bulls are gonna get another uphill battle. It's gonna be a close game. I think Giannis is gonna go for 30 plus, but in the end, Bulls are gonna lock down the others of Milwaukee. Like they'll live with Giannis getting his 30, but they're gonna lock down the others of Milwaukee. So like they're not gonna let Drew go for like 20 plus. They're not gonna let Lopez dominate the glass. They're not gonna let who else plays? We know Middleton is out. I think Bobby's playing, right?
Oh yeah.
All right, then they're gonna make sure Bobby stays off the glass with the offensive rebounds. I think Bulls gonna get a close game, and I think Bulls gonna like play the same way they played last game. So I got Bulls in this one.
There you go. Dex?
Yes, sir. This is going to be a real bum burner. With Milwaukee coming in with a championship mindset versus the Bulls, who's coming in with a we want to be relevant mindset, and these two worlds will collide. And upon this collision, there's a few things that we need to discuss that will fuel the thrust as these two worlds impact. One, the loss of Chris Middleton is devastating news to the Milwaukee Bucks because the Milwaukee Bucks is a family-oriented team. They real close, tight-knit. They hug each other. They play games in the locker room. They're like a band of brothers. So when one of them go down, you know what I'm saying? As the Devil Dog would say, you got to double down to the right. So Milwaukee will definitely have to do that. Giannis will continue to be Giannis. He will have his, like you said, KD, his 30 plus 10 rebounds. That statistic will not change. But what has to be altered among these band of brothers is the absence of Chris Middleton, and someone has to double down to pick up that aspect of scoring, whereas Drew Holiday can do it. Drew Holiday can get you 20 plus. He can get you 20 plus, 6 rebounds, 7 assists. He can do it. And can Lopez pick up the aspects of Drew Holiday scoring, which Drew Holiday is probably around 15, 6 rebounds, you know what I'm saying? I think Brook Lopez can do that. Now, the caveat is this. Yes, they can score, they can double down to the right for Chris Middleton's absent, but what they cannot replace, not in this game, not in this series, is the calming presence of a Chris Middleton. That sure shot midi that he brings to the game when the Milwaukee Bucks desperately needs it. And I don't know if anybody on the Milwaukee Bucks team can cover that, because that is something that you just can't coach. It just have to be in you. You have to be poised. You have to be calm. You have to be cool. You have to be collective. That's where the Milwaukee Bucks lose this game. That aspect right there, coming down the stretch, who can they call on? Are they going to call on Giannis? Giannis could be very erratic. Giannis could be out of control. Giannis could be overly forceful. The Chicago Bulls win this one. Zach LaVine will get in the 30s. DeMar DeRozan will be in the mid-20s. Ayo DeSumo will have 18 points. Kobe White around 12. But guess what? Patrick Williams should have double-digit rebound this game and have a couple of blocks. I'm going with the Bulls.
Great take. Shout out to the panel. Shout out Ray. Shout out Sky, Jessica in the chat. Everybody in the chat. Mac. KD, on you. Bulls, Milwaukee tonight. Who wins and why?
I think I said my take already. I said Bulls.
Oh, you did. You already did. Ray, are you on?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Come on, Ray. We need your. Are you, first of all, are you calling the game tonight?
Yeah.
All right. Bulls against Milwaukee, Ray. Tonight, 7:30.
For starters, I don't wish no injury on no one. Hope Middleton has a full recovery. Okay, that's for starters. That goes for every athlete. You know what I'm saying? This is their livelihood. You know what I'm saying? It's how they pay their bills, whatever, etc. Whatever, how they use it. That's their livelihood. Now, I'm going to say this. I have not one drop of sympathy. Why? Oh my God, they're playing without their Middleton. We're not playing with our Lonzo either. So I have no sympathy. Yes, Middleton is a great passion to what they do. But Lonzo's a great passion to what the Bulls do. Why? Because when DeMar DeRozan is shooting those shots, Zach LaVine is shooting those shots, whoever else is going to shoot their shots, guess who's trying to get them rebounds, get them steals, get them blocks, pick up, probably even shoot him shots as well. Lonzo shoot his shots as well. Oh, by the way, a guy who was 6'6", that shoots 45% clip on 8 attempts. So it's not like he shoots 1 3. No, he shoots at least 8 of them during that game, and shoots a 45% clip. I think people downplay that. That is a huge impact of what they do. So I'm sorry, but I don't have a drop of sympathy for that. You know, I understand Middleton. He's important, but so is Lonzo. We're going to the game. I would even say fair, but we're going into a game that is a competitive battle where there's no excuses. Zach LaVine, this is your chance. I know you're not 100% healthy, but at the same time, people told you that you couldn't, you never seen the playoffs, and here you are. This is your opportunity to show them that you're the real deal. You're worth the max. This is their opportunities. DeRozan, these guys always talk about you not being over the hump. And here you are, tying the game up on the Milwaukee Bucks, going into home court advantage. You better go out there and do your job. Yes, we understand the impact of the Bucks, how great their defense is with Giannis leading them. That's cool. But at the same time, this is your opportunity if it ever wasn't one. if you can, man, if you fuck around and steal 2 games because you was at home and you beat them, man, come on. I feel like if you take care of business early, you won't have to stress later. It's that simple. That goes with life itself right now. Do your homework early. Now you can go play for the rest of the day. Take care of it. Take care of business when you get on that court. This ain't no little boys and little girls no more. They're grown men. And the thing about the playoffs is, men become kings here. Kings become legends. If you don't want to become a legend, that means you don't want to show up. It's that
Preach,
simple.
Ray. Preach, Ray. Preach. So who you going with?
I'm going with the Bulls. I'm going with the Bulls because, like you said, Middleton was a shock. I'm going with the Bulls more because this is really home court advantage. They had now a lot of people like to say, "Oh, the Bulls they lose to the top players," but if you actually pay attention to the stats, the Bulls don't lose too much at all in that home court. So this is the opportunity of a lifetime. I got the Bulls winning.
Facts. I got Bulls too.
All right, facts. All right, so I give my take. First, I want to say great takes, Ray. I was reading it in comment section, guys. I heard one of the, I think it was Mac who said, "Damn, Milwaukee," because that boy, one of them boys hurt Caruso earlier this year and made us lose game. I'm with you on the same take as I don't want to see nobody get hurt, but the games go on, and you play with who you got. And all I'm gonna say, starting, is this: this game tonight is one of the most important games in the last 5 to 6 years for the Bulls. And I'm pretty sure they know that too. Because if you think of this series of where it is, and I'm including the Pelicans with this also, because they're in the same position. If both of our teams hold our home court, we will both win the series 4-2. The reason I'm saying that is very simple, and why this next game is the most important. If the Bulls go up 2-1 today, Sunday's game is a must-win for Milwaukee. More pressure. The Bulls, if they can stay poised, guys, I don't know if you guys have noticed it, and I didn't say it more than once. They have been totally calm and poised this whole series, even in the loss in game 1. They wasn't shooting erratic shots. They wasn't rushing. They did have spurts where they looked kind of good, but they looked a lot better, a whole lot more than bad. I'm going with the Bulls tonight simply because I believe they feel the urgency as well as we do, and the importance of this game today. When you get first of all, when you get these kind of opportunities, you can't let them slip. I was not happy about game 1. I was satisfied that they played okay, but I was not happy. The happiness came when we won game 2. I did say from the start, all we want is one in Milwaukee. But in reality, I wanted both of them. So the first thing you want to do is protect your home court. If you win one on the road first, if you protect your home court on the way out, you win the series. To preach that to these guys who had the third best, well, I think it was the third best record at home this year, shouldn't be very hard. And I think the help of the fans and in the UC tonight can get it done for us guys. So I'm gonna say this: Bulls win tonight. I don't know no points. I have no idea. I feel they can pull this one out, and if they do, this can put as much pressure on Milwaukee as well as if the Pelicans beat Phoenix tonight. And to think, if the Bulls and the Pelicans can pull these 2 series off, it'll change the whole landscape of the playoff, guys. And the confidence that it would give to both of these teams would be out of this world. And I'm including the Pelicans with that because they're exactly in the same situation that we are. But as far as us, all of us as Bulls fans have known from day one when we first started, we were the underdog. We were the ones spit on. We was the ones, we ain't going to be this, we ain't going to do that. But when we started off fast, yeah, some of us got out of hand. Some of us was over the top. We ain't going to lose another game. We winning the championship. I still feel we can win the championship, but be a realist about the NBA. We know it's tough out there. But to win a game on the road for the Bulls at this young stage in the first year of a 3-year build is already a success. So you don't want to stop on your success. You want to build on them. So this game is real critical to me for the
Mark,
Bulls. Go ahead.
I think this is the Bulls' best shot to win a championship. If you're being totally honest, because if you think about it, everybody next year is gonna get stronger. Like I see everybody come back. Cleveland's on the rise. Who else? Toronto, they going home, but they gonna get better. So what the
Yeah.
Nets? The Nets might be going home. They gonna get better. So everybody gonna get better next year. So I think this is the best shot because
Well, I mean, you want to put that in context. Now, in the Bulls' case, this is a rebuild. That's the reason they signed these players for 2 to 3 years because it's a 3-year plan. Now, remember this: if there's no reasonable thought in anybody's mind to believe that most Bulls fans, me, hardcore Bull fan, that I was thinking that we was going to win the championship this year. I knew we would be better, but I knew it's rare to not, first of all, to not make the playoffs, and the very next year you come in and win the championship. That's almost unheard of. I think maybe one or two teams might have did it. I don't even know if that's true, but my expectations of the Bulls was exactly in line with what the management has got in play, is to build this. To first of all, you have to, it was rare for the Bulls to be able to mesh as well as they did so early and so quickly, and that's a contributing factor to who Alonzo Ball is. And I'm not an Alonzo Ball homer. I just know facts and truth about the game. Because of his overall talent, he can make almost any team better, and it's the truth. He doesn't have to be a 20-point scorer if he's leading the NBA in own ball defense. Leading the NBA in own ball defense is almost taking points off the board for your opponent in the game. It's basically is, actually. And when you have that on your team, along with some of the other key cogs they got, like Caruso and the players they have, it can, it reflects back to a record when Ball was playing of 27 and 12. I mean, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let you guys go ahead. I hear on this chat all the time about a lot of people saying Ball was this and he wasn't that. One thing we all know is he was a team player, and he was one player on a team that made a whole lot of other guys better. He made players better on the team that never thought they could do some of the things because of just his quick thinking, his IQ on the floor, his handling of situations, and it ain't necessarily him hitting clutch shots. It's his timely rebounds, deflections, so many different ways. But when you go forth with this, when you say that their best window to win is now, I disagree, because they hadn't had a chance to gel as well as they can be. Next year, if this team is together for a full year and nobody's hurt, this team sky's the limit for this team, because you get the confidence of winning this first game against the world champs on the road. Even if they don't win another game, they still confident going into next year. So I think the time for them, I'm not discluding that they can't win it this year. Because if you click, hey, you click. It's been happened before. But with this hard conference, with this year's East being so tough, that ladder that's a hell of a climb. With Embiid playing like he is, Miami playing like he is. I know we won't have to play everybody, but we got to play somebody. And I just say, next year, I look at the Bulls as getting real close. I'm not going to disclude that we can win the championship again, but I think we'll be better than this year. And I think if we win tonight, it can just catapult the Bulls' minds and play to championship level. And if we win the series, most definitely, the players will be thinking about winning, more than just 1 to 2 rounds. But I'm just not so set correctly right now to say that they are ready for a championship. I never have said that this year. I say again that I've got no coffee list. It's not that I don't believe they cannot win the championship, but realistically, I have to look at where they are, the competition they have to run up against, and where they are right now. And this is all based on how they play tonight and further on. So it could change, but I think they win tonight. And if they do, I think it'll build a lot of confidence. And if they win tonight, Sunday's game against Milwaukee is going to be off the fucking chain. Tonight's game is too. but Sunday will be all that you could dream of. So I got the Bulls, man.
Hey, not to start on this. I don't want you to misunderstand this. Okay, can you I wasn't here. Is it okay if you can like introduce yourself to me? The reason I say that because Dex is kind of Fox Sports TV's right hand man, and I'm kind of the left hand man. And
Yeah.
I don't want to, because I've had a lot of arguments with newer people. They're like, "Oh, you remember me because I was here before." I'm like, "No," because a lot of these guys have been on Fox Sports TV. I understand who they are, they recognize their voice, and it's all love, it's family, and I know who's coming up. So I don't want to know you now, and then you come back, and I guess the next week or something, and we get an argument on like, oh, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying like, who the hell is this? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now Marvin would tell you I had an argument with him, so I don't want to
First
get, I
date.
don't want an argument. So it's okay if you introduce me. I don't know who you is. You been watching Fight Sports TV or something?
Katie.
Katie there?
He is in and out, man.
Huh?
You can get him back in a minute. He'd be in and out.
Oh, I understand. Oh, good.
So are the games on yet, Rave? Is any games on yet?
Let me look.
Nah, Atlanta about to start though. In like 5 minutes.
There he is right there.
Hey, Katie, you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Can't believe I say this bullshit again.
Yeah.
Bullshit again. Okay. Dex is Fight Sports TV right hand man. I am the left hand man. I've had numerous of arguments with like newer guys because I didn't know who they were. Marvin would tell you because he was a new guy. I guard argument. He's not a new guy no more, but we had an argument as well. And I would like for you to introduce me to yourself because I can recognize your voice and recognize who you are better, and especially when the more you come, because I don't want to see a guy named Katie now, and then the next week I totally forget who you was because you just now came, and I don't want you to think anything deeper about this or issues. I'm just trying to avoid any ever argument, even in the future, because I've had arguments in the future with like newer people because I didn't know who the hell. Because I'd be the first one to call it out, like, who the fuck is this? You know what I'm saying? So I just want to know, you know what I'm saying? Can I introduce to you, you know, who you are? You've been on Fight Sports TV, like where you from, that type of shit.
My name is Cameron Dennis. I'm from New York.
That's
I'm from Brooklyn, New York.
Brooklyn fan, Ray. Brooklyn fan.
Yep, I was born.
How long you been watching Fight Sports TV, or you just now noticing?
That's my first day. I just met y'all a couple hours ago.
Oh
Cool.
shit, that's crazy.
Yeah.
You got a couple of partners. You're gonna have a couple of partners from your home from New York coming in. So we got a couple of guys from New York be on the panel with us quite often.
Yep, of course. I'm gonna get them in tune. I gotta get their knowledge up with basketball. I don't because New York. Here's the thing about some New Yorkers. Some New Yorkers swear they know all about basketball when they actually don't, bro. They have to actually sit down and learn about this shit. I gotta teach them the game, but they don't know. Some New Yorkers they kind of know, but like they swear like they just watch it. You know what I mean? Like they watch basketball, but they don't know. They don't have the knowledge. So that's why I want to learn about basketball more. But yeah, I'm from New
Well,
York.
one thing about being
Did they break it down about what Fight Sports TV is?
No,
I didn't.
I didn't hear.
They ain't tell you anything about it?
No.
Well, shit.
You just happen to run across it. You just happen to run across it.
I think Marvin would tell you hopped in the right place.
Yep.
What you did was you not only hopped on another random sports talk chat, but we do it differently here. Why? It's actually an open floor plan. All is welcome. We ourselves, Fox Sports TV, actually has LeVar Ball. We are the only out of the very few, I think it's like one or two of sports talk groups that actually had LeVar Ball sit down with us, interview. We had we had Jeff Mayweather from the whole Mayweather team. We had Rick Ross's agent. We also have not only debates, but we had Cash App giveaways. Not only Cash App giveaways, we had halftime shows. You know what I'm saying? Entertainment. And it was pretty lit. We can get now. I'm cap with you. We get a little hefty. See, we chilling right now because it's early and because it's daytime and it's just a random stream. But when the heavy hitters come, you know what I'm saying, we'll see because a lot of punches be thrown. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people can't handle it.
Hey, I'm ready. Hold on. There's one thing about sports. I used to take it personal, but I learned over time that it's just a and like it could, and then sometimes the debates can get heated. So I'm ready to take it. I'm ready to give.
Well, no, I'm not. I respect it. I'm just like some dudes is like fuck it. It's it's a lot of pit bulls. Okay, that's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
It can get kind of intense.
I promise you're gonna fall in love with it more than you think, though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Trust me. I think Marvin, you can go ahead and tell them about it too. How you felt about it, man? I'm telling you.
Yeah. One thing about it to me is it allows everybody to be who you are. It allows you to have your takes and eat them too, as they say. Because we didn't have plenty on here that's been rolled down, and we had plenty of them that's been rolled the crown. So all we say is have fun, be respectful, and we would like for you to know your shit. But if you don't, you'll get fact checked from it. That's not a problem. And just have fun, man. Be free and easy about your club. Be honest about your club, the way you feel. Don't be, outrageous. That's why when I ask about some trades, I say try to be realistic because we all can dream that we had Elijah Wan, but he ain't playing no more. Just be realistic about your opinions and about your trade scenarios and whatnot. And hey, if you're wrong, take it like a man. We all have. I didn't have debates that I didn't lost. I know everybody on here has. And just because you don't know everything, don't mean you don't know nothing. So, and the only way you're gonna learn something is by trying to listen. So I know pretty much. I ain't tooting my own horn, but I know how much I didn't learn since I've been on here from every last one of these guys, from Ray, the Dex, the Flight, all of them. It's fun. You can actually come up with facts that you don't know. You probably wouldn't believe some of the things you know that other people don't know. And it helps all of us to grow. And then you read the chat and people comment on the things that you're saying. And in your mind if you're being truthful or not. And it's ups and downs everywhere. It's ups and downs every game. The Bulls didn't win 82 games, and I know your team didn't win 82 games. Dex Lakers didn't win 82 games. So to get ready to get roasted when your team don't win. That's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. So, and to be able to accept positive criticism is more of anything to me to be on these panels, because you can rest assured you're not gonna please everybody. You're gonna run into somebody who don't like what your takes are, what your beliefs. But when you're strong in your beliefs and you know what you're talking about, you can move on through them. So we welcome you. We welcome you and all. Bring more. We want all kinds of. We had a guy on here earlier. Dex, are you back?
Yeah, I'm here.
What was the guy? Hugo. Hugo was on earlier. He was the first time, wasn't he, Dex?
Yeah, I got a little squash for him, though. We'll wait until he gets here. Go ahead. I'll continue.
Yeah, he was on with us. He had some strong feelings.
He had good takes, but he said something I wasn't.
Me and Dex kind of poked at him a little bit.
Yeah, I was heated in the comments. I ain't gonna cap.
Yeah, I knew. I read you in the comments.
That dude can't walk on the wrong territory. I'm about to bark at his shit.
Yeah, you know what? He didn't know it, but he was in the cross. He was in the crosshairs of two bad motherfuckers. He didn't know it, but we didn't roast him. We just asked him to give his takes on his team because he was
Yeah, I think we groomed him pretty well, Marvin. We groomed him pretty well.
We did. I mean, we didn't rape him. But we didn't just make love to him.
Pause. Yeah, and KD, always remember the golden rule in the line of debate. No matter what time or place it is, keep in mind you got 2 ears and 1 mouth. So that's indicative that you should listen twice as much as you speak.
Yes, sir.
Yep, of course.
And all we say in this, and I believe this because I was inducted in with a great argument first day with Ray. I think it was marvelous. To be initiated with the way I was is the way I felt good about, because it breaks the scab. You know what I mean? And then with you coming first time today, I think from what I can hear, you're kind of laid back, but I think you're gonna get a little bit more intense in your later days on this on this podcast, because there are gonna be issues that you don't agree with, and there's some people that can get on here and be kind of rugged, you know. So just be respectful in your response and take criticism as well as you get, you know. Because me and Dex, me and Rave, all of us, we have debates every day. Just yesterday, me and Dex was on here for probably an hour and a half, just having it out about issues about a team that neither one of us even going for. You know, I mean, seriously, because he's a Laker fan, I'm a Bull fan. But we were having debates because that's what we do. I mean, we basketball minds that love our team, but we still consider others. So, that's why we can kind of chime in, as well as me, Ray, whoever else is on the panel, chime in on other situations or other teams, because we pose them to the panel. What you guys think about this? I mean, how you
And
think
we
this
also
team?
have a lot of guys that goes to the games. We don't just sit back and talk about it. We actually attend the game of our favorite teams.
Big facts. And this is the only channel.
Stream.
It's the only
while
channel
they
that
at the game, during the game, or even after the game.
Yep. And remember that we was the only channel to have live coverage from the Drew League. It was non-acceptable to any other stream. Nobody could film. We were the only ones that had some type of access. It's the only channel.
And not only
that's right.
And not only that, KD,
this is right next to the bar.
This is a machine, KD. It is called the machine for what reason, Dex? It had never had a day off.
Because we kick
every
out,
day.
We kick out potent content creators. We never had a day off.
Every day. Never had a day off. And if you want to meet or greet content creators, then you're in the right place. Because they come in drones constantly to give their takes. We had one earlier today.
Yeah, in drones.
Actually, who was on about the Hornets. And we're here to debate all teams in the NBA.
Yeah,
and
like
to welcome all
in the chat, guys and ladies.
Yes, guys and ladies. And to welcome all fans of other teams. Because we love it. Here's the thing. It takes a man like you, KD, to come in the middle of a panel like this and not be a Bulls fan or a Pelicans fan or a Charlotte Hornet fan, because we want to know how you feel about your sport. Because we compare our fanmanship to the way you are. See how much you are just indulged in your club, how much you like your boys, how much you know about your boys.
And one thing I want to reiterate to all new listeners and all new participants: we're not a club and we're not a cult. It's free minds, free thinking, no robots, no sheeps. However you feel about your team or prospective sport, share it. We'll welcome it. But I'm going to tell you, accept the consequences. That's all I can say.
I mean, we got some real wolves out there. So if you're a sheep, you might want to crawl in under the door and hide, for a little while before you make yourself known. But if you're a wolf, come on to the show. Because we love.
Okay, we got two people that just popped up on the panel. Long time no hear from. He was MIA, but he was poking his head in the bushes through the chat. That's No Panic. And of course, our beloved brother Quiz.
Welcome, my
Butler's
brothers.
hurt. Butler's hurt.
What?
Yeah, bro. He just went down holding his ribs area.
Who's hurt?
Man, don't tell me somebody else didn't got hurt.
Jimmy Butler.
What?
Oh, wow. Breaking news. Hold on.
Wait a minute,
No Panic.
Whoa.
Come to the forefront.
Start
Come
over.
to the forefront.
Say that one
Breaking
more
news.
time.
Flight Sports TV.
Say that one more time.
Jimmy Butler.
Unmute your mic.
Jimmy Butler has gone down holding his rib area.
Rib area?
Oh, wow.
Did you say rib?
Or is he just hurt? Is he injured or hurt?
He's just laying there. They have to call a timeout, man. They have to call a timeout. And the game just started too. It's like 2 minutes to the game.
Did he leave the floor?
I don't know. We're gonna see after the timeout.
Holy
wow,
that definitely breaking.
That will be devastating to Miami.
It won't be for the Bulls.
I'm telling you,
No
yeah, this is
panic.
what I'm saying.
No
The
panic.
Bulls
What
have
you
a good
think?
chance because we don't know the health situation of every team in the East. The health
Damn.
situation we don't know.
Could the
Health is
Bulls be
always
the
a
Phoenix
And
Suns of
variable. You know
last
what I
year?
mean?
Man, what is you talking about, Dex? Are you telling me Jimmy
if
Butler done got hurt, man?
if I was Chicago, I would change the mandate rules of the vaccination shit because Jalen Brown and Al Horford they're not vaccinated, bro. So let's say y'all play Boston in the second round, Jalen Brown and Al Horford wouldn't be able to play in Chicago, bro.
What?
Yeah, Jalen Brown and Al Horford they're not
No
vaccinated.
panic is crazy.
Wait a minute. You say what? Wait. Say
I
that
doubt
again.
that. No panic.
No, that ain't me talking.
What did he say?
Oh, that when you talked to no panic.
No, I don't know. I don't
No
know
panic.
dog
What was
name, but
that?
I've been
Go
on
ahead.
What
talking to
was
him.
that last? What was that last comment, guys?
That was KD or something.
KD, what did you say?
I said how Chicago could like change their
No
man.
panic.
Hold on, Dex. Say it again, KD.
I said Chicago could change their mandate because Jalen Brown, Al Horford are not vaccinated.
I
So
couldn't understand you. Did you guys
He
understand
basically
me?
saying they can take
Marvin,
He's
advantage
he's
going
of
in and
saying
out.
Jalen
that
He's going
Brown
in
he's
and
not being
out.
saying that
vaccinated.
Chicago should change their vaccination mandate
Oh, hell.
because there's a couple of players who aren't vaccinated, and it is funny as hell.
Oh, no, that's not gonna happen.
That would really be a
That
fake
wasn't a
championship.
serious take. I
They've
don't think he
easing
meant it as serious.
restrictions. Yeah,
That's
they easing
wishful
restrictions
thinking.
all over the United States.
That shit is
So no
hilarious.
panic. No
Yeah,
panic. Can you hear me?
Who
yeah, I can hear
who
you.
was
So
that who
what's
made
your
that
take on
statement?
Borrego? Hold on, you guys. Let's get no panic take on Borrego.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, said he a good coach. He ain't a good coach for Lamelo. Lamelo need freedom. Borrego come from that Spurs coaching tree, so I mean, you give him a team like Denver, he probably can do his thing, but I mean, they ain't never gonna work with Melo. But I mean, he's still a good coach. He ain't a bad coach. I mean, shit, he was doing the best he can on the fly. Cause like they ain't really want Melo when they draft him. They just kind of draft him because he kind of falling in.
Well, what's your definition of a good coach? I'm interested in hearing this.
Like, okay, the difference between a good coach and a coach, like, not even to say a good coach, because every coach got their different styles, right? So if you look at like the Nets, they don't run no sets. Them boys, like, they got Steve Nash, just he don't know when to call a timeout. He don't pay attention like the flow of the game.
He's a
That
bad coach.
and no, he not a bad coach. Cause you got some coach
He
that
ain't
can
a
just
good
sit
one. They
back,
don't run no offensive sets. They the ISO gang. That's
but
what
that
they're
don't make
set.
you a bad coach. That don't make you a bad coach. Cause you got
You
coaches
said
that
that he
don't know.
doesn't run any sets and he doesn't know when to call timeouts. Like, what does he do?
No,
What does he
think
do
about it. Like,
good?
you ever play AAU basketball?
Was that?
You ever play AAU basketball?
No, I never played AAU.
Basically, what they do is the same thing. Some coaches don't call plays at all. They just put the ball in the best player hand and let them go. Then they call defensive sets like a 2-3-3-2, half court trap, stuff like that. Like
The
they don't
Nets
really know
don't
the
play
ins and
good
outs.
defense either. I'm just trying to find out what he does good.
I mean, shit. If
What does
aiming
Steve
for,
Nash do that qualifies him as a good coach? I'm interested in hearing this.
I mean, say for one, look at Devontae Graham come from a nobody to he develop his game a little bit. He might not be the best, but I mean, he is a decent player. Look at Miles Bridges, like he developing players, maybe not so himself, like he one on one with them, but under his watch, like what player ain't pan out to be anything?
Mm. You have a
Now,
low
can I get
bar. You have a low bar for what you qualify as a good coach. Is what I'm
No,
hearing.
no,
can
listen, you
I
gotta
can I
listen,
comment? Can I comment
listen.
on that?
Hey, go ahead,
I
Marvin.
want to I want to comment on that coach about the coach there. Well, I think I had this comment. I mean, this conversation earlier today. I really think a lot of people are pressing on Steve Nash because the Nets are not winning now. History says he's a good coach. Now, is he coaching well right now? Maybe not the best in his career, but he's a decent coach. Now, as far as them running plays, I did have a conversation about this earlier. There's no way in hell that team has played all these games and they're not running plays.
I mean,
Marvin, what you say? Steve Nash has a history of being a good coach. What
they boot him.
Tell me about Steve Nash's successful coaching history. I'm interested in hearing this.
Include playoffs too.
I mean, shit. Technically, he do got a winning record, so I mean, you can take that from him. But I mean, I agree with you as far as questioning his past. He was a good coach. I just feel like Nash one of them coaches where he just put the ball in his best player hands and shit. Let him go.
You know why he's a good coach? This is why he's a good coach, because he Kyrie Irving and KD, you know what I mean? Like, he lets them do what they do. That's the only thing he does good from what I can see.
A little bit premature. I think it's a little premature. I think you would be judging him too quickly.
Why would you say judging him too quickly? You got rid of Borrego.
Because just last year you
was over.
were fine with
4 years.
It was 46.
No, but see what
Nobody was.
Years.
I don't know who was fine with him last year. I thought he was terrible last year, and he's worse this year.
But
okay,
it's not
so you telling me you thought a coach that won 20 games over 500 was terrible. So you telling me you thought a coach that won 20 games over 500 was terrible. Well, what coach are you looking for?
He wins because he has. Okay, hold on. He wins because you have KD, fucking what's his name? He at one point he had James Harden, Kyrie Irving.
He still got KD.
Hold on, wait. Forget the stars. Forget the stars. You still got a whole bunch of dudes coming off the bench that's still elite. You got Pat Williams stocking up. They had Aldridge. They had dudes, Blake Griffin. Dude, of course you could run it up with that type of squad, but that don't mean you out there coaching. Why? Because when the moments gets tough, what is my boy Steve Nash doing other than put his hand on his chin? And y'all know what I'm talking about when he put that hand on his chin. He ain't saying much of shit.
What are you looking for?
When it's I ain't seen no type of coaching when that shit is tense. When KD go down, I don't see him saying anything. Hey, or go out there, guys. Y'all got it. My bad. Go back to it.
It's pretty much like this.
How many years have he coached Brooklyn?
What, 2, 3? Is it
3?
I'm just asking.
The first year he only had Kyrie for half the year. The second year he had KD and Kyrie, and this year
3 years.
So this is third year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can't make him. You can't say he's a good coach because I haven't seen anything out of him that's like, okay, your stars are down, and you're losing by 2. What you about to say to the team? What adjustments are you going to make? What are you going to do? I haven't seen anything from him. Other than he puts his hand on his chin and he lets the assistant figure out something. He just puts his hand on his chin. But that's a lot of coaches, though. A lot of coaches ain't adept to calling plays or when to call timeouts. Honestly, I think Nash is just through his name. God damn it, he just coached because of his name.
Now, like, you know he didn't took the
Brad Stevens from the Celtics. He in the front office right now. You can't tell me he ain't one of the best X's and O's players. Coaches. Sometimes you get a certain team, and certain teams don't work with certain coaches. If you put Lamelo in the Spurs, you think Lamelo gonna be Lamelo, or you think the Spurs gonna be the Spurs?
Hold on, guys. I got kicked out of the stream. I'm sorry about that.
And also, he didn't take the team to the playoffs the last 3 straight years.
Wait, hold on. I'm the one who started this conversation. I have some things I need to pump in here, right? You're talking about Steve Nash as a great coach. You have players on the record saying that I didn't say great.
Right.
Good coach, great coach, whichever way you want to classify it or whatever, right? You got players on the record saying that they don't need a coach. They just wanted somebody to come over there and get out of their way. That's your boy Kyrie and KD co-signed on that. They didn't feel as though they need a coach.
Yeah, I didn't say it like that. But
wait a minute. Just because they didn't say that. Right.
I kind of said that.
Wait a minute.
Just because they and Kyrie don't need coaching, the rest of the team do.
But KD and Kyrie don't need coaching. They're all stars. They're champions.
I'm trying to find out, Marvin, what have you seen Steve Nash do that makes you think that he's a good coach? I'm still waiting to hear from
other than winning MVPs.
Same team to the play. All right, here it is. He took the same team to the playoffs 3 straight years. Enough said.
But if you take all the names out of the equation, if you take KD name out,
Kyrie name out, Nash you won't have it. You won't have a team.
He's a good coach.
No panic. You can't do that. No panic.
Wait a minute, guys. That's any coach.
No panic. You can't do that. That's any coach.
Why did Borrego just get fired?
Borrego get fired because he's not the right coach for the team. You got some coaches that development coach. You got some coaches that coach playoff teams. Borrego and the Lamelo game don't fit. If you look at how the Spurs play, that's exactly how Borrego trying to play. That don't work with Melo. Melo's a non-pattern player.
Okay, but I'm trying to get to the point of why I never said Steve Nash was a great coach. I said he's a good coach. Now here's what I'm getting to. Here's the deal. There has not been one time. Wait, let me say this. Let me say this. There has not been one time in NBA history that a coach has been fired after taking a team to the playoffs 3 straight years.
That's
not
a lie.
once.
That's a lie. See a coach won coach of the year and get fired. Dwayne Casey.
No, I said 3 straight.
Yeah, the
3 straight
Raptors been in the
years.
playoffs for like 5 straight.
They didn't fire the coach after 5
Yeah, they
straight.
fired Dwayne Casey after he won coach of the year.
That was one
But
year.
Dwayne
They
Casey
went to the
had
playoffs.
that was Dwayne Casey legit.
take the Raptors to the playoffs like maybe 4 or 5 years straight with DeMar DeRozan.
Listen,
His season, he had
all
a
I'm gonna
season
tell
where
you
he
is
won
this.
coach of the year, and that very season get fired.
Okay, are we having an argument, or you guys think they're gonna fire him? Because I'm telling you right now.
Oh no, nobody's
he
saying they
will
gonna
not be
fire
fired.
him or nothing like that. Now, like I don't think he'll get fired.
Oh,
He took the
okay,
Brooklyn
y'all just
Nets
feel
3
y'all
times
need to go.
in
Okay,
3
hold on.
years.
Can I ask you a question? Okay, hold up. Can I ask you a question? Hold up. Because I see what you're trying to use. He took them to the playoffs. He or Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving. Listen, all I'm saying is this. Because I haven't heard not one single drop of what Steve Nash does. Like you could call yourself, yeah, he's a good coach. You tell me.
Well, if that's the case, then look at Steve Kerr then. If you want to make that argument.
Ray, what are you looking for in a coach, Ray? What do you want to see in a coach?
Wait a minute. Marquise, I agree on that, but we ain't talking about him. We're talking about the guy that you're saying is a good coach.
Okay, what you want him to do?
That you seen out of your eyes says, man, this dude is a good coach. Tell me.
Well, first of all, he coached. He
The same question. Hold on, Marvin. He asked me a question. Hold on, Marvin. He asked me a question because it's funny, Rave.
Coaches, bro.
But Rave, that's the same thing that can be said for all these other coaches. Look at the talent that they have around them. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's true. The same team.
So Greg Popovich don't coach. So Greg Popovich don't coach.
Greg Popovich is a good coach, but you got to also pay attention to what he had around him. He had Ginobili, he had Parker, he had Tim Duncan, he had David Robinson. Come on, man, stop that. He had legends. He had legends.
Tim Duncan.
Steve Kerr has Clay and Steph. Those are 3-time world champions. Come on now, stop it.
And Steve Kerr had Mark Jackson's system.
No, see that's kind of crazy because if you put Popovich on any team, that even if they're struggling, Popovich gonna get the most out them. So you can't say he ain't a good coach.
Steve Kerr runs offensive sets.
That right, they blasphemy. That's like saying Belichick ain't a good coach.
Steve Kerr actually runs offensive sets. Steve Kerr got a system.
Does Steve Nash run? And you talking about 3 years? I mean, listen, I don't know what other third year y'all last year.
If Steve
Quiz, you cooking, Quiz cooking right now. I can't even lie. That same thing. Quiz got to fix his StreamYard.
Right, I agree. I don't even remember the third year. But my point is, I still haven't heard not one single drop where you looked at it and said, you're a good coach. And what we're not about to do is you ain't gonna act like we ain't seen that.
But Rave, you're right. But Rave,
you're not about to sit here and act like we've never seen that out of Greg Popovich, the Heat's coach, the Celtics coach,
Phil Jackson. What's your point?
Dwayne Casey, bro. Well, dude, we can go on about there's certain coaches and we say, okay, this dude is a good coach. The coach for the Suns, he got Chris Paul hugging him.
Rave, your whole argument.
But that's it.
The Suns coach had Chris Paul crying like a girl on his shoulder, nigga. Cut it out.
Why though? You know why he drafted him? That was his first coach when he been with the Hornets.
Oh no,
so I think that's why right there.
I respect that. I'm just saying.
I agree with your overall point now, but just that right did come from that's his rookie coach.
I feel you. I'm just saying we're not about to sit here and act like we ain't seen that out of other coaches. Because he's trying to say you can say that about all the coaches. That's not true. We have coaches.
You really can, Rave.
Okay, this nigga's a coach.
You got
Rave. You really good, Rave.
About AAU, because if you play under a bunch of different coaches, you'll realize some of them are just put the ball in their best player hands. Some of them actually know basketball to where they put plays and sets and everything in there, but for the most part, they don't run that in you. So what KD and now Kyrie want to do is let's do this like ANU, let the best beat the best. But when it don't work out, the reason why they ain't gonna fire Nash because KD ain't gonna look wrong co-signing that. So he gonna give him another year. I don't think Nash a good coach to the point where he can take a team from nothing or he can take a developmental team. I think he's just a former player that feels like, you know what, I've been a point guard. I know how things look, but that don't always translate to a good coach. Just like if you look at Jordan been the greatest of all time to some people. But at the end of the day, like, he may not know the best talent as a general manager.
Okay, here's the deal. What I want to say is this. What you base a coach on is his success going on through his years. Actually, Steve Nash has only had 2 years of coaching, guys. This is his 3rd year this year. His current record is 30 games over 500 with 7 playoff appearances, 7 wins, and 7 losses. Now, first of all, that's a 2-year coach. And you can go back to the point that he had Kevin Durant and Kyrie, whatever, all you want. It doesn't matter. You coach the team that you have. If you've got good players, yes, they're going to win. And a lot of times they might not need you, but you still get those accolades. 2 years, 30 games over 500. He's been into the semifinals twice. I mean, to the semis twice in 2 years as their coach. 30 games over 500. You can tell me that he's not a good coach. You can say that he doesn't coach these players, but you can rest assured they ain't win all those games by themselves.
Well, I'm gonna ask you a question. Remember the Lakers winning that championship in the bubble? You think that been coaching or you think that been LeBron and AD?
Well, I mean, everybody gets the awards for it. So you really can't say. The team, the players, and the coach.
Well, let me understand your point. Your point is by numbers, he's a good coach, but otherwise,
no. You all right? Okay. Here's the deal. You can't say that bubble ring by numbers gave him the ring. They won it as a team. No, his success in winning and losing is why I say he's a good coach. And if you want another coach,
I can give you that.
Hold up. Here's what I'm telling you. If you guys, I'm not a Brooklyn fan. If you guys want another coach, make sure he's got 30 more wins than he got losses, first of all. You find that coach, then let him coach the team and see if you come back here on this panel again and tell me you're doing better than you were when you had Steve Nash. Because if you think any and every coach can coach any and any team, regardless if they got superstars or not, you guys are wrong. Because there are bad coaches that make good players look bad. They put them in bad situations, they run bad plays. And you can say that he's not running plays. I'm not defending him. I'm just telling you, y'all way off bound. Because you're talking about somebody who's 30 games over 500, who in ownership's eyes is not even thinking about firing. But us
I mean,
as fans,
I don't think nobody's trying to get him fired though. We just talking about like if he we talk about coaches as far as Borrego go. He bring up the point that Borrego get fired, right? So, and I saying basically Borrego been a good coach just not for this team, and that's how we get into what I'd say when you look at Nash can go to the Hornets and do a pretty good job. You know why? Because he's gonna let Lamelo do Lamelo. But with a team where you got to put plays in like the playoff come around, you can't just go hero ball in the playoffs.
Thank you, so we actually agree on Marvin. This is the one issue I think we all on Fight Sports TV has always had an issue with you. You always like to bring up stats to everything you bring up, and I'm not saying you don't bring up stats, but the way you bring up stats is almost like it's painting out the whole picture, my nigga. Yes, he has this accolades, but that's only because he has this, aka Kevin Durant, all that. Now check this out. I'm actually a very simple question.
But you can't take those.
Hold on. I'm actually very simple question. If you took away Greg Popovich from the Spurs and put him on a different team, do you expect Greg Popovich to do something with that team?
Yeah, I expect it.
Yes, you would.
Okay, yes. So now, if Steve Nash leave the damn Brooklyn Nets, do you expect him to go crazy and do something with that team?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Shut the hell up! All right, I'm done.
Ray,
it's a player's coach. A player coach knows the game of basketball. He knows offensive sets.
You speculating. Don't think that Pop is the only person that know how to coach.
A lot of players, a lot of coaches out there.
I'm not speculating. I watched when his stars were down. I said, okay, Steve Nash, let's see you rock. All he does is puts his hand on his chin. I don't hear that.
Hey, Raven, I can give you a better point to give them. When the last time you see the Spurs in the lottery? And they been lose all their stars.
Exactly. Ben lost all his stars. And he be rocking with the little scrubs, third picks, fourth round picks, second, and made one of them that was going downhill. Now he got him looking, Jonathan Murray looking like a star now. Come on.
Okay, wait a minute. You putting Steve Nash on the same pedestal? You putting Steve Nash on the same pedestal as I said? I didn't never say great. I said good. Why are you comparing him to Popovich?
No. For one, I only bring up Greg Popovich because he said you can say that for every coach. Number two is
but you could, Rave. There's an argument to be had. You could make a point.
Like I said,
I think every coach is different.
You just said good coach. I've not heard not one drop of information that lets me know he's a good coach. Other than
I just told it to you.
He just gave you facts.
30 games
other
over.
Than the fact that he been to
appearances.
Yeah, and anybody, nigga, hold on. Who
Rave, that's a stat. Hey, that's a fact.
My nigga, hold on. Nigga, the Hornets assistant coach could have those accolades if he was on the fucking Brooklyn Nets. Come on.
And I'm gonna give you better. He got a coach. Ray, he coaches the team he's on. What do you want me to say?
Bro.
Listen, and an even better point to where y'all say like any coach can't do something or what any coach can. If you look at the Heats, remember when Stan Van Gundy went on the bench and Pat Riley come down and start coaching them, they won a chip.
Yep.
No, so you telling me Steve Kerr? So you telling me Steve Kerr went out there and said, Steph Curry, bro, this is the play.
Why are you comparing? Listen, why are you comparing great coaches to a good coach?
Listen. The reason why the comparison fair because you got to look at it. Like I said, if you put Nash on the Hornets, Lamelo going to thrive. So if we believe Lamelo being free,
because Nash is a good coach.
No, it's not. But there's not it's like depending on how you looking at coaching. You looking at coaching just offense and defense sets, or you looking at it as a whole package. I feel like Nash would have coached
style. He can be like,
style, you know what?
Right?
You're talking about playing styles, Pedic. You're talking about playing styles.
You say playing styles?
Yeah, talking about styles?
That's what you're talking about, styles and how the offense is being moved. That's what playing styles are. No, Pedic.
No, that's not. No, listen. If you put a coach like Nash on the Hornets don't need an excellent and O's type of coach. You're gonna run a bunch of sets. The Hornets need a coach that's gonna let their best player, who we believe Melo Ball is their best player, thrive and be free, right? So the best coach for him would be a Nash type of coach. A coach for
agreed, because Nash is a good player.
Don't have a star player like how the Nuggets been for years before Jokic pop out, right?
Agreed.
They had to run sets all day. Go ahead.
Are you saying that
you're making some points? I can agree with that, but.
And I want to ask him: are you?
He's bringing up facts.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
I'm not
Marvin.
saying. I'm not.
Marvin said
I'm
that.
Saying that Nash a trash coach. All I'm saying is when you look at how Nash from the 3 years he been with the Knicks, and then this playoffs right here, this playoffs is showing the one weakness that he got that he's never going to win a chip that way. Because if you in a team with KD and Kyrie. I don't care how great them is. They still got players ran for them when they've been in Cleveland and Thunder and OKC. Even with what a team Celtics with Kyrie been there. Every great player got some type of play that's ran for them. I'm not saying him not running plays makes him a bad coach, but it makes him a bad coach for this team right here. You say him a team where he can be free or he can let the players be free. Sam and Charlotte.
Okay, Penny. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Mark Jackson and Steve Kerr.
But hold up,
let me ask you a question.
Before you ask him, I gotta make an announcement. I will be doing the play-by-play. So when these Bulls start playing, it's up to you if you want to stay on the panel. You know what I'm saying? It ain't gonna really be too much of debating because I'm going to play. I want the chat to enjoy because we have an important game tonight. Y'all get ready, 8:30 Eastern time. Chicago Bulls versus the Bucks. So y'all get ready. I'm gonna save my energy. That's why I want to have this conversation. Save my energy and rest in my voice for it. So y'all continue.
Okay. Well, we got 5 minutes. I want to watch the Bulls game on the TV in my room anyway. So let me just make this point real quick.
This damn StreamYard tonight.
So Petty.
Yeah.
I think you're kind of misunderstanding Marvin's point. Marvin said that Steve Nash is a good player. not a great player. You keep comparing Steve Nash to good,
Great
the
coaches.
great coaches,
No, I'm
and
not
that's the
comparing.
difference.
But no, I'm not comparing them at all. All they simply saying
But you
is
are when you bring
no.
up. But
But
you
that was
are
it.
when
You
you
got
bring
just
up
okay. Listen to this one line
Steve
right here.
Kerr and Greg Popovich.
Listen to this one line right here. The only reason why I bring out the classic coaches, the top coaches, is because somebody said any coach can do something. That's not a fact. And two, when I'm saying this, I'm not saying that Nash is a trash coach or he a bum coach. All I saying is in the position he in right now, he can appear to be a trash ass coach. But if you're looking at the numbers, like how you say he 30 wins over 500, cool. He can be a good coach. He's not that type of coach where it's like, okay, we want you to run plays all game so we can win. He's not going to get you that against the Celtics. He's not about to bring that out the box for him. But if you put him on a team like
Okay,
the Hornets where they can free flow, he'll be a great or good coach. I ain't saying that he ain't a good coach now. I just saying he's not as good as well. I don't say because you really even making him seem like he a great coach, but he just ain't an NBA level coach in my eyes. If you talking about
okay.
what a coach can do for any team,
Well,
That's
let me
that.
say this. Let
That's
me say
funny
this.
because no, Mario, I got something to point that because there's plenty of coaches in in the NBA right now that aren't even decent. And the
name
fact that
one,
Steve Nash,
name one.
Borrego,
Name one.
say what he is, Borrego, that's one of
Borrego's a
them.
good. He's a damn good coach.
No,
What?
he
I
isn't.
don't know about that.
Well, he's not a coach
No,
anymore.
he isn't.
Last I checked,
Listen.
He isn't.
When
If he
you
was a
this
good
how the
coach, he would still have
conversation
his
started.
job.
conversation. He ain't
This how the
coaching.
Stop trying
conversation
to
started. We
stop trying
judging
to keep.
Borrego.
Hold on. I mean, he's better than bums, but I mean,
Listen,
I don't
we
know about
judging
damn good
Borrego.
coach.
Rave. Just how there's no excuses. Rave. Just how there's no
Yeah, no,
excuses for injuries. There's no excuses for him to coach. For him not to coach the team that he got. I'm sorry.
Ray, Ray, remember how
We got
we
to stop
always be
doing that.
saying like Lamelo and Lonzo need to be the keys and they need to get that coach that believe in them and this and the third.
Right.
Cool. When you look at Borrego, that's why I say you got to look past just what you seen or what you want. If you look at
What
Borrego
do you
offense that he
mean? You
runs,
have to
and
bring up
you
facts. It's not
no,
always. You got to
I'm
stop.
bringing up. I better bring up some facts. If you really watch the game and you understand what plays being ran on every drive or every few drives or whatever like that, if you look at how Borrego coaching, it don't benefit Melo none because he's trying to run certain things to get the ball in certain people's hands. You got Roger who can score. You got Miles Bridges who on the uptick who can score. They still really trying to develop PJ. They still got players on the bench they trying to develop, and they got players like Gordon Hayward. He don't know what to do with because you making a lot of money. But I really want to bench you and don't let you play at all. But I can't do that because you're making too much money. It's a lot that go into certain coaching decisions. When he get fired, him getting
Panic.
fired this year ain't got nothing to do with
Hold on, let me say
how
this.
good
I
of a
understand
coach
that,
he
but
is. That
panic.
all got any all that is basically he's not the right fit for the team right now. The team with Melo on
Panic.
it, the Melo
Borrego,
need a
but
coach that gonna
hold
say,
up,
"Go
but
ahead, do your thing."
even before
We
Lamelo
gotta
though,
stop doing that with these excuses. Just bring up the facts. You're
That is a fact.
you're
Look at the
thinking
offense.
hyperbole. Okay, Hayward wasn't
When the
there.
last time
That's
the
an
Melo been in
injury.
the office that ran
Injuries
six?
happen.
When the
Listen,
last time Melo been in the office that ran six? Oh wait,
never.
exactly. So why would you want a coach that's predicated on trying to put his culture and his players and everything inside on the team? Why
That's a
would
good
that work with
point,
your
though,
star
Panic.
player? If your
that's
star
true,
player can't
Marquise.
play his
Marquise,
best in that office, why
Marquise,
would you
that
keep him?
part is true. But
Why would you keep a
at the
coach that
same time,
ain't
though,
benefiting your best
At
player?
the same, I
hold on,
understand that
at
part
the
is
same
true,
time,
Rave. But at
panic.
the
At the same
same
time,
time,
hold up, because I gotta leave. At the same time,
uh,
what you gotta understand is people only think about Lamelo. This was
right?
way before
Thank
even.
you, Rave.
But
This
in
is
this
way
scenario,
before.
that's
Hold on,
what it
hold on,
does
hold
Thank
on.
because
you for
he's their
bringing that
Even
up
best player.
because
before,
the world
even
doesn't
before
revolve
Melo
around
joined the
him.
team, the team was complaining about his ass. Stop playing zone defense. It was complaining about they didn't like how his rotations, his movements, how they wanted people to line up. They was complaining about his
Okay,
ass way
Rave,
before
cool.
Lamelo joined.
I got a two-part for you. That's the first part right here, right? Who was on those teams prior to Melo coming?
Say what again?
Who
no.
was on the roster prior to Melo coming? Because when Melo first year been Gordon Hayward and all them. So before that, them
Before
2 years before that,
Golden
who
Gordon
did they
Hayward
have on
was
that
still
roster?
on the team. Terry Rozier was on that team. Miles
Yeah.
Bridges was still on that team.
And they complained about him.
And
Niggas,
mind you, now
if you
Miles
want to take
Bridges
it
ain't
back,
but Miles
Kimba was
Bridges
still
until
playing.
Miles Bridges ain't but Miles Bridges back then. He been a rotational player. You have PJ
Yeah, he was a
Washington, who's a
Okay,
rotational
young
player. Man,
rotational player.
that's youth. He young
That's
though. Yeah.
developing, and you got two play like those 2 years of
but you asked
Borrego.
him
He
who's
really
been
like he
on the
developed
team.
talent. He really felt like he developed talent. So when Melo
Okay,
come and
man.
throw a wrench in it, because he been damn, he good. You got to cater to your best player. Like you can't do nothing but
Yeah,
cater to
but
your
it's
best
not
player.
always about LaMelo. That's the problem. It's about the team around him.
No, I
And
get that. I
if the
get that. And now I want to
organization did
listen.
not build the team around him good enough, he got to coach the team the best way to his
But
abilities.
see, you getting into
And
areas that he can't
and that
control.
also
Chris
can.
Kupchak put the team together.
But hey, man, that's the hey. There's no
And I
excuses
ain't
for
trying.
you to
Listen,
have
I ain't trying to
losing
make no
records
excuse for
in the.
James Borrego. I don't really care who
Come
coaches
on,
are the
man.
owners. I just know their best chance at winning from what I can see watching their games is putting the ball in Melo hand consistently, not just on certain plays. I talking about like let him run the court. He gonna like
Okay,
you got to give
so
him a
even
trial
if
by fire.
Agree.
If he can't do it at this level in the third year, now next year, okay, boom, he may not be able to be that player that we got to put the ball in his hand. But you got to at least try.
That's right.
Borrego ain't
so
I
that
you
agree.
good.
want so you want a coach who can run offensive sets and also give the ball in Melo hands.
I never say that. I just if you listen to what I'm saying, Borrego came from the Spurs coaching tree. If you look at any
I
coach that ever
understand that.
come from the Spurs, they're going to run set plays, a certain type of offense, a certain type of defense. You're going to demand
That's
more
true.
on a lot offensively. Now, when you take somebody like Miller, who's never played in the set offense before, and you drop him in the set offense, which is still the nigga still
Right.
putting up 20 points a game, which is damn good for somebody who would never play in the set offense. But at the same time, it's like, why would you want that type of coach for the person that you know gonna be the team person that carry your team? Like with LeBron, why would you bring in a
Oh,
coach
so what
that
you're
make
saying
LeBron?
is
No, listen for a second. Why would you bring in a coach
you're repeating
that make
yourself. I
LeBron go sit in
understand
the
it.
corner because he want to run his plays
All
instead of
right.
just running LeBron
Hold
offense?
on.
He's
Hold
repeating
on, guys. I
himself.
want to interject here because I was hearing something said and I was really like, what the F am I listening to? All right. Now, if you guys recall, I'm going to step off of this thing. We'll get back to this Borrego thing. Now, I'm looking at Steve Nash's coaching resume right now as we
Right.
speak. And I was trying to figure out before my StreamYard cut off, where did this third year come from? Dude's talking about he got his team to the playoffs 3 years straight. No, he did not. Stop the cap.
Well, who?
He started coaching the Nets last year. He wasn't there before before all of that James Harden and the triple, this big
Yes,
three
he
sort of
was.
situation started forming, right?
Yes,
He
he
was there
was.
in 2021 or whatever. When he was he there
All
when
right.
they had what you call it?
All
When they
right.
had
Yeah,
Jared
no,
Allen
listen. Yeah, he
before he
was
had
there
Yes,
Jared,
because
he
remember
was
Jared Allen
Kyle
and
only
all
there.
those
played
dudes
half a
around.
year, and he had Dinwiddie and all that.
Right, Dimwitty and all of those dudes. Now, last year when they got to the playoffs or whatever, they did get to the Eastern Conference Finals, right? This year, this team was projected when the season started. The Lakers and the Nets were projected to go to the finals when the season started. This team is a playing team we're
Ridiculous.
talking about. This team is a playing team that we're talking about.
Who?
The Nets.
I mean, but we all know they better than the playoff team, playing team.
Hold on, Quiz. Hold on, Quiz.
Well, I'm saying that this team, people are talking about.
Quiz. It's
Listen, Steve
2020.
Nash is a good coach. There's a lot of good coaches in the
And
league.
remember now, even the shortest season in between, so we had like 3 seasons in 2 years.
Right.
You really
You're right
had 3
about that
seasons in 2
because they did
years.
have that bubble season. You're right. That other season was interrupted.
And he was hired during the bubble season. I just want to let you know that.
Right.
I just want to let you know that. They were
Right.
there.
Well, I guess
I'm just
maybe
letting you
that's
know
the
that. That's
reason
the
why
3 playoffs.
they're not maybe they're not qualifying him because he didn't play. He didn't coach a full season in that year.
They're
As I'm
not.
looking at this
No, they
information.
had 2 seasons basically in that same year.
Right, because they had that break for like wasn't it like 5 months or something?
Yeah,
Sir,
from like
he made the
February.
play-in. He made the play-in then playoffs. He didn't just make the playoffs.
Right.
Yeah.
My bad.
He made the play in his first year. Then he made the playoffs with the Eastern Conference Finals, and now he's in the play in, and he made the play in the playoffs again.
Right. Now, my issue with Steve Nash since he's been over there is I don't see any creativity that he's adding to the team. I see them
Thank you.
adding a bunch of pieces.
Thank
Rave is an
you.
actual coach.
Thank
All right. There's actual coaching we're talking about. The team likes
Okay.
him because he is out of the way. When for example, when Kevin Durant went over to the Warriors, if you even watch the Warriors right now, you can definitively look that they run an offensive system there. Right? So listen, if you're looking at this system right now with the Nets playing against the Celtics, right? You have two great players, right? They're struggling right now with that defense. Where is the creativity to create easy shots for these guys? You don't see it. They call them ISO gang for a reason. Defensively, the Nets are terrible defensively. They're not a good defensive team, and they never have been.
And like I said,
and as much as I like
see
KD, that's why KD versus LeBron is not even a discussion. Because LeBron is the offense. KD can just slide in the offense. But you can't say KD take us there. That's the problem Steve Nash having.
Yeah, well, Steve Nash is having some issues, and I don't dislike Steve Nash personally. I actually like Steve Nash personally, and I also think he's a great player. I just question if he's a good coach. I'll give you a perfect example. Last night they had the Minnesota Timberwolves played against the Grizzlies. Anybody see that game? The Timberwolves were up by 20 in that game, and the Grizzlies went on a run. And this dude didn't call one timeout during that run at all. Nothing to stop the bleeding. Literally let the Grizzlies come back and did absolutely nothing. He just sat there eating popcorn on the sideline. You think that's a good coach, Rave? Now, he's a good coach because he got to the playoffs through the play-in. I definitely respect that. But, you know, if you want to win, you want to talk about winning, you know what I mean? There's reasons why teams end up in places like the finals. What happened to Belize? Guys, my StreamYard has been tripping. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I listen.
All right. Because I keep on getting kicked out of StreamYard and stuff like that. This is so weird tonight. It's hella glitchy.
Yeah, like I don't think Nash a bad coach. I just feel like there's other coaches. If you want to look at the totality of coaching that you could find, that's a lot better than Nash. Like if you just want somebody who you cool with, then of course they're gonna pick Nash. But if you want somebody who can fire up the other guys to get everybody going, or a coach who can play or develop, or a coach who can put you like with Isaiah Thomas in Boston. Like I said, Celtics got two of the best coaches in the league, and they between their front office and on the bench.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just X's and O's. Like Brad Stevens may not be able to connect with the players that well, so that's why he might have it moved up to the front office. But I mean,
I'll be honest with you, no panic. You're the only person I've heard say anything favorable about Borrego on this entire panel ever.
Oh yeah, I know. I know them boy hate Borrego. But like I said, it's all about circumstances. Like some people can get dropped into the league, whether a player or coach, and it's all about the situation you in. You can't judge somebody based off of like how they say, like, well, KD going to the Warriors, he going to the Warriors and won a chip. So everybody look at it like, well, shit, either you can put him in one of the best players ever, or you can look at it like, well, shit, he's just a key in the cog.
I agree with you, because I think that's another thing. I think that I don't want to say KD's overrated because KD's a great player, but look, there's a difference between, you know what I mean? Like we're saying, all right, this guy is, you know, like, come on, you ran to a 70+ win team. Now, people could say the Warriors needed him. The Warriors could have probably plugged anybody into that spot. Not to say that having the best offensive player in the league didn't help them for sure. But you can't say that taking a person like KD who wants all of this credit and stuff like that, and you know, and people want to crown him and all of this, that, and the other thing. You plug them on a team that already won championships, was already running the system before you got there, just so that you could just, you know what I mean, have a, you know what I mean, like basically float your way into the playoffs where you can win and then get all of the credit. You know what I mean? Like
that's why he don't play with Russ. He feel like when they get into crunch time, I the only one that can shoot. Russ can't shoot. But they had I forget his name, how to pronounce his name. He couldn't really shoot back then. Like they ain't really had no squad of shooters. Like KD been saying he been the only shooter. So when he going to Golden State, he like pressure off him because he like all he got to do is run the way he need to run at, catch the ball and do his thing. But with Rusty, like he had to go grab the ball sometimes. He had to do this, do that. Like KD just want to foot in. I don't think KD want to be like
I
this
think
with my
I
team.
think that OKC team was good. Mind you,
Yeah.
that was a team that was up 3-1 against the Warriors. And I've stated it's only the first time I've heard on public television somebody actually bring up his record in that series, because he actually was terrible. That's how the damn Warriors ended up beating him. He closed out that series not playing very good. And you know, Russ did have a lot of fans in OKC liked Russ more than him. Why? Because Russ played with heart. He played every freaking game. You know what I mean? Like he might not have taken all of the best shots, but I don't think that Russ was a terrible player. But at the same time, I've never seen anybody. I just haven't seen it. If you take a look at the Warriors right now and look at the system they operate, right? Their system is flawless. Right? They move. They have great ball movement. They move with or without the ball. It's hard to cover those guys because they always create mismatches. They create mismatches by moving the ball and having players that are willing to pass the ball. KD is never going to get more open shots than he was going to get on the Golden State Warriors pretty much anywhere that he goes. This is a difference now because now you put attention on you defensively. Kyrie, when he won a championship with LeBron, you were playing next to LeBron, Kyrie. And I'm not saying that, you know, I'm not saying that you were not a significant member of that team, but KD and Kyrie, all right, they didn't win alone. They won with extremely great supporting cast, including some of the great players in the league that took a lot of pressure off of them. You know what I mean?
And then listen, and I ain't even no knock the humble Kyrie is because they actually played, if you want to think about it, a bigger role in them championships run. Like with Kyrie, like I can say he been better than LeBron that year, but LeBron ain't winning that championship with any other point guard or any other guard that can't score like how Kyrie can get a basket.
I mean, I agree, and I mean, LeBron knew what he was doing when he went back to Cleveland from Miami. He wanted to play with Kyrie, and Kyrie ain't won nothing before LeBron got there, and he ain't won nothing since.
And so, Kyrie's the only player LeBron ever been like, I ain't gonna mess with you. Go do your thing. Everybody else, LeBron feel out. Yep, do this, do that, do that. That's why that little combo been so good.
And I give that championship that LeBron and Kyrie won. I give them both the maximum respect because Kyrie couldn't have won that championship by himself, just like LeBron couldn't win it by himself. But LeBron was a beast during that period of time. Remember, he had crucial blocks and everything. He did everything that I wanted to see from an MVP. You know what I mean? When they was on their championship run in Cleveland, I think that's LeBron's greatest championship. That's the first championship they got in Cleveland. That's what he came into the league as a kid from, you know what I mean, the Ohio area, you know, Cleveland, Akron, you know, growing up as a fan of that team. That's what he came to do, and he accomplished what he came to do. I respect LeBron tremendously for what he did over there. And somebody was talking about I don't know where these new age dudes come from. That was not a super team. That was a good team. You know what I mean? They went and won some championships, but that was by no stretch of the imagination was that a super team.
Some of the Cavs?
Yeah, that Cavs LeBron championship team.
Yeah, because then Kevin Love been a little older and a little horrible at that time. Like that more like two superstars.
Yeah, but you know, these guys, I think people get carried away with this whole concept of super team. I was on here the other night with some dude trying to tell me, I mean, when I heard people saying, yeah, the Bucks were a super. Like, where do you guys get this stuff from? You guys be
they look at
out.
the contract and figure if it's 3 big contracts on the roster, it's a super team. That's like how remember the Lob City Clippers?
Yeah,
a lot of people be calling that a super team, and it's like, no,
there's no way in hell that was a super team. A super team. Listen, a super team. If you say a super team, right? First off, you take like when KD went and joined the Warriors, that was a super team. Why? They were already a 30+ win team. You had the greatest 3-point shooter of all time. They still have him. They still have another one of the greatest shooters of all time in Clay. You have an all-time great defensive player. You know what I mean? They already had championship pedigree, and he went and joined them. Like, who in the West was going to compete when KD joined with the Warriors? Like, forget about it. Everybody knew that team was going to win the West easy. Vegas knew that team was they had to be the favorite that year, right or wrong.
Yeah, I mean, shit. Once KD made that decision, he been like they've been a favorite for as long as his contract went in.
Well, here's the thing, because you went and took the one of the all-time great teams, and I say one of the all-time great teams because they didn't win a championship that year before when they had the 70+ win season, but they are still one of the greatest records in NBA history for regular season. And then you add the dude, I think that didn't KD have like a scoring title at that time too? Wasn't he like the leading scorer in the league at that time?
Yeah.
Like
at least top 3.
At least, right? And even still, you know what I mean? A person that's in the top 3 scoring can score in the NBA. So I mean, like, and his talents fit perfectly. KD can hit a 3. He's gonna get plenty of those.
Because they had Harrison Barnes playing that same position at one point. But now
and I mean, think about it.
KD, like that was a no-brainer.
They had Iguodala over there. You know what I mean? Like the Warriors already have proven that they could win a championship before KD even went there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They were already a 70+ win team. Like, how much better could they get? You know what I mean?
And to prove your point so much, right? When you think about that 73 win season, you only think of 2 things. You think of LeBron and boy come back 3-1, and you think about shit. No, not 2 things. One thing. After that is like you just remember KD Warriors. Like nobody really talk about the 73 win Warriors. Even I understand them boy win the chip, so they ain't finished the job. But damn, that's still a 73 win team.
Facts. You can't say that they're not a great team because they showed it. They've proven it. If you look at all of the records of the NBA, that's an all-time. That is one of the great teams.
Yeah.
Now, they're not greater than the Bulls. Now, why? People could say that their team is greater than the Bulls. You could say that, but realistically, the Bulls got the hardware to prove it. You know what I mean? They won 70+ wins. They won the championship. You know what I mean? Like, it's over. It's a done deal.
Yeah, once you don't win the chip, like you can't even be mentioning like the top 5 or 10 greatest teams. Like,
right, because that's like the Buffalo Bills. They got to the Super Bowl 4 years in a row, which is great. But why don't people talk about them? Because they lost all of those times.
Yeah, like that been a legitimate franchise. 4 straight Super Bowls.
That's a dynasty.
That been the franchise, but since y'all ain't even won one of them. Even if y'all won one, it would have been like, yeah, they one of the greatest team. Maybe not the best, but they one of the greatest. But the fact that they ain't win none is like you don't know them nothing but the 0-4 Bulls.
That it hurts. And that's the thing. I don't think that people realize, like, not winning a championship hurts. It hurts.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, you could build a legacy, but those losses, you can't get those back. You know what I mean?
Especially when you a favorite the whole year, you're playing good the whole year, and you up 3-1. Like, ain't like you been damn, you get sweep. Ain't like you been 2-2 at one point. You been 1 game away winning a chip, and at the same time coming back down from 3-1. Ain't never really been heard of. Like, that was the first time somebody ever did that in the finals. So in your mind, you had to been thinking, oh, they get this one, we got the next one. Oh, they get this one, we get the next. I know we ain't just lose 4 straight. I mean 3 straight. That's crazy.
And you know the thing is that to me, that's where things just got different because KD was on the brink. KD was on the brink of his history also. He could have knocked them off. And then when he did get to the finals, remember that OKC team did get to the finals against the Heat. You know what I mean? They got their asses mollywopped.
And that just because they've been young and they run into LeBron and D Wade and
that Heat team. I mean, when people talk about super teams, I would consider that a super team. That was one of the super teams because LeBron went and joined up with a dude who already won a championship. The second or
I'm starting to think Jimmy Butler better than KD.
Jimmy Butler's the truth, and he played both sides of the ball.
Just a 2-way player.
Yeah.
Okay, right. That's what KD need to be, and he need to be a playmaker. This isn't Golden State.
Hey, listen, I've been telling y'all since back from the beginning of the season.
This ain't Golden State. You don't just score at the elite level and defend. You got to do more than that. You got to rebound at a high level. You got to play make. You got to do everything. Because after Kyrie, what you got? So you should have already known what was up. You got you end up making the trade, getting one head case out of there. You get another head case in there that ain't even playing. So you know you got to take up the slack. No excuses. You shouldn't be down 2-0. You're the best player in the world. LeBron had Kyrie with his team. There's no way he's down 2-0. He gonna win one of them games. Point blank. Period. Let this be LeBron in Cleveland.
Hold up, real.
Come on,
about
man.
to do the play-by-play on this Chicago game.
Yeah, I was just about to say. I mean, y'all can finish up because it just went to commercial, so y'all can finish up. But I'm about to start doing the play-by-play. You know, so if you want to be on the panel, you know, if you can. If you don't want to, it's fine. We're about to start the play-by-play, and so we about to.
All right, bet.
Cheer on C-Red versus the Brooklyn Nets, man.
Yeah, real. I feel you on that. Jimmy Butler just dropped that 45. That was nasty, wasn't it?
It's like shit. You can't knock Jimmy Butler. Like he is proving a lot of people wrong. Cause I sure still got him maybe top 15, top 20
He
early.
a better
I
roster
think Jimmy
builder and he
Butler's
a
in the
better
right
player.
situation though.
Yep. He a better roster
Jimmy
builder and he a
Butler's in
better
the right
player.
situation right now.
No, Jimmy Butler
He's
is
in
a
a better
better player.
situation though.
No, he a better player. I mean,
Then
shit, KD got to
KD,
prove me wrong. KD got to prove me
KD.
wrong. Not nobody debating me. KD need to prove me wrong. What you mean? Who
But
more
real,
Man, what
consistent?
KD need to
Who's been
prove?
more consistent
KD
on their
show
own
up.
team
He
with
might.
help?
No,
KD
listen.
or Jimmy
KD might
Butler?
play on a lot of teams that got stalled,
wow,
but KD
real,
show
you
up when
bringing the
he need to
smoke
show up.
tonight.
I'm just saying he too good, bro. How much better is KD than Jimmy Butler? If you saying he better than Jimmy Butler, right? He the best player in the world, right?
You know, I don't like to play
No, I don't
prison
think
in
he's
a
the best player in
moment,
the
but I
I
know,
world. To
mean,
be
saying
honest,
you got
right
to put up
now,
30, 35 every game, man, to have a chance. You already know what's up till Ben Simmons
listen.
come in.
You want to know the answer to that? KD damn near 7 foot with a jumper, and
0
he got
for
a high
10
release.
in the
He don't
second
need to do
half.
it. He don't
0
need
for
to do
10 in
too
the
much
second
with that.
half when you already down 0-1. Come
see,
on,
I knew
man.
you
It's
was
No,
going
okay,
there,
unacceptable.
cool.
real.
It's
I knew you
All
was
right,
going there,
unacceptable.
real.
and I
I
It's
ain't
knew
got
you was
nothing
going there.
towards
unacceptable.
that. Think
It's
about the first two
unacceptable,
games,
bro.
Yeah,
right?
I know where you're coming from. You're challenging his efficiency,
Right,
but
but you're
No,
prison in
at
the
ain't no
moment though.
efficiency.
the same
No,
time,
ain't no
at
efficiency. This is
the
about you not getting it done. You're not gonna go
Yeah,
0
but
for
that's
10
based off
when
of
you.
that's
Hold
gonna
on,
be
yeah,
wait.
based
you're
off
right,
of
When you
two
right, right.
games.
Right. That's not. I mean, that's agreeable. That's agreeable like hell. But we can't sit here and act like that's a 7 foot 3 level score, my nigga.
Yeah,
Like,
like you looking
KD
at this
let's
like
let's
how they
look
did
at
with
it
Ben
this way
Simmons.
also.
They did this
Hold
to
on,
Ben Simmons
KD is
last year.
not
He had
seven
one
feet.
That's what
Y'all
one
I'm
need to
bad
stop
saying,
series.
man.
He
saying that
like,
lie.
oh
That's what I'm
yeah,
saying. You got
we
to slow
trash.
down that
Y'all
conversation
gotta
about him being
stop
the best
lying
player,
about
bro.
KD being
We
7
gotta,
feet.
we
Y'all
gotta,
know
we
I
gotta,
ain't
he's
saying
not
KD
we
the
7
gotta
feet.
best
rethink
player.
that.
I just know he better than Jimmy Butler.
Okay, so then he got to prove it then.
You know, but
nobody.
Yeah,
I don't remember anybody
but
saying he's the best player.
he
But
don't have
but
when he got to
real,
do the proof. He been doing that his whole career.
but real.
Y'all look
Man,
at
Listen,
one bad
how?
series and
but
now
How?
he's
real.
trash.
what do you mean
Y'all did
how?
that with Ben
The
Simmons.
hell?
How?
Jimmy Butler. Did you know Jimmy Butler?
No, I'm talking about outside of Golden State
You
when
know,
he had a
what?
responsibility on his
You know,
shoulders by
before.
Jimmy
himself.
Butler ain't never
When?
win no scoring
Hold up,
title in the
hold up.
NBA, nor is he
Yeah,
trying
Well,
like
to.
you forget like
yeah,
Durant had
Jimmy
a
Butler
scoring
didn't
title like
develop
this
a jump
third,
shot
fourth
until
season.
later.
Man.
Remember
Listen,
In Chicago, he didn't even have that much of a jump shot.
real. You gotta be real
Well,
though,
I mean,
also,
Okay,
right?
so if KD don't make it out this series this year, and Jimmy Butler go to at least the Eastern Conference Finals or the Finals again, then what we gonna weigh this out at, bro? Because them two rings.
Man,
Listen,
real. You
listen,
trying to throw dirt on the
listen.
man's grave because
I'm not throwing
this
no
man
dirt on
already
him,
got
bro.
half
But
a
I'm
foot in the
just
grave
saying,
right
bro,
now.
you can't keep living off them two rings,
That's
bro. When you
true,
know
but
you was
real.
Okay,
on
but
a
Jimmy
super
Butler
He
ain't
got
team.
living off of
a half
none.
a leg in the
He
grave, man. You don't
is.
think you
At
being
this point,
unfair?
he is when he keep losing. Yes, he is just living off
Listen,
of those.
no, if you look at the two losses against the Celtics, right? The first game, that been the last second shot, right? Second game, they've been up 17 and let it blow a lead.
Yeah,
I ain't
KD's
saying
down
like
bad.
that's a good thing, but at the same time, is you acting like they getting smoked the first two games.
No, you make it like he's been doing his whole career. Like this is his whole career. You putting his whole career on a couple of bad games,
Yeah,
though.
and that's why I hate when they do the Ben Simmons because he like,
Man,
yeah, he
these couple of
doesn't win
bad games is in the
movie shit, but
playoffs,
he
man.
like
What's
win
wrong with
series.
y'all?
No, I agree with you, real, but I'm just saying, like, you don't think it's a bit unfair to like minimize his career? Like he's down bad, right?
Yeah,
He got a half a foot in the
that's
grave already,
KD.
real.
Y'all know his name. That's
You trying to throw
KD.
dirt in the man's
I'm
coffin?
just saying,
Damn.
listen. Everybody gave LeBron a hard time because of where this team is at, because of all of the talent he had. So listen. I'm putting the same expectations on Kevin Durant. Now he in the playoffs.
Hey, I
Period,
feel you,
bro.
real. I'm not
Period.
even mad at you. I'm just saying, like, you don't think you are being a bit of you being harsh as hell.
Yeah,
I
like you
get
saying
that's how I
Jimmy
be.
Butler.
Listen. That's how I be when you the best player in the world and you got all this talent, bro. I'm sorry.
They
I'm
need to
But what
sorry,
you mean
bro.
with
cap
all the
about
Listen.
talent? What
Holiday.
you
If it was
mean?
LeBron in the same position, I'd be on his ass the same way.
They do be
If you
capping
look at
about
the Heat,
KD
yeah,
though. I'm
bruh,
but
not
I
gonna
mean,
hold you up.
but Kevin Durant had nowhere near close as LeBron's intake take on the team. That nigga has successfully traded 3 teams. The nigga has traded the starters, the bench, and the reserves 3 times in a row.
Okay, niggas better start trying to pull their own weight. Niggas better start. Listen, everybody want to be the number 1 player in the world. Everybody want to be the face of the league. But you ain't trying to pull your weight though.
Yeah,
when you
because
ask for that responsibility, pull your weight, man.
Ray, but you gotta admit though, Ray, you gotta admit that move. that move with KD running to Golden State, that was weak. That was weak as fuck. Let's be real.
No, forget about that. What about the move to get James Harden over there? He don't end up working out. Now you get Ben Simmons, but he ain't been playing. And you need defense, and he's supposed to be a defensive guy. That's looking messed up right now. That's looking messed up.
I don't even know that. I don't even think that situation is going to work out that great. I have a whole take on that. I was just speaking to my brother about that today.
Quiz, I told you, no, I have a take. I
Yeah.
told you
Sixers? I got a big take on that.
That nigga Ben Simmons has not played not one single drop.
Not one. He's fleecing the league.
And y'all are acting like he about to go in there like Superman.
Hey, Red,
he's about to get, leave that alone.
He's about to get paid how much money
but you got to think about
only
it.
Play one
they ain't
game.
asking Ben Simmons to come in there and run the offense. If he's physically fine, he can play the same level of defense he's been playing. That ain't gonna be no rust there. But
Listen, Ben
offensively,
Simmons,
yeah, I get your point. But they don't need Ben to be off. They just need a defender who can defend at least four.
Ben don't even care about winning.
Y'all
Let's
hear
be
what
real.
Kyrie Irving said in the post game after game 2. He said, "I got to get Kevin Durant to his spots." You can't do it because you're not a natural playmaker. He telling you, listen, in his words, "I'm struggling to do that." This is the result of that. He is not a natural point guard. He's a scoring point guard.
Who, Kyrie?
Yeah,
of course. He's a two guard. I've been in the screen a little minute, but I used to say that all the time. He's a two guard. That's why he work out in Boston.
He's not gonna give you no 10 rebounds. He's not gonna give you no 10 assists. You know what I mean? Like Ben Simmons can do. Like Ja Morant just did. He ain't gonna do like Ja Morant, bro.
I have a real question.
LeBron been the de facto point guard, and now Kyrie been the two. That's how
Guys,
always
I have a
gonna be. With
question for
Kyrie's
you.
never gonna be a natural point.
I have a question for
Of
you.
course,
about
when the question was asked who's going to be the point guard, remember what he said last year?
Guys,
if I knew Jersey,
I have a
I'm
real
gonna run the
question for
offense through Ben Simmons either for these playoffs.
This team
or
is
next
fucked
year,
up,
'cause he's
bro.
a facilitator.
This team is confused and fucked up.
Can I ask y'all a real question?
I gotta say this because I gotta get this play by play. It's the last thing I'm gonna speak on this because I gotta start the play by play. I'm gonna say this. I think we don't have to argue what he does for a team, what he doesn't do for a team. I think we all know what he doesn't and what he does. My entire point, I think, same thing with Quiz is we seen Kyrie Irving not play the home games, and we saw at one point it almost exhausted him. Ben Simmons has not played not one drop on the court.
Not one lick.
All I'm saying is Joel Embiid himself was being very, very patient with Ben Simmons. And he was like, Ben Simmons knows that he ain't that really of a shooter. But even Ben Simmons had a whole mental breakdown in the middle of the game because he was like, man, look, Ben Simmons, can you just chuck one of them? How do you not know that Kevin Durant going to go out there in that court? And they might respect what he does, but you don't think they're going to pass him one time? Nigga, like, bro, can you just can you shoot it? And he acts scared out there. You don't think they're going to get pissed off once or twice? All I'm saying is, if you think he about to walk up in there like a Superman, man,
but nobody's saying that.
Listen, and I have a question.
Defensively, he can do that.
No panic. No panic.
He can do
no
that.
panic in real TV. I have a question. All right. Do you trust Ben Simmons in a final 2 minutes of a ball game playing zero basketball all year long in the heat of the playoffs, which he completely collapsed and has historically through his career gotten worse each year he's been in the playoffs. So he's proven he's not even a good playoff performer. Do you trust him right now? 2 minutes left in the ball game.
Hell no, I don't trust no Ben Simmons, bro. And what y'all got to understand is we going against Jason Tatum, somebody trained by motherfucking Kobe Bryant, bro. Somebody that dunked on motherfucking LeBron James as a rookie. He don't give a damn. He don't have no fear.
Somebody with heart that wants to
Guess
win.
what? Guess what? He young and he's at the same position as LeBron James and Jason Tatum and these other guys, and he trying to prove that he the motherfucking best too. This ain't no
Ben
game.
Simmons don't have no illness in his injury.
Man.
I promise you, he gonna at least shut some of that shit down with Jason Tatum.
Yeah, but he's a liability. That's the part I'm trying to find out. You're going to have to put somebody on a bench to play.
KD and Kyrie think they just going to walk over everybody doing that ISO bullshit and they playing no defense. That ain't going to work, bro.
And he's
That's why they need Ben Simmons defensively.
Of a ball game.
Okay, but listen, he can bring all the defense he want. The problem is this. If he can't shoot, then they still going to get doubled and they got to become playmakers. So it's going to be a two-edged sword with the situation if Ben Simmons can't shoot.
And you got to take a shooter off the court to put him on the court, and they're already struggling getting.
No, you don't got to take a shooter off.
You got to.
Listen,
that's another
the
thing.
only
He's
way
not
it's
going to
really
be
gonna work
starting.
is KD and Kyrie got to be hella active off ball, really getting off them screens and shit for Ben Simmons to see the floor and get them assists. But
It's
I
too
don't think they're
late.
gonna do it.
It's too
KD
late,
ain't
real.
gonna do it. Kyrie might do it. KD's not gonna do it.
They're not
But
going to
see,
change their
y'all
offense in the middle of the
undervaluing Ben
playoffs.
Simmons facilitating.
I just said he can, but Kyrie and KD is the scorers, right?
Okay, so what that mean for
Right?
him? What that mean for him
He got to get
offensively?
them in their spots, or either they got to come off screens and catch and shoot. That's up to them, not him.
But you don't think they're gonna do that? You don't think LeBron? I'm not LeBron.
We gotta
KD even
see. We
running.
have to see.
KD
I
even
don't
running
think
basic
nothing. I
offenses
don't think
going to his damn
nothing.
rim.
We have to see. Have you seen it happen?
Have I
They
seen
ain't
what
even been on
happened
the
to
court
KD
together,
coming
real.
off a
You know
Right.
screen?
that?
That's what I'm saying, bro. We in the middle of the goddamn playoffs.
Right.
No, no. What question you asking? You asking if I've ever seen
Bro,
KD or Kyrie
bro,
come off a screen?
bro. You're down 0-2 and you
They're
finna
not doing
bring
a
some.
good job of coming off the screens right now. Have you seen the past two games? Their offense is struggling.
They offense struggling because they trying to
If he
overpower
can't
with
shoot,
scoring
if
without
he
playing no
can't
D.
shoot, the
Hey, fellas.
defense is gonna have a good time out there. That's all I can say.
Hey, bro, debates. Shout out to you for joining
Yeah.
the panel. Next time I would like for you to announce yourself, because you know what I'm saying, so I can know. But other than that, shout out to you.
Yeah, shout out to
I'm
everybody.
gonna get to the game. First quarter, everybody. 3 minutes and 20. 3 minutes and about 15 seconds. Bucks are in. Oh my God, Bucks are starting off right, 22-13. Bulls are down. I'm gonna get ahead and start it. Drew Holiday giving it to Giannis. Giannis backing down, gives it up, passes it. We got passing, gives it up to Covington. A drive by the Bucks player. Oh, passes up to a three. That's a bang. Bang. 25-13. Caruso getting the ball up the court, pointing in directions. Direction going up, crossing over. Twing, cross twing. Cross it over. Caruso driving. Oh, turnover. Bucks running the fast break. Giving it up. Drew Holiday with the ball, crossing over between the legs. Twing, driving. And they're going to call a foul. It's going to be a foul on Derrick Jones Jr. as Caruso is talking to the refs, wondering what is the issue. All right, we're here right now, ladies and gentlemen. The Bucks are winning, by the way, everybody. Bucks are winning.
30-15. What's the timestamp, Ray?
They showing us replay, so I gotta look at the timestamp as soon as it's done. Yeah, I'm at 2 minutes and like 30 seconds.
Hey, the Bulls that deactivate Lonzo Ball, or they just got him over.
No, they ain't deactivated him. They just gotta see if it's up to him. He's been cleared by the doctors, but it's really up to him. It's up to him because him and the agent shut him. They shut him down. But it's up to Lonzo Ball. It's up to Lonzo Ball if his knee is comfortable to get on the court. Then we'll find out. They'll have a conversation with him later. But right now, he's not activated to play for now.
Damn.
Yeah.
So if he would decide to come back to the playoffs, he'll be able to play though, right?
I'm pretty sure if the Bulls sneak around and beat this first round, I wouldn't be surprised.
Right. I think if
we see a breaking news, Lonzo Ball's coming.
Right. I think that if they win the series, he's kind of ready. It's like he's on a cusp, but they have not like made any notification that, you know what I mean? Like he's he's in what you call day-to-day status.
Oh, right.
Yeah. But I mean, at the same time, his day-to-day status is shut down. Like if he don't say anything, then pretty much he ain't playing. But if he's up for it, the doctors fully clear him. They check on it. He doesn't have any discomfort in his knee because of his bone bruise. He's ready to play. Then he'll play. And I'm pretty sure it won't be until after this series. So
but I'll give the Bulls credit though for winning that game because the longer they push the series, the higher the probability that he might come back if the series goes 6 or 7.
Yeah, that's really what it is. Yeah. Drew Holiday crossing over, swings it. Covington, not Covington. Ooh, Giannis driving, swings it up, back to Drew Holiday, drew it back to Covington, shoots. Oh, that's a brick, but that's a foul on Kobe White. Oh my God! And I'm not Covington. I think it's Connaughton, whatever his name is. Hard to say them. these names be so long.
Connaughton. It's because there's another dude named Covington.
They got like 12.
Covington.
They got like 12 letters. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's Covington. I don't know.
Instead of Covington is Connaughton.
Well, you're gonna need to get used to his name because Milton ain't playing, so you're gonna see a lot of Connaughton.
Yeah, Connaughton, right? Connaughton at the free throw, he shoots his first bang. ladies and gentlemen, we got a 31.
He can shoot, no doubt. He's a shooter.
Listen, we got a 31-15. It is not looking good so far, but it is only first quarter. 31-15 in Chicago Bulls hometown.
Y'all see what Giannis do? He just come right on down the court, do his thing.
Connaughton shoots. That's a bang.
Yeah, plus the Bulls dodged the bullet that last game because they didn't just lose Chris Middleton. They also lost Bobby Portis for the end of the game, and he's back in this one.
Well, I mean, look, I don't. Like I said earlier, I don't feel sympathy for that because Bulls don't got Lonzo either, so I don't feel sympathy for that.
No, I mean, it's different.
There's the difference between Giannis and KD. You see the difference. He just come right in the game doing his thing.
The difference is that they lost those dudes in the middle of the game. Like the game was underway, and you know what I mean. Like I don't feel as though I feel good. The Bulls won for sure. You know what I mean.
The playmaking, bro, is just a difference, bro. Like great players, they become great playmakers when it's time to step up and do it. KD is not in that. He's not in that elite class.
Damn, he had a triple double game one now. So.
Just not in that class, bro.
I love your smoke, man. I love your smoke for KD, bro.
It's not really smoke, bro. I'm just being real. You know what I mean? I wish he could. He could step up and do more, but he just have not proven to do that. When he got all the pressure on his back and he ain't got that much help, he ain't proven to do that.
Tristan Thompson is a big goof at sometimes, man. I mean, God.
What you expect from a Kardashian husband?
Dude, Zach Levine threw a beautiful pocket pass to his chest. Man, that dude fumbled the ball. Like, come on, man. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the end of first quarter. Bucks 33.
Rave was good.
What's up? Bucks 33. Bulls 17. Shout out to Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew, please sponsor us on Fight Sports TV. But yeah, man. Yeah, Milwaukee, they're in the lead, man. It's not so good of a first quarter for the Bulls. But, you know, we've seen the Bulls trail before, so we'll see. We got plenty of game to go. Giannis doing his thing and Pat Connaughton doing his thing.
Ray, what do you think that the Bulls need to do better in this game? What do you think that they're because they have not started off well in the first quarter. 17 points that ain't cutting it.
I haven't seen too much just yet to really speak on it. My biggest thing is stops.
Salute to everybody, y'all.
My biggest thing is stops.
And they're playing slower than the first two games.
What happened?
They're playing slower than how they played in the first two games. Because they're not getting stops. They're not getting enough stops.
Yes, I was gonna say stops. I want to say speed. They speed is you know.
Well, I mean, they only scored 17 points that quarter, so they're also not scoring enough. So is that the defense for the Bucks or the Bulls just haven't shown up? They don't seem like.
I was not okay. Yeah. Scoring helps. Scoring matters for sure. But let's say you're not scoring you're not doing that much scoring. If you're just letting them score at ease, if you're letting the Bucks just score, you know what I'm saying? You let's say you get stops. How much is the Bucks scoring? Not much either. You get what I'm saying? So
the Bucks just scored 33 points in that first quarter. That's high for a quarter.
That's what I'm saying. So
and the Bulls only scored 17, which is hella low for a quarter, right?
I'll show you how it's done next.
The Bulls' problem, why I feel like they weren't gonna come on. If they win this series, they're gonna come in strength of Chris Middleton. But the thing that's stopping, I feel like the Bulls is the fact that they missing the floor spacer, they missing the extra facilitator, and they missing another defensive player.
For sure.
And guess who give you all three?
And Bucks, man. I'm looking at this replay. Because I didn't watch a lot of the game, as we all know. The Bucks play some good defense though too, man. Got a couple steals.
There you go. That's what I was looking for from you, Rave. I think that the Bucks are coming out with a more defensive mindset. And what's up with my man the one that y'all beat up, DeRozan? What's up with him tonight?
What do you mean?
I haven't heard him. I haven't heard his name called too much in this game so far.
What I saw was he been trying to do some pick and rolls with Vucevic, which sounds good, but at the same time, I feel like if you're going to do a pick and roll, I'd rather you do it with Zach LaVine and Vucevic rather than DeMar DeRozan and Vucevic. Why? Because Yeah, DeMar is good with his his ISO game, his creativeness, good mid range shooter. But I feel like when Zach LaVine does a pick and roll with Vooch, I feel like because Zach LaVine is so good at driving, his powerfulness, his control to the rim is good. And if he has to dish it out to Vooch, then dish it out to Vooch. You get what I'm saying? DeMar DeRozan, when he does a pick and roll, it's kind of slow and if he feels trapped, he feels like he should just take a contested mid range. You get what I'm saying? So if we're gonna do a pick and roll, I'd rather it be Zach LaVine if you're gonna do a pick and roll. If you're gonna do a regular mid range, then DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, see, with DeMar DeRozan, a professional, he look for his shot and nothing else. Zach
Right. He looking
LaVine,
for his shot, right.
you know
Right.
he gonna either step back to the three to shoot, mid range, or drive
Caruso
to the
with the
basket, so he can be
three.
more of a threat than DeMar.
Facts. I was gonna say, Bulls cutting it down. DeMar DeRozan gives it up. Kobe White gives it up. DeMar DeRozan. You said Caruso. Or you said Kobe White?
You're a bit behind me. Carry on.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say Caruso not even in the game. 33-19. Second quarter, 11 minutes to go. Gives it up. Bucks with the ball. Swings it to Connaughton. Connaughton drives. And they're gonna call a foul. Oh, okay, I see Caruso. Okay, I see Caruso coming in. Scores 33-19. And it looks like my boy Quiz and already gave up the fact that Caruso about coming this bitch with a three. That's cool. All right, we got second quarter, 10 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Caruso showing his little leadership, pointing in direction. They got DeMar on the bench. Bucks with the ball. Gives it up to Wesley Matthews. Matthews gives it up to Giannis. Giannis driving, kind of stuck. Conte shoots a random three. That won't go. Caruso dribbling, looking, still dribbling. Caruso, he runs out, steps out, gives it to Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine drives a little bit, gives it to Caruso. Caruso shoots a three, and that's a bang. That's a bang as Bulls has cut down the lead, ladies and gentlemen. 33-22. The Bulls is cutting down the lead. Hopefully they can continue to do this. Bucks with the ball. Gives it up to Giannis. Giannis dribbling. Crossing over. Tween. Cross tween. Still dribbling. Letting the mid-range pull. Bang. Giannis showing that he has improved a little bit in that mid-range game. And more he improves. And he's already still young. Oh, my God. What a magic Giannis looks like in 3 more years. Zach LaVine shoots a mid-range. That won't go. That's a brick. Giannis dribbling. Taking the ball up the court. Giannis between the legs on Vooch. Tween. Drives. Slam. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Bucks 37-22. Bucks are not playing no games tonight. On Bulls home court. Javonte Green, he drives. He almost loses the ball. Gives it to Caruso. Caruso drives. Caruso tries to swing a bullshit layup, and that will not go. I don't know why he tried to force that ugly shit up.
That was ugly as hell.
Bucks gives it up to Bobby Portis. Bobby Portis sizing him up. Bobby Portis driving, kicks it. Connaughton shoots a contested three. Oh, in and out. It won't go. Gives it back to Connaughton. Connaughton with the sweep. Bang! With the three again. We have a 40-22. We got a timeout, ladies and gentlemen, as Billy Donovan still chews his Bullish gum every damn game, and he's still chewing that strawberry flavor bubble gum, as the Bucks has increased the lead when the Bulls was cutting it down, and Bulls have a hard situation.
Billy Donovan called that timeout to say the buck stops here.
Oh my God.
Hey, and listen, this to go back to our coaching conversation. I don't think Billy Donovan the right coach for the Bulls. I just Ross to set up now.
He not even coaching at all. Really, pissing me off.
He waited too long to call that timeout.
Some coaches good for certain levels of teams.
You keep chewing that fucking bubble gum. It pisses me off.
You know, Rave, I was having a conversation earlier, and I thought about you, and I was talking about things that you would see. I remember back in the days with the Pistons when they had Larry Brown as the coach, right? And there are certain things that you were like, this coach is on point and doing their thing. You know what I mean? And you don't have a lot of coaches that are on that level nowadays. Think about when a coach is the type of person that sees you losing momentum and calls a timeout just to reorganize and regroup.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like the Bulls are damn near by 20 now. You know what I mean? And why do you wait so long to get Caruso in?
I'm just waiting. Really, honestly, I was just waiting for this guy to spit out the fucking bubble gum, raise your fucking ball sack between your legs, and fucking and assert your fucking self as a fucking coach, and tell the fucking team, get your head in the fucking game, play some fucking defense, get some fucking stops, and grab some fucking rebounds. God damn it! And yes, I did say 6 fuckings. You get what I'm saying?
That's right.
Real shit, bro. Real shit, man. I coach. I ain't gonna cap.
I guarantee you get Borrego the team.
There's times where I
think Borrego would do a better job.
I think Borrego do a better job. Just kind of coach yours.
Dang on, no panic. You really like Borrego?
Okay.
No, I swear that I like him. The fact I look at how coaches go, and when you look at Borrego, and remember when the Rosenbone with the Spurs? Remember how he been playing like he been that gritty player, both sides of the floor, like playmaking and all that. Borrego will have him playing like that instead of the way he playing now, which isn't bad because he damn near almost been in the MVP conversation. But at the same time, it kind of stagnates the offense to a certain extent. Like how Ray been saying about the pick and roll, like the go and take that back to our Lonzo conversation about Lonzo run the pick and roll. Same thing with DeRozan. DeRozan can get to the basket. DeRozan can shoot the mid range, but DeRozan, they know he ain't going outside. Like he ain't gonna run a pick and roll and then take a step back to the 3. Like so, you can X that out the game. So the less you can do in the pick and roll, as far as your skill set is, the less fear you put in the hearts of people in the pick and roll. So that's why I understand why he would want Zach to run the pick and roll instead of DeMar. But like I said, you put a coach like Borrego in there. Borrego ain't gonna have no ISO ball all game unless he calls for it. But that's all I see in Borrego. Just
when
how
I see Borrego, I see what you see in Borrego. But when I see Borrego, I see medical officer from Star Trek Next Generation.
Yeah, like I said, he looked bad because he been with Melo, but I promise you put him on a team that pretty much like a team like the Bulls, where like if you look at the whole roster, it's more so if they want to play defense with the combo guard. I mean with the guards. Like Caruso choose to play both sides. DeMar played low defense, but he won his offense.
Ray, they're showing his Bulls fan on television.
Yeah, I was just about to get to it. Yeah,
I can't wait till you see this.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. God damn, boy. Listen, boy. He looked like he need an IV, bro. Throw in some water. He needs life. That nigga.
Oh, but say a little quick question: Who y'all think should coach the Hornets next?
He look like he dying. Oh my God, Cunnington. Swing. Oh my God. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, this is what happened, ladies and gentlemen. I gotta replay that.
What you said? What you said? No panic.
I said, who you see as the next coach's Hornets? Like, who would you put inside there?
I don't know, man. LeVar Ball.
Hey, as crazy as that sounds, shit. Melo plays best basketball under him. Shit.
Nah, LeVar Ball already let it be known he don't want to coach, man.
That's what we're trying to go for, man. LeVar Ball, get Lonzo
I agree. I'm just
get
saying,
LiAngelo, get that boy.
He made it clear he just want all 3 to be in the NBA. So
and get that other boy who played in Chino Hills, get him over there too. And then we could put Dex on the court with those guys and they win, right?
All right, listen, back to the game, man. Milwaukee Bucks. Giannis is at the free throw line, 41-22. And they are still having the camera on this Bulls fan. They must be secretly roasting his ass because they still got the camera on this.
He looks terrible.
I'm telling you, bro, he looked like he needs some food, some water.
Has he blinked yet?
Right, bro. He looked lifeless, dog. That's what I'm saying. He looked lifeless. Anyways, Bulls with the ball. Kobe White drives, kicks it out. Pat Will from the corner 3. Brick. As we expected Pat Will to at least hit that wide open corner shot. And that's a brick. Giannis dribbling the ball. Tween. Cross tween. Tween. He's still dribbling. Sizing up Vucevic. Swings at Bobby Portis. Portis for the 3. And that won't go. Kobe White running. Ball up the court full speed. Kobe White gives it up to Vucevic. Vucevic back it down Giannis. Vucevic dribbling, swings out to Kobe White. Kobe White shoots a deep three, and that will not go. As the Bulls is not looking so good, shooting unnecessary shots. Giannis dribbling, double team, swings it out to Portis. Portis for the easy lay on Kobe White. And the Bulls needs another defender, and that guy defender is not available, and you know who that is. Anyways, Caruso gives up to Vucevic, Zach LaVine, Vooch back, Vooch dribbling, give it back to Zach LaVine again. We're playing hot potato. Zach LaVine shoots a contested three, and that will not go. Oh my God, they can't shoot no open shots right now. Connaughton shoots a deep three in the corner, that won't go. Or is that Grayson Allen? My bad. No, that's Grayson Allen. Now Connaughton shoots a three, and that won't go as well as the Bucks are grabbing rebounds. It's going to be Bulls ball 44-22. It is not looking good so far for the Bulls, but we do have plenty of game, though. But it is not looking good so far. As we got a little break. They're showing the fans, the concession stands of the Bulls. Shout out to Chicago. Support the Chicago Bulls. Pay their merchandise.
So what do Bulls go at after this? If they don't after these playoffs, they don't win no chip, out first or second round or whatnot.
Well, that's a conversation we have to have later. I ain't gonna.
It's too early to say that.
I don't see Lonzo Ball taking them over the top.
Yeah, we'll have to talk about that later. That's more of another future conversation, bro. Anyways, DeMar DeRozan, Vucevic, DeMar shoots a contested mid-range. Broke. That will not go. Bucks with the ball. Grayson Allen dribbling. Grayson Allen with the finish. Like nobody was there. No defender. Grayson Allen drives like nobody was even there. This is why Zoe is so important. Caruso gives Gumps the ball. He's going to control the ball. Gives it to Kobe White. Kobe White swings it to Caruso. Caruso to Vooch. Vooch to DeMar. DeMar drives. Gives Kobe White in the corner. Bang! Finally, as the Bulls finally get a shot off. It's still 46-25, even with that shot. Bucks with a good commanding lead. Kobe White with 5 points in this game so far. Drew Holiday crossing over, tween, cross tween. Gives it up to Big Lopez. Lopez shoots. That will not go. Kobe White gives it up to DeMar. DeMar running the ball to the court with nobody up the court yet. Gives it to Vooch. Vooch gives it to Kobe White. Kobe White to Caruso. Caruso takes the three. Bang! Let's go. Finally, Chicago gets a little point up there. 46-28. Caruso with a good three. Can the Bulls play some defense now? As we have a timeout. The Bucks is going to have a timeout because last time they didn't call a timeout and they let the Bulls slowly come back. So that's good. That was smart by the Bucks' coach. Oh my God, we're going to have a commercial break, man. Shout out to the chat. Please hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. You know what we do on Fight Sports TV. Man, you already know. Hit that, listen. Hit that Cash App. If you ain't got nothing, it's okay. We still accept it. It's all good. If you want to do it, if any other way you want to do it, do Super Chat. You know what I'm saying? All the support goes to the channel, man. Shout out to the panel for people being here. Shout out to Quiz for being here. Shout out to Pat for being here. Shout out to the other guy that was here, Debates, all of them, man. Y'all know what to do. Hit that like.
Man, the Bulls look terrible this game, Rave. What do they need to do? They look like they came out with no life. They look like they came out just as lifeless as that damn fan.
I feel like for the Bulls, for example, the last two possessions they had, when the Bucks finally missed the shots, the Bulls took advantage of that and finally passed the ball and got an open shot and hit their shots. They haven't really got too many open shots because of the aggressive defense the Bucks have had, and at the same time, you gotta have plays or people need to start moving around. You can't, it's almost like they're just standing there. You can't just stand there.
You know what I see from them, Rave?
Standing. You can't.
They seem to listen. They've made it this far off of the talents of a couple of players, and it doesn't look like they're creating plays for those guys. Like I do not see Zach LaVine nor DeRozan's thumbprint on this game at all.
But okay, but guys got to hit their shots as well.
Yeah, but I
Like
mean,
here's what
they're
I'm saying.
moving the
Like,
ball, but
Uso, like
they're not getting the ball to their they're not even getting the ball to their key players. From what I'm seeing, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm looking at it weird, but
I mean, oh no, DeMar Rosen had the ball. Plenty of time.
Playoff basketball.
I would say Zach could touch the ball a little bit more. DeMar Rosen touched the ball. The issue is this: you got to hit your shots too, because they're just now like Crusoe hit it, and then Kobe White hit it as well, but they just now hit it. Like before Crusoe hit that shot and Kobe White hit that shot, they've been breaking wide open. Even Pat Will was wide open in the corner, the most open shot in the world. He could have cooked a fresh dinner with garlic bread, and he still missed. You know what I'm saying? So you can't miss those wide open opportunities, especially when you said earlier with me that the Bucks are playing good defense. If they're gonna allow you to finally have an open shot and you can't make it, you know what I'm saying? That's your
you're
fault.
right. You're right. You're right. And aside from that, another thing I see, Vooch is not having as good of a game as he's had in the previous couple of games, and you can see that it's hurting them tremendously.
Do you think he could be tired?
Well, playoff basketball is you've coached, so I mean, like this stuff starts to weigh on you. I mean, you're playing against professionals. Vooch has been playing really good basketball lately, and I don't know if it's because of the Buck strategy or whatever, but he seems to be struggling out there tonight.
Man, them boy going against 7-foot Giannis and a 7-foot Lopez getting beat up all game.
Facts.
And he ain't that type of player that can take that all
You
game
right
and
about
still
that.
produce.
You right about that.
I feel you. Grayson Allen, I agree. That's facts. Giannis dribbling.
And Bobby Portis
Brooke
also.
Lopez with the fadeaway.
Portis too.
Oh my God. Lopez hits an easy fadeaway like it was nothing. I don't even see a sweat on him. Oh my God. 48-28, and it's not looking good. Give it up. DeMar DeRozan sizing up. Wants to pick and roll. DeMar DeRozan gives it to Ayo. Ayo gives it up to Vooch. Vooch driving on Brooke Lopez. He swings it to DeMar DeRozan. DeMar DeRozan loses it. Ayo gives it. Zach with the ball. Zach driving with a strong finish. And it's going to go. Oh, and that's a miss. Wow. Giannis. Drew Holiday. Fast break. Oh, let's go. Yeah, they're going to call a charging foul on the Bull. It's going to be on DeMar DeRozan planting his feet and taking the charge by, let's see here.
That was a block by Brooke Lopez on that Levine shot.
Okay, yeah, I see it. Yeah, we're gonna have a charge. Yeah, from Drew Holiday, Zach LaVine driving, blocked by Brooke Lopez. Grayson Allen dribbling. Grayson Allen driving. That won't go. And see that's why this is why I feel like this is what I mean. Bulls defense. You cannot have a Grayson Allen feeling so comfortable that I can just run into this defense in the
like it's a stroll to the damn park.
Like, nigga, you cannot have, like, Grayson Allen should not have no confidence. But like, I can run through this bit. Hell no, that's not good. So this is why they got to step it up on defense. There's no way Grayson Allen can have confidence to drive on your players.
And the Bucks playing a zone against them. Just looking at this zone D.
Mm-hmm. DeMar DeRozan gives up to Vooch. Vooch gives up to Zach. Zach with the pick roll with Vooch. As I said, they should. Swings out to Ayo. Back to Zach. Zach drives. DeMar DeRozan, corner three. No, he's not going to shoot. He is going to lose the damn ball, and the ball goes out of bounds. We have a turnover. And it's going to be Bucks ball. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not looking good.
No panic. You're right about that zone. The Bucks are showing no respect for the Bulls shooting at all.
Mm-hmm. And that's why he said like shit. Lonzo be perfect in this series for them.
Grayson Allen.
At least spread the court out some.
Blocking foul on Zach LaVine. That's facts though. That's facts. 50-30. As Bulls gonna have to figure out something because we don't want the Bucks to right off in the sunset. Bucks, they got the ball. Drew Holiday gets it. Drew Holiday crossing over. Gives up. Grayson Allen and Giannis. Giannis backing down Pat Will. Give it up to Brooke Lopez. Lopez One-handed post, and that will not go. DeMar
I
bringing
ain't
the
gonna
ball up the
lie,
court.
man.
Pick and roll with Vooch. DeMar, he's struggling a little bit. Drives. Oh, and one. Is they go and one? DeMar DeRozan and Giannis is waving his arms because he does not understand how that's a foul. As DeMar DeRozan takes it up for a strong drive on Giannis. He's going to get an and one, ladies and gentlemen. And the fact that all these Bulls players is flexing their arms, that could be a sign of hope. That hopefully the Bulls can do something. You know what I'm saying? But all that damn energy, that means there's some little hope out there. 50-33.
I hate to break it to you, there ain't much hope, Ray.
Grayson Allen sizing up. Zach LaVine.
Hey, boy, DeRozan be catching shooting from 2.
Oh, Grayson shoots deep 3. Oh my God! Bang, bang. Grayson Allen shoots right in front of Caruso's face. I mean Zach LaVine's face. My bad. Zach LaVine's face, like it was nothing. Marlo shoots a mid-range bang. 53-35. Hopefully the Bulls can cut down this lead just a little bit more. At least we can do something with that third and fourth. Giannis, never mind. Giannis with the easy alley-oop. 55-35. Drew Holiday looking like he don't even look like he's sweating either. Only person to sweat is Giannis, but we know why he sweats. That boy tried hard the whole game. Vucevic gives it to Zach LaVine. Vooch, get up, DeMar DeRozan. DeMar DeRozan drives, loses the ball, but it's going to be Bulls ball still. As the Bucks was prepared for DeMar DeRozan to drive.
I know he ain't let this go.
Here's an opportunity for the Bulls as they're going to sit Giannis down and they're going to put Connaughton, and hopefully that can help a little bit. DeMar DeRozan,
you got to start describing the faces of the people that they're showing in the
man. Wait till
you
see this go next series.
Oh my God! Patrick Williams blocked by Grayson Allen. What the fuck? Drew Holiday crossing over cross tween. Brook Lopez sizing up. Oh, give it to Drew for 3. Bang! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God, Lonzo!
Oh hell no!
Lonzo, they need you, my God! Oh my God! Vucevic mid-range. Okay, he makes it. It's
too big, man.
It's 58-37. Drew Holiday crossing over tween, gives it up to Brook. Brook loses the ball, but gets it back. Bang for a layup. 60-37. Lonzo, they need you, dog.
This is unreal right here.
Zach LaVine crossing over, bringing the ball up the court. Tween. Give it to DeMar DeRozan. Back to LaVine. They're going to call a ref. Is calling a blocking foul or something. And the ref is calling something to pause the game a little bit.
I don't understand why at least once they ain't try to bring Zach LaVine off the bench just to experiment and see how that would be. They ain't
too late for that.
Off the bench.
Too late for that.
Too late for that.
Hit that like button.
You can't do that now. No panic, only because we're in the playoffs now. We ain't got time for that.
No, I'm talking about experimenting. Like just experiment with it for a second. See how that works.
LaVine gives it up.
Listen, I'll be real with you. No panic. They need Zach LaVine and DeRozan more than ever right now.
Oh, that
but see if you bring a score off the bench, he playing against back.
Drew Holiday.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you as far as but you can't really do that now.
Drew Holiday killing time.
I don't know. I'll be real with you. The Bulls right now, it's not the fact that they're losing, it's the way that they're losing.
Step back 3. Mm-hmm. Oh, that won't go. Oh my God.
That's a mark of a great coach experiment throughout the season, getting ready for the playoffs.
Zach LaVine gives it
to Vooch. Going with it being
with the soft touch.
Also, a good coach knows when to stick with their guns too. Because, for example, last year, if Bud listened to everybody talking about bench Brook Lopez, he believed in him, and he kept on rocking with what he believed in.
60-39.
Sometimes you gotta stand on your square too, right?
9, 8, 7, swings it. Pat Will with the steal. Zach LaVine. 3 seconds ago, Zach LaVine drives. Filet.
And the score.
Bang. It's a good defense, but if the Bulls are still down bad.
Still down that team.
The score is 60-41. Halftime, the Bulls show a little energy as Pat Will gets a steal in the clutch seconds of the halftime, and Zach LaVine gets the ball and finishes over 2 people and gives up the fillet. But the thing is,
highlight,
the Bucks are still dominating the Bulls right now, damn near by 20.
But listen, the thing I like about that is that it gave all of the Bulls fans following this, man. It gives us some hope going into the half. That was beautiful. That last play was gorgeous.
Yeah, that shows hope, man. But goddamn,
they went out with a bang at least.
That score is not cute.
I mean, shit. As long as they got Giannis, that's a damn 70% shot in the hole. Like all they need to do is maintain for the rest of the game against the Bulls.
You know the thing is, the Bucks didn't even close the half with Giannis on the court. That's how disrespectful they are right now.
Yeah.
They was like, Giannis, go chill, man.
What happened? What's going on? How is the Bulls getting blitzed like this with the first playoff game in the United Center in nearly 6 years? What the hell is going on?
You know the thing that's scary, Dex, is that Drew Holiday is like he's just like skipping through the park. Remember Skip Tamalu? He's just skipping through the defense like they ain't even there.
The production that they missing with Chris Middleton getting made up by players that just come in like Connaughton and
Facts.
And Grayson Allen like that.
Covington, Grayson Allen, who's a good shooter. They're playing, they're playing Wesley Matthews more, and Bobby Portis. Like it's a real team effort over there.
Yeah. That's why injuries don't bother me when it comes to the playoffs. Like everybody be like, "Oh, this playoffs whack," or "This don't count because this person hurt." It's like you got to build a best team to win. I agree with you. Like if you ain't got backup players that can step in and do something, that's on you. I mean, it's a disadvantage, but he like shit. They NBA players too, right?
I agree with you.
Yes,
I agree with you. You can only play with who's on the court, and you are a professional. That's what this is all about.
It's your shot, buddy.
My biggest thing I've seen in this game is this. It says a lot about your defense when Grayson Allen, okay, Grayson Allen, what is he like 6'4", 5, 6'3"?
He ain't 6'5". He's like 6'3", 6'3" maybe.
Yeah, okay,
6'3", maybe 6'4" at most.
6'3" Grayson Allen feels like he gonna drive throughout the whole team in front of your face, like it's laughable. If a guy has that much confidence to do that, that means that says a lot about your defense. It's that simple.
How is Grayson Allen? Who is Grayson Allen beating off the dribble? Help me understand that.
Everybody but Caruso.
Yeah, he
listen, I'll be real with you. No panic.
Grayson Allen hit that contested shot right in front of us.
Caruso ain't playing a great game either. He hit a couple of shots, but
he ain't playing all that great either.
Yeah, he ain't. It's not like he's. I mean, and I love Caruso, but
to that rim,
this ain't his game.
Caruso was in that.
Yeah, but let's see. A lot of people think Caruso supposed to be doing so much offensively, but if you look at him, he's like one of those players. Like he's just a plug player. Like he's a dog. Like he can give you a certain night when he give you 15, 20 points.
Breaking news. Lamelo Ball with an AT&T commercial.
Yes, sir.
Oh shit!
You just now seeing this, Rave?
That's my
first time seeing this commercial.
It got a cameo in it too. Wait till you see the whole thing. You got a cameo in it too. What?
And LeVar's in it too.
There you go.
Oh my God!
There you go.
Ray.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You already know.
We was talking about that. We was talking about that like 3 streams ago.
Oh shit, goddamn! Listen.
That's your Ray. Don't even be listening up.
Listen, I may be late, but I'm about to enjoy the
that
fuck
shit like
out of this.
months old. That shit was kind of like funny though.
And then Ball Facts, when he was on here, he talked about it when it first came out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
Well, you know, Rave is too busy raving, Dex.
Yeah, he don't be listening to nobody.
Whatever I'm doing, I'm enjoying this shit right here. Beautiful commercial.
I'm glad that they had I'm glad that LeVar is in it because I think that they really kind of did LeVar kind of dirty because of his controversial statements and stuff like that. And I think that they're kind of scared of LeVar's personality.
And A&T bringing in LeVar like that, like that's a huge.
Well, you know what's good about them doing that is because the reason they do that is because people remember LeVar. LeVar, you know, he made a bunch of noise, so it makes sense.
Yeah, the 2-for-1 shit.
Yeah, but since he hasn't been, you know, since like hopefully that re-ingratiates him to be able to go back on, you know what I mean, like the sport. Because I think that LeVar really is very entertaining and a very interesting character when it comes to sports, as far as the things he has to say. So, like when he goes on ESPN and speaks to Skip and Shannon and and Stephen A. Smith, I like that stuff. I like him sitting up and going through that stuff. I hope that they bring him back because
But Ray, that commercial. Listen, Ray, that commercial aired on national TV. You follow what I'm saying? National televised TV during the March Madness.
Yeah,
That's
that's the
when it
first time I
originally
had seen
aired. Yeah.
All right.
During the March Madness.
Man.
That's what made it really crazy. Because Melo skipped college, and
I like that, and the thing is, they got LeVar coming in with stretching the arms in front of the fucking door like that.
Man, the NCAA must so much money with Lamelo not going to college.
They definitely did.
It's almost like, listen, LeVar.
But that commercial was so. Listen, what I'm telling you. That commercial was so successful doing the NCAA. The NBA took it on. So AT&T getting double money off that commercial. You understand what I'm saying? Normally, when you do something like that, the NCAA, they will buy it, and they will. I'm not NCAA will buy it, but the AT&T will market it for that specific demographics. But since it was so successful, now they didn't only market for that demographics for the NCAA, they marketed for the NBA.
Right. Plus, remember, Dex, that Lamelo has a big following also. So that also, they know that he's marketable, he has appeal and whatnot. And I expect this just to be the beginning for him.
That's called a double up.
See, the NBA look at it like this. If we give these, not even saying ball brother, we give LaMelo control of this league, he the face of the league. Like, he gonna run them how he see fit. So when you see like LaMelo being a real person, like he cursing or he's saying certain things on TV, it's like, do we really trust him to like we don't want to be looked at? Because remember now they had been looked at kind of bad in the 90s and all that, where they had like, oh yeah, the players on drugs and all that. So they got to clean up their image and whatnot. So it's like, do they want to go back down that path? That's how they look at LaMelo Ball. That's why you notice people don't talk about him as much until this season. And they don't want LeVar to be in it because he gonna keep it 100. Like, he gonna keep it real. I don't think none of them got a bone in their body where it's like how Alonzo was saying about it's just the NBA, like nobody fights in the NBA. The media want you to believe it's bad blood, but like we know we be hooping. Sometimes you about to fight somebody, but you don't really be
right. It don't be that serious. Right.
Listen, what people don't know is that basketball is an emotional sport. It's very emotional.
Opera. It's a soap opera. That's all it does. The media make it into a soap opera. They want us to feel how they want the narrative, the story to be.
I mean, but he couldn't say that. He could say that 15, 20 years ago. He couldn't say that though. Like he
nobody followed
now.
Like that.
He can say that now because it's more sensitive. It's less physical.
No, it's more money in the game. That's what changed it. When you're getting $40 million a year, come on, man. You're trying to really break your wrist, hitting somebody hard as head, and be out and missing your paycheck.
Man, look, man. All I'm saying.
I've seen LeBron. Listen to this. I've seen LeBron hug players and don't hug them all the way because he don't want to jack up his wrist or dent his finger. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He when LeBron hugs you and certain other players hug you, even Kevin Durant to some degree, they don't hug you like we might hug each other. They keep their hands open and they don't all the way cross their hands when they hug you. It's just almost like they just building like a little wall. You just come in between a little alleyway. It's weird how they do it. You know what I'm saying? If you pay attention, if you pay attention, you'll notice that. But I saw it live, and I was like, "What does these hugs come from? That don't look like no real hug."
You know the thing when you start talking about LeBron specifically, and a lot of these athletes, they have like individual. These guys spend a lot of time learning handshakes, individual handshakes for each other, and all kind of stuff like that. You know? But the sport itself is very emotional. If you've ever competed, which I think that all of us have played basketball, or at least football.
Oh man, we watched Big Tough Joel Embiid cry like a, you know what I'm saying?
I tell you that sports is nothing. Sports is sports. That's the competitive side of the thing. That's what we like to do. But when you add the media, their job was to tell a story of the season. That's why when you look at the MVP discussion, it always comes down to who the media like somebody might feel like DeMar deserves the MVP, but he ain't even in the top three because the story all season, but the top three that the Jokic, he returning and he playing with the same numbers, so he gotta be in the top three.
Right. The narrative is important too.
Yeah, like even 2 or 3 years with Joel Embiid could have won them, but he ain't won them. So he got to be in the top 3. Then you got like who the third player they have for MVP?
It was
He could
Joel
be somebody with a
Embiid.
storyline.
It was Joel Embiid, Joker.
Giannis.
I think
Giannis.
Giannis was up there.
That's the top 3 right there.
This year's MVP was crazy because they mentioned a lot of names at different points. KD was up there at one point.
Yeah.
John Morant was up there at one point.
Morant, yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to say, it's still halftime. Game about to start soon.
See a super chat.
Milwaukee Bucks 60, Bulls 41. So the Bulls have a lot of work to do. We've seen the Bulls.
Ray, there's a super chat, Ray.
Oh, you can count out. You can answer that. I didn't even see it. I didn't even see it. You get dressed in.
Shout out for the $20 super chat from Basil Carpenter Jr. He's a long-standing supporter of Flight Sports TV. He's one of the integral parts of the chat to keep that chat lit. So shout out to Basil.
Shout out Basil, man. We appreciate you. Man, this been a wild day.
Yes, sir.
What's going on over there?
What's the exact place?
Yo, I ain't gonna lie, man. Shit is crazy.
You sound like either you sound like you sick or you in the middle of something. I hope we not disturbing you, homie.
Nah, hell nah. Nah, I'm gonna keep
you heard that super chat.
I don't want to interrupt your time over there, you lady.
Nah, I'm gonna keep it 100. Yeah, I got some serious allergies going on, but you know we here pushing through, man. We got shit going on, man. You know, I'm keeping
Flight Sports TV, the machine.
But we ain't stopping.
It is allergy season, dog. Listen,
I'm fucked up.
I feel you, bro. Listen. Let me tell you something. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn. I've been blessed to not be allergic to damn near nothing. The only thing I'm allergic to is fucking pollen. That's the only thing I'm allergic to.
Well, tell them how the pollen is down here that you can see this shit.
Yeah, we in Georgia.
That motherfucker come down like the damn snow.
Nigga, what? Right.
Nigga, that shit all over your car.
That pollen is in your car, outside of your car, on top of your shoulders, in your ears, in front of the door, on the doorstep. That shit pollen.
On the tip of your nose.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm pulling up the Bulls game right now as we speak. I'm about to get ready for these Pelicans.
Don't. You're gonna be upset what you find.
Oh, the Bulls getting stomped down.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
If you don't want to feel some type of way, you would just keep it off and listen to the stream.
Yeah, Let's go straight
I'm doing the play-by-play, but it hasn't been good.
Yeah, they were down damn near 20 at halftime, man. Salute to the Supers coming through.
I mean, it's
been a game coach of the Charlotte Hornets.
Shout out to Joey for the $10 super chat.
There we go.
Okay, shout out to y'all, man. And let me tell you something also about that super chats and cash apps.
I agree with
every
you, Joey.
Single drop.
Let's get LeVar Ball as the coach of those Charlotte Hornets.
Oh, let me tell you something. That cash app and that super chats. I'm telling you this right now. That is every drop of that money is towards the upgrade in the future of Flight Sports TV. So if you ever send your cash app, if you think something's being wasted, it's not, man. We appreciate y'all for helping us grow on Flight Sports TV.
Man, if LeVar would come to coach the Charlotte Hornets, that should have wrecked the NBA.
You already know. It would wreck a lot of things. People be like, hold on, how did this dude get a head coach job?
Yeah,
I don't think
like
it ever happened.
I'm trying to tell you.
He's $1 million and no, never lost.
Mm-hmm. Can you imagine the post-game comments?
We need to put together a highlight, a LeVar Ball highlight, because I love him. I love some of the shit that he
Ball
said
Facts. You got to go to Ball Facts. Got a plenty of them. A plethora
all right.
of that.
Good. I got to roll over there and check some of those out, man. I get a laugh every time I think about LeVar Ball. Some of the shit that he said and the way he does it. I've always loved that guy.
Yeah, he got an extensive library. Yeah, that's way out right there.
Game's about to be coming on soon. Appreciate y'all for watching. I am doing the play-by-play tonight. It's getting good. Bucks handling business. So if you're a Bucks fan, I wouldn't be surprised as you're jumping for joy right now.
You know
Uncle Vern, shout out to Uncle Vern, the Buck fan.
Shout out.
You know, Dex, I'm actually impressed also with LeVar, with his ability. For a minute there, I thought that LeVar was just going to be a complete narcissistic maniac his entire life, but he's actually fallen back and chilled. I'm ready to hear from him again.
Well, I mean, when you said that, you know,
He's been busy. He's been
I hear
busy.
you.
I'm
I
telling
hear
you right
you.
now.
But he ain't fall back.
He's been taking a whole lot of meetings daily.
Yeah, he ain't
No, but
fall
I
back.
mean he's fallen back as far as like he was on at one point he was on a media campaign. I mean, mind you, he was just promoting his kids. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah, but
how
Yeah, they
most
big
of us
boys
things know
now.
about
You
him.
almost
know,
like he hasn't been.
they're all grown. They all
Yeah.
in their 20s. So that aspect of it is probably done and over with. Now it's time to grow and extend the brand internationally. And he's getting meetings from people all over the world trying to get into the big baller movement.
Well, we know that he's definitely pushing this big baller. That ain't gonna stop. But I'd love to see him back on, you know what I mean? Even one of those round tables, even if it's just like speak for yourself with Acho and Marcellus Wiley. I would love him over there.
But his ball
Too much of
halftime
these
is good.
media people be too fake, so I wouldn't want them on none to be honest. Just looking at like how
There's
I look
certain
at, I don't want
programs
them
he
on
could be on.
none.
There's certain programs he could be on. Not all of those programs are the same. There's some of them dudes who aren't super serious.
Yeah, but I just don't like how like in one breath they'll. It's like like especially like some of the people who on
They switch up too fast, huh?
yeah, it's like damn, like y'all, but a lot of y'all ain't had dads. Y'all wouldn't understand it, but y'all. How could you look at somebody touting their son? Like who wouldn't want to even feel
Oh my
like man? Look, I
God.
know people would want to
Facts.
feel like their son better than Steph Curry. Can't even get the breath to say it because their child ain't gonna make it to the NBA. You can't get mad at this man because he.
Ladies and
Yo,
gentlemen,
that shit crazy.
the game. Listen, I apologize for cutting y'all off. It's time. The Bulls and the Bucks are going at it. Bulls starting off pretty good, but Zach LaVine with a big three. But then the Bucks just scored with Giannis had taken the mid range. Oh, never mind. DeMar DeRozan loses the ball. Scores 62-44. Drew Holiday throws a lob up to Giannis with a backwards alley oop. Barely could see the rim and finish 64-44. And that was a big lob backwards. Vucevic yaks up a three, and it does not go. Drew Holiday dribbling, scores 64-44. Drew Holiday dribbling, swings it to Giannis. Giannis almost lost that. Giannis dribbling. Giannis looking to take a mid-range, but he doesn't take it. Giannis driving, and they're going to call a foul. Looks like Giannis might be shooting some free throws.
Yeah, Bulls got to come out a little more sense of urgency. I don't think a jump shot should have been the first shot they take coming out of that halftime break. They should have tucked that ball right into the rack, showed some diligence, and showed some force.
As Giannis has been fouled. Let's see what they're going to say here. Giannis will be taking the free throws as he takes deep breaths, as he's pretending to take
Shut up, Basil.
As Giannis goes through his free throws, Giannis bends his knees, breathes, shoots, bang, shoots and makes first free throw. Oh my God, 65 to 44. It's
Lopez.
not looking good, ladies and gentlemen. Giannis
That's too much
breathing.
size.
Giannis shoots. I mean, Giannis not shooting yet, but he's breathing, pretending to shoot. Gets the ball, bends his knees, breathes, shoots, bang. 66-44. We got a 20-point game, ladies and gentlemen. Zach LaVine. It's almost like it started from square root one. Zach LaVine, he gets the ball, swings it. Zach LaVine he wants a pick and roll with Vooch. Gives it up to Vooch. Vooch, he's backing down Brook Lopez. Backing him down. Take him to the rim. With this soft touch, it will not go by Big Vooch.
But that's what we want to see. We want to see Vooch get down in that paint and start to dominate. And that was one of the best shots of the night, although he missed it.
Word.
Y'all remember how Brook Lopez used to play with the Knicks?
Brook Lopez tried to do his solo soft
That's
touch back, and he misses. DeMar DeRozan
Yeah, I
dribbling the ball
remember.
up the court. Caruso dribbling.
That's how Boots looking to me.
Gives to Vooch. Vooch, get
Brook
up DeMar.
Lopez is
DeMar
still the
driving.
second leading scorer
Pat
in
Williams
Nets
wide
history.
open in the corner, and he bricks again.
Yeah, but
This is not what we want to see.
Corner, and he bricks again.
Why
We
is
really
Pat
don't want to
Williams
see
getting
too
all
much
these
jump
shots?
shooting.
Bobby Portis fadeaway on Zach LaVine. Bang.
Yeah, see, we don't want to see that. See, this is the type of basketball we don't want to see. Bulls need to regather themselves and become a force in that paint and get some easy buckets or go to the foul line and make shots while the clock is not ticking because they
Vucevic
need the
shoots a
clock to be
three
an
and that will
ally.
not go. Oh my god.
We're down
68 to
24.
Correction, Dex. They need to
44.
gather themselves. They've never gathered
Giannis,
themselves at all this game.
Giannis dribbling. Giannis crossing over. And my stream, what the fuck? Just shut down. What the fuck? Come on now. Come on now.
Well, you got to sound a little bit more enthusiastic over there, Rave.
No, my fucking stream. No, my stream just fucking.
All right,
The
all right.
Hornets announcement
I
just sounded
understand your
angry when we
frustration with the
down 50.
Bulls, but you know what I mean? Bulls Nation needs somebody with
Score
optimism and
68.
positivity
Here it
right
is.
now.
I'm back at it. Score 68-44. Giannis, he's dribbling. Man, fuck. Oh my god.
You know
The
what
Bulls
we
got
need,
to
Zen?
make up their mind. That's what they got to do, Quiz. They have to make up their mind that they want to win this game, and there's still plenty of time to win, but they have to make sure the clock is their ally and not their foe.
Listen, I'm going to tell you what they need, Dex. They just need their mascot right now. It's the mascot's fault. That mascot got to come with more energy, do more cartwheels, you know what I mean? And shit like that to get everybody motivated.
Rave, what is the crowd looking like, Rave?
You don't want to know.
Oh, devastating.
Hey, y'all see that last play by Giannis?
Yeah.
That been a push off, but you see how easily he pushed off Pat Williams?
I was waiting for this shit to fucking.
Man, I don't know, man. The Bulls didn't show up, man. Hopefully they get it together at some point.
I'm just waiting for this.
They have to create the mindset, though, Quiz. They have to create the mindset of dominance by just taking it to the rack, getting easy layups, getting some dunks, getting fouled, go to the line, shooting without the clock ticking. If they keep shooting jump shots, that's showing right now that they came to this game with chicken wings.
They hoping that if we just keep playing our offense, eventually they're gonna miss enough shots so where we can still hit our efficient shots. But that ain't gonna work against the Bucks. The Bucks actually played D.
Yeah. Plus,
It's
you
like-
already pointed out that they're playing a zone, and basically what they've done is they've started this game disrespecting the Bulls. They basically told the Bulls, "We know you guys can't shoot," and so I think that
we
the
got a
Bulls
commercial
made
break,
it.
ladies and gentlemen.
Mind you, now they playing the zone and they ain't doing nothing special with the zone. Ain't nothing special being done with that zone. They ain't double on nobody. They ain't switching at those positions. Them boys just playing a straight zone.
Yeah.
Right. They're not even pressuring those dudes on the outside, so it's not like they have to worry about getting the ball stolen from or whatever until they're letting them do what they want to do, and pretty much, you know.
And there ain't nobody on the court that can shoot the ball at 40% that'll scare you enough to scratch that zone.
That's
So
right,
they
Jess.
dead from the
And
beginning.
Zach just got his first three. That's what I was talking about. I think that there's a few things I think that they're doing wrong. One, Rave just called out a play with Patrick Williams. Like, look, where are your stars? Like, set those guys up to get buckets. Vucevic, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan. I don't want to hear about some of these other dudes. You guys are down by 20. Somebody's got to take the bull by the horns. No pun intended.
I agree with that.
Yeah, they gotta do something.
Yeah, but I agree too. But we can't have pure wide open shots missed. I mean, good God, the man let Pat Williams be so open. I could have read a bedtime story. God damn it!
I'm
It's
cool
still
with
good,
that, but I
shot.
just don't want Pat Williams taking that shot.
You're messing up opportunities. You got Vucevic. The nigga Vucevic just did a step back three. The fuck? What are we looking at right now? And then if you're gonna do it, my nigga, please hit the bitch. No, you broke. My apologies for the energy, everyone. I'm just saying. God, I mean, I hear y'all about what they should do, but I'm like, okay, if you're gonna do what the opposite of what we're trying to tell you to do, okay, yeah, you want to shoot some threes, nigga, make it then. You break it. Matter of fact, hold up.
God damn! Shout out. Let me drop the cash app. Shout out Basil. We felt generous this evening.
Yeah.
Salute to y'all.
Shout out to Basil.
This dude Basil put up about $150 in super chats.
He don't want some bets over here in our chat, Scott. Flight. He wants some bets over in the chat, and he's like, "I'm gonna show some love."
Well, right.
It's probably what I said.
Everybody,
Anybody want to support the Cash App Flight Sports? We get 100% profits.
Right. Let me see this right here. I'll look it up because
We appreciate y'all on the supers now.
Let me look this up here.
I'm sorry, Bulls Nation, but this is ugly. This is not what we wanted to see at all.
And they're not even trending in the right direction by not going into the rim, getting easy buckets, getting some foul shots, and trying to change the course of this game.
Okay, so right here. This is what I mean. Bulls for field goal, 18 for 48, 3-point percentage, 3.7 for 21. So again, I hear y'all talking about they should drive in, get to the bucket for sure. The fouls, smart shots, I agree. But if you're going to do what you want to do, as in take jump shots, wide open shots, whatever. If you're gonna take them, can you make them, please? So that's my thing. Is like I said, Pat Williams tonight had 3 3-pointers that I could have cooked a salsa taco, poured extra cheese on it, and still have time to pull that jumper.
That actually sounds pretty good, Ray.
For real, I ain't gonna cap. There's a stream like I'm gonna go eat me. Oh God.
Yeah, but Ray, that's what you're supposed to do. If you're the Milwaukee Bucks, you want to keep the Bulls on the perimeter. You want them to shoot jump shots. So you gotta go against that will. You gotta be the antithesis of what the Milwaukee Bucks are trying to do by driving and get there. They're gonna give you open shots.
Hey, LL, I appreciate you for not trolling tonight because we what's his name? Juwan, Bulls don't need no trolling tonight. Let us just soak in this L. This L is a big L. There's no need to troll tonight because this L right here is about to hurt.
Yeah, tonight the Bulls got whipped by a stick with a stitching cord in the bath.
I mean, in the bathtub. Like you're right. Honestly,
if anybody ever witnessed that, get whipped with a stitching cord in the bathtub.
I know, I never went through that.
This is what the Bulls is getting whipped by.
That's how we used to get beat in the South.
The thoughts of Dex do not necessarily reflect the opinions of Flight Sports TV.
I get beat with a broom, fucking racetrack, extension cords.
We do not promote violence on this channel.
Yeah, I ain't never got beat by no switch.
Oh, you don't want that.
Lucky you, Flight.
I missed that. Nah, but I got my ass whooped with a belt.
Agree with you tonight.
Oh, the belt is the choice that we. You know what I mean? If you had a choice, whip me with the belt.
I smell the blood.
Dex, this what y'all don't understand.
I get some epic ass weapons.
You know how
I got a phone call. I got a phone call home from school. I was watching TV. My mother just cut everything off. You know?
Dex, you know how the game
I was wondering what was going on because we was just talking a few minutes ago, but the phone call must have happened in the midst of that time.
Yes, sir.
Look, Dex, this how it's gonna play out. This how it's gonna play out, Dex. This how it's gonna play out, Dex. The Bulls gonna make a run. It's gonna be how Milwaukee counter it. That's how the game's been going. That's how the game's been going.
Is that right?
Yeah, man. They're gonna let them make a run. They're gonna make a run.
This is a big.
What's gonna happen in New Orleans, guy? Tell us what's gonna happen.
Man, you already know what's about to happen in them.
What's about to happen? Because the same thing can play out, Sky.
Man, nah.
Sky got his Ouija board out.
Yeah,
we better than them. We better than them people.
You heard that?
The more shots ain't falling. I told y'all you can't do that.
How y'all better than us?
Man, you see, we got to show y'all tonight against the number one team in the league.
I mean,
I'm about to show y'all tonight.
Hold on, all I'm gonna say is tonight's not over. So technically, you're 1-1 and we're 1-1.
No, y'all about to be 1-2.
You can't say who's better yet.
At least Scott didn't come to kick y'all while y'all down. He
I'm gonna wait.
Bulls Nation.
Well, he gonna wait till they win first. He gonna wait till the Pelicans win.
I'm gonna wait.
You gotta beat the dead horse, dog. We taking this L like a man. This shit hurts.
Man, you don't have no other choice. What you talking about, man? But like I said, man, the Bulls might make a run, man. That's the way the game been going, man. They might make a run.
What are they down by right now, Ray? Because I don't have the game up.
Lose by
It's like 8. What was it? Fucking. Oh, hold on.
They dumping a mud hole in there.
I stopped looking at it.
It's a lot to a little, Dex.
It's like a 20.
Because I'm trying to figure out what Sky means about this run that is going to make the game interesting.
I'm saying it's a big run. Goddamn it! The score is
Man,
73 to 49.
The Grizzlies come back from 25.
That's why I'm about to tell you, 26 down. They came from 26 down. So
in the second half or the first half?
Man, the second half, man.
The more done the second quarter, they went down 25 in the third quarter.
I know that's the first half.
No, they were down 26 in the second half.
Yeah, them boy make listen, them boy make 2 comebacks. They've been down 20 plus points twice. In the second quarter and in the third quarter.
Listen, I feel y'all.
A 20-point lead don't really mean too much in the NBA no more.
Man, they cut into their whole lead in one quarter though, the full quarter.
Them boy outscored them 50 to 16.
They went on a 20 piece run, man.
Listen,
Minnesota, man.
I hear y'all. I hear you. But it's third quarter with 6 minutes to go. And
oh no, ain't nobody saying about the Bulls about to do all that. The Bulls might come back,
this
but
is the Milwaukee Bucks.
Man, we know the Bulls did. I'm trolling them, man. The Bulls did, man. You know the people ain't good, man.
The Bulls ain't.
How we not good if we
made
a 6 seed, dog? Come on.
Man,
come on, don't do that.
Told you. If y'all had to depend on DeMar shooting like that too.
It don't matter. He's on the team, right?
Man, I'm saying if y'all was depending on him shooting like that again, y'all knew y'all was dead. I told y'all that, man.
We agree on that. But we've been said that though.
Man,
I told you that.
He pulled off a Chris Paul tonight, man. Chris Paul went for 30 and couldn't do shit.
Woo, Drew Holiday's cooking y'all tonight, man. Bulls has got problems.
Man, that nigga Zach ain't gonna get them 23 I need, man. I hope he start pulling off a DeRozan.
Yeah, I need a DeRozan, man. Forget Zach. Just get a ball to DeRozan. I don't care how much.
I need Zach to get the points, man. They did in the water.
Oh, that's
man.
cold. Y'all man, got the performance bets in.
Yeah. Zach to get the 24, man. Fuck all that, man. Y'all gonna lose anyway, man.
Man,
oh my God, that's cold.
All I'm saying is y'all ain't gotta beat the dead horse tonight. This looks horrible. We'll see how it goes at the end of this game, but goddamn.
Man, shit, the Atlanta game, man, Atlanta then came back on them, on Miami.
Hey, Zach ain't that guy. I made my decision.
Oh yeah, man, he sold them people out by himself, man.
Yeah, but this is the Bucks we talking about, man. God damn.
Man, there ain't no excuse.
Listen, if we can switch out Donovan Mitchell for Levine, I doing it.
Man,
damn, y'all want to break up the Chicago Bulls?
Hey, listen, and I've been thinking in my head like, damn, I really trying to destroy their team in my head, but yeah, like I don't see this. Like, I don't see Zoe putting them on to the point where they're a championship team. So I wouldn't say. No, hold up. No, there ain't no knock against Lonzo. All I'm saying is just adding Lonzo.
No, I'm not talking about Lonzo. I wouldn't say break it up though. I would say.
Man, listen, Vooch gotta go because Vooch too slow-footed.
And make a substitution for someone else.
Why you hate on Vooch so much?
Probably ain't gonna sign.
Why does everybody hate on Vooch so much? Somebody help explain why.
Defensively, my only problem with him is the defensive. He's slow-footed. He can't guard more than the 5. Like, he can't do nothing outside guarding 5.
Right. He doesn't literally. If let's say DeMar wasn't on the Bulls, right? Let's say they didn't sign him. Honestly, Vooch would be the odd man out because he kind of don't fit this young, athletic, fast-paced type team.
That's true.
Well, it could have been a fast-paced type team. You know, like think about it. If you look at the Bulls, you got Caruso, Zoe, Derrick Jones Jr., what's his name? All those dudes that's come.
Zach.
That got energy, right? Zach.
Kobe White.
Kobe White. All these dudes could run up the court, bro. Vooch is, he would be the odd man out if DeMar wasn't here. So now that DeMar is here, that means that allows Vooch to not look so damn odd man out because DeMar is
slows the ball down
pace a little bit. He shoots his mid range, takes
it. He slows the game down.
Right. He takes it easy. So that really.
That was a good take.
Like I said, I wouldn't just say destroy the whole thing because it has promises. You don't destroy something that has a promise.
It don't got promise though.
I feel like you just take away things that's like, for example, we can take away Vooch, get Mitchell Robinson, and some some random player. Get Kevin Knox. We'll take Mitchell Robinson and Kevin Knox for Vooch. Okay, we address the depth and we address rim protecting and a good, solid, big rebounder. So we address.
What makes you think New York wants Vooch?
Yeah, they're not gonna want him. Vooch don't fit in nobody timeline outside of teams like the Lakers, who probably in their mind they in championship mode, so he'll be an extra piece. Like he'll be a Brook Lopez on the Lakers. We got him as our starting center.
Basil.
He's supposed to be a factor.
Oh no, Slim.
Well,
Okay,
Brook
Slim.
Lopez is the starting center on the Bucks. Why could he be a Listen, in the playoffs, the game slows down anyway. It's a possession by possession game in the playoffs. I don't think that. I mean, even though I hear all of the things everybody feels about Vooch, but take a look at what's happening in these playoffs. He's the one who's played with the most consistent heart on your team every game.
And that's cool to play with consistency and heart. But when it comes to the defensive end, you know why Miami running through the playoffs right now? Well, not running through the playoffs, but you know why they're running through Atlanta?
Basil, you can do super chat. It's okay.
They center can play the. They center can switch to the one.
If you got to.
Don't run off the money now. Don't run off the money.
No, he's saying he don't have the stuff. He don't got Cash App and all that. I'm
like the NBA about switching because everybody athletes now. So if you can't switch more than 2 spots down or 2 spots up, like you really ain't benefiting the defense, and you better have a hell of an offense. And Vooch ain't got that.
Well, I kind of agree with your theory about how the NBA now is positionless. Sometimes that's good, sometimes that's bad.
Yeah. And on defense, what you need for if everybody on the court can go get a bucket, or everybody in the court high flyers or run runners or them boys athletic players all over the court, you need athletic defenders.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell
That's why
you,
Denver ain't do nothing in the playoffs with they don't never do nothing in the playoffs.
Here's
they're not one of them teams. Jokic can play the 5, 4, and 3. Like he's slow footed.
Yeah.
Rudy Gobert every year he a defensive player of the year, but he ain't no factor. He get dunked on every other night.
Here's my opinion. I think the problem with the Bulls, or one of the things that they need to work on, is I don't think that they're running the most efficient system to get the most potential out of their offense. Think about it. Lonzo Ball, we've watched them play all year long. Lonzo passes the ball. He doesn't run the point. Let's be real. He does not really run the point. They'd rather
you don't run a traditional way of running
the point. That's where they're messing up at. If they had Lonzo running the point like he should, being that he is a point guard, technically by definition, that's what he should be doing. And that's what he came drafted in the league to do, right? If he ran the offense rather than them running it through DeRozan or Levine and actually got those guys in position as scorers, you know what I mean? Then I don't think that you'd have as many issues with Vooch because he'd operate within the flow of a better system. I think that their system is not good.
I mean, honestly, I'll tell y'all this. They lied to us. Because if you remember, beginning of the season, it was all about, we should play through Lonzo.
Right. And they wanted to run. They wanted to run, too. That's what they brought him there for, right?
And listen, we heard that from Zach and Lamar as well.
But they did do it, Ray. They did do it. After that New York game, something changed. Remember, they did it all through preseason, the first 4 games of the season. And then it changed when they lost to New York.
And it was good. You're right. They did. But they stopped immediately.
And they stopped. Yep. They stopped.
That's why
they never went back.
Because I'm saying they lied because, they did it at the very beginning, but they stopped immediately. Like it went wrong or something. It didn't go wrong. It killed them. They beat the dog shit out of that preseason. And I think it was maybe like first 2 games they did it.
Grayson Allen. God damn.
I was trying to tell you, that's why I said earlier, Billy Donovan might not be the right coach for this team because he's trying to run that Horns offense, which is kind of predicated on running that high pick and roll, going through Vooch or whatever in the high post. But it's that's cool on offense, but when you get to the defensive side of the ball, Vooch just a tall dude. Not saying the Rosen can't play D, but he exerts enough energy on offense. I mean, I know they say you should be able to play both sides because it's considered the best, but that ain't where it is right now.
Facts,
Levine,
Allen looking like Michael Jordan out here.
That's what I'm saying. We got Grayson Allen. We got Grayson Allen looking like he's the greatest finisher of all time. What the hell?
He's out here hooking the ball back like Julius Erving. What's going on out here? Y'all can't be that terrible.
Nigga doing Euro steps between the finishes. I'm like, what the hell is this guy?
He was like he playing in. You know what? Grayson Allen's playing like he's playing in a rec center pickup. You know, like he's in a YMCA somewhere playing a pickup
I
game.
know we all laughing, but inside there's a lot of turmoil because this is unbelievable. Because the Bulls should be playing. I mean, they should be ferocious. They should have sharpened their horns, and went after the Bucks like they was matadors with a red cape.
They should have smelled the blood in the water. No Chris Middleton. Y'all are supposed to come and
but
get
listen
this
though,
one.
well, listen, at the end of the day, like a wounded animal is the most dangerous.
Yeah, but the Bulls should be
the way they
wounded
winning
one.
this game right now. They ain't winning them through Giannis. They winning through like just everybody.
No,
pulling them
I
together.
feel you. I disagree because we knew that the Bucks was dangerous from the get-go. A lot of people said this is a sweep. This is domination. There is a spot of hope, and we don't wish no injury on nobody. Shout out to Chris Middleton, hopefully full recovery. But a spot of hope happened where you find out that Middleton's hurt. He might not play for the rest of the series. Also, you actually got to steal. You got to steal in Milwaukee's home field advantage. You went in their territory and got to win out of there. If they're coming back to your home, this is your opportunity, just like Dex says, sharpen them horns. Let's do what we got to do in order to win this game so we can somehow have an opportunity to win this entire series. Especially, I think Quiz said it earlier, if we could extend this series long enough, we could probably hopefully get Lonzo back as well. So, bro, I'm sorry. Like, I'm agreeing with Dex on this one. Like,
but listen though,
up there with full force, man. This is
if you've been the best, let's say you've been the best person, not best person. Say your team been the best team in the league last year. Y'all won the chip, right? Now let's say a year down going by, y'all back in the playoffs. Y'all know y'all former champions. Y'all know y'all gonna beat this team y'all playing, regardless of they had Lonzo or whoever. Y'all just feel like y'all a better team, right? Now somebody get hurt. We still feel like we a better team than y'all. So we ain't about to go out there, cause like they can, like how they doing right now. You seeing Grayson Allen, you seeing Connaughton, you seeing people step up. That's a good team. That's a great team at the end. That's a championship caliber team. So
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just
yeah.
saying.
So I mean, I don't know why they would feel that much more confident that Chris Middleton going out to where they come out lay egg like.
No, you should feel confident because
they gotta play more.
Hold up. Your confidence come from you were not supposed to get a win at all, really, in Milwaukee. But you
can't think like that. I don't think they would think we can't get a win.
You can. That's a Giannis MVP guy that's supposed to protect his territory. Everybody knows hometown, you protect your territory. It don't matter if you're a trash team or a good team. That's been like that for centuries. Home field advantage is always going to be the advantage. It's that simple. That's never going to change. And you go out there and you steal that. You walk up on their territory. You steal a game out of there. And now you get to go against them going off a win now, going into your home field advantage. Okay, where the fans is cheering you on, where the heat is on they're booing the Milwaukee Bucks. It's your opportunity to like sharpen them horns and attack them as best as possible.
God,
get your boy pants on and get to work, my nigga.
I agree. I agree with how they should be playing. All I'm saying is you can't just look at it like, oh, this can be a win just because the Bucks down one player. Like,
no, not a win, but not a win, bro. Not a win. But you shouldn't be getting smacked by 33 in your home field advantage.
Hold on, let me point
not
out.
at the crib. You can't be losing like that.
Like
Here.
I don't see them get about 30 pieces a season at the crib now.
I ain't saying we're gonna win, but at the same time, nigga, I need to be hearing some bull snorts. I need some dudes ready to fucking crawl.
Right,
but what if
I got a good roughing your hoofs in the ground? You know, be how a bull charge. Re-rough them hoofs in the ground first, and he's coming.
What if the Bulls actually doing that right now?
But
blowing hot air out his nostrils.
I have one point that I want to bring up. Right? Do you mind if I get my little point in real quick? Listen, I feel what you're saying about that. Maybe they shouldn't do this, but this is what I'm talking about. Them not showing up to play this game. You know you're in the playoffs. You know Milwaukee. You know it's a 1-1 series. You just had a great win against this team.
Yes.
You know that you're going to be playing again. You're going to be playing against a team that's not even at 100% because one of their key players is not even playing potentially the rest of the season. And you have DeMar DeRozan come out, and he only has 11 points on 4 for 9, which means that he's not even playing terrible, but he's not even taking enough shots.
Right.
Like how do you
I
show
love
up
that.
for a game to win? How do you show up for a game to win? Right,
Mr. MVP.
I'm about to give you the perfect answer.
And I mean, you've only taken. I can see if DeMar DeRozan was like, 4 for 18 or something like that. Hey, we could talk about how terrible he's playing. He's only shot the ball 9 times.
And you will know why? Because when you play in the zone, it's hard to get them mid range off. Because it's hard to even get to the basket.
He's not even trying. If he only shot the ball 9 times, then you don't even know what's hard.
It's not hard. No, it's not hard to get the mid range off. It's hard for him to dribble into his spots.
Yeah,
it's hard for him to dribble into his spots. You know what I'm saying?
Every NBA player that got an offensive package or got duty on offense got certain spots on the floor was predicated on him getting there and shooting. KD got his spots in the low arm, not in the corner, but not as a 3, but like the 2-pointer right next to the basket. The DeRozan spots is around the free throw line. Everybody got their own spots that no matter what, they trying to get there. They know if they get there, I'm going to hit the shot.
Okay, the free throw.
I'm not disagreeing on that.
When he puts his move on, he can get to the hole. He just went to the free throw. That's how I know he got 11 points, because he just went to the free throw line off of doing his phenomenal spit. He can do that.
They only shoot one free throw this entire game.
That's a lot of energy, though.
I don't care. It's the playoffs, Dex. When you gonna wait till you out?
Right. And listen. Right. A panic. What you're saying is true.
Shout out to Slim Kenny.
True. That's
for the
go ahead.
What's that? A $10, $20 super chat?
There we go.
And mind you, this coming from a mindset where
y'all cats must got y'all taxes, huh?
Well, I'm about to say, no, it's tax season now.
I haven't even filed mine yet.
Mind you, now my mindset coming at it like this: you saying that the Milwaukee Bucks down to play or whatever, that's maybe like what 30% of the offense or whatnot like that. I coming from a position where I feel like Lonzo being out is worse to the Bulls than Chris Middleton being out to the Bucks.
Yeah, but they came into the series already knowing that Lonzo hasn't been playing.
So you can't say, "Oh, they down their best player. We can just take them because y'all down."
Okay.
No
panic. Hold on one second, guys. Hold on. I just want to ask you this. Well, it's a little different. No panic. It's a little different because Lonzo been out for a long time, and so they got used to him being out. You follow what I'm saying? Chris Middleton was a shock to the lineup of the Bucks.
Team with Lonzo in mind. The team was built with Lonzo in mind. It ain't been built where we ain't had Lonzo the whole season, so we ain't planning on having the whole season. The plan was he gonna scratch the floor for us offensively. That's what you do offensively. Defensively, we gonna put him on ball.
So they haven't adjusted since he been out. They basically haven't adjusted then.
They don't got no answer. Caruso is not the 3-ball shooter that Lonzo. That's why when people be saying Caruso better than Lonzo, that sounds crazy. You know what I'm saying? So like, who you got shooting the 3-ball as good as Lonzo?
I understand where you're coming from, though, and I'm really like 80% in agreeing with you. But the only thing I'm saying is that they had an opportunity to play without Lonzo for a long duration of time, whereas the Milwaukee Bucks, it was just an instantaneous absence of Chris Middleton. That's the only thing. And they seem like they're
to make it to the finals,
and yet the Bulls haven't even adjusted.
Listen,
hold on, panic. Hold on, let me say this. And also, panic. I think you're focusing too deep when we say Chris Middleton. We're not saying, oh, Chris Middleton's out, we can win. No, that's not what we're saying. What we're saying is there is a crack in the darkness. There is the light. Go get it. You get what I'm saying?
Crack in their armor.
Like the Bulls, this is your chance. You got a steal of a win in Milwaukee's home territory. They're coming to your hometown. Just like Deji said, sharpen your horns. That you see that little light that's between that darkness. Go after it. That's all we're saying. We're not saying
there was a crack in their armor. Yes.
No, we're just saying go.
No, Reeve, and I said earlier, I understand
all they've been doing. But look, all I'm saying is, all of us that's watching this game, none of them look like they're going after it at all.
At all.
Wow.
We don't.
Zombies. They're out there like zombies.
That's what we're saying.
Like that Bulls fan that we showed earlier.
Like, nigga, You cannot go out there and get your ass beat and then just sit in the corner and cry and lose by 35. Well, how much you losing by now? What, 50? Goddamn?
They're damn
That's
near
horrible.
by 40, y'all. Trust me.
No way. No way. Don't tell me that.
If y'all
do not tell me
watch the
that.
back half of the season
You don't
after
even wanna
Lonzo get hurt, y'all understand that's how the Bulls been playing. They're beating all the bad teams, they're beating all the average teams, but losing to the good teams. They've been doing all season to the good teams.
That's not the point.
That's definitely true.
That's not the point.
You ain't
That's
lying.
really not
But
the
maybe
point.
he said that's coming back to bite him, Ray.
No, never mind. They are about to lose by 40, 50, God, 93.
Yeah, that's not good right there. That's based on effort. That's effort. You know that, right?
Yeah, and I ain't saying that what y'all saying wrong. All I saying is you can have that feeling to go out or whatever like that, and you need to grab the bull by the horns, but still remember a bigger piece of them is missing than what the Bucks missing. So
true. That's
I mean, I feel like we ain't disagreeing. I just saying a point. You just saying a point.
No, I mean, you're saying. Listen,
But that's effort, though. Whether Lonzo there or not, that's still based on effort.
Thank you.
You can't lose by that much.
Yeah, right. What you're saying.
But I mean, that's by 30 already.
What you're saying
that's disgusting.
What you're saying is actually facts. We're not.
Listen, it ain't even about how much they're losing. It's about the way that they're losing. They have not.
Right. We're right.
They look confused.
Go back to a point we spoke about.
No, they look more than confused. They look like they didn't come to play.
Yeah.
No, look, man. Listen, just look at this.
We watching it. These
They
dudes
play-
look like
they-
zombies.
How can you?
And
not-
they didn't look. And they hold up. And they didn't even look like zombies when the lead was this high.
They look
like zombies
confused.
when
That
the score
defense
was-
is confusing
was
them.
20-19.
They're
That
running a
defense
big.
is
You even
confusing
point
them.
out no panic. They're running a basics. They're not even doing anything spectacular out there.
But see, the thing about it, they play zones like this so small amount, so little in the NBA that when you do see it, it's like, well, hold up. A lot of these young players don't understand. Like, well, damn, I remember playing this, and we've been little, but we used to do this. They look confused. Like, look at Patrick Williams trying to back down, did some little spin. Like, what you doing? Like, that's not your game.
For sure.
Like, everybody doing crazy shit on offense.
Like,
Hey, Ray, remember when we've been talking about how Zach need to look up sometime? How many DeMar need to look up and pass the ball sometime? I watched Zach actually did that.
Right.
He ain't put his head down and go into the back. I watch him drive, get to like mid lane, and pass him out to the three. It's like they confused about what to do next because they don't want to mess up.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Zone defense has.
And it's not hard to break a zone if you got the right players.
Right. Here's what I'm saying. A certain defense can shock. Listen, zone defense can shock people sometimes. Man-to-man defense can even shock somebody. I get it. I totally get it. But why me and Quiz and Dex is just really focused on why they didn't sharpen the horns is when Grayson at 6'3", Grayson Allen feels like he can run out there full energy, full throttle. He don't care about what's the score. He don't care about who's calling who. He don't care if Giannis is asking for the ball. He runs into your team, and I'm talking the whole Bulls team is in the paint. And he go out there with full energy, like I'm going to find a way to score on your fucking head. What can we get that from the Bulls too? No, that's what we're saying. They're not bringing no energy, and that's been since.
Shout out to FYF.
They're not bringing no energy to this.
And I ain't disagreeing with you, but we gotta look at the Bulls roster right now. Zoe and Caruso the only on-ball defenders they got. Dom Sumo can do something. Now, I ain't saying he's a great on-ball defender. He all right. But outside of that, who else? So when you see all these drives to the basket, we see all these drives to the basket, that's poor guard perimeter defense. And the fact that he's poor center play.
No, that's we've been said that. But I'm gonna say why that's vague though. I'm gonna say that's vague because check this out. Is Grayson Allen a finisher of Michael Jordan?
It don't matter. Like, we don't know what Grayson Allen does because we don't watch him play outside of the role they put him in.
Oh, you know what Grayson Allen does?
Oh, come on. Is Grayson Allen? Hold on.
So Grayson Allen ain't even driving to the bucket at Duke.
Is Grayson Allen?
So he ain't even driving at Duke.
Is LeBron?
Damn this game at Duke. He ain't even flash at Duke.
No. Listen, you're the whole point you're about to see.
Oh, Grayson Allen's an athlete. He's definitely an athlete.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, this ain't surprising that he's doing it.
Hold up. Quit. Okay, please panic. There's a whole point of this after you answer the question. Is Grayson Allen a finisher like LeBron James?
Why are you comparing to LeBron?
Come on, man. Is he finisher like LeBron James?
No, like that.
Okay,
Like,
no.
I don't get why you
it's
compare him to
sarcastic.
LeBron.
Okay, it's sarcastic. No, but he sure damn did ran through that fucking team like he felt like he was.
Rave, if you give any NBA player a little bit of light to get past you, they're going to look like LeBron James all the time.
You're missing the point, bro.
Yeah, it's just a lot of lack of
can put the
effort
ball
out
on the
there.
floor and get past you. If you want a good on-ball defender.
We're talking about his effort, man. That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm disagreeing with y'all about the effort. All I saying is watching the game, it might be a lack of effort, but what I see is confusion on offense. They don't know what to do, especially with the rules to get out the game.
Different point in here. No panic. Listen, check it out. We was having this conversation a little bit earlier, but I'm gonna tell you what I see for real. One, I see a total lack of effort. Absolutely, I do agree that about the confusion that you see, but let me share with you guys something about the playoffs. The NBA playoffs shows who can coach from who can't, and you can't tell me that at some point Billy Donovan can't pull these guys. I mean, they had a halftime. You know what they're gonna do. You know what they're doing, and you have not made proper adjustments. Your team should not be this confused in this situation, especially if you plan on going places. This is a really poor coaching.
I tell you what Billy Donovan did at halftime.
But I just explained to y'all why they confused though. Like they confused because they ain't getting enough space. Like if you gonna get a zone ran on you, at least try to space the zone out to where you still get the Rose in his low space to get the spot. But without that type of player on the roster at this moment, that can't happen. So they're confused on how do we break this zone if we can't shoot the 3-ball good our damn self.
So what's Kobe White out there doing?
And it's about respect at the end of the day. The Bucks don't respect nobody who shoot the 3-ball other than Levine.
Check this out. No panic. You're right. And we would hope that they had that conversation at halftime. But you know what they had? You know what conversation they had at halftime? that nigga Billy Donovan was in his office chewing the bubblicious bubble gum. And DeMar DeRozan was chilling, drinking Red Bull, nigga. And they don't give a fuck.
And I don't disagree with you that they probably damn ain't
getting Billy Donovan. Watch this bubble. Shit. Watch this bubble, y'all. Okay, look.
Strawberry flavor, cherry.
I bet neither one of you guys can blow a bubble like that. Zach, can you blow a bubble like that? No, you can't. Okay, then.
Billy Donovan coaching, talking to them boys. With
you know what he said in the halftime? They said, "Yeah, you think we'll get home in time to watch Housewives of Atlanta?"
Yeah, man. Yeah, boy, what?
Devastating.
Wow, that supposed to have been a steal. Even though you
that nigga DeMar DeRozan, man. I got a TV series, man. I'm supposed to be watching Marriage Boot Camp, man.
Yeah, the boys came out flat on their butt. They wasn't prepared. And I'm gonna blame the coach for this one because the coach have to prepare these guys for this situation.
He has sighting. This just in. We have a Thanasis Antetokounmpo sighting.
That's what my goddamn idea.
So you know you're getting blown out there, right?
You know you're getting blown out.
You know you're getting blown out.
You know you're getting blown out. They put in Thanasis. Oh, you know his game. That's game, boy.
I mean, all he's good for is stumping the. What did you do? Stomp the floor when Giannis shooting free throws?
Man, that boy got Thanasis out there. That's how you know the game.
And remember during like mid-season, we were talking about trades and all that. That's why you should have made a trade just to bring another body in who can put the ball in the bucket.
The fans,
because that shit biting them in the ass right now. Because Kobe White ain't consistent. Ayo DeSumo ain't that guy to be doing nothing offensively. You could trust him the whole time.
Okay, listen, I will say this.
They bench a bunch of dogs. I mean, that's good, but it's like shit. You got no scoring come up the bench.
You know what's crazy? People try to call me crazy. Bulls know good and well. They signed Matt Thomas, and he wasn't doing his job. And yes, I said it. I said Caruso's a scorer, but is he a guy to?
Oh my goodness!
Is Caruso like for example? Is Caruso?
Oh no! Oh my fucking goodness! What is going on?
Don't tell me that guy scored. Don't tell me Giannis' brother scored.
Quiz.
101 to 64, man. He dunked.
Okay, let me say this. Okay,
the fans leaving.
And check this out, right?
Check out the caution tape.
Okay, so when y'all look at Troy
it's
Brown,
like y'all on ESPN.
I can imagine what Nico finna say it now.
Okay,
where's Nico at? Because he sure finna say DeMar DeRozan did what he always do.
No, Dex. I'm telling you, DeMar DeRozan
Hold on, Marquise,
is doing what he always been doing.
All right, hold on.
I'm gonna let you go, Rave.
Before y'all get to that, listen. Troy Brown Jr., Caruso, Io, what's his name? Kobe White. They could probably get the ball in the bucket a little bit. Kobe White is a little scorer. But does any of them say
good pass.
Does any of them say sharpshooter in front of their face? No. You get what I'm saying? So now I wouldn't be surprised if they did not get Jello.
Unstoppable. Bring your ass down to the altar.
Is that who?
Please. Unstoppable. He got some explaining to do too. Bring him up here. Oh, so you didn't hear what Unstoppable said?
Hold on. Why he gotta walk down the altar? What did he say?
Oh.
That they was gonna win tonight.
They was definitely gonna win tonight. And he also said that I was capping in the comment section that I didn't know I was talking about that the Bucks was gonna win without Middleton. That's what I said. So he need to come up here and explain himself.
Man, listen, the only reason why the Bulls steal that last game because of that shock of losing Chris Middleton for the rest of the game.
That's a fact.
That's the only thing I can explain because how y'all look confused as shit against the zone. Y'all only scored 64 points with 5 minutes left in the game. Y'all might not even
or no panic. They're a better built team when their backs are against the wall.
No, I agree. I said earlier, like a wounded animal is the most dangerous. I never thought the Bulls would come in here and put up no fight where they about to win or they even close. Like I always thought it was gonna be
I thought the Bulls would show better than this though. I thought they'd give a better showing than this on their home crowd. First playoff game in about 6 years.
Thank you.
I mean, come on, man.
They got their butts handed to them. This is not even the game. We just seeing how much the score gonna run up at this point. This ain't no competitive game.
That's
why I be talking about blowing up teams because like when I look at stuff like this, it's like what the fuck? I can't see this.
I have an announcement. Hold on, I have an announcement for everybody on Fly Sports TV. Jello and LeVar will be having a pop-up shop April the 30th. It has the address and has the date. If you are in California, if you want to be at the pop-up shop of the Big Baller brand and LeVar Ball himself and Jello, who's looking like he could play right now, go to his pop-up shop. He gives the address. Yes, I am giving an announcement. And this is the date on the 30th, April 30th. Yes, go to Big Baller Brand on Instagram. And I know some of you guys do like going to pop-up shops. I know some dudes wait in lines to go buy some shoes. So whatever you do, we got in California. Go check it out. Big Baller Brand on Instagram.
And also, Rave, can I say this, Rave?
Go ahead.
To add on to your point, I want to say this real quick. In the words of Demo, get your merch. Get your merch.
I'm dead.
Get your merch. Come on, man. A Big Baller pop-up shop. You know what it is.
You already know.
The Bucks are exhibiting so much mercy on these Bulls right now.
Nah, Quiz. Nah. If this is their mercy, Quiz, if this is their mercy, I don't want to see them when they're mad. If this is their mercy, I don't want to see them when they're mad.
Like I know the Bulls front office right now already thinking about different people to bring in next season.
Here creating posters. This shit is the Nazis over
You're lying. Oh my, bruh, Quiz. I just saw the Bananas poster. The Bananas is going. Lord have mercy. You can't even stop his brother.
See,
this team is trash.
That's what I'm talking about the Bulls. You even got the Dasses looking like Michael Jordan 2.0. You get what I'm saying? Like
Williams.
That's my point, man. You
see that boy look like Blake Griffin out there.
But now you got Grayson Allen looking like LeBron James.
He's lucky. These dudes is lucky that's not back in the days. You would literally have on somebody's wall, like, oh shit.
Hey, Quincy, let me tell you something. Remember back in the day?
Back in the days.
Listen, see, this is why you know the world has gotten soft. Back in the day, if you're a hometown and your hometown went out there and performed this fucking bad, bro, now I ain't gonna cap somebody getting shot.
Niggas will be riding in the streets. Niggas will get beat up outside the stadium.
Jump, nigga. Somebody get jumped, dog.
Yeah, and somebody's getting
God,
jumped.
this world has got
in a bad mood. Like they don't got nothing. Might not even have anything to do with no damn basketball.
Facts, bro.
Ray.
Bro.
Back in the day. Ray. Back in the day, they would fight in the stadium.
That they lost.
Hell yeah,
Everybody pissed off. Oh man, I tell you, the world.
I remember this one time I went to this Miami Heat game. It was the game that LeBron and the Heat lost the finals. And when I tell you, every single fan in that stadium was finna fight.
They was on edge. You ain't seen nothing because you're still
niggas
down
was fighting.
Let me tell you the worst place. Yankee Stadium was the worst. I can guarantee if you wanted to see a fight, you go to Yankee Stadium back in the days, you're gonna see like 4, 5, 6.
Bro, nowadays, bro, it's
nowadays stomped in the stands.
Bro, nowadays lawsuit, abuse,
assault.
Man, nigga, are you serious, bro? Nigga,
there's something that's crazy. I want to talk about this for a quick second. Like, I'm hearing all of these people talking about these Nets versus the Celtics, and I'm hearing all of these soft ass takes like, "Oh, they're abusing KD. They're playing too physical. They're playing 90 styles defense."
Man, thank you. That's some weak shit. Thank you, Quiz. Some weak shit.
What y'all talking about? Y'all, because these are the same people who tell you that defense is better now, and it was soft back in the days, right?
That's why. That's a lie.
They're playing 90s defense. I can't do anything. What the hell you think that Michael Jordan was doing going against the bad boys?
Nigga, if somebody breathed too hard on the person, they call it.
And nobody was sitting around crying about it.
Bro,
nobody
rave
about it.
Bro, this is why that's crazy because I'm a young guy. But this is why once again, when people tell me how these young guys could play in the back of the day, I'm like, nigga, these young niggas is getting technical fouls for breathing too hard on somebody, nigga. Man, back in the day, nigga, Shaq will slap the dog shit and don't give a fuck. Back in the day, these niggas was fighting the fans, nigga, and didn't give a fuck that they might get sued. Nigga, you saw World Peace fucking elbowing a fan in the face because he didn't give a fuck. Like, nigga,
you saw Kevin, listen. You saw Kevin, you saw Kevin Garnett spit on a player in the middle of the game.
Don't care.
Come on, man.
When it comes to like
Dave James be coming with that bullshit
against the older players, the line that I hear somebody say, not some JJ Redick says of Kyrie, but inside the 60s, they'll look at him like a wizard. So when they talk about all these back in the day, us
JJ Redick,
that like, man, listen, it's not fucking close.
Dave James do that bullshit. He be like, oh, these guys are way more aggressive and stronger now. I'm like, nigga, fuck out of
Kyrie would be looked at like a wizard, and he'd be getting touched up too. So you can't tell me you can't have your cake and eat it too, because I'm gonna tell you right now, you can't sit here and tell me you're crying about KD. They need to change the way they call. They're calling tons of fouls. He went to the damn free throw line 20 times.
Oh man,
facts.
Why you think
KD getting his buckets?
Don't James Harden hold like the most? Don't
evolution of time
the history
and people.
of the most fouls or something?
The players today
are people is real, but this game is physical. This game is not nowhere near physical now as it has been. And everybody knows who knows anything about basketball, the playoffs are way more physical than the regular season. So you can't you got to figure out which side that you're on when it comes down to it. Anybody, we can go out and play basketball.
I mean, but when you say more physical in the playoffs nowadays, that's just because the refs swallowed the whistle on more players than in the regular season. And the regular season, they use that to regulate.
That's never changed. That has never changed. So don't tell me that KD.
But I mean, hand checking and all that down out the game. So I mean, it has changed. But I still feel like Kyrie would still do some shit.
Kyrie is a great player. I'm not saying Kyrie wouldn't do some shit. I'm not even saying that some of these players wouldn't do some stuff. But also, you have to remember that it was different, and nobody's going to let you do whatever you want to do. For example, Isaiah Thomas was a great player. He played through physicality.
Facts.
Okay.
Hey, but Quiz.
What's up?
Y'all know what's funny tonight?
What's up?
The Bulls get blown out in perfect fashion.
Funny. This actually.
Wait, hold on.
And no, I'm not done, Rave. I'm not done, Rave.
Where the Knicks at? Where the Knicks at?
He said a perfect.
Okay. Hey, guess what? Hey. If it was the Knicks, hold on. If it was the Knicks, we put up a better fight than this. If it was the Knicks, we put up a better fight.
Hold on, let me tell you where the Knicks is at. The
For
Knicks.
sure.
Hold up. The Knicks is angled perfectly in the house, settled in front
Okay.
of the campfire.
No, the Knicks in Cancun.
On a 45-degree angle.
Hey, Dex.
With their head tilted 90 degrees,
Uh-huh.
with their head up,
Uh-huh.
watching the Bulls
Tell
play.
me, go ahead and hit your point. I'm tired of soliloquies, Wave.
On TNT
Let's
sipping
get.
apple juice. Okay? That's
Uh-huh.
what the Knicks is. How about that?
Hey, and Rave, and guess what? That same team that was home spanked you in the regular season. We spanked you. We put up a better fight than this, Rave. I'm sorry.
You're cute. You're cute.
And that's a fact.
That's cute, but are you in the playoffs?
No. But guess what? You niggas finna be home. You niggas finna be home. That's what's gonna make me laugh.
That means you're a loser.
Niggas finna be losers too soon.
That means in perfect fashion, you're funny, nigga.
Hey, remember, hey, Ray.
You're a loser.
You niggas finna be home.
Remember in the beginning of the season when we were talking about teams?
Oh man. Hey, Quiz.
Nick's gonna be a playing team.
Hey, Quiz. Guess what, Quiz? And not only that, Rave is not only gonna have to pay homage against the Bucks winning the Knights once. He's gonna have to pay homage. No. He's gonna have to pay homage against the Pelicans. Hold on. No. He's gonna have to pay. No. Okay. Okay, but them Pelicans are up right now, boy. The Pelicans are up right now. You might have to pay homage. You have to pay some homage, Rave.
Stop it. They're not winning the game.
Rave, you keep hating, Rave. The more you hate on somebody, Rave, the better they'll be, Rave.
What you trying to do?
Rave.
You're trying to change the subject.
Rave.
You trying to change the subject for them Knicks.
I'm not trying to change the subject. We know who the Knicks are. You're not gonna sit here and clown my Knicks because you upset that your Bulls are losing. That's not fair to me.
Nigga, the Suns is winning.
Miss me.
The Knicks problem is they ain't got no point guard and their bench play only got one hand.
Oh, that's
Facts.
Ray, control your rage. Control your rage.
Hey, control your rage. Control your rage.
Bark.
Hey, control your rage. Goes rave.
Man, them Bulls.
Oh wow.
Them Bulls got everybody, in a tangent right now.
Rave. I'm sorry, Rave. But your Bulls got their teeth kicked in.
Showing of basketball.
At least they didn't get beat by 40.
Dex. Dogs. I'm talking about literal animals can go on the basketball court and play better defense than the Bulls did tonight. Literal animals.
Despicable, Marquez. I'm really upset about that. I'm glad. If I would have betted some money, I would have been livid. The Bulls having such a egregious showing like that. You know what I'm saying? The nerve of these Bulls.
Allen
first home game in 6 years, and they lay an egg.
Grayson Allen is getting the post-game interview, guys.
Oh, I'm about ready to barf.
This is historic. Giannis said, I'm taking a night off. You speak to them.
Oh, my God.
Grayson Allen.
Hey, Dex.
This dude looks like a damn paper boy. This is crazy.
Hey, Dex. Did you remember how half the panel got on me about saying, oh, well, it's not on DeMar and Zach to play defense? Well, this is what happens when your two All-Stars never play for the defense. You get blown out by 40 points every.
Your local paper boy is giving a post-game interview right now as we speak. This is crazy.
The milkman is giving the interview. That's crazy. The milkman's getting an interview today.
Bro, where? Once again. You're a loser. Your team is a loser.
Who?
Your team's a loser.
Ray, you can call my team a loser all you want, but this is funny.
I about this the Bulls playing right here. I about to fix the next season right here.
Rave.
And
explain.
Go get them a big.
I put it like this, Marquis.
What's up?
When the Pelicans lose tonight, boy, we're gonna be laughing together. All right, I need my energy.
Hey, Rave, no, Rave.
Listen.
Like that.
Quiz, Quiz, listen to me. Okay,
I'm listening to you.
You gotta understand. These Bulls, this Bulls loss is like a shotgun to the heart.
I know.
That shotgun to the heart can be repaired just a little bit.
Hey, hold on, Rave. I got a song for you, Rave. Chat, pedal. I got a song for you, Rave. How do I say goodbye to yesterday?
No, sir, that's not gonna work. No, sir. No, we're not gonna do that.
Quiz.
No, sir, I think you took the Rave Junior too much. Okay, you took it too much.
Oh no! I'm just clowning right now. I'm clowning right now. Well, since I'm not doing it right, hey. Hey, Ray, go ahead and sing the song. You lost tonight. Sing the song.
No, I'm not
Sing the song, big fella. You're not gonna sing the song?
Yeah, you said he wasn't doing it right.
Right. So sing the song, Rave. You lost. Sing the song.
What?
He's stalling.
Sing the song.
Rave is
The
stalling.
series is not over, nigga.
It is classic.
No, Rave, this is playoffs.
Sports TV.
You have to do it, Rave. Your team lost. No, Rave, your team lost, so you have to sing the song.
That's a series. The playoffs is different. It's a series.
Well, since Rave don't want to do it,
Rave is setting
I'm
up
gonna
his
go
auto
to a.
tune. Rave is setting up his auto
Right.
tune so we can do it right.
You know it, right? Let's do it right.
Like I said,
Since Rave don't want to do it now, let's do it when the Bulls really do lose, so we can laugh
Okay,
and
you
make
and
it more
Quiz do it
fun.
then. Let's get some you and Quiz do it.
Let's do it, Quiz.
No, sir.
Let's
We're
do
not
it, Quiz.
stealing. We're not
On
stealing my
three.
swag.
On three.
We're not stealing my swag.
How do I say goodbye to yesterday?
Quiz, where you at, Quiz? We don't have no auto tune, so you gotta sing it together.
I can't.
Stealing my swag.
3, 2, 1.
Two. How do I say goodbye to yesterday?
Rave going nuts.
What's going on? That's my
Bad enough
mojo.
Rave got to hear from one person.
Nigga, I'm a
He said that's his
player.
joint.
Sunday have to lay.
He said that's
You
his
cannot do
joint.
that. That's my mojo.
Rave, let me ask you a question. Why did this
This
loss
one
not
else is mojo.
qualify for your song?
You said what?
Hey, Dex. I ain't gonna lie, Dex. That was trash, though. That was trash.
you said
But
what?
that was trash.
I said, why
you
did
said
this
what,
loss
Quiz?
tonight?
You said
Why
what,
did
Quiz?
this loss tonight not qualify for you singing your classic song?
Please. DeMar had 11 points. Zach had 15.
Playoffs, because that's like a go home song. This is the playoffs.
Hey, shout out to the Pelicans for tying that game up. Let's go, Pellies.
You're warming up your vocal. You're just basically waiting. You're waiting to get your vocal cords correct.
Yeah, for the Bucks.
And wait for your proper exit when you're going fishing. You're gonna sing
Rave.
your song
And
for
if
your Bulls.
I mean, if
for your Bulls, Rave, I want you to have a performance. I want you to shed tears when your Bulls
TV,
go
you're
home.
exactly right. It is honestly painful to me when the Bulls lose. I know
That's tough, Coach.
a roast comment, but it's fact. Yes, I agree.
Hey, it's funny to me.
Bucks and 5.
Bucks and 5. Let's go, Panic. Bucks and 5.
No, cause look,
No,
think about
Bucks
this
and
loss
5.
right here. Like just to prove what you saying. I mean, not prove what you're saying, but
This is the worst loss in Chicago.
Supposed to come
This
out beast mode, but they didn't. They give their best punch and they ain't laying. Like there's been a fight right now. They done had each other one time, and then the Bulls pump fake, but they ain't really want to fight no more.
Hey, Rave, you know who's finna come in here, right? When the Pelicans and the Bulls lose tonight, you know who's finna come here with the smoke, right? You know who's finna come in this band with the smoke, right? You know you come.
Being pretty good, like shit. Why give up?
Listen, all I'm gonna say is this.
That's it.
I probably
Quiz.
won't hear. Listen. I gotta work tomorrow, so I probably won't. No, I really do now. But here's this.
Oh, okay.
No. I mean, if the Suns win, I probably will try to sneak. I'll probably try to fuck the sleep, and I'll probably be here.
But if the Pelicans win, you're gonna leave.
No, I'm gonna be here if Pelicans win. But if the Pelicans lose, I'm not coming back on 10. I gotta get some sleep tomorrow. So. But because
the Pelicans had to play the Bulls in the playoffs.
They don't need no conversation.
Pelicans cut somebody ass.
Well, the bright side is the Bulls can't possibly play any worse than they played tonight.
Oh yes, they can next game.
Oh, that's
Quiz. Yes, they can next game.
So they're gonna lose by 40 next game.
Man, you guys are malicious.
No, Panic. I want them to lose by 50 next game. Respectfully.
All right. Punch the dead horse. Punch the dead horse.
Respectfully.
And listen,
man,
the
y'all
matter
punching the dead
behind the
horse
scene
like a
about the
pinata.
Bulls, they can't beat the good team.
Hey, I'm gonna keep beating this pinata. Pause.
Pause, bro. Come on, man.
Pause. I said pause.
Y'all taking it too far.
I said pause.
Bro,
They taking it too.
He gonna beat this pinata, bro. Big pause.
Pause. Come on.
And pause on my stop. The fact I repeated that. Pause.
No, Mo.
Bro, no.
All
All that shit.
Hey, quit. Okay, fine, quit. Fine, Quiz. Okay, Quist, that was sus. That was sus. That was sus. But you know what is sus? Your two All Stars not even scoring 20 points together.
That is crazy.
All
Why
right,
you
I'm
have
gonna
to
walk
bring
off
that
this
up?
panel and mute my mic. This
Why
guy
you
here.
bring that up? Oh
I'm
my
thirsty as
goodness.
shit. I need some water.
Listen, even if they did hit this season averages, they still would have get beat by 20.
DeMar got 11 points and Zach got 15.
That's crazy.
Nigga, you got 0, nigga.
That's fine. I
Hey,
can at least
Ray, they
drop.
should have
I can at
traded
least
Lamar
drop
when you had
20.
say early in the season. Trade him on it.
Zach is not.
Hold
No,
on, let me
no.
listen.
Zach
Give me
and
a moment.
DeMar
I'm
is the
gonna listen to what
problem.
Stephen A. Smith has to say about this.
Oh Lord.
Man, them boy ain't even about to talk about that shit.
No, Stephen A. Smith would be like this. No panic. I cannot believe that the Chicago Bulls had this atrocious performance. The ghost of Jordan would turn over in his grave.
Only way I can see them are probably talking about the Bulls is if if
Yeah,
Chris
yeah.
Paul and
Stephen
them
A.
boy
only
win
care about
tonight, they
L.A.
gonna be like, okay, that's a boring story. The
Hey,
Suns
bruh.
win
No panic. Grayson
and the
Allen
Heat's winning.
outscored DeMar DeRozan tonight. Grayson Allen outscored DeMar DeRozan tonight.
Yeah, them boy
Hey,
ain't about
Marvin,
that shit.
perspective. What you got to say on that, Marvin? Come on, Marvin. Oh, wow. Marvin's hush mode now. Interesting. Interesting. He kept Marvin's. Hey, no panic. Hey, have you been watching these streams?
The what?
Do you watch these streams consistently?
No, not as much.
I'm gonna be real with you. I say every single time. I said that this defense is not worth it. This defense is atrocious and trash. I say this every time, no panic, and I get layback and fullback and layway.
Talking about the
Your
Bulls
team is
defense?
not. The Bulls defense are atrocious.
Oh yeah, without Lonzo on D, like them boy, yeah. I mean, who disagreeing with that?
Hey, no. You gotta the two no no the two all stars need to step up and play better defense. And like everybody been saying, well, Demar and Zach, they're never gonna get better at defense. You're gonna consistently see. Look, you're gonna consistently
Defense all
lose.
about if you want to do them or not. They don't want to do them.
Uh,
They don't give enough effort to do it.
and that's why they just lost by 30 points tonight. I'm sorry,
Hmm.
40 points.
Is that the reason?
Absolutely, that defense, Marvin, was atrocious. That defense was hot. It was hot dog doo doo water.
I mean, I say their defense
No, no,
been
I'm saying it.
since Lonzo been out the rotation, just defensively, just him me missing defensively, throw their whole defense off. Cause like
No, there's
Lonzo
no.
can make up for a
Hey,
bunch of like shortcomings
hey,
of
hey,
Vucevic.
hey. No panic. Injuries are injuries. The injuries are not an excuse. Injuries happen. He's gone. He's gone. The two all stars have to step up and do their jobs,
Bro,
and they
but even
didn't
if they
do it.
step up and do their jobs, they still gonna have a trash defense.
But then this team was not. This team should have been built around one person to begin with.
They ain't bullet around one person. We mean something like defensively?
Defensively, Lonzo
No, they ain't
Ball
bullet. No,
carried you niggas.
no. Listen, they the same
Lonzo
like
Ball Caruso
they
carried
got
you
the
niggas.
Rosen and Levine they for offense. They got Caruso and a lot of them other players for defense. Like teams are built like that. They don't build a team thinking everybody about to be two way. They understand some
And
players
that's why.
limited on certain sides of the ball. This
And,
ain't a
and
championship team.
and no panic. And guess what? And that's why majority of the teams in the playoffs go home.
Yeah, like I
Is the
said, Bo's
teams,
going. Bo's gonna be home soon.
man? The Bucks finna, man. The only thing that's standing in the Bucks' path is the Sixers. That series finna be phenomenal.
I
That
wouldn't
series finna be so
necessarily say
good.
that's the only team that stands in their path. I think that the Bucks have the seasoning. I think they have the veteranship. I definitely think that Middleton will be back, but I don't think it's going to be an easy path to the finals because right
Especially in the
now, I mean,
East.
let's be serious. The Celtics are playing incredible.
Yeah.
The Heat are playing good. Trey Young just
Yeah,
having a great game winner. I don't really believe in the Hawks, but that's a team I always feel could beat anybody. Really, to
Damn,
be
the
honest
Hawks
with
ain't
you.
not winning.
The Hawks just won a game with Trey Young. Basically, hit more or less a game winner. I mean, Jimmy Butler did get the last shot; he missed it, but Trey Young bailed
he's
him
gonna have
out.
to do that consistently. He's gonna have to do that consistently.
And listen, and that gonna be the story tomorrow. They ain't really gonna talk about the Bulls tomorrow. That's a good thing for the Bulls.
Y'all notice how the
Warriors gonna be
Chicago
the
Bulls
Hawks winner.
fans
There's
are
nothing to
trying to
talk about
flip?
with the Bulls. That they don't even look like they
Quiz,
belong here.
The Bulls don't even like a playoff
quiz,
team. If even
quiz,
20 more games in the season, the Bulls probably must the playoffs.
quiz.
So LeBron just set out a tweet. I
Everybody's
was just listening to you guys. I saw a tweet by LeBron. I really wish this dude would stop with his Twitter fingers because he is the worst. He is the worst. How did his tweets
I love
typically turn
LeBron's
out?
toxicity.
His tweets always backfire on him. He should stop. He just tweeted that I will not miss the playoffs ever again for the rest of my career.
Cap. No, that team you got built around you, LeBron.
Why
We gonna hold you to
does he
that,
do that
go.
to himself?
He's his ego. His ego.
Jessica brings up too much ISO. It's like she's watching the Nets. Only difference is the Nets have better players. You know, I just got finished thinking about something. Kyrie Irving had 39 and then came back and dropped 10. DeMar DeRozan
Facts.
dropped 41, came back and dropped 11. What's up with this? What's going on? Is this like a trend or something in the NBA right now?
And mark my words. Tomorrow, today, Trae Young shoots a game winner. Tomorrow, he will score only 11 points.
Oh, we
8
know
from
he
22.
inconsistent as hell. But see, Trae Young ain't surprised. He been inconsistent this whole career. Like
He's been consistently inconsistent.
Yeah, like bro, like drop 40, come back the next game, barely hit anything, 17 points or 16 points. Next game, maybe a little 25. Next game, 40 something. Back down 11 points that game. Like,
Hey,
man,
Quiz, I ain't gonna lie to you, Quiz.
I'll take a lot of players over Trae Young.
Quiz, the
lot
Bulls
of
losing tonight. I need a champagne shower. Champagne shower. The Bulls lost. And I hate to say this, Quiz. I hate to say this, Quiz. I can't stand Sky. Sky makes me sick. But
y'all got something. Y'all got something on the same side.
Hey, we got something in common. We can't stand these Bulls
listen,
niggas. I can't stand them.
Listen, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. How about that?
Right on a good bit of shit, man.
Hey, guess what? The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
That's facts. Sometimes it be that way.
Hey, listen, y'all notice how Rave just came out of nowhere and started trashing my Knicks because he was upset. Okay. Quiz, okay. I'm really finna act a fool.
Things are.
Hey, Quiz. I'm really finna act a fool if the Pelicans win tonight. Oh, the homage. So much homage is gonna have to get paid.
The Pelicans are definitely putting up a better fight than the Bulls. That's just
man. At the beginning of the season, you couldn't tell me Pelicans ain't been the most irrelevant team. They ain't even about to make the play-in. Guys out there been like, nah, you gotta watch Herb Jones. Herb Jones
is actually pretty good. I'm not even gonna hate. Herb Jones is actually pretty good, and they're only down by 6.
Better than but I mean, shit, he is better than what I thought he been.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you. Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you. If the Bulls lose tonight and the Pelicans, I hope they don't lose, but if they unfortunately lose tonight, it's gonna be a lot of trauma in this panel tonight.
Yeah, who lose?
Niggas finna come out. Niggas finna come into the goo, into the panel in the background, waiting to get their opportunity. Oh, it's gonna be a lot of trauma.
So who you feel first round loss gonna be worse, the Pelicans or Bulls?
Bulls. Because the Pelicans were a playing team and they went on this miraculous run and they gave it their all and they still lost. The Bulls were the number 1 seed at one point in the year, went down to 6th seed, then go to the playoffs to get gentlemen sweep at the first round.
Yeah, I say if you had to get Bulls 15 more games, they probably would have missed the playoffs.
The Pelicans got a better built team. The Pelicans got a better built team than the Bulls.
I think the Hornets would have catch up to them more. I feel like they would have been in the play-in.
You know the thing crazy when you say that the Pelicans have a better built team than the Bulls. That's really sad, but
it's a fact.
That's a fact.
It's a fact.
Damn, everybody's jumping on the Bulls tonight. Wow.
And it ain't even because of talent. It's just like when you look at their roster, like CJ McCollum perfectly
This
complement
seesaw is crazy because
Bi,
1 minute
right?
everybody's cheering
Then
the
when you
Bulls, now
now
everybody's
listen, and when
dumping
you
them.
look at Zion ain't even being there, and he looked like he trying to hoop his damn self. So like if
Wait,
you
hold on, Dex. Hold on.
just imagine that being in there. And even without
Dex, you
Zion,
talking
right?
about
Their
seesaw, Dex?
rotation,
Dex.
their rotational
Oh,
pieces actually performing.
Dex, you talking about seesaw, Dex? When I was sitting here by myself, Quiz, saying that the Pelicans weren't a good team, right, Quiz? You remember that?
Bulls got a lot
Everybody
of
was
talent, but I don't feel
seesawing.
like
Am I lying, Quiz? Everybody was seesawing. Everybody was seesawing, jumping off the Bulls bandwagon, going to the Pelicans because they won the game. Oh, come on.
I ain't
You're
about to
not
go.
gonna do
I ain't you
that.
going too far. I ain't going all the way to
Well,
the
listen,
Pelicans.
Rave
I ain't
doesn't like
finished.
the
I
Pelicans. You know,
just
him and
saying, I
Sky have their little
strictly
things, but
looking at basketball, they
myself
do got
personally, I like
a
the
team
Pelicans. I
built
think the
to
You
Pelicans
know,
complement
me
have
them.
personally, the Pelicans have surprised me because they stole a team, they stole a game in Phoenix that they shouldn't have won.
And that's exactly right. And the Pelicans team, when see what you just got finished saying about the Pelicans roster, I think the Pelicans have great talent there. I mean, they added
They do,
C.J. McCollum to go next to
which
go
is
next
a
to Brandon Ingram, right? They
which
have
is a great
Valanciunas,
trade.
who is low key. Everybody on the Bulls always complains about Vooch, but I mean Valanciunas. I just seen him have 18 and 25 rebounds. Come on, man, that's
But
nuts, and he
but
does stuff
listen,
like
The
that. And
man's a double
what
machine.
coach? Listen, you guys are missing a whole lot of stuff.
yeah,
What coach
and
allow
Zion
their
didn't even come
team?
back.
But what coach allow their team to get blown the fuck out like this after missing the playoffs for 6 years? Got stole home court advantage up the street in Wisconsin, and
Dex,
then
I'm not missing
lay an
that at all.
egg, on the first game in approximately 6 years at the
Right.
United Center. What coach allowed that to happen? When you see the game slipping
Billy
away,
Donovan.
you gotta call timeout, slap a few
Thank
players, get
you.
back to reality,
Come
throw
on.
some water on them. You have to do something,
You ain't
Billy.
talking Dex. I don't understand how you feel as though we missed that. I
Unbelievable.
brought that up during the game. I was like, we was talking about that. You was in the conversation, Dex.
It's
This is
50-50. 50%
that coach,
players,
Billy
50% Billy
Donovan.
Donovan.
Billy Donovan, the only thing he seems to do good is chew that. Is he chewing skull or is that Hubba Bubba or Bubblicious?
Oh, amazing, man.
I haven't heard that name
Amazing.
so that gambling so long. Bubblish. Big league. That's they got that big
Yes,
league
Big
sir,
on
League Chew. That's
George.
George.
what he exactly. That's what he's on. He's on
Big
Big
league
League
chew.
Chew.
But I mean, do
Big
you
league
understand
chew.
the nature of what I'm trying to say?
I understand completely.
I understand, Dex. You're just as traumatic as everybody on this panel. We can't believe they just got blown out by 30
It's
in a
different if
playoff
they've
game
been,
at
if
home.
they make the playoff every year, you know what I'm saying, and something like this befalls them. I understand. Okay, they got tripped up, but you haven't been in a playoff in so long, and this is the first game in the sea of red. Moses couldn't even come and part that,
Dex, and that
and
was a
you lay an
gentleman's
egg like this.
Dex, and that was a gentleman's 30. Because they should have got
And
their ass bust by 40.
hey, Dex, and
Nigga
not only
said
that,
gentleman's
Dex,
30.
and not only Dex, and not only that, Dex, the United Center is what, and it's the house that Jordan built. The house that Jordan built. Michael Jordan's Michael Jordan is the savior of Chicago, and
Dex,
But
you
the
they
win.
had
difference between the Wolves, right? Because Jawan brought up the Wolves. The Wolves had a 20-point lead twice. Okay, so that shows they
Facts.
had a 20-point lead, lost it, got the lead back, and lost it, right, to a better team. I mean,
fact.
we all know that John Morant in the Memphis Grizzlies is a way better team than the Timberwolves. But the
And we know that.
Timberwolves did fight
Dogs.
from the beginning of the game. They fought to get a 20-point lead. They lost it. They didn't give up. They didn't hang their heads. They
Fact,
got a 20-point lead again
Yup.
fact.
within that same game. So that shows fight. Those Wolves got teeth,
Facts.
and those teeth
Well,
are
that shit was
sharp. It
sad.
just so happened that John Morant and the Grizzlies were just a superior team. That's just all that is. But to come to the Sea Red Nation and see all of that red in that building, I mean, their hopes are high, their energy is high. And you telling me you come and lay an egg in front of
It's not a
all that
spread.
red?
Against a team that was on one leg. They're missing one of their
Yeah, their
top key
shield was
players,
That's
there was
not
a
a
star
crack in their
player.
armor. It was a crack in their
One of their
armor.
best shooters.
What
One of
y'all
their best
expect?
shooters on the team.
Hold on, Superstar Dave is on the panel. Go ahead, Dave.
No.
What y'all expect, bro? Like,
Dave, that's unbelievable, bro. That's unbelievable.
what did the Bulls showed you the last month? This whole last
No,
month.
but Dave, it's different. Listen to what I'm trying to explain. The
Come on.
dynamic. Listen to the dynamic. Okay, you stole a game in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Milwaukee is wounded. They have a crack in their armor. They come into Chicago, right? They're coming into a sea of red. Listen here. They're coming into a sea of red. Energy all over the building. The United Center is lit. All over Lakeshore Drive is going crazy. And the energy is with the Bulls. And then they come and the players come and lay an egg. And the coach cannot say anything to galvanize his troops to fight.
Your star player only shot 9 times. The nonsense was dispatched with 8 minutes left in the game.
Props to the Bucks defense for that.
Hold on, Dex. Hold on, forget.
Team.
You keep saying lay an egg.
Team is trash.
Hold on, you keep saying okay. You keep saying lay an egg. Y'all keep saying lay an egg, Dex.
Yeah, go ahead.
Forget lay an egg. This is your opportunity of opportunities. Nigga, I should have seen some bears running. I should have seen some pure bulls with eyes.
It should have been like in Spain, right? The running of the bulls.
I should have seen these dudes running out of the tunnel with full force energy, like this is
screaming
it.
for their lives.
This is it, dog. Like I don't like. Maybe okay. I play football, bro. When I was in our playoffs, bro, I was bro. I ain't gonna say I was ready to die on the field, but I was about to leave it all on the field. You get what I'm saying? You gotta leave it all on the court, dog. It's just home field advantage. You gotta steal, like you just say, you gotta steal in Milwaukee. Forget you laid an egg. I want you to run out the tunnel and make me gasp and say, "Oh shit, that nigga Ray came to play." The Milwaukee Bucks, they came out the tunnel, and I said, "Shit, god damn, they came to play." The Bulls came out the tunnel. I said, the Bulls came out the tunnel. I said, "Shit, where's the concession stand?" You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? That's what I was trying to tell Panic earlier. I'm like, bro, you do not come out the fucking arena making me think about the half times. What the fuck?
That's tough.
The mascot didn't do his job.
Where's the entertainment?
Quiz. Imagine in your head, Quiz.
Do his job.
Quiz. Imagine in your head in an alternative universe, Quiz. Okay. Imagine your head in an alternative universe. Everything is going your way. You listen. The Bulls were sliding.
Yep.
They managed to stay in the playoff circle. Right.
Yep.
They didn't have to go to play in. They get into the playoffs. They play the Milwaukee Bucks. Right. They lose the first game tight. It was a tight game. They lose it in the last whining minutes. They didn't call the foul. Right. They didn't call the foul and blah 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 blah. Right. So now you like, wait a minute, we belong here. You win the second game. Middleton goes down, unfortunately. Now there's a crack in their armor. They come into Chicago to United Center, see red. There's nothing but red in that building. You probably can't find a speck of green nowhere. It's red all over that building. Fans is cheering, stomping their feet. And you tell me, Billy Donovan, you could come up with 3 or 4 syllable words to galvanize these guys to play stronger than what they did. They look like weenies out there, man.
The fans had more slobber coming out their mouths, bro. That's my point. The fans.
Hold on, Dex. You called them weenies?
Slobber, bro.
Weenies?
Bro, forget weenies. We can go worse than that. Goddamn.
Weenies.
Weenies is a compliment because niggas lived off of weenies and beans, okay? All right, nigga, we can go worse. Nigga, we can say.
Pause. I didn't live off no beans.
We can say.
Pause.
Oh, come on now. Come on, pause.
Weenies and big pause. Talk about weenies and beans. That's too far, Rave. Big pause.
Nigga, they came
all right,
out,
now continue.
Nigga, they came out looking like a box of Spam. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
That's worse. They came out Nigga, when you got listen, let me tell you something.
Wait, is it
The
fries
Bulls
Bam or is it
fans,
sautés Bam?
hold up, the Bulls fans was so hype and so ferocious.
No,
I
OG's
swear to
fan with all
God,
that
I swear
jelly
to
stuff on the
God,
side.
listen, that the fans
Ew.
listen, the fans look so ferocious about this game. I know the Milwaukee Bucks fans took off their jersey and put it in their back pocket.
They were hype.
They was hiding their jersey. So all I'm saying is the players should have went out there looking like ferocious monsters. But no. They came out there looking like they just gave birth to twins. The fuck? It's not
Hey
good.
Ray, hey y'all, I got a better analogy. With all that with that crowd audience, they should have looked like the Monstars. They came out there looking like the Looney Tunes.
All I know is that if you want to know what if you ever
It's downright
Nah.
despicable, man. That's the only thing I can say.
Looney Tunes is pretty OG. They're pretty OG. That was a bad idea.
Okay,
It's downright
fine.
despicable.
If they came out there looking, they should be out there
You
playing like
cannot
SpongeBob.
respond like that. You cannot respond like that. You have to protect the brand. You can't respond like that, Bulls. The world is watching you, and you cannot respond. You're being selfish. Everybody's on the individual plateau.
Quiz, I'm crying. I'm crying.
Gentlemen, that's what we witnessed.
No.
Bananas
That's
coming
not
out there
no.
dunking on everybody.
Quiz.
Grayson Allen walking out like the reincarnation of Michael Jordan.
Quiz. This is not a gentleman's sweep. It's not even a mercy sweep.
Oh, it wasn't a
This
sweep. It was a
is
gentleman's 30. That should have been a 40.
no. Listen. This is not even a gentleman's 30.
That should
You
have
know
been
what
a
it
40
is?
piece.
Do you know what this is? It's the biggest stab to the gut that the Bulls could ever receive. And guess
Who
what, Quiz?
unplugged the Bulls? That's what I want to know. Who
Quiz,
unplugged
gentleman
them?
40. Quiz,
Somebody unplugged
gentleman
them.
40.
Hold on, why
Gentleman
did I
40
know that
next
he was
game.
about to ruin the bag?
You know what, Dex?
When you said stab to his stomach, I felt better in life.
I think this calls for a conspiracy theory moment.
Yes, we need some conspiracy theories to explain the blasphemy.
It had to be something to do with Vegas, Dex.
I don't know no conspiracy for that bullshit. That was
Well, I
displayed
got
out there tonight.
I got a conspiracy. I got a
They just
I got a
got their
conspiracy.
whole ass whipped.
Hey, quiz. I got a conspiracy quiz.
Okay,
Bulls kicked the new mud
The
on their
Bulls.
ass. I mean the Bucks.
The Bulls were hyped as they come out to the court until they see the ghost of the 95-96 Chicago Bulls team. As they look in despair.
They saw that statue outside and they already knew what time it was.
The fans weren't cheering for the Bulls. They were cheering for the ghost of the early 90s Chicago Bulls.
Dex, let me ask you a question. How many NBA players have a statue of themselves erected outside of their stadium?
2.
What did do, young
Shaq,
do?
Kobe and Michael.
You got Magic. You got Magic Johnson. You got Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Old
They
boy.
got a statue for those guys?
What's
up, NBA?
What's up, yo? I can't get the left hand, but
Hold on.
I know that. Hey, Zen, I know you're a Chicago Bulls fan. How do you feel about them boys getting dog walked in Chicago?
Hold up.
Dex,
Hold
finish telling
up.
me about the people who have statues. I didn't know some of those guys had statues.
Me neither. Me neither.
Jerry West.
I didn't know Magic had it.
Magic West has a statue.
Well, Jerry.
Magic got a statue.
Kareem got a statue too. See, this is how you know.
Better have a statue somewhere.
A statue outside the stadium. I was asking.
A statue outside the stadium.
Have a statue outside the stadium.
I know Kobe got a
Magic
statue
has
out
one,
the stadium.
Kobe
has a
has
statue?
one. They got one with him and Gigi, don't they?
Really?
They do.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, they do.
All right.
Dex,
if they don't have one, they're making one.
Dex, you said.
I'm sorry I
Magic
mentioned
Johnson
that,
has
man.
a
That hurt
statue?
my feelings.
Hold on. Go ahead, Quiz. Say that
You
again.
said Magic Johnson has a statue. Dex.
Oh, hell yeah. Magic Johnson got a big ass statue. What do you mean? Shit.
Yeah, I never been out to LA. I didn't know they had a
Motherfucker
statue
large.
for him.
Yeah, me neither. I haven't been out to LA, so.
Kareem has
Wayne
one in
Gretzky.
LA?
Yep, Wayne Gretzky.
Wayne
Shaq.
Gretzky has a statue in California.
Yes, sir.
He's the great one. He deserves it.
Oh, right, the great one. I forgot the great one. That's disrespectful. The great one. He does deserve
Tom Brady.
it. I'm not even finna
Tom
go
Brady
there.
jersey. Tom Brady jersey better get retired in Tampa and New England. Both of them.
That's a fact. because he carried
I
both
think
franchises.
I think Babe
Yep.
Ruth and Reggie Jackson got a statue outside Yankee Stadium, right?
Fenway.
No, Babe Ruth. No, it's just Babe Ruth.
Stadium.
Oh,
The old
Reggie Jackson don't
stadium.
have a statue.
They
No.
probably do because the Yankees still have. I think if I'm correct, the Yankees still have because it's still in the same like vicinity. I think they still have. Think they still have like a commemorative hall or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and Reggie probably do got a statue. But I do remember the old Yankee Stadium used to have a after like, they had a statue in like 2009 with Derek Jeter won the World Series was a statue, and that statue was like underneath it said the house that roof built. So that's the only one I
You know
remember
what? That means that they probably
seeing.
have. They probably have a bunch of Yankees. Yankees got probably have a bunch of people. I've never seen it. I've been to a lot of Yankees games. I've never seen the Babe Ruth statue.
No, they got Babe
Or the Reggie
Ruth's.
Jackson one.
They got Lou Gehrig. They got Yogi Berra. They got Reggie Jackson. They got a couple of dudes and they got a couple of dudes statues over there in Yankee Stadium.
Now I was just talking about basketball players initially, but this
Right,
I
but
think in San
basketball is
Diego they
right.
got Tony Gwynn, right? They built a statue in San Diego at Jack Murphy Stadium for Tony Gwynn.
And
They got Tony Gwynn got a statue too.
who's the other big dog in San Diego? He got Dave's. Is it Dave Stewart? I want to say
No,
Dave
Dave
Stewart.
Winfield.
Dave Winfield.
Dave
He got all
Winfield.
kind of. He got all kind of shit out there in San Diego. All
For real,
kind
they
of shit.
love some Dave Winfield. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, they love him in San Diego and New York. He was a good Yankee as well.
Yeah, Dave
Yeah?
San
Winfield.
Diego back in.
Big Dave Winfield.
Okay, now let's go back to
San Diego
basketball
back
because
in
I got to hear this explanation about the Bulls getting dog walked tonight. What is your explanation,
Ooh, is that what
Zen,
happened?
for the Bulls getting dog walked?
Frankly, I just woke up, so this is news to me.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Zen. The Bulls
But
got dog walked by a gentleman 30 tonight. How do you feel about that?
I am sorry to hear about that for the Bulls family. I really didn't expect that. I thought, no Middleton, you'd be able to handle these boys, but pack it up.
They had a crack in their armor, Zen. They had
What
a crack
happened?
in their armor. They was wounded. You follow what I'm saying? Half of the antler was off on the buck, and they coming down to
Oof.
Chicago facing a ferocious Brahma bull, and it end up turning into a heifer.
Zach LaVine with 15 points, Vucevic with 19, and DeFrozen with 11? Did he get hurt?
Zen, they turned that Brahma bull into a heifer, man.
Did
No,
DeRozan get
that's
hurt?
his new name. No, that's the Martin Rosen's
DeFrozen.
new name.
DeFrozen.
DeFrozen. I'm done with him.
Wow.
DeFrozen.
Actually, it's not his new name. That's been his name.
Wow.
That's been his
That's
moniker.
awful.
He pulled the Kyrie.
I'm sorry.
He
I'm
pulled the
sorry.
Kyrie.
He pulled the Kyrie. And that's so disrespectful to Kyrie. No.
They shot
Kyrie pulled the
40% from the
DeFrozen.
floor. They shot 27% from 3, 40% from
Jesus
the floor.
Christ.
It's
Jesus
awful.
Christ.
Awful. And it wasn't like the Bucks were great. They were 47% from the floor and 37% from 3, but wow. Who stepped up? Bobby
Oh
Portis?
shit! Breaking
Yep,
news.
7-14.
Jackson. Hold on 1 second, Zen. Breaking news: Jackson Hayes ejected from the game. This will damper the hopes of the Pelicans. Jackson Hayes has been ejected from the game. He couldn't control his temper. He got double tech, and he is now being ejected. So there's no Jackson Hayes to help out down low with Valanciunas. This could be a big blow to the Pelicans.
He ain't been doing shit anyway.
Valanciunas is on the Suns?
Yeah.
Valanciunas on the Suns?
Man, you just finding out.
Valanciunas is on the Birds, on the
Pelicans.
Pelicans.
Oh, okay.
Almost
Okay.
called them the Pigeons. Y'all got me calling them the
Right.
Pigeons. Where Ray Kingdom at? I thought I seen him up in here.
He's
Wave is licking his wounds.
Uh-oh.
Poor Rafe.
Oh, man. Did y'all give it to him or did somebody give it to him? I bet
Oh,
Scott.
no, I said,
honestly, he gave it to himself.
Okay.
Well,
Facts.
pause.
And
That doesn't sound right.
pause.
He gave it to
cooked
himself. Pause.
He cooked himself. I thought maybe Skylar
No.
called up. He wasn't even a factor.
Ray started jacking Marquez.
No, Zed. I started jacking Rave. I sung his song for him. He said, "No, you can't do that. You can't jack my stuff." Pause.
can't jack.
Oh
I
my
said, matter
God.
of fact, I'm saying it again. This is the funeral for Rave Kingdom.
No, listen, no Marvin, no Coffee, no Rave, no Murgod, no Unstoppable.
Oh,
What the hell is going on? Can we get a
Can I say the song,
wellness check?
Gents?
is
Can
that
we
what's
get a
going on?
wellness check at these various addresses?
We definitely gonna need a wellness check on Coffee because
That's what's
he
going
got
on,
all those
huh?
$2,000 bets up, and I know what he's feeling. I know he's feeling because we have not got Alonzo Ball sighting. Let's be real.
And you know what?
Man, Lonzo ain't coming
DeMar
back.
DeRozan. Hold on now. Rico's looking good now again. Quiz with that DeMar DeRozan issue.
Man, listen, he's not looking good. I'm gonna tell you the reason why. Because they got at least 2 more games before they get their asses tossed out of here. You know what I mean?
What's his
And
total? What's his total? What's DeMar's total?
he's at what 70 points now. He's at 70.
What?
Yep.
No, he
Yes,
ain't
he
at
is.
70.
He's at 70. He had a 40-point game. He had 18. He had a 41-point game the last game. He had
44,
18
right?
He had 18 the first game, and he just had 11.
Okay, that's 62, 71, 73. That's 73.
So
Damn, Aiton going off.
Wow.
he's got
73?
So I mean, split the average between that 15. He's got 2 more games, 15
Yeah.
apiece.
Yeah. You're right about that.
I think he could definitely do that.
Wow. Where is Rico? Rico, you better not be trying to go ghost on us.
He'll pop
That's
up.
crazy, right? Yeah, he'll pop up. Yeah. That's crazy.
DeAndre Ayton, 12 for 17 with 25 points so far this game. 8 rebounds, 1 assist.
Can we get a score update?
65-53 Suns over New Orleans.
Yeah.
They're not missing Devin Booker. They're not going to miss Devin Booker this series.
No,
Wow.
they're not. It doesn't look
That's
that
crazy.
way.
Nah,
Because they're
not gonna
definitely
miss him
out
this
here.
series.
And Jackson
That's
Hayes
crazy.
is going to hurt the Pelicans.
I don't know, man. He ain't been much of a factor in the last 3 games anyway.
But that's what they're going to say.
He runs. I don't think he's
threw out Jackson Hayes. If they
He's
wouldn't
always
throw out
getting in
Jackson
foul
Hayes,
trouble.
we would have won the game.
I'm not
you
a
heard
big
me?
Jackson Hayes
I'm telling
fan,
you, you heard me?
but I can't
You
say he
heard me?
hasn't had any influence at all on his team. He's a hustle dude. You know what I mean? He is.
I
What
like
he is.
Jackson Hayes. But what they say is true. He does get in foul trouble constantly.
You know what he is? He's a Dwight Powell. Like, have you ever seen Dwight Powell from the Mavericks?
Nah, I don't. The Mavericks.
Yeah, he's a Dwight Powell
The
type
Mavericks
of
got to
dude.
make it to the finals.
His skill set is to
run
run around and jump.
He get cardio. He do his cardio routine.
What
Look
is
at Herb
BI
Jones down
doing?
there.
We want what's BI stats?
Let's take a look at Brandon Ingram. BI is 4 for 11 for 13 points, not having a great day. Herb Jones 3 for 4. CJ McCollum 5 for 13 for 15 points. So that Suns defense is on him. Landry Shamet 2 for 4. The only person in this game balling is DeAndre Ayton. That's it. Everybody else is kind of medium size.
Alfred, are you still around, Alfred? Alfred, come to the panel, Alfred. Alfred.
You got to give credit to Chris Paul because he's orchestrating this offense, and that's why Ayton is able to get what he's able to get.
Exactly, and that's what Chris Paul does.
Yep.
Chris Paul does what Chris Paul does.
Best point guard in the league.
That's why I brought up the fact that the Suns have won with or without any and everybody on their team.
This is
CJ
devastating.
McCollum's waking up.
Where do y'all rank Chris Paul as all-time point guards? I got him at number 2, behind Magic.
How you have him at number 2?
All time? He don't even have a championship.
All time.
Zen,
I don't
how
care.
do you have him at number 2?
I don't care. Chris Paul's that nice.
Pelicans coming back.
How do you have him at number 2? I'm confused about that.
Just based on skills and basketball intelligence. There's only one other point guard in the history of basketball I'd rather have. Magic Johnson. That's it. Maybe John
the
Stockton.
all-time leader
But Chris
in
Paul's
assists
amazing.
is John Stockton, and the all-time leader in steals is him. He's very underrated. He should be ranked high.
Yeah, but he don't have a championship either.
He doesn't have a championship, but he's literally the leading assist dude by a long shot. Nobody's catching that guy.
Absolutely.
All right,
absolutely.
Next, Magic. I'm not even saying that he's number 1. I'm just saying that I think that people they do him a disservice. Like, come on, we talk about you gotta respect his hustle because he's also leading in steals. He's also the all-time leader in steals by a long shot. Nobody's catching either of those two
Who Madge?
statistics, right? And
Magic?
remember that Karl Malone, the person who was the recipient of a lot of those assists of his, is the
Yeah.
second all-time leader scorer in NBA history. Also,
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Those are the
what I'm
guys
saying is
Jordan
that you
beat.
gotta attribute, you gotta be real because nobody really does it. I will say it that you gotta put some respect on Stockton's name.
I do, but I think Chris Paul is just amazing. And I've seen Stockton play, and he was amazing too. But I've never seen a headier, more thoughtful, every dribble you can see the wheels working point guard than Chris Paul.
You
I
know what
think
I
you're
like?
too close to Utah.
You know what I like?
I mean,
I'm not too close to Utah. You know what I like about Chris Paul?
No, Zen is too close to Utah.
You know what?
I mean,
Utah.
no. Excuse me. No, excuse me. I take that back. Go ahead.
It's all right.
Yeah, Chris Paul's in
Strike
Phoenix.
that from the record. Yeah,
What I
strike that
do
from the
like
record.
about Chris Paul, like what you said, I think
Yeah.
that he is the best point guard I've ever seen of I wouldn't necessarily say orchestrating an offense, but he has consistently, he is the best at creating a mismatch. Like he literally will set you up at a mismatch every single freaking play.
Pelicans
He's
down by
amazing.
5.
And that mid-range game is unstoppable. He can't fuck with him in the mid-range.
But listen,
I just love his all-around
Magic.
game as much as, and I'm a point guard guy. I love Kyrie. That's my favorite position to watch. This dude is just he's not flashy. He's just smooth, smart. You know, every last step is thought out, and that's what I love about him, man. To me, he's the best point guard I've ever seen outside of Magic. I'll put it that way.
I mean, I'll think that Chris Paul should be mentioned. I don't know, because there's other point guards I've seen who were great also, who also don't get mentioned, quite honestly.
Let's name some names.
Well, you know, you have of course you can't say anything about Magic.
Right.
Isaiah Thomas was a point guard, am I correct?
Yeah, he was.
Most definitely.
And Isaiah Thomas was definitely a winner.
Credit due.
And I mean, I think that he's
And
up
a
there
leader.
also.
And a leader.
Yes.
Credit due.
There's a couple of them older dudes.
But
which
Isaiah
of course,
played against Trash Man.
I know, right?
You know who that is, right?
Yeah, I know. I can't even. I don't take people seriously because every year in the NBA, as we've seen since you've been watching the NBA until the day, even beyond when you are watching the NBA, there will be a playoffs. All right.
Yeah,
it will be
absolutely.
competitive. It will not be easy ever. You know what I mean? There are other people out there you're playing against who are trying to do the exact same thing that you're doing, and only one of them people is going to win.
I love that word, quintessential.
Yes, sir. That is a great
five
word.
senses. The 5 senses.
That is a great word. That is a great word.
It is.
I remember I used
now,
that.
Where
Now,
does Jason Kidd rank? He's another person on the list as far as all-time assists as well.
He's dope, but I'm gonna say Pell's catching up is 65, 66 after Valanciunas hits a free throw. So we got a game.
Yes, sir.
You were mentioning whom?
Jason Kidd.
Jason Kidd.
Where do you have
dope,
him ranked?
Top 10, easily top 10, especially as a defensive guard.
So if we're
Gary
talking
Payton,
top 10, then Steve Nash is in there too.
Steve Nash has to be. Yeah. I wouldn't put him above Chris Paul. That's for damn sure.
No, Zen is wearing a Celtics cap.
Right. Somebody need me to change my hat?
Celtics cap.
Right. Dennis Johnson.
Celtics had a couple of great point guards too.
Oh, they had a plethora of point guards. JoJo White, Dennis Johnson, Bob Cousy,
Kemba Walker.
Hold on. What about Oscar Robertson? He's up there
you're
too.
You're gonna put Kemba Walker as a Celtics point guard?
I'm just fucking around.
Because he didn't play long enough. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know.
Even
That's
if
like saying Kyrie.
This conversation. Come on.
That's like saying Kyrie. But yeah, Chris Paul. I can't think of anybody else I'd rather have running point.
I can't really outright dispute that because it depends on what you're looking for. And I think Chris Paul is a master at what he does for real. Aside from that, he's clutch. And the funny thing is that's also one of the reasons why I mentioned Stockton a little bit, because anybody who has actually seen Stockton play, that dude could score too. Don't let the smooth taste fool you. Stockton scored a lot of buckets.
He played with the same. He played with the same deliberateness that Chris Paul plays with.
Hey,
like everything thought out.
Hey, for what Zen is talking about,
What's up, Ray?
what you're talking about, Zen, it kind of makes sense because everyone likes their flavors. You know what I'm saying? Everyone likes how they make their team. We could talk about the top 5, 10, the top 5, the top 10, the top 20. But if we're just talking about your team, who do you want to play Arsenal guard? And you saying that you got Chris Paul up there because of how you like the idea of him being more cutthroat, not fancy, very smooth, very smart, all that.
Traditional.
That's what attracts you to have him as your point guard. And
He's a traditional
that's
point
fair.
guard.
For me, I would say that I agree because I'll have Penny Hardaway up there because I like height, I like size. Why I like that? I like size. For me, that's more attraction for me because I always like size because it's like this. If you have a tall guy that can do the same thing as that little guy, what's the reason
It's an
of having that?
advantage.
What's the reason of having that little guy?
Yeah,
You get what I'm
height
saying?
is an advantage in
When
basketball. It
Lonzo
absolutely
came
is.
in, when Lonzo came in at 6'6",
Yeah.
I said, "Fuck yeah, we're talking a tall point guard." Okay,
Lamelo,
I
6'7".
don't like that little shit because you will always be a size advantage. You can do this little Patrick Beverly bullshit, you know, putting your little sweat palms on niggas' fucking hips, or you could do this little shit with the little backyard fucking being aggressive like Kyle Lowry, always throwing a charge. I get it. You can do all that little kid shit, but at the end of the day, you can do all that. You still will be a height disadvantage. That's on the pick and rolls. That they will always pick on the little guy. It's that simple. If you have a lineup, if you have a tall lineup, let's say your point guard, Penny Hardaway, shooting guard, Michael Jordan, say small forward, LeBron, power forward, Tim Duncan, center, Shaq. Who can they really pick on? Nobody. You get what I'm saying? That's why
All right, but over the history of NBA championships, how many point guards have been over 6'5" though?
But that's what I'm just saying. Right.
Magic and who else? Penny didn't win.
And Zen, you're going into the next lane, which I was actually going to wait to come and respond behind. So when we're talking about a point guard,
Magic and what's your name? Old boy that came out of Cincinnati, Zen.
Right.
What's his name? Came out of Cincinnati, the first person to average triple-double.
Big O?
Yeah, Big O.
Right.
Those are the two tall point guards won championships.
Oscar Robertson. Listen, check it out, right? When you're talking about this point guard who can orchestrate an offense, you know what I mean? Like, the point of orchestrating your offense is so that you get the win.
Yeah.
So the only thing about Chris Paul is Chris Paul has done all of that, but he hasn't proven that he can actually orchestrate shit well enough to win. And that may just be circumstantial, of course, because he's been injured a lot.
Sure.
He's come up small at moments where he should have been big, which we know he has a track record of too.
Mm-hmm.
So how much does winning factor in, or do you think that that's overrated? Because dudes like Magic, dudes like Isaiah,
mm-hmm.
you know, dudes who point guarded their way and orchestrated their team towards W's, which is the biggest knock on Stockton. Because if Stockton even had one, I think that the conversation is totally different.
I think championships aren't absolute when it comes to greatness. Like, there's plenty of great players who never won chips.
Facts.
Charles Barkley, for one. There's plenty of them. Tracy McGrady. And it's sometimes it's just circumstantial. You're a more valuable asset. You may not get the chance to play with another valuable asset. Chris Paul is not well loved, or was not well loved early in his career. I think he's more liked now than he was. But go ahead, Ray.
No, I was going to say before you start continuing the other names, I wanted to pause real quick at Tracy McGrady. Yeah. I know. Listen, I know a lot of people. Sometimes they don't.
T-Mac's one of the greatest I ever seen.
Listen, I was just about to say. I mean, you try to steal what I was about to say, but I understand. You got it.
No, go ahead.
Listen, all I'm saying is this, man. When it comes to Tracy McGrady, I know a lot of people don't want to listen to me. They don't. Some do. Some enjoy what I say. Some don't. Whatever. There's one thing. Ain't nobody about to argue against me. Guys have repeatedly said Tracy McGrady is one of the hardest guys they have ever guarded.
Yeah.
That man did not win a championship, but let me tell you something. The city of Houston will tell you they will drop to their knees because of Tracy McGrady. What he has done for on and off the court for that place, for Houston.
By contrast, Rave, Robert Horry has 7 championships. By contrast.
Oh, cool. I respect that. I respect
No,
that.
you know what I'm saying, though.
I'm just
Robert
saying.
Horry got 7 chips, so chips ain't everything. Is all I'm saying.
Well, you're right. For facts, you know, a lot of
Wait a
guys.
minute. What do you mean like chips ain't everything?
They're not everything. Robert Horry got 7 chips. He's not like he's good, but he wasn't considered a
Right,
great.
goddamn,
He just
Caruso got-
circumstantially was
you
on
talking
7
about far as
teams.
that, far as the
Yeah,
greatest
Caruso got a damn
Yeah.
ring, goddamn it.
Right.
Robert Horry was
listen,
good, but Robert Horry, he's not in the caliber to talk about greatness because Robert Horry never carried a team ever.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
I just wanted to get on Trace McGrady. To me, he is still underappreciated. That man could do anything he wanted. If he truly wanted to, he could easily dunk on you.
He did it.
He hit a 3 on you, mid range, whatever you wanted.
Whatever he wanted.
Dude, if he wanted to, he can. Every defender will tell
6'8",
you.
230.
Every defender will tell you he was one of the hardest to guard. That's from all the defenders, bro. He was one of the hardest to guard, bro.
If T-Mac didn't injure his back, I'm gonna be honest with you. T-Mac, there was one year in particular, man. I think T-Mac was the best player in the league. Period. And Kobe was in the league at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing is
he had at least 2 of those.
When T-Mac, when T-Mac proved it, when T-Mac really, like, first off, I remember the first time I saw T-Mac in the playoffs. He was with the Toronto Raptors. He was playing with his cousin Vince Carter. Vince Carter had all of the big shit going on. My New Yorkers remember it if they've been watching basketball long enough. T-Mac was very consistent. He was scoring about 15 points a game in that playoff series, but he was wet from the mid-range. Like, he had the size. He had a very, very solid game. I didn't know that he was point guard material. Then when he went to the Orlando Magic, there was a series they played in the playoffs. And when I bring up T-Mac's name, I hear people like Fife and all of those other dudes on some of these other programs, and they're just like stat junkies, and they bring up all of these negative stats and shit like that. Let me share something with you. I will never forget the series that he played against the Milwaukee Bucks when they had the big 3. Glenn Big Dog Robinson, Sam Cassell, Ray Allen. That was a very good team. And he single-handedly, one man, the dude was in the post. He was in the post giving him the work. He was on the wing giving him the work. He was bringing the ball up court, giving him the work. He was doing everything. And I'm going to be honest with you. I never seen something so amazing because he also had heart. It wasn't just that he was giving him the work. Like, he had heart. You see that vein bulging in his neck, man? He was dunking on everybody. He was hitting it from anywhere. And it was over to me. Like, at that point, I was like, this motherfucker T-Mac probably the best nigga in this league, period.
73-72, the Suns, they up by 1. Late in the third quarter.
Shout out to the panel. Shout out.
Yeah, shout out to the Pelicans, man, fighting hard.
Facts. All Pelicans got to do is keep it close. Willie Green's a great coach, by the way.
Yeah, obviously. Shit. If it wasn't for Ime and Monty, he might get Coach of the Year for this performance.
Man, shout out to the black coaches in the NBA, man. We're looking good out here.
They deserve more
credit.
credit.
Look good.
They deserve more credit.
Monty got them Suns well oiled. You gotta give Steve Kerr credit for what he's doing at Golden State too. That machine just don't stop.
The thing is that they're running the same machine that he created, and just reminding us of the reason why KD wanted to go there to begin with.
Right.
Let's be real.
Yep.
His soft ass move to run the Golden State.
Yeah, panel, can I ask you a question?
I hate to say it. What's good?
What up? How you doing, Zen? You getting there?
I'm straight. Somebody had a question though?
Yeah, that's me, Zen. I was just wondering, what does the Nets KD actually, because this is really a KD question. Him losing this year, especially in the first round, no injuries. Ben Simmons hasn't been there, so you can't use a Ben Simmons injury as an excuse.
No excuse.
What does this do for his legacy?
Good question.
I think it's just he's getting older and he's losing a step. I think we talked about this earlier.
You think
he's
that's
losing
what they're going to say?
That's what they're going to say. He's losing
Listen,
his
I'm
step.
gonna be honest with you. Here's my take on it. First off, Kevin Durant has been being given some of the greatest passes ever. All of these people talking about greatest player on the planet and all kind of stuff like that. Now, I'm not even trying to say that this man is not a highly skilled basketball player at all. And I will also acknowledge the fact that I see Kevin Durant do some great things on the court at times. But last season, it's a toe on the line. Then he's 0 for 6 in overtime, right? You know what I mean? Now, this year, like, here's my thing. What Kevin Durant has never done is he has never proven to be a team leader to the capacity that he can take a team to do this on his own. That's one of the reasons he left the Warriors. The Warriors were a 70-plus win team. He went over there. He got a couple of rings, which is great, which is nice. Nobody's discounting that he wasn't I think he was the leading scorer of the NBA when he went over there.
He drove that team.
He was also one of the greatest individual players ever to play during that period of time.
Pelicans have taken the lead, 73-74. Pelicans have taken the lead.
At the same time, he's really been given a lot of passing while people have been very hard on LeBron James. Those dudes knew they was tired of hearing about LeBron James, him, Steph Curry, and all of them. You know what I mean? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. All right,
I don't know about that quiz. I don't know, Quiz.
Do something about this.
Kevin Durant's ice cold. The reason I say he's losing his step is because you've seen Jason Tatum block him twice, and I've never seen anybody block Kevin Durant.
Well, listen, he's not 7 feet. He's 6'9.5".
Don't matter. I've never seen anybody block him.
Jason Tatum is 6'9". I've seen Giannis.
He's 6'10 3/4.
Right.
So with sneakers on, he is 7 feet. Quiz.
I've seen Giannis block his shit.
Tatum 6'8".
He's not the only person that I've seen block Kevin Durant.
You've seen Giannis block? Okay. I've never seen it personally, but for Jason Tatum to get him twice tells me something.
He's playing defense, and he has the height and the length. He also has a long arm span, just like KD.
6'8" with that wingspan.
Take a look at Jason Tatum standing next to Kevin Durant side by side.
I think
not that big of a difference.
Yeah, he got an inch and a half on him. That's why I say he's like 6'10 and a half. That's what they said, 6'10 3/4.
I mean, when you look at them next to each other, it ain't that. He's taller. He has an interesting frame, but people got to stop saying this dude is 7 feet. He's really not no 7-footer, right? But
6'11".
At the same time, I agree. You don't usually see him struggle like this, but how often do you see him D'd up like this? You've only seen him D'd up like this once, and that was when Patrick Beverly was getting underneath his skin when they was in the and then you saw what he did about that. But it's not just one person. The Celtics are on his ass. Let's be real. Jaylen Brown. How many times are you going to see him turn around spin get ripped by Jaylen Brown?
They're playing football with him too. He tries to drive like on transition. They'll be standing there waiting for him to run into him. They're doing shit like that. They're being so physical with him
like that because there's physical play in the NBA.
They allow physicality with KD.
I mean, all right, basketball is a physical sport. Let's keep it real.
Nah, but if you've been watching this Boston-Brooklyn series, you know what they've been doing to KD. They're intentionally playing football with his ass.
Listen, I mean, I see nothing wrong.
The Bucks did it last season.
He's the only person who's had it done to them. Michael Jordan, they did that every year to Michael Jordan.
Exactly. And KD, what's KD's weakness? This is what Ime knows. What's KD's weakness? He ain't never seen the gym.
Exactly. I'm glad you brought that up, Zen. He came into the league and said intentionally that he doesn't go to the gym. He doesn't believe in lifting weights at all, which is fine. Wasn't a gym rat myself either.
For him, sure.
But when you say that they're playing physical with him, it's not just when he has the ball. What they're doing is like, I'm a defensive player. I'm not going to let that MFer get comfortable. I'm not going to let him get comfortable anywhere on the court. So
at all.
And if you're gonna stop a dude like that, that's what you would do. And mind you, it's not like he's not getting his fouls called. I mean, he's getting tons of fouls called, but he's also getting his shot blocked. He's also not comfortable. Look at him when he's trying to drive to the hole. Look at him. All he's doing is going left and right because Jason Tatum is in front of him playing great defense. You got to get
that's
him
fact.
up. That's D'ing his ass up.
They legit triple teaming him every time he posts up. That's crazy. He can't even turn his back to the basket because they use that just to triple team him. And they
not only that, the man can't hit a jumper
he puts the ball on the floor,
as soon as he tries to take a jumper, another guy is jumping at his side while the defender's on and somebody else is jumping too.
And another thing is,
they got his ass.
I think that they also got his ass timed out. if you're a good defensive player like I am, right? You know what I mean? One thing I'm looking at is let me find out the rhythm of your dribble, right? He can't go in the post and count that he could put the ball on the ground because every time he's put the ball or even tried to dribble the ball, man, Jaylen Brown is on his ass. Him, Marcus Smart. Listen, all of them dudes. Listen, how many people have we seen give him a hard time? They are not letting him get comfortable and body.
They're daring the rest of the Nets to beat him.
Are they really like emulating or imitating what they saw PJ Tucker and Chris Paul do to Kevin Durant? Because remember early on that they usually use shorter defenders on KD because it's easier to rip them. So are they doing that?
I wouldn't necessarily say that they're following PJ Tucker per se, because the Celtics are just playing great defense all across the board, and they're doing what I would do as a defensive player, and they have a team with a defensive identity. But one thing you know about the NBA, because I think that's a good point, NBA is a copycat league, and when people find out something that works against you, do not expect for people not to do it again.
Right, and the Celtics, like I said earlier, they're playing the zone, which is something we haven't seen a lot of at all in the last 10 years in the NBA, especially with the three-point explosion. But to be this successful at the zone, especially, it's just they're doing it, man. And I don't know how long it's going to hold up, whether some team's going to be able to exploit their zone. But so far, so good.
Another thing is that the Nets are being terribly outcoached. They're being terribly outcoached.
I wanted to bring that up.
He's not showing any colorful creativity to get these guys open. You know, KD he's a good spot up shooter if you get him to his spots. Another thing, if you're looking at these games, the Nets are not good at screen setting to open up. Like if you look at him trying to go around a screen, it doesn't work. They're going right over top of the screen like it ain't nothing. Right? Zen, you watch basketball. Rave, you're a coach. You know what I'm talking about. You might as well not even set the screen because it ain't effective. It ain't working at all.
It's not. I don't know. The Nets are, undisciplined and dysfunctional at this point. And Ben Simmons coming back in Game 4 ain't enough.
And I'm glad you brought that up, Zen. Because here's the thing. People think that Ben Simmons is going to come in and be the savior, which is good. Now, let me ask you a real question. Do you trust – listen, basketball comes down to the last 2 minutes. Forget the rest of the game. The last 2 minutes. The last 2 minutes you're playing against me, I got a D up. The Nets are not good at defense. You're seeing the Celtics break them down every way possible. How many times do you need to see Jaylen Brown dunk it on the whole team at the end of the ball game within the last 2 minutes? How many times do you need to see that? Listen, they don't have a defensive identity. They don't have the personnel, and they cannot change everything that they've been working on all season within a matter of these next couple of games. Now, here's the thing. When they bring Ben Simmons in, it sounds great, but Ben Simmons is terrible from the free throw line. And he's shown, if you look at his trajectory in the last few playoffs, that he actually performs his worst in the playoffs. He is not good under pressure, and he hasn't even played all year long. And when he's out there,
under pressure.
When he's out there, one thing he's not going to help them do, which is something they need to consider, is open up some of them shooters. Another thing I see from the Nets is that they have too many of the same type of player. Even when they bring Joe Harris in, they're going to have Joe Harris, Patty Mills, and Seth Curry. Not one of those
guys. This nigga Brandon Ingram is unstoppable.
Thank you, Flight. Thank you,
This
Flight.
nigga is cooking.
Thank you. we love to see that.
Yo, 23. This fourth quarter about to be epic.
And it's only a 2-point game at that.
Yup.
I don't want to say it because this is a very bold statement to make. But is Steve Nash's coaching career so far proving that he was an overrated player and it was more Mike D'Antoni?
I wouldn't say that.
No, I wouldn't say that. He just
because I don't see any of the like point guard Steve Nash on the Brooklyn Nets floor. And as a floor general, arguably one of the best point guards all time, best passers all time, I would expect it to be on your team somewhat. I'm not looking for Kyrie to turn it to Steve Nash, but I would like to see some ball movement. Like, I don't see Steve Nash's playing philosophy on the Brooklyn Nets floor at all.
There is no playing philosophy.
ISO, bro.
But
yeah,
that's
no
not.
playing
I don't think that's Steve Nash's fault. Like, here's the thing.
That's a function of Kyrie and KD.
I think that Steve Nash is definitely not showing to me to be a great coach.
Thank you.
Period. I don't think the
Mm-mm.
dude is a good coach even. But here's the thing: he got on that team not to do any real coaching because KD and Kyrie said it first. We don't need a coach.
That was the
We
dumbest shit.
don't need a
And
coach.
KD
That was the dumbest
co-signed
shit
on
ever.
that. And some of these
We're gonna
fans
redefine what
don't
coaching
believe in that
is.
shit.
And ain't
And
that
in
what he
the
said? We're gonna
playoffs,
redefine what coaching is.
And they try to cheat the
Yeah,
game.
they did. They
Can't do
said
that.
they're all the coaches.
Can't cheat.
Kyrie said he
Mm-hmm.
was a coach too. Ain't
Yeah.
now
that some shit?
how does that help you when I just pointed out the fact that these dudes can't even set screens, so they can't open up these guys for shots?
I'm a Nets fan. And watching what this shit was going on is mainly coaching, and then the next part of it is players. Like it comes down to like KD and Kyrie is the way you say organization don't need a coach when the team needs a coach because the team is struggling to get you open looks. So with Kyrie struggling to even run plays, bro, we can't even set a screen to get KD open. So
Well, Kyrie's
definitely
not
needs a
really
coach.
a a pass first kind of dude. If you looked at the end of the first game, that's what I mean about them being out coached and outplayed. The basketball game's about the last 2 minutes. Kyrie running around doing all of this dribbling, going nowhere. That didn't help him. Pass the
Shout
ball
out
to
to
KD
Basil
for the
for the $10
bailout.
super chat.
Pass it to KD for the bailout. KD can't go left or right without Jason Tatum all up on him. These dudes are being D'd up. So this is where your coaching comes in. Hey guys, let me run this play. The Nets do not have
Any plays.
bingo, and they're not even running plays to open up their outside shooters who are struggling also.
I don't even think shooters are
Here's the
struggling.
thing.
I think our shooters not even getting no plays. Patty took one shot in the first game, bro. Chef was doing good in the first game, then stopped shooting.
But game two, didn't
They're
your
getting
other
D'd up
guys
too.
show up? And it was KD and Kyrie who really played like shit. Seth
Yeah,
Curry
I think
had a
the
good
first
game.
game. I think the first
All the
game they
role
played
players
better
had a
for
good
sure.
game.
Yeah,
The role
Joggers
players
went
had a
off.
good game on the Nets. It was really KD and Kyrie.
They didn't
Yeah,
close it
but
out
here's the
for us.
thing:
They
in
didn't
the
close it
last
out
two
for
minutes
us.
of the ball game, forget about all of that stuff that they did goes out the window because the last 2 minutes of the ball game, the Nets are designed around Kyrie and KD. Period. In ISO ball.
I got a question.
Yeah, and that's why they got to push the ball to Seth to take some of the pressure off of those two.
Exactly.
Seth got
I
to
think
step
Steph
up.
needs to be the point guard.
If we're gonna run
He needs
pick
to
and roll,
step up. That's a good point. That's a good point.
I'm watching
Take
the game.
Kyrie
They
off
got
point.
Goran Dragic. Goran Dragic does a decent job, and he is really a point guard.
Not even
But
just that.
I think
I
that they
think he's too old at this point to be a starting point guard, but he's definitely their six-man point guard for this
he's
team.
beyond serviceable. He's beyond serviceable. I'm gonna be honest with you. Without Goran Dragic, that game wasn't even close in that first one. Goran Dragic, look at some of the plays he made in the last 4 or 5 minutes. He takes them to the hole. Goran Dragic is beyond serviceable. Honestly, he's doing a great job for a dude who's playing minimal minutes over there. And I knew that was a great pickup at the second that they got him. Their issue is floor spacing and stuff like that. This is the thing. I don't think that Ben Simmons helps that at all. I think he just makes it more congested and creates a bigger problem for them in their ISO ball game. And I think that that's the part that I don't think that people have really analyzed this or thought this out well enough. And he hasn't played with them all year long. Think about that. You're going to throw him in the middle of a game 3 or a game 4 when the Celtics smell blood.
Too little, too late.
And think about it. You can easily hack a Ben. You know he can't hit a free throw to save his life.
Exactly. And put him straight
I
on
don't
the
believe
bench.
that Ben Simmons could be an asset to them in the final 2 minutes of the ball game. And if you can't do that, then what am I putting you out there for?
I mean, there's plenty of role players.
Defense only.
There's plenty of role players who play the first 46 minutes of the game. You know?
CJ for 3.
Help them, but they're making him out to be the savior, and Ben Simmons has not shown that he's built for that pressure. How did it end for him in Philly?
And Quiz, it's not even that what he did against Toronto. The year before that.
Exactly. That's what I talk about.